Well, good morning, good afternoon.
Hi.
Hi. We are outside in parts unknown. How are you, Freeze Pops? Good to see you.
I'm good. I am inside in parts of St. Louis. I'm going to rock the glasses today. I don't care if you guys see the reflection of the game. Just try to protect the eyes, Blue light is harmful.
All right, man. All good. Sorry I didn't give you the memo on the tie-dye today.
Yeah, that was messed up.
Yeah. A lot of things I do are messed up when you boil it all down. So we've got the Rams and the Ravens to start us off on the DraftKings Dream Stream. One of 6 sims today. I know we had just 4 yesterday, so here we are. We're back with the full 6, baby. Here we go. Mm-hmm. Nice little matchup here as far as some good players to choose from. Maybe even in the classic format. So what did you do with your lineup? And you made the free rolls last night. Good work.
Thank you. I try to be dedicated to my work under any circumstance possible. I went with Lamar Jackson in the captain spot because he's a beast. And I think I remember the stat from Michael the other day he put in our Slack for the Simper Bowl that Lamar Jackson has won 7 wooden nickels during the entire simulated 2021 season. So that just goes to show you. And everyone else, like the closest dudes had won like 3 or 2. I mean, it's not even close. So Lamar Jackson is a beast. Put him in your captain spot. Don't be ridiculous. Then I went with the Rams DST, Henderson, Reynolds, Tucker, and Woods. I feel like Reynolds is becoming a must-roster guy for the Rams. Every time I have the Rams, he dominates.
I put Reynolds in my captain spot. So typically if you do that, you shouldn't play a quarterback. And what I mean by that is if you're going to put a receiver from one team in the captain, you should be then playing the quarterback who throws that said receiver the ball. But see, I have an agenda against Jared Goff, so I can't do that. But I did play Lamar Jackson, Robert Woods, Cooper Kupp, Tyler Higbee, and the Ravens DST.
Okay, so we went different DSTs.
Yes, sir.
But I like that we both have a D in there.
Yeah. Gets the people going.
Love it. People want me to put something in the microwave today. It's been a while. I might heat up some pasta at some point. Maybe in the next sim. Not hungry yet. Got some leftover pasta in the fridge.
Nice, dude. That's great. Yeah. Did you have that last night for din-din?
Yeah. A little seafood pasta.
Ooh, seafood pasta. Very nice.
Yeah. Yeah. Pretty pumped about it.
Nice, dude. All right, here we go. Rams are home. Hi, everybody. We got Jordan Warren in the chat. Jake Williams. Brian C. He's signing up for this duo. Thomas Perez. Evans. Jeffrey. Queenie. Seymour. Guru. What's up, Guru?
MF Jones.
Who? MF Jones. Who? MF Jones. All right, you can stop doing that.
I understand what you were going for.
Double Cup on Twitch. Sup. Luke Murphy. How's everybody doing? Please, tell us. What are your plans today besides watching?
Yeah, what's going on Saturday here, people? Are you guys watching water polo like me?
Maybe. Let us know. We have producer Tara Lynn this afternoon. Andrew, our technical director, in June from Game Ops. Morning and afternoon to all of you as well. First of 6, as we mentioned, Jared Goff is the quarterback. If you played him, I feel sorry for you.
The galloping chicken.
Sure is.
As I like to call him.
So what have you made of, were you on yesterday at all on the Dream Stream?
No, actually, I was off yesterday. I have 4 straight today, 4 straight tomorrow. Going 8 wide this weekend.
8 wide, dude. You love the weekend grind.
Everybody's working on the weekends. Oh, wait, that's just Tommy Freeze Pops.
My phone's right there? Oh, I couldn't find my phone for a while.
Isn't that the worst?
Joe, you want to bring it to me? You won't be on camera.
Hey, Joey boy!
I promise. You will not be exposed.
Joe, you should come on camera.
Joe is, do you ever go by Joey? No. Joe is Sarah's brother.
All right, Joey.
We get along good, usually.
Yeah.
Right, Joe?
Brother-in-law situation?
Just
well, you're not engaged or married, so never mind.
Stop talking about me on the stream. Get away. Here we go. First down at the 31 of Baltimore for the Rams. What does he
Brian
think?
C.
I don't know.
Brian C. says that he thinks Goff is going to complete 18 passes in this game.
Exactly.
I could see that. Guys usually end around the 18 to 20 mark. That's a reasonable number. Goff stinks, but I bet he still gets there. He'll just miss a lot of really, really easy passes and take some bad sacks, so probably throw a pick. That's why Glash went with Ravens DST. Goff always good for a pick or two.
Not that.
Woods with the nice move.
Nice spin. Mike Bauer, what's good? Yeah, maybe we'll see some Darrell Henderson today, even though Malcolm Brown is still here in Simland for Madden 21. Henderson is the man now in Sean McVay's backfield. That's something to... I mean, I guess we don't really have to get that used to it. I know the end of last year was a lot of Cam Akers, but we saw a little dose of Henderson midway through last season.
Bring back early. I want them to bring back Todd.
There's no way they're doing that. No way.
Todd. I know. It's contentious between them.
Yeah.
But I don't care. I want to see it again.
And I see you again.
Honestly, when that song played at the end of the Fast movie, dude, top 5 sad moment all time. I'll cry listening to that song, not even watching Fast, thinking about Paul Walker. Absolute legend.
Breaks my heart every time. Ride or die. 3rd and goal from the 6. Jared Goff. Don't let us down, Jared. Don't let us down, Jared. Oh, no, Jared. Let's see. How many entries did we end up getting? 100. Ooh, a couple stacks. 111. 111 entries in our contest. Good stuff. Love it. So now they're going to settle for a field goal. Slowman, in all likelihood. Bob M., good morning. Hi. The guru says Charlie Puth would be upset. Is it Puth or Puth?
I think it's Puth.
Puth, right?
Puth?
P-U...
Is there no L there?
No, there's not.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Miyagi, that's the most Goff thing ever. So realistic. Excuse me, wrong pipe.
Hey-o.
Here's a question for the fan.
Okay.
Knowing Jared Goff is the... And we can get into all the news from yesterday. A lot of news yesterday, huh? With Devontae Adams and...
Oh, boy. Imagine if you're a Packers fan. You just probably hate life at this point. I mean,
that is
imagine losing the best quarterback in the league, arguably, and the best receiver in the league, arguably, in the same offseason.
Wild.
Do you just give up football and become a Bucs fan? Hey, sorry, I just watched basketball now.
Justin has a question. Why they got Henderson as the starter, hasn't got 1 carry. Brown has 4. No, Brown is the RB1. Henderson is the RB... He's the 3rd down back. We know that. So he will be out there from time to time. Malcolm Brown is the RB1 in Simland. He is the RB3. Thank you, Andrew.
Malcolm Brown might be the worst running back one in that. Like, Henderson feels like he has a much bigger impact than me than Malcolm Brown does.
Keep in mind, though, to be fair, remember the beginning of last year, Malcolm Brown had, like, one awesome game. He was like the waiver wire pickup early in the season.
Oh, yeah.
And James Robinson.
Totally.
But I forget because they obviously went to Henderson, and then they went to Akers because Akers was injured at points last year. And that's why it's such a bummer that he was coming off a great end to last season going into this year. 2nd and 19 for Lamar and the Ravens with 3.5 to go.
Carolyn also thought it was Pluth. I looked it up. It's Pluth.
Poof.
That's unfortunate.
Hey, Charlie. What'd you get in math class, Charlie Poof?
Sorry, random. Here's my question. At what point in a, say we'll call it a 12-team league season long, when will a Detroit Lion be taken? It's probably going to be DeAndre Swift. But at what point do we say, oh, yeah, right, the Lions, they have a team?
I would say the better question is after Swift, who gets taken? Well, Hawkinson will get taken too. People are pretty high on Hawkinson when it comes to tight ends this season because, like, someone has to catch the ball at some point, right? Like, who else is there? So those two guys, whoever their kicker ends up being should be a kicker that you want on your team if you have kickers, because they're not going to score a lot of touchdowns. Outside of that, I wouldn't be targeting anyone. Those would be the three Lions pieces that I'd look for.
Queenie says Tyrell Williams. I mean, you might be able to get Tyrell Williams as a free agent, or like, maybe not. Maybe like the last pick, because he's gonna be up the depth chart. So folks will buy into the depth chart for that reason only. Who's their wideout one going into next year?
Couldn't tell you off the top of my head.
Right, because they drafted an offensive lineman in the first round.
Yeah, Penei Sewell.
Penei Sewell, right? They took Sewell. So who the heck is their number one receiver?
Let's check it out.
It's got to be Tyrell Williams, right?
Lions depth chart.
You know, Hawkinson's going to get some love. He might be a guy that goes before. Swift probably goes first.
Yeah. So right now, according to ESPN's depth chart, Tyrell Williams is their wide receiver one.
Okay.
And then they got Amon-Ra St. Brown, which is one of the best names in the NFL. Khalif Raymond and Tom Kennedy.
Khalif Raymond.
I tell you,
I have Crusader. Khalif Raymond.
I have no idea who Tom Kennedy is. Oh my God, he went to Bryant.
Dude, you don't know the story about this guy?
Wow.
He was a lacrosse player at Bryant. Really good player. He was playing pro lacrosse, and then he got a tryout to be on the Lions practice squad. Then he made it for a week. Yeah,
I feel like a horrible Rhode Islander. The fact that Tom Kennedy, the former Bryant lacrosse player, is your fourth string wide receiver, that's telling you something.
Yeah, no kidding. He's listed 4 right now on their depth chart.
Yeah.
If only Matt Patricia was still there, Belichick could just sell him to N'Keal Harry for like a first-round pick, because Patricia would do it.
If Patricia was still there, maybe the Belichick influence would have that lacrosse player even higher on the depth chart.
No kidding. Right, yeah. Exactly. You guys are active in the chat. Love to see it. About 250 of you watching on YouTube. On Twitch, we have just about 25 watching. CJ71, what's good? Not Aaron Rodgers, but a different Aaron Rodgers, or a different Rodgers signed a contract today with the Packers. That's pretty funny. That was a couple days. It was yesterday. AJ Rodgers signed.
And I'm sure some clever beat writers were like, Rodgers has re-signed.
Hey, Rodgers.
Oh!
Okay, here's actually, so that was just my question about the Lions, because I'm struggling to understand where there might be value. Did you see, so off the Aaron Rodgers, Devontae Adams stuff from yesterday, what is with this Instagram story of Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen? Have you seen this?
No.
So both Aaron Rodgers and Devontae Adams within minutes of each other, maybe at the same exact time. Looks like it was about a 10-minute difference. Aaron Rodgers posts a picture on his Instagram story of Jordan going in for a fist bump with Scottie Pippen. Devontae Adams does the very same thing on his story. What are they getting at there?
They might just be messing with people. I think that these athletes mess with us more than we realize.
You're probably right.
Like, they, especially Rodgers, I feel like he's used this entire offseason just to troll everybody. Rodgers, sneaky great troll.
He really likes that, huh?
He loves it. I actually feel like I would do the same thing if I was in his shoes. Like, let's just mess with everybody. We're all just, like, dumb in sports media, right?
We really are.
We focus on the littlest thing and turn it into a massive story. These guys must laugh at all of us.
We take the cheese. Just like Tara Lynn took
Always.
Big Ben, the 15 pounds he lost. Oh, look, they're going to win more games next year. He lost weight.
He doesn't look any different.
That's my Tara Lynn voice, for those wondering. I'm
not hey!
If I keep going down that road, Tara Lynn might unmute her microphone and back up. I was kind of getting on the Steelers yesterday. Ooh, look at these cool little motorcycles. Those are cool. I want one of those.
Are they like mini bikes?
Yeah, little mini bikes. People
you gotta hold your hands in. You're like,
it's crazy.
Lindenbaum seems high on the Lions. He picked St. Brown in a rookie draft. He thinks Tyrell could be worth a shot in the late rounds. I just would look elsewhere, man. I don't think Goff is going to be good. And I know Tyrell's a wide receiver 1, so anytime you can pick up someone who's number 1 on their depth chart late in a draft, there's some value, but I don't know, man.
Ooh, good call, Morgan Smith. It's a reference to The Last Dance, could be implying it's their last year together. Not a bad not a bad call.
That's one way to read it.
Seymour says, no, this is real. Last season, they want to win one for the fans. I guess that's talking about the Packers. That's a good call there, Morgan. I think you're onto something there. Again, they're not the same situation, right? Like Adams is using Aaron Rodgers' upset mood to his advantage. Robert Woods, way to be. Way to be, Robbie.
Bobby Trees.
3 for 50. That's a good call, though. I think they're not the same situation, but Adams sees a messy situation at the quarterback position. He's like, why don't I start a fire?
He sees the writing on the wall.
Yep. Okay, I like that. I agree. I can get behind that take. Guru says they thought it was them sticking together as Batman and Robin. Right, but maybe for one more year. The other thing, though, that I thought first off was, does Aaron Rodgers think he's Michael Jordan of football? Come on.
Probably.
Come on.
We all know who the real answer to that is. It's the guy that's won more rings than Michael Jordan.
No Brady talk. No Brady talk.
I feel like Saturday at noon is our requisite Brady hour. Like, this is when you and I just talk about Brady once a week.
Oh, another nice catch and run. I think that's
Reynolds. Bucks play later today.
They do. So
could be wrong.
I haven't really taken a close look, and I only say that because typically when I go on and make the free rolls, I'm looking at the schedule, and the fact you texted me this morning at 3 a.m. saying, yeah, I already made them. I said, perfect. I don't have to go on.
Yeah, no Bucks. No Bucks. I was thinking about a different day.
Freak of nature, yep. There's a good energy in the sim. Sure
Great
is.
Energy.
Ooh, nice run here by Darryl.
Ooh, Queenie, I like that. MJ is the Brady of basketball.
The Bucks do play tonight, dude.
Oh, all right. I was looking at the schedule for, like, my games.
Oh, okay.
That's why okay. Never mind. I'll go take a lap.
Folks in the chat seem pretty interested in DeAndre Swift in fantasy next year.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to be a big part of their offense. Again, there's really no one else to give the ball to.
Right.
It's him and Hawkinson.
That's why. So this is what I don't get. So folks will make that case, right? Which is fine. So why can't the same be said for Alvin Kamara in New Orleans on top of the fact that Michael Thomas gets hurt? Yeah. So now Alvin Kamara, doesn't that help him in the sense that he's like their number one playmaker?
I kind of agree with you. Yeah.
Like, if anything, if we're going to give DeAndre Swift this attention, now, granted, the value's different, right? Like, you can get Swift in like a 5th or a 6th round. That's different from taking Alvin Kamara like 5th. So I guess that's the argument. Is the value the same? Not having Drew Brees, but Taysom Hill, Jameis. If it's Jameis, I don't think that helps Kamara. But they might have no choice but to run the ball more because of the Thomas injury.
Well, Taysom Hill doesn't like to throw the ball to Kamara or hand the ball off to Kamara. I mean, remember, we have a touchdown here from Brown. Ugh, hate that. Whenever Taysom Hill was the starter last season, him and Kamara didn't really click. Like, Kamara was bad in fantasy for a few weeks. So he better hope for Jameis if he wants to have a big season.
Chad is correcting me. They think Queenie says Swift's going to go in the 3rd, round 3, early 4. Okay,
yeah.
Okay, even better.
Either way, though, your point still stands. Kamara is a guy that gets talked about as a top 10 pick.
Yeah.
So a 3rd or 4th round grade, it's different than, like, you're saying, oh, well, the Swift argument can be made for Kamara. It's like, okay, well, the Swift argument, we're not saying he should be top 10. He should be looked at in the first few rounds.
Sure.
So I think your point still stands here.
Okay.
By the way, for those interested, USA just absolutely dominating Japan in women's water polo, 19-4 currently in Tokyo. A dominant performance for the US of A.
Where do you find the schedule for all of this? Like,
oh, I have no idea. I just put on NBC and let it play.
Gotcha. Okay, because I think there's like sister. What's the right way of saying it? Like sister
networks.
Right. So like CNBC.
Yeah, USA has stuff on and NBC Sports Network.
Gotcha. Cool. And CBS Sports, ironically, has a good breakdown, according to Andrew. Okay, good to know. Love it. Love the football conversation here. Morgan chimes in. What round do you think Michael Thomas goes in now with the injury? Good question.
It's tough to say. I mean, he didn't have a great year last year. He's coming off injury. He doesn't have a consistent quarterback yet. I mean, I'd avoid if possible.
Let's try this. Let's try this to experiment this question. Where would he rank of your top 10 wide receivers in fantasy? Is he... I feel like he's lost stock over the years because of the injury, right?
Yeah.
And the
quarterback situation is not good. So
I'm probably taking, off the top of my head, I'm taking Adams over him. I'm taking Tyreek Hill over him. I'm taking Hopkins probably.
Mm-hmm. I'm taking Mike Evans.
Steph Diggs, maybe?
Diggs for sure. Yep.
Evans, you take Evans over him. Okay.
Oh, for sure.
Well, there's a lot of sharing.
Ridley.
Who else? Julio, A.J. Brown? Either one of them?
Both those guys. Calvin Ridley.
Wow. So there's a lot. There's a lot of names.
Yeah.
So if that's the case...
Amari Cooper with Dak coming back.
Maybe, yeah. It's a lot. So you kind of add it all up, and maybe he goes 3rd, 4th round.
N'Keal Harry.
It took me a second to process that. I'm like, wait a minute, what?
What about Metcalf? You feel like Metcalf's going to have a big year?
That's a good call, too. Considering they are, I know the whole let Russ cook thing was the motto last year, but they changed the offensive coordinator. Might be a little more committed to running the football and kind of alleviating the pressure on Russell Wilson.
Some other names getting thrown out there. Keenan Allen, CeeDee Lamb, Justin Jefferson.
Yeah. So if we're naming all these names.
I think I'd take every name we've mentioned over Michael Thomas.
Wow.
I just don't trust the situation, man.
Sure. And keep in mind also the injury, based on some of the reporting yesterday, I think Rappaport was on this. He was one of a few reports. Thomas could be out till like October. So it's not like this is just a training camp thing and he'll be back week 1. You have to factor in the fact that he might not be available until October. So, trying to remember, did he fall in drafts last year? When did he get hurt last year?
No, I have to imagine that he was drafted pretty high last year because he was coming off that crazy season.
Yeah, exactly. But then when did he get hurt last year?
pretty early. He missed a lot of the season.
Okay.
And then he, when he was healthy, he missed a game because he got in a fight at practice.
Right. That's right. I remember that now. You just brought that back up. That was some weird stuff going on in New Orleans.
Mm-hmm. He might be a candidate to get moved next offseason.
Yeah.
Or midseason. Who knows?
Guru brings up Woods and Cup. Right. Stafford's going to elevate some fantasy value in those receivers.
No doubt. No doubt.
There are a lot of options at wide receiver. It also just highlights the point of, I think I was talking to Rossi about this, and I fall into this. So I'm a victim of this I'm about to bring up. When you're drafting in season long, got to get those 2 running backs. Got to prioritize running back. As juicy as it might be, early second round, and you see a Devontae Adams on the board or a Tyreek Hill. Not to say Hill's not a great pick. It's really, really hard to get 2 solid, reliable running backs. It's very top-heavy, in my opinion, for fantasy purposes. And now it's easier than ever to find receivers in a fantasy draft, right? The last 2 drafts have proven that. The last 2 rookie drafts. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I think that makes sense, right?
Load up on running backs early is what all these fantasy experts I work with at multiple jobs keep telling me. So, because they want to help me out because I came in last place in my fantasy league last year, and that's why I have to sit at a diner for 24 hours coming up this upcoming week.
That is awesome, and I'm really sorry that I can't make it.
Yeah, what the heck, man?
If I was around, I'd be in.
Yeah, so
when you text me.
Trying to get Glash to join me on my 24-hour stream coming up from the diner on Thursday, and dude decides to take a vacation when I have to sit at a diner for 24 hours. Yeah, disappointing. No, it's good though. We got a lot of cool people on the books to join me. Mike Golick Jr. is going to join. Adam Amin's going to join. Bob Sosi's going to join. Who else? Pretty much, a bunch of DK people are going to join me.
That's awesome, dude. You have a whole guest list all lined up, not just
it's been spending the last 2 days just texting so many people. Zach Gelb from CBS Radio is going to join me. Freddie Coleman from ESPN Radio is going to join me. Jason Fitz from ESPN Radio is going to join me.
Going to get Felger on?
I've been wondering if I should hit up the Sports Hub people. I didn't even. My thought was Felger's just going to say no, so there's no point in asking.
Quick Felger story for you. And real quick, remind people how they can watch this.
This will be on the Vegas Insider YouTube channel starting Thursday night at 7 o'clock Eastern. It'll run till Friday at 7 o'clock Eastern. 24 straight hours at the diner. And obviously Morton Anderson's going to join me a bunch of times.
Right. And you'll have so you're going to run this basically through Zoom and then have guests come in and out?
Essentially, yeah. It's a fancy Zoom. It's called StreamYard. Okay.
Good deal.
So
quick Felger story for you. Yesterday, up here in Maine, I'm working. So I was scheduled to work Monday 2 to 7 drive time at 98.5 with Big Jim Murray and Matt McCarthy.
Nice.
It would have been my
solid crew.
It would have been my first time on the Felger and Maz program since Christmas Eve of 2019. So I've never been on at a great spot. And I'm like, ooh, Red Sox, Yankees, Patriots training camp, awesome shift.
Yeah.
Jim Louth sends me a text. Hey, quick question. Felger wants to move his vacation days around. As we go down, this is
Henderson.
So I'll wrap it up. Felger wants to move his vacation days around. Any chance you could work next Friday, July 30th, 7 to midnight? I go, well, I'm going to be up in the mountains. I won't be able to do that. He's like, well, I'm sorry to do this, but I have to take you off the schedule. So Felger ruined it for me.
Wow.
I worship him, but he made me cry a little bit yesterday. I was sad.
That's brutal, man.
Yeah.
That's the biz, though. If you take a vacation, miss out on these opportunities.
when you make, I was just really excited to be on that afternoon show. Number one, in my opinion, the number one drive time sports radio show in the country.
I agree.
I was going to be on it, and now I'm not. And the guy who runs it, or is a big part of it, ruined it for me. So how can I really be that mad at him? He also makes
that guy stinks.
He makes a lot of money. He does. He has the power.
He's the reason why that show is awesome.
Oh, the sun is shining. This is great. Not
missing
great for
out on
Baltimore.
Felger and Maz, missing out on joining me on the stream.
I know.
Missing out on so many opportunities.
I saw. Let's inform the people of what we got coming up today. You're on for the first 4 on the Dream Stream as the Rams kick it off. Let's see if Baltimore's got a bit of a pulse. So you'll be here with me again for Falcons Saints at 2 Eastern. So we're here for the first 2 of the day. At 4 p.m. and 6 p.m., Geoff Ulrich will take over for me, and you'll be with Jeff Moose for Vikings Panthers and Titans Jags. And then tonight's night crew at 8 and 10 Eastern. Bucks at the football team, and then the Patriots at the Texans with Adam Kaufman and Matt Lamarca. There you go.
Trying to get Lamarca on the books. Didn't DM me back.
That happens sometimes with him.
Might have to send him a nudge through the DMs.
I really am
today.
bummed. Well, and as we discussed, I don't want to take the chance booking it
exactly.
and then not having service.
Right. I would hate that. I'd actually resent you if you did that.
Yeah, I'd ruin the flow of your show.
100%.
Awkward, like especially if it's just 2 of us, right? Because if Mort was on with you the whole time, at least you have another voice to have. But if you how long are these people coming on for?
I'm booking half-hour slots.
Wow.
But there's some people that I'm planning on them staying longer with me. Like I'm telling them a half hour, but I know we're gonna go more than that. You know?
Gotcha. That is so cool. That is awesome.
Yeah, it's gonna be cool. I'm excited. It should be interesting.
I'm honored that I even made the cut to get invited.
Well, my thought was, I'm on all these Zooms with the DraftKings people all the time, every day.
Yep. For
almost the past year. So I'm like, first of all, they're going to be easy to book. But I know I have on-air chemistry with these people. So it's good. I'm going to have Koff on at 2 a.m. Eastern.
Good.
So that'll be good.
Bury him in the wee hours of the morning.
Exactly. I figured he's awake anyways, so that's a good time to have him.
Yeah, he'll be up like binge watching Dave or Fast and Furious 4 or something. He'll be up.
Right.
Andrew says he'll definitely go over his 30 minutes. I mean, in this case, though, that's kind of a good thing, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good... Exactly. At that time of night, it's harder to get people.
For sure. Hey, DK Sim fam, if you don't mind, hit that like for us. We'd greatly appreciate it. Up over 50 at this stage. Lamar misses his target. Has not been his day. 6 for 8. 3rd and 8 now coming up. Dave is a good show, Joe, for this.
I haven't seen it yet. I heard it's very good. I'm in 8th, by the way.
You're in 8th place? Nice job.
And that's with Lamar doing nothing.
I am in 17th. And I played the Ravens defense. Here we go, Lamar.
On Lamar.
Okay, JK.
Like that. Oh, nice move.
On the subject of running backs in fantasy, with no more Mark Ingram there, they still have Gus Edwards. I'm curious what folks think of J.K. Dobbins. If you care to weigh in, please.
I like J.K. Dobbins as a player. I don't know fantasy-wise if he's like a top-end guy, but I think he's a good football player. Like real-life football, I'd want him on my team.
What round did he go in? He was a mid-round pick, right? Or maybe 2nd, 3rd round?
I think he was a mid-round pick. Let's see.
Let me check that out.
He definitely wasn't a first-rounder.
Okay. Isn't it great, though? Like, we're a month away from doing drafts.
Oh, so excited.
Typically, I wait right till about Labor Day. Because it's unfortunate that we have to bring this up, but the Cam Akers news, that's not the only one. Like, it's going to happen to somebody else.
That's how it works. He was a 2nd-round guy, by the way. Dobbins.
Say it one more time.
Second round guy.
Second round pick in 2020. Okay. Jake says J.K. will be nice this year. Ravens are big on him, and now Ingram is gone.
Yeah, I think he is a legit player. As I've said, I definitely think there's a list of guys I'd take ahead of him. But I do think he's a good player. So, and he is going to be their first guy. They're running back one. Worthy of a selection at some point.
I guess this says Tyga. Tyga, running back should be spammed in the first 3 rounds. So true.
Yeah.
Again, I know I'm repeating myself, but you know why I keep repeating myself? Because I'm reminding myself not to fall into this trap.
Yeah.
Like, as tempting as it is to grab big name receivers up top, you're going to get receivers. You're going to get great receivers in late in drafts. It's a passing league now. The only place I would suggest not to get receivers is New England.
Yeah, don't just avoid that at all costs.
And Detroit. Who else? There's maybe the Jets.
Draft that lacrosse player up in Detroit. See
Yeah.
if that works out for you.
Looking at stats here, Henderson and Brown, the 2 running backs for the Rams, have touchdowns at this stage. The running games have been brutal. They're not doing all that much yardage-wise.
I mean, look at Lamar is not on the rushing leaderboard here. None. Zero attempts. 0 attempts.
That doesn't make any sense.
It's wild.
Hey, Andrew, how is the brightness on my camera? Can I adjust it any better, or is this fine? I've started to figure out the sun starts to pop out about midway through the noon sim.
Yeah, that's how the sun typically works, Clash. It's when the sun comes out.
I want to give you the bird, but that's not allowed.
I'm starting to realize that about high noon is when the sun is at its highest point.
Such a stupid thing I just said. You're so right.
Yeah, that's how it works.
Oh, some of the things we say, man. Some of the things I say. I won't speak for you.
I say dumb things.
As you know, you've worked in radio. We've talked about this. You go back and you go, wow, I really said that, huh?
You talk for enough hours, you're going to say dumb things. That's how it works.
Yeah, I've started to figure out at 12:30, midway through the noon sim, that the sun starts to pop out. You idiot. Pretty bright, Drew says.
Oh, man. I think it looks fine. What are you going to do?
How's that? Better?
Worse.
I mean, is it worse?
I don't know. I'm not an expert.
What the hell? I'm trying to... Pretty bright. Okay, I'll fix it. How's that?
I'm impressed at how good your Wi-Fi is outside.
Well, I'm right next to this trailer. That's nice, says Andrew. Maybe he's talking about my location as opposed to the brightness.
Or maybe the Wi-Fi.
Yeah, I only need 2 outlets. I need an outlet for my monitor and an outlet for the computer to charge it.
There you go.
So, yeah, it's fun. It's fun being out here. Yesterday, when I did the noon sim, I had to bring it in for 2 because we got a thunderstorm.
Ah, that would be unfortunate.
I got the fire pit back here last year, so you weren't with us yet at DraftKings. I actually got a fire going during the stream.
Nice. I like that.
Sarah's grandmother's here. I don't want to start that. She'll be looking at me like, what are you doing?
Yes.
I don't want to scare her.
She'll be very confused.
Imagine if you were in my spot and Grammy was here. You wouldn't want to alarm Grammy, right?
Grammy's watching. What's up, Graham?
Last year, when it was just Sarah and I had the fire going up to here.
That's awesome. Was it hot? Too hot for a sim? I like to do my sims around 68, 69 degrees. That's my sim temp.
See the fire pit?
Yeah.
June is updating scores, everybody, so thank you for your patience.
What's up, June?
Get Terrell in here, Andrew, Freeze Pops, and Glass. Yeah, so nice little day for a sim.
Pretty good.
Pretty good.
Pretty good.
It's halftime, right? How are we doing in the contest? Where are you at?
Oh, let's see. Go check out that.
Might be the first time you've never said that's a good question.
It's 8th place for me still. So It was a good question. What about you?
25th. Thought you never asked.
Thought you were
Ravens
say
D
it.
with 1 point. Reynolds in my captain spot. How am I so high up? How is that possible?
I don't know.
I didn't even play the running backs. How am I in 25th?
I don't know how I'm in 8th with Lamar Jackson doing nothing.
I mean, the stats are still being updated, so.
But still. Cristobal asking if my grandma makes lineups. No. My grandma just clicks on the link that I send her, and she lets it play.
Kevin Porter says, tough to tell your caterpillars from your sunglasses. Watch it.
Wow.
Killa says, you look like a New Kids on the Block sticker. Is that a compliment? They look like New Kids on the Block?
A New Kids on the Block sticker, you said?
Yeah.
Huh.
I don't really get it, but I'll take
Did
it
they
and
have
run with it.
stickers with faces on them back in the day? New Kids on the Block had a bunch of hits. Chinese food makes me sick.
Keep going, please.
It's good summer music. Those are really the only lines that I remember from that song. But every time I hear New Kids on the Block, I think about that.
Oh,
New
here we
Kids
go.
on the Block.
Here we go.
Oh, nice.
Hollywood!
Zigzagging.
Hollywood!
Did he get in? Yes!
Oh, they gave it to him.
Yes!
Yeah! Sorry, Graham. Touchdown.
Hollywood.
Hollywood. New Kids on the Block. We scoring
bunch of
touchdowns
hits.
in L.A.
Wow, big throw by Lamar.
Play. Big play. 74 yards.
Nice little stutter step. Getting in there.
There's 3 guys chasing him down.
Yeah, Hollywood's fast, man.
Freak of nature. Big trust. Woo woo.
Woo woo.
I should have brought that shirt knowing I was doing a Ravens game. CJ71, Glash is pretty bright. Oh, Glasheen, with your nose so bright, won't you guide this sim tonight? Then the chat started yelling at him because he did the buzzword. I got nothing. He was getting jiggy with it, says Queenie. Yeah. Hollywood.
Na.
Tell you what, last year, was it last year or the year before? Speaking of Hollywood Brown, he broke my heart with how he played in fantasy. He was really bad.
Yeah. Not
That
great.
was last year.
He was supposed to be a lot better than he was.
Yeah.
Everyone's like, oh, that talent, that speed. Ravens don't really have a lot of good receivers. Primed to have a big year, and it just didn't happen.
Hollywood Brown with the touchdown just a moment ago to put the Ravens on the board.
K Sizzle asking who has the greatest nickname in NFL history. Well, you should go back and check that out on the Great Dane Nation podcast. We did an episode a few weeks ago, top 7 greatest nicknames in NFL history. Check it out, Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Number 1 on that list was the Galloping Ghost, Red Grange. Fantastic nickname. Iconic player.
Hollywood Brown, $7,000 to roster. And the chat also mentioning this, Jalen Ramsey probably covering him. In that case, he was. Not well, but was. Hollywood Brown in our free roll was only 14% owned. He's really a wide-out one that folks give no attention to, which is probably fair. It is fair. Leading lineup in the $100 free contest, Skip. Hey, Skip Packins, Skip.
Hey!
Hey, you're dead. Skip is in second. Dark Star 8 is in first. Dark Star 8 has Reynolds in the captain, Jackson, Woods, Cup, and both Browns. Malcolm and Hollywood. DK Simfam, 300 of you watching on YouTube. Thank you for being here. We are only 30 likes from 100, the century mark. Can you get us there? I think you can. Is that Henderson making the catch? Sure was.
Big tries.
Woo woo. So, you're doing 4 sims today. You've been doing this quite a bit. Like, you do these weekend shifts. Is that, and you don't have to answer, I'm just genuinely curious. Do you have, like, no summer plans this year? Are you just, like, loading up on the hours because you're like, let's go, I gotta pay for crap, so.
That's exactly it.
Okay.
Got things coming up, Glash. Got rings to pay for. Got moves to make.
Would Morgan accept a Tampa Bay Buccaneer ring? That thing is sweet.
I think she would, given the amount of diamonds, but she was given her engagement ring, obviously, when we got engaged, and we actually just recently picked up the wedding band that she got to design, because I'm the best fiance ever. So we're now in the midst of paying for that.
Understand.
We got a big fall, though. We got 5 weddings in 7 weeks, and then we got another wedding in December. So we got 6 weddings in the second half of the year. So going to be plenty busy. So got to work, man. Got to get this dough. Got to get this bread.
Kevin Porter says, it's nice to see and hear a sim with a couple of relaxed and fun guys, unlike listening to Ducey, who is all business and irritating.
Ducey will be joining me on my 24-hour stream. He's going to be a morning guy for me. So,
what time? First thing?
I figure a hot cup of Ducey in the morning is going to wake me right up.
I tend to believe that he's pretty relaxed in the morning, and then once you get him at like 6 o'clock at night, he gets, he's had a long day of just takes boiling in his brain. He would thrive in night radio, Kenny Ducey.
Tara Lynn asking where we can listen to this stream. It's going to be on the Vegas Insider YouTube channel.
Oh, Tara Lynn.
I'll make sure to tweet out the link. Yeah, I know. I wasn't going to call her. Tara Lynn, I might actually be asking you to join me as a guest at some point on this stream. Still kind of working out the time slots. But I need more females in the mix on this stream. I'm currently at 0.
I'm just honored that Kevin Porter called me relaxing.
Yeah, we're just hanging around, shooting the breeze. You're outside, so breeze. Tara Lynn saying she's pissed I asked Ducey before her.
Tara Lynn will always find something wrong
Tara.
with what you did.
I'm sorry. You can rip me for that on the stream. That'd actually be kind of funny.
Here we go. Jared! There you go.
And honestly, I asked, it's funny, I asked Ducey after seeing something he tweeted that made me upset. And I don't remember what it was, but he tweeted something and I was like, oh, that's just stupid. And I was like, you know what? I should ask him to be on the stream.
Was it a sports take?
Yeah, something sports related. I forget what it was.
Ducey's been kind of quiet the last couple of days because the Red Sox keep destroying the Yankees. It's great.
It's awesome. Yankees stink.
I now kind of hate watch the Yankees only for Kenny. It was great. We went to the game, so that was a week ago.
Oh, yeah, so you hung out with Ducey in real life.
Yeah, met his dog, met his girlfriend.
So you went to his place?
Went to his place, yeah. We went out. So we went to the game, and then we went back to his place so we could change out of his Yankees underwear. No, he had a DJ LeMahieu shirt on.
Good for him.
He changed, and then met the dog, and then we went out across the street for Sprites.
Nice.
Yeah. So, Kenny, though, you should have heard him in like the 7th or 8th inning. He's like, everyone undervalues Greg Allen. He's a great player the Yankees acquired. A Greg Allen, man, and no one gives him the respect that I do. Greg Allen. I'm like, dude, all right, I get it. Like,
he was doing a Harry Carey impression for you out in the outfield of the Yankee Stadium.
Oh, dude, Greg Allen.
Hi, everybody, it's Harry Carey.
And I'm like nodding my head, agreeing with him. Like I'm like listening. I wasn't being,
look, I don't even know who that is, bro. Just shut up.
right, but like I wasn't saying like you're wrong. I was nodding my head, listening to him, as if I didn't believe him. So then you know what he does? You know how when you go on Twitter, if you go in the search bar on Twitter and you search your username, you got a field goal for Smallman, and then you search you can search a word and it will bring up old tweets. He put Kenny Ducey and then Greg Allen, and he went back. He had like 25 tweets about Greg Allen.
Oh my God,
dude! I believe you. I believe you. I swear. Go Greg Allen.
What do you think of the new Yankee Stadium? I actually don't mind it. I've never seen a baseball game there. I went there for a soccer game for NYCFC, and I thought it was a cool stadium. And I know, the new stadiums, they don't have personality, and they should have never tore down old Yankee Stadium, blah, blah, blah. I went to the old Yankee Stadium. It stunk. That place was a dump.
So I never went to the old one. Last Friday was my first ever Red Sox-Yankees game.
Oh, wow.
Well, as a kid, you know the deal.
Those are the expensive tickets, yeah.
You can never go because when you're 10, 11... Hey, we there?
Hi, I'm back.
That was weird.
Did we both freeze at the same time? Was it
I think
me?
so. We both freeze popped.
What?
I was still talking. You froze. I don't know. That was weird. We're here.
Hi.
It wasn't an internet thing because Zoom quit on its own and reopened. That was
bizarre.
I
I could have swore that your Wi-Fi dropped because you're outside. I was like, his Wi-Fi must have dropped. But then the game paused for me, and I was like, oh, wait, did my Wi-Fi drop? And then I was about to log in on the Zoom on my phone, but now here we are. We're back. All right. Love a good tech issue at 12:51 p.m. Eastern. The birds are chirping. It is a beautiful day in parts unknown for Brendan Glasheen.
Sure is. Is there some news out now about Hold on, give me a second. I feel like there might be something going on here.
For what? Who? Tell me.
I don't want to give it away.
What?
I don't want to give it away. Is there some news on Stephon Gilmore right now? Or am I making that up?
Let's take a look at the old Twitter machine.
Sorry, everybody. Sarah says you should have Graham call a play. I don't want Graham to trip down the stairs. I think she's sleeping. No, she's not. We're here. We dropped out for a second. Am I nuts? Or am I seeing something on Gilmore?
I'm not seeing anything.
Okay. Nothing on Rodgers.
Spelling his name wrong.
All right, that's the end of the third. End of the third. It's been all Rams. Ravens are still very much in this sim, though. I'm in 20th place. How is that possible?
Let's see.
How is that possible?
Nothing for Steph Gilmore on my end. I'm in 17th. Also don't know how that's possible.
I don't really get it. I don't have either player. Well, I guess the ownership of the running backs is really low.
That helps.
Right? $2,800 for Malcolm Brown, 14% owned. I feel like that's low for a cheap value play. Maybe it's because my lineup's a little more balanced with Reynolds and the captain. So you see the sun? See how much now the sun's over here? It's great.
Yeah, the sun moves, Glash. That's how it works.
Walked right into that one.
Throughout the day, the sun moves different parts. So
yeah. Mm-hmm.
Earth rotates around it and rotates at the same time. It's a whole thing. There's seasons. Sometimes a year the sun is out for longer.
Mm-hmm. You know what? Now that I think about it, it makes sense.
Yeah.
I wish so. When I have my glasses on like this fully, I can't see anything. So I have to do this.
That's how you have to read the stats.
Yeah.
Wood's having a nice game. He's in B-word territory.
Oh, I see. Never mind. My buddy texted a little group chat. He's texted Stephon Gilmore with the eyes emoji. And all he did was he called Gasper Murray this morning and said he had to take on it.
Oh, okay. Cool.
It wasn't like it was no news.
Your buddy just was happy that he called into a radio show.
Yeah, that's all it was.
Nice. I love massholes.
So great. It's so true. You get
hey,
that
dude, did you hear me on Gasper and Murray this morning?
Maybe,
I laid into Gasper.
Maybe like FAN in New York. Maybe you get that. Yeah. Maybe Philly too. But that's it. With all due respect to all of you.
It really just isn't.
Michael Johnson says, BG, Patriots. What about him, Michael? Michael thinks I'm a Cam hater. I remember this guy, Michael Johnson.
You are, though. No, you're a Cam realist, I'll say.
I want it to work. I really do.
Yeah. It's not gonna, though.
I'm not hopeful.
By the way, I am now watching Women's Crew. I don't really know how you watch Crew. Like, how, I need a full wide shot of, like, the whole thing. Like, they're just doing close-ups on the boats right now. I don't know.
Are you enjoying it?
Water polo is better for me as a background sport. Maybe I need the commentary to fully appreciate this Crew broadcast. I mean, they look like they're exerting themselves.
Trent says, looking at Glash's shirt made me put on my own sunglasses. I'm an influencer, I guess, for today.
That's how it works. Send this guy some money.
We're almost at 100 likes. You guys are great. Thank you for being here on a Saturday afternoon. You always make time for us. We greatly appreciate it. Here is Taka from 57.
Woo!
What are you doing? Down 13. Just go for it.
That would have been a big, big field goal.
Big time. Big time. Yeah, so just to wrap up the last thing we were talking about before we cut out. Ducey and I had a good time at the ball game. He's a nice guy.
Did you guys eat popcorn? Cracker Jacks? Hot dogs? What was on the menu?
We had, I will say this. Yankee Stadium. Oh, that's what it was. We were talking about how we liked Yankee Stadium. And the rivalry and whatnot.
I actually don't mind the new Yankee Stadium.
I think I remember you saying that. A lot of folks I talk to, even my friends in New York, they aren't big fans of it. They'd rather go to Citi.
Yeah, I don't get it. I think it's actually a pretty nice stadium.
I think they're both great. And I've been to Yankee Stadium a couple times, but not for a baseball game. I've actually been the first 2 times I went to Yankee Stadium was for football games.
Oh, what, like bowl games?
Bowl games. I went to the Pinstripe Bowl for Syracuse, West Virginia, when West Virginia had Geno Smith.
Nice.
I was covering it for school. And then I actually covered a game at Yankee Stadium for Holy Cross when I was doing radio for the football team.
Oh, nice.
They were playing Fordham. So I thought that was interesting. I'm like, I've actually never been to Yankee Stadium. So all the time I'm thinking like, wait a minute. I've never been to Yankee Stadium. I'm like, wait, yes I have. I haven't gone for a baseball game. I liked it. I think it's pretty cool. It really is like a museum. And I think that's why folks were upset that they got rid of the old one. Like Fenway Park, knowing how the casual baseball fan is now, folks are like, oh, they got to, at least locals here in Boston. They're like, oh, they got to patch it up. They got to work on Fenway. It's not happening. Like, Fenway Park is staying right where it is because of the tourist.
Yeah, no, that thing's not going anywhere.
Nope. They can milk that.
It's a tourist attraction. The Red Sox can be in last place and they still fill those seats.
Exactly. Folks that will come in for the summer and visit from surrounding New England states, and folks that just come, and when their team's on the road, that gives them a reason to do a road trip.
Like, I always wanted to go to Fenway. It's on the bucket list.
You know what I heard? This will interest our team, our production team. Did you hear they're going to build I guess it would be a studio. They're going to build like a platform in center field for NESN.
Oh, cool. It's a good idea.
Is that Reynolds? Let's go. Captain Reynolds.
In my lineup. In your lineup as captain. Yeah, Fenway and Wrigley. Neither one of those things going anywhere. And they just redid a lot of Wrigley.
Yeah, that too. I've never been to Wrigley.
First time playing Fortnite, just said they just landed in Boston. Glad to see it.
First time playing Fortnite, you're in Boston?
Apparently, according to Twitch.
What are you doing? Fortnite competition? First time?
Good one.
They're going for two, and they got it. Woods. Let's go. Larizi, 210 has Reynolds. Is it bad for your computer to be exposed to the sun? Probably, right?
If it's like 1,000,000 degrees outside.
Yeah, it's not 1,000,000 out. Let me check the temp right now. It is 70. But the sun's hot here in Maine. Well, I guess I gave away the parts unknown. I'm in Maine.
Inmates uprising saying commentators, the old stadium, y'all wouldn't understand. I went to the old stadium. I was young, but I went. Really, really not impressive. It honestly felt unsafe in the top section that we were in. Like, if you tripped, or if you had maybe a few too many Diet Cokes and you fell, you were not surviving. There's some steep seats.
Michael Johnson says, yep, you are a Cam Newton hater. It's not true. Grateful for what he's been as a leader here. I just don't think it's going to work. That's not hating, like we've talked about here on these streams. There's a difference between having a take and an opinion than hating someone.
Steven Leibowitz saying Wrigley is a better place to see a game than Fenway. I love Fenway, but the seating is just god-awful.
Wow.
So I went to Wrigley once. I purchased, like, the cheapest seat I could get. I literally couldn't see the field. And I know that there are some seats like that at Fenway. So I would call it a wash. Because you can get pretty bad seats at both parks.
Jake Williams, no, I didn't hate him in Carolina. He was great. Great player. It's a little different now.
In his prime, he was awesome.
I did just say 5 minutes ago that the sun is hot. Did I actually say that?
Yep. I was going to let it slide.
Okay, so Michael Johnson wants to go back and forth. Michael, we're just going to keep repeating ourselves here. It's not going to work because he can't throw anymore. Physically, I think he's done.
He threw 8 touchdowns last year.
But don't forget, he ran 12 in freeze pops for my fantasy team.
No quarterback that has started as many games as Cam did last year or thrown as many balls as he did last year has ever thrown for less touchdowns in the modern era of football.
And the other thing, too, after the COVID thing, which, again, I don't minimize, I don't mean to make light of it. Not easy, I'm sure. He got worse, though. He got worse. He started every game. He got benched in games. It didn't go well. And that's okay.
I was all in when they made the signing.
So was I. Low risk, high reward. Turns out that I thought the low risk was. I should have said high risk, high reward because he stunk, and I think he cost us some games.
And must be is very much behind Cam and the Patriots this year. So must be. Here's exactly what's wrong with your statement. It becomes hating when you ignore the things that he brings to a team. Well, hold on a second. I thought all of you have been telling me all offseason that they had to get him help. So he's not bringing anything. If anything, you're all admitting that he needs to be a sidecar. He needs tight ends. He needs receivers. He needs running backs. Wait a minute. So that means you're all admitting that Cam can't elevate others anymore, which is what he did in Carolina, and he was very good at it. He got them to a Super Bowl. That was his show. Now you're all telling me that he needs all the help in the world to be, hopefully, to even have a chance to be competent at the position. And I'm a Patriots fan. I hope it works. I saw enough last year. I watch all the games. It didn't go well. It's okay. And I know their supporting cast wasn't great last year. But what did Cam Newton do to elevate that football team? Nothing. And here's another thing. Here's the other thing, everybody. I have to remind all of you this again. He was sitting at home last June. So a month ago now, last year, Cam Newton was unsigned. No one wanted him. What does that tell you? The Patriots said, Bill Belichick said, let's take the cheapest guy on the market and bring him in. The Patriots gave him a shot, and it didn't work. They let the greatest quarterback of all time go, which that's a whole other discussion. But as a fan of the team, rip the Band-Aid off, move on from the old veteran because it didn't go well, and start the kid. And let's see what you got in the kid. I want to start the next wave. Just like the same people here that want to see Justin Fields over Andy Dalton. If you're a Bears fan, what good does it do to watch Andy Dalton for 4 weeks? Nothing. You want to see the kid in San Francisco. If you are over the situation, there's Willie Snead, touchdown for Baltimore. If you're over Jimmy Garoppolo and you're a Niners fan and you want to see Trey Lance, go to the kid. It really has more to do with Belichick than Cam Newton, actually. Sorry, I'm done. I just can't help it. It's not hating on the player. It's over. I think it's over.
CJ71 says a lobster equals a very large crawdad. No, lobster's better than crawfish. Come on. Come on. I love crawfish, though.
Michael Johnson, I hope that answers your question. And that's the beauty of sports, people. Cam's probably going to win the job because, as Must Be always says, Belichick loves Cam. He does. He does. That's fine. He can love him, but he cannot be good. Both things can be true. Cam's probably going to win the job. And if he does not get off to a good start, meaning the team, if the team, see, here's what I fear, Freeze Pops. The team's record's going to be good because they actually have a pretty reasonable schedule to open the season outside of that Tampa game week 4. If they get off to a good start and Cam doesn't even play that well, he's going to remain the starter. I don't think Bill would move on to the kid.
I agree with you. But I actually think that Cam's going to have to play well to win games here. Okay. I don't think that the supporting cast is so good now after that season, the offseason of signing guys, that it's going to carry a bad quarterback.
Right. Exactly.
2 good tight ends, some mediocre receivers who are better than who we had last year. I guess the running backs are coming back healthy, you'd hope. I do like our running backs. I don't know. I don't feel great about it, dude. I really don't.
Congo Cab. Cam was New England's option because the Patriots... Congo Cab makes a good point. The Patriots decided to wait till the last minute. They decided to wait. Hello. Someone's here. Neighbor's here. They want to listen to my Cam Newton.
Hey, neighbor.
What was I saying? Yes, but that's the Patriots' fault. That's my point. That's why it's more about the Patriots waiting. They were waiting for someone to fall to them, and they weren't proactive about the quarterback position. They just said, we'll take the cheapest guy here, Cam Newton, bring him in. Belichick It didn't go well. He thought he could bring in the cheapest guy, the only guy left, and win. It didn't. It blew up in his face.
Well, I also think that Belichick saw Cam Newton. He saw the value and looked back on his 20 years of dominance and said, I've signed guys like this at that type of value for years, and it's worked out for me. And when it doesn't, he cuts bait.
Yep.
So
he gets credit for that all the time.
So I think that's the mindset he had going into that. For whatever reason, he didn't cut bait with Cam. I think it's because the quarterback position is a little bit harder.
Yep.
You can't just cut your starter in the middle of the season. And it's not like his backup options were all that great. So,
and here's the other thing.
Wrote it out with Cam.
Another point on the weapons. I'll admit, you'll admit too. When the Patriots spend almost $200 million on free agents, something they never do. So that was a reflection of how last year went. Ravens are down by 14, 1:15 to go, no timeout. So this sim is just about over. The last thing I'll say is this. As a fan, we got very excited. Hunter Henry, Jonnu Smith, Nelson Aguilar, Kendrick Bourne, all these signings, juice. Let's go. We're putting the cast around. They're spending money. Bill's mad that Tom won the Super Bowl. Let's just, I've even had to do this. Wait a minute. These guys are good players.
Let's level set.
Are they that good? The tight ends are good, but are they that good?
Right.
And I only bring that up because of health. Hunter Henry, when he's in, he's a pretty good player, but there's no guarantee he's going to stay healthy with his track record. Jonnu Smith had a hamstring pull in minicamp. What does that tell you? And Kendrick Bourne, nice player in San Francisco. Aguilar, they're paying Aguilar like a number two receiver, like a really good number two receiver.
Really paid him like he was worth, bringing in. I don't know.
So let me ask this, everybody. So if it doesn't go well, wait a minute. I thought Cam got all the help. I thought they got the weapons for him now. So if it doesn't go well, whose fault is it? You want to blame Belichick? I'm in. But the quarterback at some point is going to be the one to be blamed. That's how that league works.
The guy that won 6 Super Bowls and helped build these rosters for years and years and years is not going to be the fall guy.
Nope.
It's going to be the quarterback that they got on the team-friendly deal.
Correct. And the coach, to give Bill credit, look, the Patriots were the only team to give Cam a shot. Do people forget that? The Patriots gave Cam a chance last year, and he didn't elevate the team. He didn't. So you can't tell me how good he is if he doesn't elevate the team, even if the weapons weren't that good. So now what's going to happen this year? Well, Hunter Henry was hurt, Glash, for 5 games. I'm just making something up. Well, wait a minute. I thought Cam was good enough to elevate everybody. Just my thought. I don't know. It's good. It's a good back and forth. That's why I can't wait for the games to start, so we actually just see it happen.
Seriously.
But that's why we gotta fill a stream, right? We gotta fill 12 hours a day, and we gotta get another month through, and then we'll watch it happen, and we'll see how it goes, and then we'll find out who was right, who was wrong, and then you can all rub it in my face, and then we can come on here and rub it in your face, just like in January when it was all about Tampa, and you all failed to acknowledge that.
Tampa.
Yeah. Okay, so that's all. It was a good time, good sim. I enjoyed it.
Me too.
Okay,
where'd you finish in the contest?
I finished 60th. So I really fell apart.
45th, so that makes sense. I'm not surprised. I kind of want to give it to Lamar Jackson, the Babysitter Billy Award, just because you expect more out of him. I want to see the rest of the stats before I officially give him that award. But, man, when you don't have Lamar Jackson doing anything close to what he's supposed to do on the rushing game, that's disappointing. 4 carries for 20 yards. Not inspiring. So that's kind of where I'm leaning. I don't know what you think, Glass.
I'm in. That's cool.
Okay. So I'm going to give him the Babysitter Billy. The wooden nickel, I'm going to give it to one of these receivers. I think I'm going to go with Robert Woods. Him or Reynolds. You know what? I'm going to flip the coin. The free ice cream goes to Woods. The lion head goes to Reynolds.
Okay, flip it.
Woods.
Good for him. Okay, good stuff. June is making the final updates to the scoring, so keep an eye on the Game Center. Those positions that you're currently in might change. We are back at 2 o'clock for Falcons at the Saints.
I am making an addendum.
Okay.
It's Hollywood Brown. I completely just missed it on the stat sheet. Hit the bonus.
Yeah, his ownership stinks, though. It's fine, dude.
Hit the bonus.
We're
going Hollywood. He had the big score. Hollywood. Thank you, Ashley Edwards, for pointing that out. But you know what? You didn't need to call me a fool.
Yeah, it's okay. You've been called worse.
Oh, definitely.
Thank you, producer Tara Lynn, Andrew as well. This whole crew is back at 2. In the meantime, let's hear from Ross Tucker and what he has to say on the DraftKings Dream Stream.
It's the Ross Tucker Football Podcast.
Oh, yeah, it is. But it's not just any Ross Tucker Football Podcast. It's a Finish Strong Friday presented by DraftKings. Love me some DraftKings. Love me some Greg Cosell. Greg Cosell finally opening up the back door, so to speak, and pulling back the curtain and letting all of you, yes, including you, know exactly how he goes about his film watching. Cannot wait to talk to Professor Cosell momentarily. However, this is very important. This is the last show of the week. You can check out the Fantasy Feast, Even Money, College Draft. We had Jeremy Chin and Kyle Juszczyk on the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. But this is a Finish Strong Friday, and this is a Winners Friday.
I want winners. I want people that want to win.
So do I, Mike Singletary. I want people like Evan Lasik. Evan gave us a like on Instagram. Thank you, Evan. Hit me up, Ross at rosstucker.com. Let me know what you want, man. I got what you need, bro. I got a signed picture, a signed press pass, a signed card. All you got to do is email me, Ross at rosstucker.com. Let me know what you want. I got it. The sponsor confirmation email winner, David King. He took advantage of the Manscaped offer way back in the day. Yeah, I keep track. I have a whole folder of sponsor confirmation email contestants like David King. Boom. Speaking of contestants, we will have new best ball contestants for the Fantasy Feast. DraftKings best ball starting next week. So start to get your entries in now. And then we've got the YouTube shout out, youtube.com/Ross Tucker NFL. That shout out goes to Kirk Smith. Kirk, thank you for number 1, subscribing. And number 2, going ahead and commenting over at youtube.com/Ross Tucker NFL. The patron shout out, patreon.com/RT Media. Jason Pierce. Love Jason Pierce. Love our patrons and love Greg Cosell. It's Big Show time.
The Big Show.
All right, Greg, I've been looking forward to this one. So over the last 8 weeks, we got your preview, thoughts, breakdown, whatever you want to call it, of every single division in the NFL. Highly encourage everybody to check those out. They're always available on whatever podcast platform you use. You can also always check them out visually over at youtube.com/Ross Tucker NFL. But it occurred to me, Greg, and we should probably do this every year. We don't really talk about your process. Like, the listeners love you. We get tremendous feedback, you know, whether it's the YouTube comments or emails, or even when I meet people at the Jersey Shore. I love Greg Cosell days. I love whatever, right? It's awesome. They love listening to you, the professor of professional football. But we don't really talk about your process. So in my mind, and correct me if I'm wrong, there's sort of two different things. There's breaking down a player, such as a college player
Right.
or a quarterback or whatever it is. And then there's breaking down teams, schemes, and really what you do on the NFL matchup show, which is looking at one team and schemes, another team and schemes, and then thinking about how those may work together, come together for a game. So I was kind of hoping you could, peel back the curtain a little bit today and give our listeners and viewers a little snippet of sort of what your process is when you are going to go ahead and evaluate one way or the other. So we can start with the college players and get that out of the way, because that's, not something we're doing as much this time of year, or at least I'm not talking to you as much about it this time of year. You probably are doing it. It's probably a good time for you to get ahead on some of these guys. But a given college player, Greg, okay, let's just say Sam Howell. Maybe he's the best quarterback in college, whatever. He's the North Carolina quarterback. I've seen him ranked high on people's lists, maybe a first rounder, whatever. He's a guy you have to watch. Where do you start, Greg? Like, how many games do you watch? How do you decide which games to watch? As soon as you get a guy's name, maybe even start with where do you go to get the names?
Well, let me start this way, Ross, because you kind of threw out a lot of things there. And there's a lot I could get into here. So let's be very general first. As I've evolved in my career, when I watch the NFL, I am much more conscious of watching now schemes, tactics, as opposed to individual players. Now, individual players will often lead to why a team plays a particular scheme. So you have to be cognizant of that. I'll give you an example. Watching the Rams defense a year ago, which was coordinated by Brandon Staley, now the head coach of the Chargers. They played a lot of zone coverage, but within their zone concepts, they often had Ramsey lock man-to-man on an outside receiver, particularly if he was aligned to the boundary side of the field. So that's a case where I'm looking at scheme, but I understand the importance of a particular player and how that particular player impacts a scheme. When it comes to offense, let's say, I'm very much more interested now in looking at route concepts and how teams get to specific route concepts, because there's not 1,000 route concepts. So it's how you get to what you want to get to. And that's use of personnel, that's use of formation, that's use of shifts, use of motions. These are all things I look at when I watch tape. And this is more true of the NFL. So while I'm very aware of players, I'm not breaking down a skill set of Dallas Goedert, let's say, just throwing that out. I'm not necessarily doing that. I'm looking more at schemes and tactics and approach. When it comes to college players, that's different. College players, I'm more studying the individual. Now, you have to have some awareness of what they're being asked to do as you watch the tape, but I'm looking more for traits, attributes, characteristics of college players, because what's the purpose of watching college tape, Ross? The purpose of watching college tape is to transition and project players to the NFL, not to say, wow, he's a good college player. There are a lot of really good college players, as you know, who don't make it in the NFL for any number of reasons. So with college players, I'm much more focused on traits, attributes, characteristics, and how I believe they can transition to the league. Now, because I don't work for a team and I'm not necessarily putting them into a specific team's system, I have to think of it more globally. I have to think of it more macro from 30,000 feet. So I have to look at a player and say, hey, I think this linebacker, he's a really nice player, but I think that he's not a player whose traits would make him play in a nickel defense, in a sub defense, and therefore he might not have the same value as another linebacker who's really athletic and can ultimately be on the field in your sub packages. And then you have to decide who has more value in today's NFL. And clearly the player who can play in sub would have more value because teams play a far higher percentage of their defensive snaps in a sub defense, be it nickel or dime.
Love it. And as usual, Greg, you just led me about 5 more questions.
Yeah, I know. This we could talk about Ross for 3 hours.
No, this could be, I'm just realizing now, yes, this could be like a 10-segment series.
Right.
That's not going to happen today. So we'll just get to the important ones, and maybe this is what we'll do next offseason. Who knows? From a college player standpoint, though, since we're on that, that's what I asked you about first.
Right.
What is how do you get your names, and then how do you decide which games to watch of the kid?
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, normally at this time of year, there's the Todd McShays, the Mel Kipers, the Daniel Jeremiahs, the guys who do this all year round. Obviously, I can't do college all year round because of the NFL matchup show and my dedicated focus to the NFL from basically mid-August through the end of the Super Bowl. So I basically, people I respect who've done this a long time, they put out lists. Now, often those things change, but you have to have a starting point. And that's how I kind of start. So if I see a list by Mel Kiper or Todd McShay or Daniel Jeremiah, and they list, here are the top 5 guys at defensive end. Here are the top 5 corners. That's how I start. Then when it comes to games, defensive players, you have to watch games, Ross, because you see so much more. You can't just look at a linebacker's tackles. You have to see how he plays in a game, because very often, and this is particularly true of defensive linemen, and you well know this, defensive linemen very often don't put up big numbers when it comes to tackles. Obviously edge rushers can get sacks, but there have been times where I've watched defensive linemen and he might have 1 tackle in a game, and then I watch all 70 snaps of the game and he was dominant. So you have to watch games when you watch defensive players, and that takes time. That's particularly true of corners and safeties, because you could look at corners and you'll see the stats and it'll say they might have 7 pass defense plays the whole year. So you can't just watch those 7 plays. You have to watch games. You have to see how are they being asked to play? Do they play press man? What's their press man technique? Do they play mirror match press man, meaning they allow the receiver to declare his route and then get in his hip pocket? Do they play physical press man where they jam him off the ball? How do they play off coverage? What is their pedal like? What is their transition like? How do they change direction? How do they play in zone? How do they use their eyes? These are things that require you to watch full games, because you can see all this when the ball's not thrown to a receiver on their side. So that's why you have to go through full games for defensive players.
How many games do you typically watch, Greg?
Probably too many, Ross. I'm a little nuts. Quarterbacks, I like to watch a lot of games. Quarterbacks, and I've watched 9 quarterbacks already this offseason who will be in next year's draft. I usually watch 6 or 7 games for quarterbacks just because I feel like I have to. And normally I pick out games based on opponent, best opponents that they play. I'll watch their best games and I'll watch their worst games. So it's a combination of opponent, best game, worst game. And I try to get through with quarterbacks 6 or 7 games.
Awesome. All right. Now, so here's the thing that's interesting. If I'm evaluating an offensive lineman, college offensive lineman, I will really only watch the end zone copy. So just for the listeners, they may not be aware of this. There's really only 2 copies on the coaching tape. There's the wide view, and then there's the end zone view. The wide view is sort of the all 22 where you can see all 22 guys. Then there's the end zone or the tight copy. If I'm watching an offensive lineman, the wide view provides very little value and is really just a waste of time. And even Greg, and I could do this on an episode here, when I'm prepping for college games, I don't watch a whole lot of wide view because I can see most of what I want to see from the end zone, from the tight copy. And what really matters to me is I need to see their numbers. I need to be able to see their numbers. Yeah. So I might actually do 2 or 3 games, but only watch 2 quarters of each of those games because I want to watch when the jersey numbers, when I'm behind the team I'm going to call, so I can see those jersey numbers and really start to know those kids well.
Yeah, now here's and I do not fancy myself, Ross, as an offensive line guru by any stretch. So, you would be way better. And I've spoken to offensive line coaches. Do I have a sense? Yes, I do. I've been doing it a long time. But I will in no way say I'm an expert on hand placement or how you have to coordinate your hands and your feet or how specific techniques are taught. I've been told I'm better at it than I think, but I'm not real comfortable oftentimes, with the details and nuance. But let me answer it this way. I do like to watch the wide copy, even now. That's not good for technique, but I'll tell you why I like that. I like that because I like to see what the defense is doing from a pressure standpoint, which you see better from a wide copy, particularly since more and more defenses involve secondary players in the pass rush. And then I try to figure out what the protection is, because one of the toughest things for me is protection. Now, there are base protections. Those are, if it's a 4-man rush, or even a 5-man rush, I can pretty much figure out the protection, just like I know you can. But if you start getting in, and particularly this is true in the NFL, when we do the NFL matchup show, and you start getting into overload fronts, safeties blitzing coming from distance, the protections sometimes are a little challenging to figure out. So I like to get a wider sense, too, of what a particular defensive look overall, how that might impact pass protection. But if you're just looking for individual traits of an offensive lineman, you definitely want the end zone copy. The end zone copy tells you that.
So the last question on that would be, how many times do you think you watch each play? Like, let's say you're watching a quarterback. Because that's the other thing people don't realize. Yeah. Like, when they're watching a game, they just watch the game and then the next play happens. When you're actually evaluating or studying, you watch the same play over and over again sometimes.
Yeah.
Or you stop mid-play and go back.
Yes, it depends on the play. I mean, if I'm evaluating a quarterback and he throws a tunnel screen, I'm not going to watch that play 8 times because that doesn't tell me a whole lot. But if I'm watching a quarterback and it's 3rd and 9 and he has more of a drop back and there's some bodies around him, and then I go through that play in detail because I want to see what the route concept is. I want to see, was there a throw that he should have made within the timing of the structure of the play. There's so many factors. I want to see what the coverage is, how he's responding to the coverage. So depending on the play, there's no play I really watch once where I just zip through. But depending on the play, I could watch it twice or I could watch it 8 or 9 times because there's so many elements to a given play. That's an issue we've always faced doing the matchup show, Ross, is when we do pieces for the matchup show, ultimately we can only show 2, at most 3 elements of a given play, but the play could have 10 or 12 different elements, but we can't show all 12. It's too much. It's too much to break down. But I could go through a play 10, 12 times, depending on the specific nature of the play.
That is the single hardest thing and most important thing I've learned as a game analyst. You really can only pick one.
Yeah. Well, for you, it's different because you only have between a play, even if it's a really important play in the game, you don't have 2.5 minutes to talk about it. You've got 20 seconds at most. So you cannot, even if you see 5 things, you have to pick out the one thing that you feel was most important to that play.
Correct. And I used to try to squeeze 2 or 3 in, and it's not good.
I had to learn that lesson too when I started doing the matchup show on air 5 years ago. You do a podcast or a radio show, it's a little different. You can go into a little more detail. But when I'm on the matchup show and, I have a 20-second lead into a film piece, I can't make 5 points.
So here's the net, I guess, Greg, getting back to the first thing you said in the start of this interview about in the NFL, you're more conscious of schemes, tactics, as opposed to individual players. You've been doing this for 42 years now, okay? Do you feel like after all your experience and all these years, do you feel like coaching is more or less important than you're used to? In other words, the scheme, putting guys in the right places, is it more important or is it more about the personnel?
I think I was just really fortunate to be at this unbelievable coaching collective where there were a ton of NFL coaches that I really got to talk to a lot. And of course, coaches always say, oh, it's the players. I've always been a big believer in coaching. That may well go back to when I was able to spend some time with Bill Walsh. And for people who read what I wrote when I did a fill-in column for Peter King, he was one of the guys that I really spent a lot of time with. I'm a big believer in coaching. I think coaching is absolutely critical. I think that there's always tweaks to schemes, to tactics. This is what coaches do. They try to do more and more. The question becomes, how much can your players handle? Because obviously, let's say if you're talking defense, if one guy makes a mistake, you could give up a 60-yard touchdown. So obviously, it's not what the coaches know and can coach, it's what the players can execute. But I'm a big believer in coaching. And the more I do this, Ross, it's really interesting. And this is what I learned being at this coaching collective with some big-time coaches who were there. The more I know, the less I know. And I think you understand what I mean, because it's like I love going to a bookstore. I love going to Barnes & Noble, and I love to read. And every time I go in the bookstore, I'm just more aggravated because there's 1,000 books I know I'll never read. That's the way I feel with all this stuff. I know more and more and more each year just because I study and study and study and try to talk to as many coaches as possible. And all that tells me is how much I don't know.
You know what? I think anybody that gets into the coaching profession, or anybody that even is in my role as a game analyst, you realize how much you don't know.
It drives me nuts. I sit here and watch tape in my office, Ross, at NFL Films, and all I'm doing when I'm watching is saying, if there was a coach sitting here with me, he'd point out 10 things that I'm not seeing, and I'd be totally aggravated.
Yeah, well, and even just like, you'd be amazed. Well, you know this, but I think the listeners would be amazed if they watched the offense with the entire offensive coaching staff. The level, the intricacy of detail that every position coach could describe, it's everything each like the fullback, the tailback, the tight end, the footwork. I mean, it's like you could watch one play for 3 hours
without question.
Have every coach go over what every guy is doing. Wow, Greg, I had a bunch more questions. This is
well,
cool.
You know what? We'll do another one like this at some point, Ross.
Yeah, maybe we'll do it next week. I don't know. This was fantastic. Thank you so much. Always check out Greg, of course, on social media at Greg Cosell, the NFL film superstar. Great work as always, Greg. Thank you.
Thanks, Ross.
Incredible breakdown by Greg Cosell, as always. Loved hearing about his process. Loved telling you guys about DraftKings and about Crocs. It's time to put on your favorite pair of Crocs. I have many. And channel your inner fortune teller, because your prediction might just make you $10,000 richer. Look, I got clogs, I got sandals, I got slides. Take your picks of styles that are straight fire and make your feet feel like $10,000. Speaking of, the Crocs Hoops Draft Prediction Challenge is coming. And dare we say, free to play on DraftKings.com a week from today. Make all the right picks, and a slice of 10 G's could be yours. Just enter the game page on draft day and see just how well your pick predictions hold up to the real ones. Visit DraftKings.com/Crocs on Thursday, July 29th. I'll be telling you about this next week, because why would you not do this? You should do this. We hope your future is full of comfort and possibly full of money. Learn more at DraftKings.com/Crocs. Eligibility restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com for details.
Tux Takes.
Hi there, Ross. Let's start today with the 49ers, where star linebacker Fred Warner signed 5-year, $95 million deal.
$19 million a year, Bry, to play off-the-ball linebacker. Good for Fred. He's a stud. He deserves it. It's fascinating, and we talked about this with A.J. Hawk, the disparity in terms of how different franchises value that position. Obviously, the 49ers put a great deal of value in what Fred Warner brings to the table. Happy for Fred. You guys know how I feel. I want every dude to get as much money as possible. And it sounds like Darius Leonard, the linebacker for the Colts, will be up next.
Tuck's Takes.
Meanwhile, Green Bay Packers quarterback Aaron Rodgers reportedly declined an extension from the team that would have made him the highest paid player in the NFL.
Yeah, not surprising. Packers trying to sort of give him a financial apology, if you will. If you saw my article this week, Brian, I know you did, hopefully the listeners did as well. I wrote my first story for DK Nation. It's up on Twitter, up on Facebook, at Ross Tucker, NFL. Aaron Rodgers is playing for the Packers this year. Now, I get it. Maybe he didn't want this new contract because it once again gave the Packers the power to determine his future and to determine the timeline. As Andrew has said multiple times, Aaron Rodgers wants more control over his timeline. And listen, I get it. Aaron, I'm with you. I got it. So he turned it down. And by the way, he's already almost the highest paid player. What are there, like 3 guys more than him? Mahomes, Deshaun Watson, Dak Prescott. Who cares? What a stupid story that nobody cares about. That's not what it's about. It's about control of his timeline and his future. We have been telling you that for weeks on the Ross Tucker Football Podcast.
Tuck's Takes.
Some sad news out of New York. Jets passing game coordinator Greg Knapp passed away at the age of 58 after a bike accident.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting, Bri, because I've been talking about biking a lot this offseason. I've been biking a lot, and I've been using my Raycon earbuds, which you should all use because they're awesome. But this is really giving me some hesitation because I don't own a bike helmet yet. I need to buy one, and I have no idea what happened with Greg. It sounds like he got hit by a vehicle while he was riding his bike. I've spoken with Greg Knapp multiple times. By all accounts, an awesome guy. By my interactions with him, an awesome guy. 3 daughters. So this hits close to home on multiple levels. This hurts my heart on multiple levels. Prayers go out to Greg and his entire family. And look, I haven't paid that much attention, Brian, but I think Mark Eaton, Sean Bradley, I feel like there's been a lot of bicycle accidents recently, and I'm not exactly sure why. So everybody, whether you're the driver or riding a bike, please be safe.
Tuck's Takes.
And lastly, Chiefs signed defensive end Alex Okafor, 1-year deal. And both Geno Atkins and Quan Short both reportedly healthy and ready to go.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see who signs Atkins and Quan Short. You know, both those guys, Brian, made a lot of money. So it's always interesting to see exactly how much they're willing to play for later on in their careers. Geno obviously has been around longer than Short, but they both made a lot of money. So I'm curious to see exactly how much they're willing to sign for. Okafor is a guy, played for the Saints, been around, gets the 1-year deal with the Chiefs. Speaking of 1-year deal, this isn't going to be a 1-year deal, but you should at least still be aware of it. That is this Casino Summer Legend Series with a shot at a share of $5 million in total prizes from my dudes over at DraftKings. download the DraftKings Casino app. Casino. You might have the Sportsbook app. You might have the Fantasy app. Download the DraftKings Casino app now and use promo code Ross to get a shot at your share of $5 million in total prizes when entering DraftKings Casino Legends Series. That's promo code Ross to earn a shot at a share of $5 million in total prizes only on DraftKings Casino. Shout-outs are in order, Bri. Always. Today, they are in order for Pizza Boy Brewing, Sporticulture, Vision Comics with an X, HumanHeadNYC.com. We had a really good week. Hopefully you guys have checked out the other shows. If you haven't, you should. They're terrific. I mean, Jeremy Chin and Kyle Juszczyk, what other show in the galaxy had two stud all-pro caliber players on their show this week, the week before training camp? Hint, none. What about the fact that we always have Greg Cosell? And I thought Drew Dinsick was great on Even Money. I thought Dave Richard was awesome on Fantasy Feast. Check them out. Subscribe, please. Already have an unbelievable guest lined up for Monday morning. Have a terrific weekend, everybody. I think we're done here.
Thanks for listening to the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. Make sure to also subscribe to the Fantasy Feast, Even Money, Business of Sports, and College Draft. All available at Apple Podcasts, rosstucker.com, or wherever podcasts can be found.
A lot of times on the show, I mentioned DraftKings. Here's what you need to know. You got to be 21 or older, New Jersey, Indiana, or Pennsylvania only. New customers only. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER, or in Indiana, 1-800-9-WITH-IT. By the way, if what I was talking about included a deposit bonus, doesn't always, sometimes it does. Deposit bonus requires 25 times playthrough, and deposit bonuses are paid out in site credit.
We are back. We are back. We are bringing Sims back.
We're back.
And we're back. We're here for Falcons Saints. Should be a good match. I like this matchup. First sim didn't go well for Baltimore or Lamar Jackson.
That should have been a better sim.
But I think there's some promise here. When you make lineups, or you're making a lineup, I should say, for this particular matchup, I was saying to our team here, I'm like, this is hard. Like, this is always a hard matchup. There's a lot of good a lot of star power here. So, what did you, Tommy Freeze Pops, decide to do with your showdown for Falcons Saints?
So Atlanta's one of my favorite teams in Madden 21. So I went with a heavy Atlanta stack. Julio Jones in the captain spot, Todd Gurley, Hayden Hurst, Calvin Ridley, Alvin Kamara, and Will Lutz. I really like this lineup.
All right. I captained Ridley, which in our free roll that you created late last night in the wee hours of the morning.
That's right.
To remind everybody how dedicated you are.
A dedicated guy.
You are. Ridley and the captain at 10% owned there, 43% owned overall in the Glash and Freeze Pops contest. Matt Ryan that made my lineup. Alvin Kamara, Julio Jones, Traquan Smith, and Will Lutz.
There you go. Will Clutch. By the way, the positioning of the sun right now, lighting is beautiful.
Is it? It's hard to tell because of the glare.
No, it looks good.
Okay. Yeah, that's how the sun works, right? It moves. It's moved from here to here in the last hour. Dante says, outside commentary, LFG. Yeah, man.
People like the different setup. Tom Perez wants me to use the microwave this sim. I think I'm going to do it. Halftime, I'll heat up some leftover pasta.
Word. I just had pasta, actually. No lie.
Oh, nice. What type?
Oh, well, like macaroni. Little macaroni.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice. Red sauce?
Yep. Sarah's mom made it yesterday, so
delicious.
I had some
Pasta's a great leftover dish. Everything kind of just sits together and, sucks in all the juices and the flavors.
Seriously. Yeah, me and Graham were talking. Not Grammy, she is a Graham.
Ah, okay.
So me and Graham were chit-chatting. I was trying to explain to her what the hell I do. It was a good heart-to-heart.
Impossible task.
I mean, the more I think about it, I've never been left alone with just Graham. It's me and Graham. Sarah, Joe, they're at the beach. Her mom's at the beach. Mac Mama's here. Not here right now, but Mac Mama is in the area.
Wow.
But I told him on Monday or Tuesday when we made plans to come here, I'm like, guys, I'm probably out for the beach because I got to work. Which is fine. I'm enjoying this. Like I said, I was like, let's go.
You head to the beach afterwards.
I could, and there's a pool right there across the street.
Wow. Great setup.
Yeah, it is a nice little setup. Chef Duke says hello to both of us. Hello.
What's up, Chef?
Chef Duke with the pot, boy. Here's Drew Brees. Ooh, Drew! Run!
Anytime Drew Brees runs, I enjoy it. You think he's going to be good on TV?
I keep forgetting he's doing that. So is he doing studio or color analyst?
I think he's going to be a studio guy. Yeah, let's look it up.
I think he'd have a chance to be more likable in the booth. I want to hear Drew Brees, what's going through his mind as a game unravels, right? And I only say that because of what kind of impact Tony Romo had with CBS. Like, we didn't know Tony Romo really as a guy when he was at the Cowboys. We just looked at him as the guy who took over because Bledsoe got hurt.
Right. So it looks like he's going to be a studio analyst for Football Night in America and do some color commentary on Notre Dame football.
He'll do well.
They don't want to throw him to the wolves yet on the NFL level.
Which I don't really understand. Like, he's a pretty well-spoken guy. I know he's had some things to say.
It's tough, though. Like, remember everyone thought Jason Witten was going to be awesome.
True.
And then he was terrible. so bad that he went back to playing football.
Yeah. Yeah, Romo truly is just an outlier. I don't know, Jim.
I don't know. What do you think about the Mannings doing games this season?
That's like the most
weird
thing ever, right? And they're just going to crack dumb jokes the whole time. And people, I don't know.
I actually think Peyton is legit funny. Eli is a wild card for me.
I think Peyton Manning.
I think Eli gets exposed.
Peyton Manning works the camera well. Commercials, SNL, you name it. But I don't think he's actually that funny.
Of course
I'm biased.
You're about to say Tom Brady's funnier than Peyton Manning? Because I disagree.
I love Tom
Brady, but no, there's no.
Okay, so Tom Brady still trails Peyton. He's been lapped by Peyton. Like, Peyton is no. If I had to pick one, it's Peyton. But Brady, kind of low key funny when he gets a chance to say what he wants. Bill.
I actually think if Peyton Manning legit lets it fly on those broadcasts, it could be funny.
I think the key to this, and it sounds really like cliche and like, well, no kidding, Glasheen, but CBS just lets Tony Romo be Tony Romo. And as long as Peyton Manning isn't handed like this script where he has to play this certain game, he has to walk a fine line, then it'll be But Peyton's not going to be new to us. I think we're going to watch Peyton and we're going to go, yeah, I can kind of see that. But Romo is such an unknown.
But that's what I mean. Like, if he goes in there and lets it fly and, like, isn't worried about being the former player and not hurting anyone's feelings and blah, 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 like these guys do where it's just trash to listen to.
Yeah.
If he goes in there and he's legit funny and says what he's actually thinking, I think it could be good.
What platform will he be on?
ESPN 2, I think.
And it will be like a stat.
Or maybe it's ESPN Plus. I forget. But
is it what kind of? And they're just.
It's going to be like the Supercast things they've done with the national championship game,
okay,
where it's at the same time as the game on the main channel.
Will they have a host, or is it just him and Eli?
Just him and Eli. That's my understanding.
So what's the? And you used to work for ESPN. So what is the and ESPN is a friend of ours here at DraftKings. We do numerous things with ESPN. So I'm just asking the question. I'm not trying to criticize here. I'm curious. I don't really know the answer to this. So what, outside of the fact they get two big names, Eli and Peyton, what's the point of doing that if they want people to watch Monday Night Football on the regular channel?
I'm thinking that they're just trying to maximize eyeballs across other apps. Like, they're thinking, okay, someone might watch the game on their main screen, but then they'll have the Manning cast going on their tablet, and they'll mute the main TV and they'll listen to Manning. So then they're double dipping,
Yeah.
Like, I don't think that they're looking to, and I'm sure they are to some degree, looking to capture an audience that just likes Peyton Manning and thinking maybe he's likable enough to draw in a new crowd. But my guess is that they're more focused on capitalizing on the person that's already going to be watching, looking for something different to watch in addition to. Because, I mean, yes, numbers are down for football and live sports in general, but they're still far and away the most watched things on cable television.
Yeah.
So they're thinking, how do we continue to take advantage of the person? We already have a huge audience compared to everything else. Let's get the most out of that audience,
Well, and I give them credit for trying to build up the hype of Monday Night Football, right? Like, hey, we're going to bring in some big names to make this feel bigger. Who is the crew? Is it still Tessitore and Boomer?
No. They did an entire season last year with Steve Levy, Brian Greasy, and Louis Riddick.
That's right. Duh. Yeah. See, this is back to the whole conversation of I'm a moron, number one, but number two, like 2020, like I forget it even happened.
It's a blur.
Ah, man. So last year was Levy's first year. Is that
right?
I
got to admit, look, I like Steve Levy. Didn't really do it for me. I think he was fine in college, like doing college football with Brian Greasy. Monday Night Football, I need it to feel bigger than Steve Levy. Steve Levy didn't have a big game feel to me. he felt like mid-afternoon Big Ten football.
Sure. And
what he was doing, and he was fine.
It's already been instilled in me with Steve Levy. Like, I think when I hear that voice, I think
Hockey.
Sports Center. I don't think play-by-play.
I think Stanley Cup with Barry Melrose.
Yeah. Yeah.
And again, he'll probably do some hockey for them now that they have hockey coming back. But and he did hockey for them back in the day when they had hockey.
Yep.
And he's been doing college football for them. He did XFL. So he has play-by-play experience, but it just doesn't feel like McDonough felt like more of a big game feel than Steve Levy.
Well, and I guess the rumor with, maybe this is truth, I don't know, but McDonough didn't work well with Gruden.
Yeah. He's talked a lot about that at this point.
Oh, okay.
Jason Myers saying that he likes Riddick. Yeah, Louis Riddick was good in the booth.
Yeah. Yeah, it almost feels like a force to have the three-person booth. There's Kamara in for a touchdown. There's the play-by-play for you.
I don't know, Jim.
Congo Cab, I agree. Levy sounds like he's always joking all the time. Like, you're ready for like a smart alecky comment, like not building a play. I'm so with him on that. It's so true. Yeah. It's a good way of putting it. And it's a good thing, right? Like, he's got a good personality, but I think when folks want to get hyped up for a big game.
For that primetime spot, I just want someone that feels like a primetime guy. He just doesn't feel like that.
Yep. The voice levels change based on the height of the moment, no question. That's why I thought Tessitore, I thought he did a good job. I thought he got a kind of raw deal, but it comes to show you got to have the right tandem. It's got to work right. So when Witten was getting criticized, Tessitore probably got criticized. When everyone likes McDonough, or if you think McDonough's good, well, if he doesn't mesh well with Gruden, it can kind of, sometimes analysts and play-by-play guys can hide it well.
And sometimes they can't.
Right. Like I am very much looking forward to working with Rebecca Lobo in a couple weeks for the Connecticut Sun. Never met Rebecca. I've heard great things about Rebecca.
She's a legend.
She's a legend. Her basketball resume speaks for itself, but her resume in the booth, she's worked with a lot of good people. I can't screw it up. I could be the Jason Witten, like where I could screw
it for sure.
Because everyone loves Rebecca. So if Rebecca has a problem with me, I'm doing something wrong.
She's the standard in that sport.
Yeah, sure is.
Thank you, Tara Lynn, saying don't mess up.
Don't mess up. Mm-hmm. Don't suck. That's a line I've heard a few times in my career when we're about to go on the air and someone just says,
don't mess up.
Hey, just don't suck. All right, don't F it up is what I normally get. Good to have you all with us again. We're here for the 2 p.m. Madden Sim. Tara Lynn, I'm talking like producers at games. They'll just say in your ear, like, hey, don't suck. Have fun. Have a good time. I can't give you a story because I would be using bad words. Jordan Lindenbaum, Gus Johnson, Monday Night Football. Good call.
Ooh, I like that. I like that call.
Tara Lynn, have I ever sucked? No, never. I always rise to the occasion. You know something? That's not a bad idea, though, Jordan, because look what ESPN did with Matt Vasgersian from doing, I think he does Angels games.
He does Sunday Night Baseball.
Sunday Night Baseball, right? So they've made exceptions. They made an exception for A-Rod to do Fox Studio and ESPN Sunday Night Football. They ought to think about that for the NFL. They really should. Marcus says Levy has no personality. I disagree. Breeze would be great for Monday Night Football, but he's going to be fantastic doing any commentary.
We'll see.
I think I've said this before. Does Drew Brees really ever say anything?
That's why I'm curious if he's going to be good.
I'm not tuning into Drew Brees for a take.
No.
If I wanted him to coach my flag football team to lead me to victory and give a hoorah speech, okay, that I can see. But just because he does really good hoorah chants in the locker room makes he's a good broadcaster? I don't know.
That's a big sack there for Cameron Jordan. They've been doing this in broadcast television on the sports side for years. The big name guy retires. They try and put him on TV immediately to capitalize on the fame.
Yep.
And a lot of times it doesn't work. People can go back and remember Joe Montana. When he first retired, they threw him on TV immediately, and he wasn't into it. He wasn't very good. He quit mid-game. In the middle of a game once, he just left. I think I'm forgetting the story, but I think it was a Super Bowl. He did a halftime hit, and then he was like, you know what? I don't want to do TV anymore. And he just quit. It's not for everybody.
Lewis Daniel, here comes the Drew hate. Again, not hate, just an opinion.
We'll see. I'm curious.
First time playing Fortnite says Levy equals grown-up Glash.
Hey,
I like Steve Levy.
If Glash can have Steve Levy's career, I'm sure he'd take it.
No kidding. You're not wrong about that. Alvin Kamara has the touchdown in this sim. 26 yards rushing and a score. Gurley 2 for 17. Drew Brees has carried the ball twice. We did a sim at noon, and what was it? Lamar Jackson had 0 carries through 1 quarter. Drew Brees through 1 has 2.
So strange. So strange. Columbia Champs saying Dan Patrick in the booth would be great, but he's not going back to ESPN. Would love to see him in the Sunday night booth too. Yeah, he was doing some studio stuff for NBC. He stopped doing that a few years ago. Talked about it on our podcast, Great Dane Nation. Go back, check it out. Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts, episode 40. He just didn't want to do play-by-play or studio stuff anymore because he felt like it was having an impact on his 5-day-a-week radio show, and that's what he cared about the most. And he wanted to spend time with his family. So I don't see Dan Patrick doing additional work outside of his radio show moving forward. He just seems like he's pretty content with his lot in life. And I would be too. I mean, he's Dan freaking Patrick.
Right. Yeah, I like his radio show.
It is good. He's awesome.
Jason Myers, worst decision my team has ever made was signing Dante Culpepper over Drew Brees.
Yep, sure was. It's why Nick Saban left the NFL.
Yeah.
If the Dolphins had let Saban do what he wanted to do and sign Drew Brees, might be looking like a very different situation in the AFC East over the past decade.
Matty Ice goes upstairs. Wow, what a pass! His first completion. Is that
Todd?
Right? 49 yards to Todd. Why is it on the carpet? I went Todd. I don't know.
Jason Myers asking a good question. Let's imagine if Brees went to Miami and Nick Saban stayed. Would the Pats have been a dynasty?
Probably not.
I think it would have had less of an impact on the Patriots than you think because, I mean,
yeah, but
they only play twice a year. It's not like they're playing each other 6 times a year, right? So if they're splitting with the Dolphins every time, it's not like the Dolphins would beat the Pats every time they played because of Drew Brees. The Patriots already were splitting with the Dolphins.
Right, because that trip to
terrible
Miami is it's always been horrifying.
So I think the Dolphins would have been in the playoff mix, but I don't think it would have had that big of an impact on the Patriots' dominance in the AFC East. Because the Bills and Jets were still awful.
Did I have that right? That was the first completion for Matt Ryan. Am I crazy? Oh, no.
You might be.
Now he's 2 for 3. Okay. No, I said it. I'm like, wait a minute. That doesn't sound right. What the heck was I going to say? I just had something for you there. So
Brees Dolphins related?
Yeah. I certainly think it would have made an impact on the Patriots' run because, the head-to-heads, of course, matter. But I mean, let me ask you this: after Drew Brees, the made-up idea of Drew Brees being a Dolphin, who's the best quarterback that's ever been in that division before Josh Allen? Outside of Brady, of course.
Pennington.
That's a pretty big drop-off. Drew Brees to Chad Pennington.
Yeah, but I agree with you, and maybe there's someone else, but we're just having some fun with this.
Yeah.
Tannehill was, I guess, not a slouch per se, but I understand it. Like, the Dolphins clearly would have been better and won a lot more games, but just because Brees is playing for Miami doesn't mean that the Patriots wouldn't have won as many games as they did, right? And again, adding Drew Brees to the Dolphins doesn't mean the Dolphins would beat the Pats every time the Pats played the Dolphins, and they already basically are about 500 against each other in the Brady era, because the Patriots always lose that late season game in Miami. Gurley with the score.
Gurley. Nice job.
So that's
Tom.
why I just don't think it would. In the grand scheme of things, I think the Dolphins probably make the playoffs as a wild card team a few times, but I don't think that it affects the Patriots as much as we all think.
There's a good energy in the sim. We're up over 100 likes on YouTube. Thank you, TK Sim fam. Glash, Freeze Pops, producer Terrell in. Got Andrew here as well. June from the Game Ops team. JJ. June, do you like JJ? Is that a thing? I think Emerson said JJ yesterday, and I wasn't really sure if that was just an Emerson thing. JJ's cool? All right. Cool. All right.
Yeah, Emerson just says stuff sometimes.
Well, I do too, so I'm not going to blame him for that. I mean, I do it all the time. Schedule coming up later on. Next two Sims. Geoff Ulrich will be here with Freeze Pops. They'll have you covered with, let's see, Vikings, Panthers, Titans, Jags, and then the night slate, the late games, I should say. 8 o'clock, 10 o'clock. Bucks, Washington, and Patriots, Texans. Kaufman and Lamarca. There was something in the chat here I wanted to get to. Yeah, so look, we'll see how it goes in the booth. I'm intrigued by it. You asked the question, I think, to get this whole thing started. How do you think Drew Brees will do? My overall point, like I said, was if you put him in the booth, maybe you get more of a game day feel, which is, I think, where he thrived. Whereas in the studio, you're not there. You're not really feeling it. So we'll see.
I also don't plan to watch a ton of Notre Dame football outside of the games that I have to watch for, if they're big matchups.
Yeah.
So it's not like I'm going to learn a lot about Brees as a color commentator doing Notre Dame football. I'll just have to take everyone's word for it.
Did they take
I hate Notre Dame.
Yeah. You're right. You're a BC fan. It makes sense.
Hate them.
So did they take Greasy off those games?
Greasy off of Monday Night Football? No, it's still a 3-man booth.
Who? Oh, no, wait a minute. Who's the third guy for Monday Night Football?
Louis Riddick, Brian Greasy, Steve Levy.
Oh, right. Greasy's at ESPN. Who was the guy? Who was doing Notre Dame last year with
Couldn't tell you. I know for a while it was Tirico and Doug Flutie together, but I don't know.
That's who it was.
Is
Sorry.
Flutie still doing it?
I thought he was. Maybe not. Because I think he's got a son now at BC or something, or you would know.
Well, he's had lots of relatives go through BC at this point. They're look, if your last name's Flutie and you play football, they'll let you on the football team at BC. Those guys never had, I'm blanking on his name, but we all thought he was going to be this awesome quarterback. He ended up being a kicker.
Wow.
Yeah. Stuck around. Anytime he did anything, it was fun, but it was like, oh, this was disappointing.
How you looking in the contest?
I'm in 55th the last time I checked.
I am in 96th.
When you stack the Falcons and Matt Ryan has barely any completions, not going to help you out that much. I do have Todd Gurley, so it's a positive. He had a good first quarter. Alvin Kamara has done decently so far. So I'm low, but I feel like there's opportunity for me here.
I am in 96th, as I said, and it's nothing. So the Matt Ryan stats aren't updated yet. So once we, as we always tell you, we do the manual scoring here. Once we hit those quarter breaks, halftime, we'll get everything situated.
Jordan Lindenbaum says Rossi loves Notre Dame, which somehow makes total sense. Yeah, I don't know what his connection to Notre Dame is, but he loves it. They do have a great fight song.
Sounds like someone might be a closet fan.
Well, I mean, look, you play them every year.
Yeah.
You hear the song, especially when there's a long stretch where they beat you a lot. They're scoring a lot of touchdowns. You hear the fight song. It's a good fight song. I can't sit here and tell you it's not a good fight song.
Here's Drew, the new commentator. Handoff to Kamara. Gains 8 yards on the ground. 2nd and 2. We're tied at 7. Saints touchdown belongs to Alvin Kamara. And for the Falcons, Todd Gurley.
Jordan Warren saying, I'm from Indiana and I barely recognize them as an Indiana team. Yeah, they're thought of more as a Chicago suburb team, Notre Dame. But I think nationally, no one really kind of places them with any city. But in the Midwest, they're definitely thought of as a Chicago suburb. They're about 90 minutes from Chicago.
First time playing Fortnite on Twitch, asking, where is the best place to eat in Boston?
It depends on what you're looking for.
What a broad question.
Yeah.
Touchdown. MT! Michael Thomas, he might not be delivering in real life to start the year, but in Simland, he's always reliable, or usually. Favorite place to eat in Boston? Well, whereabouts are you in Boston? As Tom kind of highlighted. Never mind what are you into, but where are you?
Jeff Friedman clearly trying to goat me into doing the fight song again. I'm not going to do it. No.
Yeah, Mr. Fortnite, sir. You should go get the avocado toast at Dunkin', kid.
Someone was telling me that it was actually good the other day.
I've heard that.
I wanted to just tell them to be quiet.
Yeah,
it was actually here. It was in St. Louis at a wedding. Some girl was saying, like, yeah, like the avocado toast is actually really good at Dunkin'. Because there's like a few Dunkins out here, so it's sort of like a novelty thing. And I'm like, why would you do that to yourself?
Yeah, you should have the clam chowder, dude.
Yeah, dude. I do like Daily Catch in the Seaport, like South Boston area. It's a good spot.
Yeah, go to the Bach and Crab, dude, and have some calamari.
Bark and Crab does have good fried seafood.
Freeze Pops, we're going to have to do a Boston day. You got to come into town when you move.
I'm coming in all the time.
Good. Can't wait. We really should do a DK outing, all of us now. Everything's opened up. Everyone's getting the vaccine.
On a Friday when some disc league's happening.
Tara Lynn wants an invite. We'll think about it.
When there's some big disc energy going on.
I mean, Tara Lynn went and tore up Saugus Wing. So actually, Tara Lynn didn't eat at the Kowloon, but she went. No invite.
I have never been to the Kowloon.
You've never, of all people.
Yeah. So I'm from Rhode Island, so it's in Saugus. And then when I lived in Boston, it's not like I had a car that handy, And then when I did have a car in this city, I wasn't going to drive to Saugus.
Huh.
It's on the bucket list, though. Yeah, I saw there was some sort of event at the Kowloon. I saw people posted.
Hello, Susan.
Tara Lynn says she's going to organize the Boston meetup.
Okay,
High pressure. You think
Tara
Kaufman
Lynn
would go?
He'd go, but I feel like Tara Lynn would work really hard to make a really solid plan, pick a place, pick a time, and all the details will be hashed out. She'll do a great job of organizing it. And then the first person, book it. If Tara Lynn sends out a mass text, Koff would be the first person to be like, well, I actually don't like it there because this guy, he really likes, he wants to trademark as Smart, so we can't go there. He'd be the first person to not just say, how when people send out a text and they're asking for interest in something? I respect the people that just give a simple yes, I'm in, or no, sorry, can't make it. He is not that person. He will not do that. It will be something, he won't answer the question. Or he'll ask a question to answer the question.
Yeah. totally would be there.
So the long way of saying he'd show up, but he'd make it difficult.
All right, I'm in the process of scooping this pasta into a bowl here. I have promised to use the microwave. Been too long.
What do you mean? We use it for the buzzword all the time.
It's true. My fridge made everything so cold, it's like hard to get out of this pan.
Dude, don't get hurt.
Trying my best over here.
But I am so in. I am so in. So it could be us two, Tara Lynn,
Rossi,
Emerson, Jesse. It really, honestly, at this stage, it's kind of unacceptable how we haven't done something. We've done so many Sims. Reed, we have done so many of these freaking things.
I'm shocked that it hasn't happened amongst the people that live there already.
It's pretty sad. I mean, we all spend, like, think about it this way, right? We spend so much time together on the internet, sitting here in chairs.
Yeah.
Granted, it's easier because we can all just do it from our own homes. But there really is no excuse that we all can't get together and have a night out. It'd be a great time. We could do a free-to-play pool one. Who'll be the first one to go home? Who'll be the first one to yak everywhere? It'd be great.
I'm in. I'm so in.
Be a good time. And no significant others. They all stay home. Okay?
Yeah, no
Tell them you're gonna be
babysitting.
out late.
No babysitting that
No
night.
dogs, Emerson. Put the dogs home. It was just us. Okay?
Just the crew and some Diet Cokes.
Yep. Oh, I'm in. I'm so in. I'm already excited about this.
TL saying Reed, Samir, Billy.
And the best time to probably do it would be like a Friday or a Saturday, especially because football's coming up. So Sundays, we're out of commission. Saturday might be our best day to do it.
Yeah, but there's Sims Saturday. I think Friday's the move. Friday night. If we're going to keep doing big disc energy, I think Fridays.
The Guru says Glash makes effort to hang out with the coworkers. I do. I drove all the way to Kaufman's house. Me, Emerson, and Rossi did the field goal thing.
Yeah.
I mean, I've made my efforts to go hang out with people.
He met Ducey in New York.
I mean, look, I check a lot of boxes here.
Glash was a proponent of the tour bus idea.
Yeah. I want to get on the bus. I'm in.
Drew says he lives on Zoom nowadays. Is Drew living in Florida now? Would be difficult for him to join.
But a big, as you mentioned, I'm a little slow, admittedly. Your point makes complete sense as to why we'd have to do it on like a Friday night when there's disc league because, Drew needs.
Someone's got to work the Sims.
we totally be making it difficult for Drew to make a schedule.
Yes.
Carolyn says you were in Southie and didn't tell me. Not entirely true. I was at the same beach you were, and I said I was there. We just missed each other. You had already left when I was there, or something like that. Southie's a good time. Every once in a while, it's a good time. I don't know how you live there, to be honest, but good little time there, South Boston.
All right.
It's all right. It's okay. All right.
I think, honestly, my thing with Southie, and here we go. We'll put this in the microwave here. Got a little seafood pasta action from Charlie Gito's here in St. Louis. It's an institution. My thing with Southie is people that live in Southie hate leaving Southie. So it's like...
They're those people.
Yeah, it's like, oh, no, I don't want to go there. Why don't we just go to the same 5 bars in Southie all the time? And it's like, you know what? Boston, there's a lot more to do than just freaking Southie.
Yeah.
And then also,
Carolyn.
you're dealing with, there's always that crowd. And look, I don't want to sound like the old guy, screaming at the clouds here. But...
You old man!
The 24 to 26-year-old range of people that you're standing in line with and they're barfing all over each other, sending out TikToks. It's like, I don't want to do that every weekend.
Talking about me.
There's more to Boston than Southie.
Yeah, let's go to the Lincoln first. Then we'll go to the Playwright for the Bees game. Yeah.
Let's get out of here with that. Hit up stats. Go back to Lincoln for brunch. Capo basement.
I used to call it Capo. That shows my familiarity with the place. What's Capo? It's Capo, Brendan. Oh.
Dude. Jeff asking why my computer's in my kitchen. I live in a one-bedroom apartment. This is the best Wi-Fi connection I get. So, yeah, that's why.
Andrew, you've been punched in the back of the head?
In the Capo basement? Why? What happened there? Going to need more info on that, Andrew.
So, but what's ironic is Tara Lynn went to the Kowloon, and she admitted on the stream yesterday, like, I never leave, and she actually left. So she's proven that she can leave. It can be done.
She left Southie to go to Saugus, though. Like, what a weird move. All right, let's see.
It sounds like
I've never been to the Kowloon, so maybe it's worth it. See if it's hot enough.
Holiday, thank you. Nice little breeze now. So Tommy, where you are when you move to Rhode Island, are you going to set up your Sims in the kitchen with the microwave still?
No, so I'm actually going to have my own office, which is nice. But I got myself a little mini microwave, as I am showing you on camera here, that I'm going to put on one of the bookshelves behind me.
Right, I've seen this. Yeah.
In honor of the microwave. All right, we had to put the pasta back in the microwave for a little bit longer. It was a little cold. Break out the fork here.
Uh-oh. SpaghettiOs. Jeff says, Glash, who is your favorite superhero? It's Dom Toretto.
Does he count?
Of course he counts. Cares about family. I like Batman, too, to give a real answer. But I'd put Dom Toretto one.
Some people don't count Batman because he technically doesn't have superpowers.
Well, let's make our own rules.
I'm just saying.
Hey, how you doing in the contest? I am just falling apart. I'm in 106th place.
Ryan C. says you don't hit turn off before you open the microwave. I guess I don't know what that question means.
What does that even mean?
So when the time runs out, you open your microwave and then it's done. You don't have to turn it off. So I am not sure. Ty DeRaider says hot plate, cold food, shaking my head. I mean, when you heat up leftovers, typically it's cold. You put it on a plate, goes in the microwave, and then the food heats up with the plate, so both get hot. So I don't know. I don't know what you mean there. Hayden Hurst!
Hayden!
Separation!
7 yards!
In my lineup. That'll help. I'll
Of
check
all
where I am
people?
after this first bite.
Chef Duke says, looks like a beautiful weather day, Glash. Good day to be outside. Oh, yeah, it's great. It's fantastic. Happy to be here.
I'm in 78th. That's got to change. Oh, here we go. I'm jumping. I'm in 65th now.
So
honestly, if Julio had a normal game, I'd be dominating.
Let me ask you this. And real quick, I never played Calvin Ridley, or if I do, I flex him. I never captain him. It's usually going to be Julio. Never Hayden Hurst. So I guess I'm not getting that burned. But of course, I play Calvin Ridley in the captain, and he's doing nothing. So had to get that off my chest.
And he's in my lineup also doing nothing.
You did mention in the noon sim that typically it feels like when we're together on a Saturday or a weekend, we get a little dose of Tom Brady.
Yeah.
Which we didn't. So this kind of relates to Tom Brady. So
okay.
I'm sorry, everybody. But looking at these two teams here, and you could even throw in Carolina because they're also in the South. Do you see any scenario of Tampa not winning that division?
No. Because I don't think that New Orleans is legit anymore. Because I don't believe in Jameis. So I don't see them winning. I mean, at most, I think the Saints could win 10 games. I don't think they get close to that, but if I had to put a cap, it'd be 10. I don't think Carolina's going to be good at all.
You know,
and I think Atlanta gets better, but I don't think they get better to the level that they're going to compete for the division.
It's a really good way of looking at it. Like, Tampa's definitely, because Tampa's going to play a wild card schedule. Mm-hmm. They get the NFC East. They get the AFC East. Mm-hmm. Which, again, I know Buffalo's really good, and in theory, the Patriots should be better, but Brady's beating
Miami's good, but they'll get the win against the Jets.
Yeah, and Brady struggles in Miami, so okay, fine. But I think we can definitely pencil in 10 wins for New Orleans. To make the case for the other three teams, a lot of stuff's got to go right for those three teams to get double-digit wins. Mm-hmm. So, okay.
When you say pencil in, we can definitely pencil in 10 for New Orleans. Are you deliberately using pencil because then we can erase that and make it less?
No, I'm talking Tampa. I'm sorry.
Gotcha. Okay.
I'm saying Tampa, no question, is going to win 10 games, I think. Mm-hmm. And I think if you don't think that, then you're sick of Tom Brady and he keeps breaking your team's heart every year.
Yeah. No, the Bucs are returning everybody. They have a full off season together.
It's still unbelievable.
It rarely happens in football.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard for me to pick any matchup next year that's not a rematch of the Super Bowl we just had.
It's all opening up for the Bucs, though, too. Like, of course, Michael Thomas gets hurt. Breeze retires. Carolina, new quarterback. Atlanta really doesn't. Okay, Pitts is going to be an all-time talent, no question.
Well, they get rid of Julio Jones, and they're now betting on Pitts to have a big impact right away. They're betting on Calvin Ridley taking a big step forward.
The Bucs could be the same way they were last year through 12 games and be 7-5 and still be in really good shape to win that division.
I just think that the Bucs, they had the weird start to the year, remember? They just didn't figure it out right away, but then they went on their run. They're not going to need that time anymore.
Yeah.
They're going to come out of the gate firing.
Well, and what makes it stand out is because when they hit their low, it was low. I mean, you were at home 38-3.
Oh, I remember. I saw the first Take Topics.
Yeah. I mean, can we all, because we're talking Drew Brees in the boot. Like, we're talking, and there's Jared Cook, touchdown for the Saints to take the lead and go up 6, extra point on the way in all likelihood. It's pretty wild, right? Like, think back to that game when New Orleans went down or over to Tampa, I should say, went to Tampa and absolutely obliterated the Bucs.
Worst rushing game in the history of the NFL for Tampa Bay.
Outside of the argument, right, what did they have for total yards rushing?
And it was like 5 yards rushing total.
Right, their play calling was abysmal. It just didn't make sense. It was too predictable. They were just letting Brady chuck it. They changed the offense because Tom had a chance to override his coach, which didn't happen here. Anyway, that's what happened. They changed the offense. But outside of the argument of, well, if the Saints win it all, Drew Brees can leave on top. At what point after that win for the Saints, or is anyone in that locker room, is anyone in that city or that state thinking, yeah, Drew should retire, it's over. Like, I know it didn't look good at the end, but still, that was.
Gosh, I hate to do this to you, but I'm pretty sure Taysom Hill started that game.
The Tampa game?
In Tampa, yeah, I think.
No, he didn't.
Taysom.
No, he didn't. No.
Let me check this.
Drew was back at that point. Positive. Well, there's no, yeah, it was absolutely, what's his name? Breeze, yes. Reggie's asking who scored. It was Jared Cook. Jared Cook, dude. First place in the public free showdown. D. Kane, 10-22.
Yeah, you're right. It was Brees. Okay, good. All right, sorry. I just have, for whatever reason, I have a memory of Taysom Hill playing quarterback in that game.
Nope.
I try to block out bad Brady performances.
Yeah. Well, remember, they played week 1, which was in New Orleans, and then Brees got hurt, but the next time they played Tampa wasn't until week whatever that was, 13.
I just exited out, yeah.
Isn't that wild? Like week 13, it's like, oh, well, the Saints are really, really good. Tampa's just not that good. They can't figure it out.
Saints were rolling. Their defense was awesome. It was clicking for them.
Yep. Hey, Brother Phil's in the chat. Glashy and Tom, howdy.
Hey-o.
Hurst with the catch, first down for Atlanta to the Saints, 28. Oh, watch that tree, dude. This guy just backed up, just nailed a tree. Don't completely overlook Atlanta in that division. They had so many defensive injuries last year. Mm-hmm. And Dan Quinn never had that team's loyalty and faith after 28-3, cleared the air. Yeah, they moved on. They started 0-5 last year?
Yeah, it was bad.
Yep. I'm not sure what to make of the Falcons.
I think they take a big step forward, but I don't think it's going to be enough to overtake the Bucs. I'm high on the Falcons. I like their offense.
The Falcons just feel like they could easily get off to a good start and then fall apart at the end. Last year was actually kind of a rare year for Atlanta. Like, they're always kind of in it midway through, 3 quarters in. But last year, that was not the case.
Oh, you are describing the Atlanta Falcons to a T. Let's not forget, they were up 28-3 in a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
By the way, I am watching women's 3-on-3 basketball in the Olympics. I think this is the first. Is this the first year they're doing the 3-on-3 in the Olympics?
Yes. Yep.
What's Team USA's 3-on-3 team?
So Carol Lawson's the coach. I think Katie Lou Samuelson is on the team. Kelsey Plum. Katie Lou played at UConn. She's a good player.
Mm-hmm. I mean, they're dominating. I think that's Mongolia.
Alicia Gray.
20-9 right now.
Alicia Gray's on the team. She's having a really good day. I'm looking at her stat sheet right now. Oh, yeah, Katie Lou had a COVID positive. She's not in. So it's Alicia Gray, Kelsey Plum, Stephanie Dolson.
The men didn't qualify? Wow.
And
that's ridiculous. That's unfortunate because that would be fun to watch. Team USA's 3-on-3 team, like that would be really fun.
Kelsey Plum, Jackie Young. So yeah, they've good squad. Some younger players. They're not using players from the actual U.S. Olympic team.
Right.
Must be counters to you and says, how do you get better when you lose Julio Jones?
He missed a lot of time last year. So it's not like he had a massive impact on their bad season last year.
Right.
I think getting a new head coach in there, getting players back on defense, retooling your offense to have a guy like Pitts to complement Calvin. I just think that they got unlucky last year.
It feels like a more complete team. Like I think we get obsessed with the Falcons in the sense that for fantasy purposes, you love them, right? Because like Matt Ryan's great fantasy-wise with a Julio. Now, Matt Ryan wasn't good last year. I'm saying generally speaking, Matt Ryan's been a good option because of all the weapons he's had at the receiver position. But it feels like...
And you can get him a little lower in your drafts because he's not like ever considered like a top 5 quarterback,
And I think Mike Davis was a good ad for them in the backfield. Big power runner. They got to the deal with the Falcons. Mike Davis is the running back now. First time playing Fortnite. I'm not sure who their backup running back is. Davis was good last year, as we all found out, in the absence of
Christian McCaffrey in Carolina. But the Falcons need to learn how to win games like 28-21 instead of losing games
28-21.
Or no, I was going to say like 40-30.
Right.
Like they can score. They've never had problems scoring.
Right.
They just can't stop anybody.
Mm-hmm. Let me pull up their schedule from last year.
And as AD Poker just brought up, if Ryan's going to throw the ball, you can lock in an auto 40 passes a game because they're trailing. They're just trying to play catch up with everyone.
Yep.
So I like the Pitts pick, especially because they did move Julio. I think if they had Julio still, I would have tried to prioritize offensive line or even take the quarterback. Take Justin Fields.
All right, so looking at their roster, looking at their losses, they had a loss by 1, a loss by 4. They had a loss by 1.
How many points are they scoring?
They had a loss by 5. They had a loss by 3. They had a loss by 4. They had a loss by 3. I mean, that to me screams bad luck. I mean, you're losing all of those games by that small amount, and you have to think that it's going to swing the other way at some point for them. Like, they feel like much more of a 500 team to me than a 4-12 team like they were last year. Especially with their defense getting healthier.
Look at the points allowed. Look at that column.
I already exited. I got to finish this. I got to finish this pasta.
Must be says smartest thing you ever said. Well, that's because you wanted them to take a quarterback and you think Matt Ryan stinks. Which, again, you might be right.
I'd say Matt Ryan's more mediocre than stinks.
Mediocre's good. I don't think like Matt Ryan he might just now be slowly going down. You know, like I don't think he's there. I don't think he's hit rock bottom yet.
Mm-mm.
He's going down the cliff that everyone thought Brady would go down 7 years ago.
I think there's still football to be played in Matt Ryan's future. He's not done yet.
The Kellerman cliff comment was...
Oh, it's amazing.
5 years ago? And he just
maybe
won the
even
Super Bowl.
more.
It's great. It's great.
Trent Dilfer in 2014 said he's just not that good anymore.
7 years ago.
He's won 4 Super Bowls since then. All right, I digress. Amazing.
It's too good. They're not good anymore. How's the pasta? Good question.
It's good. Good.
80 Poker says bad luck.
Perfect level.
LOL, no heart.
Could be part of it.
Looking at these opponents' scores in those games. Atlanta allowed in week 1 to Seattle, 38. Dallas, 40. Granted, they had Dak still. Chicago, 30. Green Bay, 30. That's a tough little start to the year.
Mm-hmm.
Carolina, 23. See, and then, okay, so then there's some games here where they actually were terrible. They allowed 23, 23, 23, 17, 27. So, we'll see.
And this is why I thought that the Falcons should have given Raheem Morris a better shot at getting the job this offseason. Defensive-minded guy. I think the Falcons played a lot better under him. I don't know that he got as fair enough a shake as he should have because the defense improved. An injured defense improved under Raheem Morris. So I don't know. People are saying people are shocked that I'm eating right now. They must have missed at halftime where I heated up pasta. People have been asking me to use the microwave again, so I did it. Here I am.
He still hate me. Glash, did you just finish tie-dyeing that shirt in the backyard? No, but when I was on at noon, because as we found out, the sun is hot. The sun also moves throughout the course of the day.
Yeah. Well, no, okay, that actually has been corrected. The Earth moves around the sun.
Right.
So as humans, we say the sun moves, but technically, it's the Earth moving around the sun.
Now,
there is your science lesson for the day. People on Twitch were like, "Oh, Tom, you're an idiot. The sun doesn't move. You're an idiot." Yeah, I know. I know how it works, guys.
Oh, Jared Cook. Those hands. It's good effort, though. But the shade, the sun wasn't quite out yet, where, like, the tie-dye shirt actually just kind of looked like a plain white tee. Plus, the more you wash and dry the tie-dye, it starts to fade away.
Yeah. I don't mind a faded tie-dye, though. It's
no, man.
Nice.
It matches my hat, too, so I like this shirt a lot. It matches my blue and red hat. 3rd and 5 for Drew. Look. First down? Should be a first down. Oh, there's one of those cool bikes again. Imagine they just said, "Hey, can I get a ride?" And I'll get on my phone and stream the sim. Mike Bauer, so many Sun facts today. David says, both of you are very unprofessional and immature at best. Well,
get out of here, David.
David, with all due respect, you spelled immature wrong. It's not immature. So, hate to be that guy. 4th and inches, and don't get it! Ah! And there's life for the Falcons!
Like, David, do you realize what we're doing here?
We're
broadcasting a Madden simulation. This isn't the Olympics.
I think David's kidding. I think. Oh, maybe not. David, who was asking these guys to eat on camera? Dumb.
I don't know. I could scroll back and find the guy.
John Horn says, Tommy is a big dude. He must eat.
A man has to eat. Yeah, honestly, I don't remember the person that asked. Apparently there's been a movement to have me use the microwave again. I haven't done that in a while. Outside of buzzwords, of course.
Nate says, question, does Glash ever stop talking after having a few Diet Cokes? No, it's a big issue.
My guess is not, yeah.
No, I'm a yapper. I bark. In the wee hours of the morning after some Diet Coke.
You start breaking out the dog impression?
So that's to answer your question, Nate. And bye, David.
Why, does he say he's gone?
Nah.
Mike Bauer says, I like Freeze Pop finally using the fabled microwave.
You don't watch Schitt's Creek?
I've heard Schitt's Creek's fun. I've never watched it.
Oh,
my fiance loves it. Morgan is obsessed with it.
The sister, Alexa, says, bye, David.
Oh, it's like a thing. Okay.
Hey, first time we're asking on this sim. We're in the 4th quarter. 5:40 left. Can you guys hit that like button for us?
Oh, yeah.
Hit that like. Let's go. Almost 350 of you watching. So, Tom, here's something you got to think about now.
Okay.
When you do your live stream on Thursday, dude, you better not eat for 24 hours because that's unprofessional.
I got to tell you, so there's going to be probably like fake sportsbooks odds made around the me being at the diner. Like, how many waffles am I going to eat? How many times am I going to go to the bathroom? All that type of stuff. Yeah, like, but just like fake to have fun type of thing. Like, they'll set some over-unders. So I absolutely will be eating in the 20. I'm going to be at a diner for 24 straight hours. You don't think I'm going to eat delicious food at multiple points? If I have to be awake at a diner in the same place for 24 hours, you bet your bottom dollar I'm going to be enjoying some grub.
Tomorrow!
Most of the conversations are going to revolve around breakfast food.
All right, man. You know what? You can eat.
I'm targeting a Denny's close by to me. You can bet your bottom dollar I will be eating a Grand Sandwich. One of my favorite sandwiches in the world, the Grand Sandwich from Denny's.
This portion of the Vegas Insiders Tommy Freeze Pops live stream is brought to you by Denny's. Tommy Freeze Pops go-to spot when he has to stay up in the middle of the night and talk to a bunch of people he knows.
Carolyn saying, how are you going to stay up? It'll be a mix of coffee, various other caffeine products, and just pure will.
Oh, I never told all of you this because it just happened. And it's a reminder. There is a huge acorn tree, like right above me. So every once in a while, I might get pelted by an acorn. After a little breeze.
What if the acorn hits your computer?
I'd buy the acorn a pizza.
Okay.
That would be unbelievable.
I'm going to hold you to that.
All right.
John Horn saying Tommy should have his own food series. I agree with you. Somebody give me a food series. It's my dream job. Having a show like Guy Fieri's would be my dream job. Just traveling around the country eating awesome food.
Nate says you can get better after losing a star receiver. Stafford after losing Calvin. Timeout. In what world did Matt Stafford get better without Calvin Johnson?
I don't have his stats in front of me, but maybe like statistically he got better, but that might be more indicative of him just getting better as a player. But I'm pretty sure Stafford's best season as a quarterback came with Calvin. Like, wasn't there a year where he threw for 5,000 yards with Calvin Johnson?
Well, isn't that also that's a reflection of the league too? Like, the league has become more pass friendly over the years, the last 10, 15 years. So the league changing on that front, how offenses are designed, that also helps, but I don't think there's a world where losing Calvin Johnson made Matt Stafford better. Baker after losing OBJ is a good one.
Yeah, but he still had great receivers.
Sure, but I think there was a lot of pressure on Baker to force feed OBJ because Baker felt that pressure. If I want to be this big star in the NFL, I better feed the star receiver. I don't want him to be unhappy. Like, it's okay, dude. Like, if
it opened up the
covered,
offense.
What's that?
It opened up the offense.
Exactly. And I think Baker learned that over time. Like, oh, I don't have to throw the ball to him 13 times and he only catches it like 4 times. Got to mix it up, open him up. And that's also the coaching. That's Freddie Kitchens. Like, come on. What are we doing? You're making Baker look bad.
In Matt Stafford's third season so that would be with Calvin Johnson, he threw for over 5,000 yards. And then he just became a 4,000-yard guy for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 seasons in a row after that. Then he was just under 4,000. Then he was hurt, threw for almost 3,000, and then he was back to 4,000 last year. So Stafford has just been good his whole career. Let's just call it what it is.
Right. And like I said, I think the league has also, it's never been, at that point, it's never been easier to be a quarterback in a passing offense. Jordan Green says Stafford low-key asked for that trade because no one wins with the Lions ever. Well, he also, how many years was he there? 12?
A long time. He gave it a shot.
He gave him a long time. It's not like he asked out after it's not like the NBA where he was in one place for
a year,
5 years and said, I had enough. Or that. Yeah, even a year, right.
Yeah, he only won double-digit games twice in his, 11 seasons in Detroit.
Mm-hmm. Adam Kaufman is in the chat. See you all later. Hey, Koff, if you're still there, first off, thanks for tuning in. This is the most highly rated sim of the day, so congratulations for making it. Koff, Terrell Lynn's going to send out an invite for a Boston DK host get-together. You're going to have to clear your schedule. It's going to be a Friday or Saturday night. No wife, no kids, no Twitter, no Marcus Smart Talk, nothing. Just you, your liver, and I guess whatever you have as a personality. So can you make that happen for us? No follow-up questions. Just say yes or no. I'm in or I'm not in.
In or out?
See, Tara Lynn, I'm sorry. You can't ask him what places he would attend. Nope, we are not making exceptions for him. We're going to tell him the place, and he better show up. Do not give him that leverage.
Very curious to see how this all plays out.
Yeah, me too. I hope he comes.
Rossi told me he was going to have a cookout with all the DraftKings people over before I moved there. He's like, we're not going to wait for you to move. We're going to do that this summer. Hasn't happened yet. I don't think it happens until I get there, folks. Because I'm going to put wheels in motion. I know Tara Lynn's going to take charge, but I'm going to make it happen.
Kaufman, I'm in as long as I'm around. All right, I'll take that. I'll take that for an answer.
No, but the as long as I'm around part, that gives him the out. He could say he's not around.
Legitimate. Like, what if he has to go to a wedding? What if he has to... What if it's his wife's birthday? What if the Celtics sign a free agent?
He's giving himself an out. I don't like it.
Glash, I can't make it. The Celtics just gave Taco Fall a 4-year extension. I got to go.
I got to go tweet.
I got to go tweet for an hour. We'll actually, whatever venue we decide, we'll call them in advance and say, hey, where's your best, like, service spot? Can we make a little Twitter cubby for our friend Adam here? He needs a little...
Celtics just signed Taco Fall. I'm sorry, we don't have tacos on the menu. No,
the player signed. Oh, Koff slacking Tara Lynn, though. Tara Lynn, you better follow through and make plans. My weekends are slammed.
I'm telling you, it's got to be a Friday.
How are your weekends slammed? This fall. Soccer's over. The Celtics aren't even playing.
He does say if the Celtics extend Taco Fall for 4 years, I'll need a drink. Hey-oh!
Koff, you should be honored. We want you there.
It would feel empty without you. It's harder with the kids, though. I get it. Not to then go back on.
And
Rossi, too.
Koff, the reason why we're saying Friday night, because as Freeze Pops very smartly pointed out, there will be American Ultimate Disc League. So no one has to work. We don't have to work Sims. We're in the clear. Great call by you, man. Seriously. We got to do it on a Friday night. It has to be Friday night.
Friday. Got to do the meetup on Friday.
Will Koff be there?
Oh, Drew pointing it out. Drew, the Disc League ends September 10th and 11th.
Oh, that means our window is small.
Yeah, I don't know. Honestly, I moved back like on the 8th. So it might be me backing out of this thing. Oh. We might just have to grin and bear it and pick a night that sorry, some people aren't going to be able to come. Or just make it all non-Boston area people work the Sims that night.
We should literally all write in our availability Boston Day. It's Boston Day. Sorry, if you're in Boston, the Sim's over. Falcons didn't score. Mike Bauer says, you guys want to call the Sim? Call the Sim?
No!
Sorry, dude. Blame Koff. Kaufman, is this after Freeze Pops moves home? August is nuts, but September gets somewhat better.
Yes.
Wake me up
when September ends. Hey, Matt Ryan.
A lot of follow-ups here. Tara Lynn, just make the plans and tell him where he has to be at what day.
Matt Ryan hits the bonus.
It's a beautiful day. 3:14 for the former Eagle. Good for him. Who's getting the wooden nickel, kid?
I'd like to see more stats before I give out said awards. But Matt Ryan, man, looking good for that spot right now before I see the receiving numbers. Nobody going to get the wooden nickel from the rushing perspective. Kamara only 52 yards. Gurley only 41. Both have a tud, but nothing crazy on that end. You know what? It's going to Hayden Hurst. 10 catches, 177 yards. He gets the wooden nickel. Congratulations. And Julio Jones going to be the Babysitter Billy Award winner. He did squat, and he's usually a beast in these things. So,
who'd you give it to?
Hayden Hurst gets the wooden nickel.
And what about the Not My Kid?
Julio Jones. 2 catches, 22
Julio?
yards.
Ridley did nothing.
I mean, but do you expect – who do you expect to do nothing more? Calvin or Julio?
Calvin.
Exactly. So you're expecting more from Julio, who only gave you 2 grabs, no touchdowns. I expect more out of Julio. So he gets my Babysitter Billy Award.
Sorry, I was argumentative about your pick, and I told you I would
Remember, this is supposed to be collaborative, Glash.
You're right. Sorry. All right, shout out to JJ June updating the scores for us. So keep an eye on the Game Center. Sean 40, S-H-O-N, Sean 40. First place in our free roll in the public contest. A 2-way tie for first with Hurst. 2-way tie for first with Hurst in the captain. Wow, that is hard to say. Don't say it often. Thank you to producer Tara Lynn. Tommy, you got another busy couple of Sims coming up with Moose at 4 and 6.
That's right.
They will be here next for Vikings Panthers at 4. Had a great afternoon with all of you. Thank you all for being here. As we always say, hit the like button on your way out. And you got anything else? You good? You got to save that ammo for the rest of the day.
Yeah, I'll see you guys here at 4 o'clock Eastern. Going to just hang out for a little bit. Get my mind, body, and soul ready to go for 2 Sims with Moose.
Okay. Everyone have a great rest of your day. Thank you again. Twitch fam, you all be good. DK Sim fam, thank you. Coming up, the Unreasonable Odds podcast with Steve Buchanan and Julian Edlow. See you all later. Bye-bye.
What is going on, everybody, and welcome into another edition of the Unreasonable Odds podcast presented by DraftKings. We're in a little bit of a lull in the summer. NBA has just ended. NFL is around the corner. If you're doing the baseball grind, respect. If you're watching on YouTube, you may notice my co-host, Steve Buchanan, nowhere to be seen. It is just Julian Edlow, but we bring in a special guest today. Jeff Cheeseby, you can find him on Twitter. You probably know him on Twitter, @OldManWhoBets. He is, as you may know, recently a DraftKings content creator. So look, here we are creating some DraftKings content. And you can also find his work at the Action Network as a featured expert. Jeff, welcome into the Unreasonable Odds pod, man.
Julian, great day for a great day, my man. Thanks for having me on.
It is a great day for a great day. So let's help ourselves and help some others. Hopefully make a little bit of coin. But before we get there, as we usually do with first-time guests, we are going to play a little game of Know You Better. So we like to start on high notes. This doesn't need to be, I don't need to know any numbers, any amounts. This doesn't even have to be the bet that won you the most money. Or it doesn't have to be the bet with the highest plus odds. You can interpret this as you will. Your favorite win of your sports betting career.
Gosh, I like to think that every win is my favorate win until we hit the next one, right? Bet by bet, we're building here, trying to build a house full of gold bricks. But a good question, man. I think two wins that stick out to me in the recent, calendar year. I hit Georgetown, I think it was plus 150 versus Marquette money line, and then rode him again the next day, plus 260 over Villanova. where they had that epic 72-71 win. And, I got lucky. My roommate went to Seton Hall, so I watched more Big East basketball than most. Seton Hall was getting racked by their big guys. They were playing good ball, good guards, good defense. So I was able to, I think, find that hot streak on Georgetown before anybody else did. And, the Twitter fans were like, really? You're taking money line versus Villanova? They were like a 10-point dog. And I was like, we really are.
I remember I had the points, but respect.
Yeah. Fortune favors the brave on that front. So we let it ride and we hit there, and I ended up fading them. And I think there was a game maybe in between those where I mistakenly faded, but I came back for the Big East finals and hit it. So that always feels good. Big plus underdog winner, which not something I do all that often. I try to stay on just spreads at -110, or if we're playing baseball, nothing, generally larger than -150. So that always felt good, man. That was a good one.
All right, makes sense. Now I got to take you down the opposite end of the road, one that none of us love to talk about. But full disclosure, we exchanged some notes before the show, and I happen to be on one of your all-time worst beats, which makes it twice as bad. Your all-time worst beats, sir. Which one stands out to you the most?
Yeah, Julian, I'll take you back to January 11th, 2020, an absolute bloodbath of a day for me. I pulled it up in Action Network, and it unlocked a piece of my brain that I think I had blacked out. But a nice 1-7 day, -6.09 units. That was 1-5 on college basketball, 0-2 on NFL. Just really brought my A game that day. But if the losing wasn't enough, the way that we lost this one was just uncanny. This is Syracuse versus UVA. I had the under at 114.5. The game was a disgusting effort of offense. Both teams shot their under 33%. And obviously it went over. The final score was 63-55, going over by 3.5 points. But that for sure does not tell the entire story here. The final score in regulation was 43-all.
86 points.
Yeah, that's a 28-point cushion that we had for this under. So even when to overtime, I was like, whatever, right? Like, we're good. Of course, overtime is the place where both underdogs and unders go to die. But I said, all good. It's 5 minutes, not a worry in the world. Next thing you know, Buddy Boeheim, he has 5 points in regulation, 9 points in a 5-minute overtime, including a deep. This one was what really stung. It was in the shot clock expiring fadeaway 3-pointer that went off the bank. And at that point, I was like, I'm done. But, you think about it, right? The final score in overtime here was 20-12. UVA and Cuse only scored 19 points in the second half. So then to come out and score 20 in 5 minutes of overtime is just absolutely brutal. They hit 7 3-pointers in that 5-minute time frame. There was only 12 3-pointers hit in the 40 minutes of play. And then to top it off, we were still trending okay coming into the final minute. Cuse had blown it open. UVA was shooting terrible. And then these teams go off and score 12 points in the final 60 seconds to bust it. So I was already a little tilted, obviously, with a mediocre day. And then the one that I thought was a sure win with a 28-point cushion couldn't come home for me. So the gambling gods, the profit gods, I had somehow disrespected them, apparently. So I, said my prayers, had a nice little sacrifice that evening. And I think they bounced back ultimately. But it was that one for sure stung, man.
Yep, we've heard some bad ones on this show. I've brought up some of my bad ones on this show. And I forgot about that until you sent it to me, and then I was reading it, and I was like, oh, yeah, I bet that under pretty big, and was just calling it a win at halftime. It was a win. Mm-hmm. And then, like you said, when it went to overtime, I was like, it's still going to win. We just can't go to double overtime. I forgot about that stat you brought up, though. Q said 19 points in the second half and 20 points in the 5-minute overtime.
Yeah, just blasphemous, honestly. That one left me shock and awe for sure. And, Syracuse, honestly, for me, is one of those teams that I feel like I bet wrong every time. They play that funky zone, and like teams that I think will ball against it don't, and think teams that I think will tank against it ball. So I've put Cuse on the short blacklist, at least for the coming into next season. But I think they're eventually getting rid of Boeheim, right? And so who knows? It might be a new ball game. Maybe I could start betting on Cuse again.
Yep, I'll give you real quick. One of my worst bad beats of all time is college basketball, a college basketball void that will live with me forever. 2020 college hoops, DraftKings Sportsbook offered some really cool markets, including to be a 1 seed, to be any of the 1-4 1 seeds. When it came out, I thought some stuff was mispriced. I made a pretty big bet on Kansas plus 250 to be one of those 4 number 1 seeds. As the season progressed, as we were getting into the week before March Madness, Kansas was going to be the number 1 overall seed in the tournament. The odds when they closed on DraftKings Sportsbook were minus 2,000 for Kansas to get a 1 seed. And you know what happened in 2020. We didn't get a March Madness. We didn't get a bracket. COVID hit. Void the bet. Refund me of a no-brainer plus 250 winner. I've never been more mad to just get my money back.
Right. Yeah, break even, not even a loss. But I mean, talk about closing line value, right? That thing's over at minus 2,000. I mean,
probably the best closing line value I have ever got.
Yeah, but of course it doesn't happen. I remember that season as well. I had, I go to the Big East tournament every year. I'm here in New York City. And I had St. John's first half in game. So I was able to cash the first half because they played the first half. That bet went through. And then everything else was there from Boyd. So I was 1-0 on college basketball postseason, undefeated. My whale play, best better in the world. You already know.
Can't go better than 1-0.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. So when you are getting into bets, I know you're a big numbers guy. What are some of your? This can be for any sports, whatever. What are some of your favorite trends or numbers that you're looking to back, and what are some numbers that kind of jump out to you that are some of the biggest red flags, I guess, in your sports betting?
Sure, man. Definitely differs by sport. You know, football, I ride the Football Outsiders DVOA metrics, which is an efficiency stat, essentially taking away, overall output on the field, what actually happens, what should, looking at offensive, defensive efficiency, and then trying to map what a line in my head should be. I don't have any specific statistical models there outside of kind of the eye test. But I generally drive that to figure out if I think a team is overvalued, undervalued. I'd say baseball is definitely where I'm stat heavy the most. I look at a combination of weighted on base percentage, isolated power, fielding independent of pitching, and just kind of triggering out positive or negative regression stats, mainly around pitchers, and then try to find kind of where the value is there. But I think kind of the process is the same. I get a quick ocular pat down of the overall board, try to figure out, what kind of fishing lines are looking, and then always just kind of ask the why. I think that why is ever changing. You never know who's undervalued or overvalued based on Vegas, but those quote trap lines, some people say they don't exist. I think that's just a great spot to go a little bit deeper and try to uncover a trend that is hitting. I think in terms of like sweeping trends, I think MLB was really interesting last year. Obviously didn't translate as much into this year, but with teams playing like 13 games in 14 days, bullpens more often than not were wildly depleted, and we were seeing more single and double A pitchers than we ever have. So I was able to crush the second half of the shortened season last year, but just by essentially hammering overs. Even if your starter was throwing 0 runs through 5 innings, it was almost guaranteed that the bullpens were going to allow like 4 to 6 runs cumulatively. So that was a wildly profitable pivot. And then this year, I think we kind of saw the opposite with baseball, right? All of a sudden, people have Stickum or whatever on their hands. Pitchers are at an all-time best, and unders were crushing it. So baseball has been kind of wildly inconsistent, especially then halfway through, right? We're looking at removing the sticky stuff. That was essentially like going back to day one for me. All the data that we already had on these pitchers was kind of null and void for individuals who are losing spin rates. So baseball, I think first half of the year, I kind of took my foot off the gas just to try to figure out where these pitchers are actually landing and what their actual numbers should be. And I think now that we've had about a month and a half of that, I'm reemerging into the baseball world, hopefully to absolutely crush it in the second half.
I was going to say, we're in the second half, so it's your time to shine now, and you will be giving us an MLB play later in this show. So hopefully, as your Big East tournament, hopefully you can leave the Unreasonable Odds podcast a perfect 1-0.
That would be nice.
And just be the best bettor of all time.
Hell yeah, bro.
All right, last one here. Just general overall advice for, sports betting is really taken off, obviously. So many new bettors getting involved with so many states now becoming legal. Your best advice for new sports bettors? Obviously we have, everybody says, the bankroll management, don't bet more than you can afford to lose and whatnot. But, in getting into it, I guess your number one thing, if you're going to leave people with one thing getting into sports betting.
Yeah. I mean, I think bankroll management for sure is number one. But everybody says that. So number two, I would think Something to the tune of understanding that this is not a get-rich-quick scheme. This is long and strong. The best bettors in the world are only generating, 4, 5, 6% ROI. They're winning at 55%. So individuals who are touting 80% win rates are probably either on the heater of a lifetime or faking their numbers. So I think take it as one bet at a time, avoid parlays to the death. Anything more than a 2-team parlay is generally a losing proposition in terms of actual overall odds that the books are giving you. So what I always try to say is just bet by bet, we build one unit at a time. We'll take our losses. We'll keep our heads straight. I think emotional intelligence and kind of just keeping calm during wins and losses is huge. So you don't chase on either side. And again, that always just rolls back to bankroll management. So stick to your guns, one unit at a time. Make sure those units are stuff that you're willing to lose because you have to pay rent at the end of the day, and losing that to some sports bets. I like to think of them as more short-term, high volatility investments. But nonetheless, just like you wouldn't blow your bankroll on a small cap biotech pharma company with a phase 2 clinical trial, probably shouldn't also then blow that on a second quarter bet in the NBA finals.
Fair enough. And that transitions us nicely right into the NBA finals. We'll tie a quick bow here on NBA season. We're going to have like 3 months off from the NBA. The off seasons are different every off season now, just because of the COVID interruption and going into the bubble. And now the NBA will kind of get back on schedule. NBA draft is a week from us recording this, Thursday, July 22nd. So on Thursday, July 29th will be the NBA draft. Quick plug, Unreasonable Odds. Next week, we will have Jeff Goodman on the podcast breaking down some NBA draft stuff. I will have an NBA draft props best bet article up on the DraftKings playbook. So our last little drop of NBA action until October, really, other than diving into futures. This was transparency. Here's the thing that's big for, I guess, new bettors. Making sure that you're transparent, making sure the people that you follow and tail and bet with are transparent. I'll be transparent. This was my worst NBA postseason ever since I've started publicly releasing plays and, writing articles and whatnot. Nothing was as it seemed. Everybody got injured. The Suns could have fallen out in the first round if Anthony Davis doesn't get injured. The Bucks could have gotten knocked out by the Nets if Kevin Durant wore smaller shoes. It was a crazy postseason, not my favorite one. There were some highs, but there were more lows. Nets to win the East was one of my biggest NBA bets that I've ever made. But just in the end, for the NBA season, impossible as a basketball fan not to be happy for Giannis, in my opinion. I was on the Suns to win game 1 and to win the series, double result, to get that price down to a -110. Felt pretty good about it, up 2-0. As many things in this NBA postseason didn't work out for me. But that game from Giannis, that was a legacy game from Giannis in game 6, one of the best clinchers I've ever seen. So happy for the Bucks, happy to take some time off from NBA outside of the draft, and we'll be ready to get back into it. I think the regular season is so much better to bet than the postseason because I like betting player props, and nothing is more crazy than load management in the NBA and just sneaking in a quick prop when whatever, just the classic ones. Kawhi Leonard ruled out right before tip. Give me some Paul George overs. I'm not smart. I'm just getting a bet in very quick that is now mispriced because of that news. But anyway, yeah, I'm ready to tie a bow on NBA. Before we get to some real stuff, some real bets. Any thoughts on the NBA season that you wanna share?
Yeah, man. I mean, I love that quote. You're not smart, you're opportunistic. That's half the fight. Timing it well and being aware of that. And of course, I'm sure you're selling yourself short a little bit on the intelligence, but neither here nor there.
I don't know anything. I could not pick a winner for my life. I cannot pick a side for my life in the NBA playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, the playoffs are tough though, man. Across all sports, right? Those are the sharpest lines with the most bets. And Vegas is bringing it. They've got a whole what 82 game season behind them of data to be making these lines off of.
Right.
I thought the basketball season in general was amazing this year. Some more parity than we've had in a decade. The first finals that we haven't had that included Steph or LeBron in literally 10 years, which was great. Of course, Giannis with a 50 bomb to close us out here. If it was 49 or 51, wouldn't have been as good of a Chick-fil-A order. So I think he missed that free throw on purpose.
Exactly.
But, candidly, I'm here in New York. I'm a huge Knicks fan. I was at game 2, the only playoff game we've won in a decade. Of course, we celebrated a little too hard afterwards. We got a lot of flack for it, but man, were we pumped. So I'm excited for the parity. I'm hoping Dame Lillard comes our way. I think we're plus 200 on him hitting. I'm not sure where that line exists, but I saw it somewhere on social media. So the best odds, of course, what does that mean? It's all speculation. But and I'm also grateful, honestly, for the Olympic basketball coming up. We of course don't have the NBA for a while, but we will have more pretty high quality hoops. Team USA hasn't looked particularly strong by any means. I think they dropped from, it was like a minus 1,000 favorites, like minus 300 to win the gold. So,
yeah,
never loved laying that much juice. But in terms of being opportunistic, if there was a buy low on Team USA, you'd think that it's right now. So it could be some value on that. But nonetheless, great season, a profitable season, which was huge. I did player props for the first half of the season. I was up about 15 or so units. Just 1 unit at a time, obviously a grind. And then, honestly, I didn't bet really at all for the second half of the season. I thought the props I was betting the lines were tightening up. It was becoming more of a coin flip. So baseball was starting, took a little time off from betting. At the end of the day, we need to be rested and recovery. Have a little load management, just like these NBA players. But nonetheless, a great season. Can't wait for next.
I'm very ready for 3 months of load management of me betting basketball. But like you said, the player props, that's where it's at for me when it comes to NBA. And one of the things that I learned this season down the stretch is, like you said, once that data comes in, the numbers are harder and harder to bet. So making those opportunistic player props in certain spots, generally when injury news is involved, is something that I've told myself I'm gonna do more of next year. I don't need to bet whatever big Lakers Bucks game. I don't need to bet Lakers minus 3.5 and my favorite prop. I'll just put 2 units on my favorite prop and be a little bit smarter with my money. So that's something that I'm trying to do to better myself next season. But we're tying a bow on basketball, and we're moving on to a little bit of baseball right now. Baseball is a grind. As I've said on a few different platforms, this is my 6th year at DraftKings. This is my first summer not covering the MLB in terms of having some articles or anything of that sort. So I'm kind of, I did a lot of basketball. NBA ran later, which played a role in that. And football's right around the corner. So I'm pumped doing some NFL and college football futures type of stuff, prepping for week 1s. And we're going to close out the show with football. But for MLB, before we get into any specific plays, what are kind of like you said, you want to check out the whole board, look for some potential value. What are some of the biggest things you think this season, a weird season once again, with the sticky stuff rule coming into play in the middle of the season, what are some of the biggest things that you're keeping an eye out for when you're just opening up the board and going through where some value could be on a baseball card?
Yeah, I mean, quick ocular pat down on the board is always a juxtaposition of the line versus overall records. If a team is 50-20 versus a team that's 35-35, and it's minus 110 both ways, I think a lot of people look at that and say, wow, such good value on that amazing team. But Vegas doesn't give out free money. That's when we go in and go a little bit deeper on the why. So I kind of combo that. Yeah, exactly.
Which scrub got called up from AAA and is pitching for the Astros against the Royals?
Yeah, exactly, man. So that's kind of where I start and pick and choose my spots. Time is finite. A lot of us don't do betting professionally. Some of us do. They've got all the time in the world to cap. But if you have a full-time job, do anything else, it's hard to go through 15 games a day sometimes. So that's where I kind of pick and choose my spots. And then from there, I'll find pitcher matchups, et cetera, that I like or not like, and then we'll only whittle there. I think once I start reaching beyond that is when things start to go awry a little bit. So I try to be very disciplined on that front. And I think MLB betting in general, you already said it, right? Totally a grind. I think a good perspective to think about it is with 162 games versus the NFL of 16, now 17 games. But that's essentially the equivalent of 10 MLB games is the equivalent to 1 football game. So if a team could lose 4 in a row or 3 in a row, call it, that's essentially only losing the first quarter of an NFL game. So it's like one of those things where these trends can happen where a team will lose 3 and then they'll win the next 9. Look at the Yankees. They're 9-2 in their last 11. And after tanking for quite some time, now they turn it around. So I feel like you can find some of these more sustainable winning trends and kind of ride that momentum over a longer sample size than you can in the NFL, right? Most people aren't betting on the first quarter because of the wild variance, but over a 10-game sample size with MLB, you can find those spots and pick and choose them. So that perspective, I think, is super, super helpful, especially when you do have a 5-10 game losing streak as a bettor. It's like, I still have 1,000 more games I'm going to be betting this season. We're not going to lose sleep over this little small sample size.
Exactly. All right. Before we get into any plays, I guess I'll give you the floor. Is there anything else in terms of MLB? Because I'm not trying to wrap my head too hard around the MLB season. Is there anything going on right now that you want to talk about that you think presents value or is a trend to keep an eye on going forward or anything like that in baseball?
Yeah, man, I think with the the declining spin rates, I think these pitchers are figuring it out, but it seems like where unders were supreme the first half of the season, there's a little bit more availability to overs. So, I'm always looking at kind of the juxtaposition between a full game line and a first 5 line. Good example of what we're going to talk about in a second here is the Braves are -150 first 5, -130 on the game. And that's like, okay, they like the starter, they like the bullpen less. So that's where I'd go deeper on bullpen ERA, bullpen expected, fielding independent of pitching, FIP, and things along those lines to help craft that narrative. I think the lines can really help you, once you understand why they are a certain way, hone in on what needs to be answered. And in that game like this, it's going to be the bullpen. So, it's one of those things that there's so many pieces of data. I would encourage everybody, and I can give a quick rundown of some of the stats I look at and why they're important. But baseball is a game that it does make sense statistically. At the end of a season, more often than not, a guy on the back of his baseball card is going to have a stat line that reflects that. So it's one of those things that you can identify where outliers exist and then fade those outliers or ride them, depending on if it's a regression or improvement, which is huge with pitchers. So I always look for that juxtaposition between first 5 and full game, and then try to figure out kind of where the line strength is and then bet it accordingly.
All right. This is the big moment. At Old Man Who Bets, coming on the Unreasonable Odds podcast, putting his reputation on the line, giving out an MLB play. This is all or nothing for your entire reputation. One play on Thursday, January 22nd. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, you got to play for us. You're coming on Thursday, July 22nd, MLB card. What do you got for us, man?
Yeah, man, I'm looking at Atlanta here. Braves are again -130. I like first 5 as well at -150. So again, my strategy here, I'm always overvaluing starting pitching as a place to start. And I look at matchup data specifically before looking at their season trends. So we've got Charlie Morton on the mound versus Matt Moore tonight. In terms of pitching plate appearances, in terms of the matchup, both of these are pretty statistically significant. Matt Moore has 63 plate appearances against this Brave team, and Morton has 153. So that makes me feel good. That gives me more confidence in the data that it is actually representing an output that we can trust. So I start with weighted on base percentage from dailybaseball.com. Weighted on base percentage is a pretty simple concept here. Not all hits are created equal. A batting average assumes that they are. So it helps quantify whether or not these pitchers are giving up more extra base hits, more home runs, etc. So league average is at 320. Anything over that means that they're underperforming. Anything under that means that they're overperforming. And what we see right off the bat is Charlie Morton at 302, just better than league average. Matt Moore at 346. A decent sized, 25 points worse than league average. So right there, already a lean towards the Braves. Looking at expected weighted on base percentage from Baseball Savant, we see an even larger delta there. Charlie Morton at 270 versus Matt Moore at 386. So that would indicate that Morton's actually been underperforming against this Phillies lineup, and Moore has been slightly overperforming. So again, another stat we love if we're backing the Braves. Moving right along here, I know this is data heavy, but this is the process. This is how we find our picks. Next up, I'm looking at isolated power, or ISO. ISO is a measure of a hitter's raw power and essentially tells you how often they hit extra base hits. So with weighted on base percentage can give a pretty nice picture of how these players perform. League average is about 140 on this, and same thing with pitchers, right? Anything above that means they give up a lot of home runs, a lot of doubles, whatever it might be. Anything below that, very good. So here we're looking at Charlie Morton at 0.095, well below the league average, meaning he's limiting how many extra base hits he's giving. And our guy, Matt Moore, he's at 231. Elite hitters are usually hitting an ISO of over 200. So at 231 means he's given up a lot of big hits, which again, we love when the Braves are minus 130 on that stat. And last but not least, on the matchup side of things, we're looking at FIP, which stands for fielding independent of pitching. Essentially, it's measuring what a player's ERA would look like over a set amount of time if the pitcher were to have league average results on the balls in play, rather than with the actual outcomes of the game. So it takes out a little of the variance, a little of the lucky hits, the errors, things along those lines. It puts out a number of based on the league average, which is a good indicator of like where they should be. So here we're seeing Morton at 317, a very, very strong number. We're seeing Matt Moore here at 4.90, not inspiring in the least. So all the matchup data is heavily favoring the Braves here, which I love, kind of reinforcing that Braves minus 130 bet. Does that make sense?
Ladies and gentlemen, that is exactly why I say that baseball is for nerds. That is a lot of numbers right there. I mean, first of all, a million, you just gave me a million numbers to favor the Braves. Braves money line is an official Unreasonable Odds podcast play, so I'm going to be on it. But yeah, I got to introduce you to the rest of our guys at DraftKings. Steve Buchanan, Tim Finnegan, Gary and Thorne, all of our baseball nerds. They're going to love that clip. They're going to love that clip of numbers.
Good stuff, man. We can dive into season stats as well. You know, that's like the first matchup, right? We want to look at matchup, then we want to look at actual pitcher performance, because matchup data, both of these guys have been pitching for more than 10 years in the league. So do I have 2021? All right, fair enough.
I blacked out there. Did we get into bullpens?
Not yet, man. Long story short here is that Morton is performing well this year. Matt Moore hasn't had under a 5 ERA in the last 3 years, and he's been on 4 teams. It's not good. But bullpens, both are very, very average. We've got Philadelphia here 22nd in the league and Atlanta at 21st. So a bit of a wash. But one stat, Julian, that I do think is important here is Matt Moore's home runs per game is at 1.75. Atlanta is number 5th in the league in terms of home runs per game. So going back to that isolated power, going back to that weighted on base percentage, Matt Moore giving up extra base hits. The Braves love extra base hits. So I think that's a really nice matchup there. And then on the Charlie Morton side of things, he's been nasty on the road, a 2.83 ERA versus a 4.24 at home. And the biggest difference there has been how many home runs that he's given up. So love to see that as well as an on the road pitcher here.
All right. This isn't even pushback. I guess this is just a thought. The only thing that I'm going to say here is a casual baseball bettor. There is nothing worse than capping the starting pitching matchup right and winning the first 5, but taking the cheaper price on the game and losing the game based on, I like where you're going. Like the bullpens are both just neck and neck, a little below average. But I hate leaving things up to bad bullpens if the Phillies bullpen just happens to be better than the Braves bullpen tonight. But as you are also saying, this is a season-long grind, and playing the minus 130 on the money line over the minus 150 on the first 5 over the course of the season probably works in your favor.
Yeah, I think it should be all right here. And, you know, like at the end of the day, I'm going to be playing the first 5 minus 150 as well. But even looking at like run differential here, you got the Braves at plus 25, you got the Phillies at minus 11. So that's with about 100 games under our belt. So, you know, again, we're hoping for that sample size. I do think the stronger play of the two is probably the first 5. You know, I think the line reflects that, obviously. But because the bullpens are equally as tumultuous, AJ Minter just got sent down after blowing like 3 games in 3 days for the Braves. So they've got some new guys taken into the 8th. I think it's Luke Johnson, I want to say, who's been pretty good. So I feel like this maybe is a hot take, but I want to say that the Braves bullpen is trending up, or at least it's trending new, which I appreciate. And of course, it's a circus in the Phillies bullpen, and it has been for the last couple of years. And that's where those overs really come to play, not because of the starters more often than not, but because these bullpens, if they throw strikes, are generally then resulting into big hits. So always a good time for sure.
All right, one more quick question on this one. So when like you said that you're going to back the first 5 as well, but we're also giving out Braves full game money line. How do you kind of distribute units there when you're going same game, same side on the first 5 and the full game?
Yeah, for me, it's just going to be 1 unit each. I'm more or less a flat better. Well, rarely, I would say probably 98.5% of my bets have been 1 unit. And then the rest are generally below that. Some half unit plays like early season when the data's not there. But I don't get too crazy with my units. I'm never dropping a 5 unit whale or a 10 unit nuclear play, undefeated 80-0, none of those. So just 1 unit at a time. We'll take our medicine if we lose. We'll grind our way to profits if we win. And again, long and strong. This is an investment strategy, not a get rich quick plan.
I dropped a 5 unit whale once on the Nets to win the East.
Always feels good, but it sounds like the rest of the season was pretty solid. So you're
a good regular
season.
Money
there.
It was a good regular season. We had it in the bankroll. I was supremely confident, and injuries took me down, and I'm sticking to that.
Yeah, I mean, 100%, especially with the Nets, man. You can look at the other ones, but
and Durant's foot's not on. Now I am complaining about my bet. Durant's foot's not on the line. You get the Hawks in the Eastern Conference Finals with Harden getting healthier, maybe Kyrie coming back, and that one's never going to sit well with me. Okay, we're going to move on to football.
50 days to football, I think?
It's very close.
It's either 50 or 49.
I'm going to give out a college football play a little bit later, a college football future. I'll have an article for it on the DraftKings playbook. I'm getting this one out a little earlier than I expected to because I think it's going to move, and DraftKings has the best price by far in the industry right now. But we will get to that after. We're going to start with some NFL. Looking towards the future, I know you like a couple of division bets here. This is just kind of open-ended. Feel free to talk about those divisions that you like, and if you got any win totals to miss playoffs, the floor is yours, and I'll get into it after.
Awesome, man. Yeah, I mean, candidly, I haven't done my NFL deep dive too much. I've locked in 2 bets. One was with my heart and on the opportunistic side of things, and the other is a little bit more data driven. So we'll start with the heart. I locked in the Patriots plus 350. I'm a Patriots fan. As soon as the news that we signed Jonnu Smith and Hunter Henry came in, just went in and locked that. Long story short, I don't think Cam Newton was necessarily the issue. If you look at their points per play in the last year with Brady and the last year with Cam, it only moved by about 0.1 because neither of them were throwing to any names that are even worth mentioning on this podcast. It'd almost be disrespectful to the podcast. I think they even bring up some of those targets. So I think the X factor there is going to be their defense, but I think their offense is wildly improved. It's a tough division, but that line did move about 15 minutes after locking that in. And that was on March 16th. So plus 350 there. But I do like Washington to win the NFC East here, plus 170. I locked that in on June 27th. And this starts with the defense here. I look at DVOA, which stands for defense adjusted value over average, essentially looking at net results versus the rest of the league. Just a way to kind of standardize, the outputs of these outside of looking at like points and things along those lines. So when we look at their defensive DVOA, they were number 3 in the league last year, which I absolutely love. 2 against the pass, 11 versus the rush. And we look at the teams that are also in this division with that same stat. Dallas was 23rd, the Giants were 19th, and Philly was 15th. So 2 to 23, 2 to 19, 2 to 15, I think rather large deltas here and something that we can capitalize on, especially when they're not the favorites to win the division. Looking at the offensive side of things, I think there's a lot of question marks coming in this league, obviously, or this division. Obviously, Dak is back. They're going to be the offense to beat. We are seeing, I think, wildly improved offenses from the other 3 teams. Washington was number 32 in offensive DVOA last year, but they were 14th in rushing DVOA specifically. So they did run the ball pretty well. Of course, now they have Ryan Fitzpatrick, the absolute gunslinger. I think
passing game can only go up. That passing game can only go up.
Yeah, and they added Curtis Samuel, which is good. They've got Scary Terry. They've got Chris Sims. They've got a pretty good squad there, which I think is going to go over pretty well. And people love to hate on Fitz, but he said literally a week ago that this is the best team he's ever had as being, quote, the guy, which you appreciate. And in the last 3 years, he has thrown 50 TDs to 33 interceptions. Perhaps not elite, but certainly could be a whole lot worse. So No, I think the question comes here in terms of overall offense. We look at the other teams in the league. Dallas was 24th. Of course, Dak coming back is an absolute game changer. The Giants were 26th. Saquon's coming back. They signed Kenny Golladay. They're going to be better as well. Can Danny Jones do it? I don't know. And then Philly was 28th. But they made some improvements as well. We'll have Hurts in his second season. So all of those things are question marks. But I just think even when the offense is improving, I think that the Washington offense is going to be improved enough where their defense is going to be the X factor. Even with, the abysmal offense that they had last year, they were the only team in the division to have a positive point differential, +6. The Giants were -77. The Cowboys were -78. The Eagles were -84. So with the class
there.
yeah, what a mediocre division front to back. But nonetheless, I think we can use the wild card game as a pretty good proxy of what we should expect from Washington this year. They obviously lose to Tampa Bay, Super Bowl champions, by 8 points with Heineke at the helm. I think Fitzpatrick is a big-time upgrade there, and the defense isn't going to get any worse. So if they're contending with the Tampa Bay Bucks, I think they're going to be able to do better than simply contend with the rest of the NFC East. And at +170, it felt like a reasonable odds. I don't think necessarily value by any means, but I thought it was a good play.
There we go. A lot of numbers behind Washington for the division there. I like it. I believe we're sitting at +200 right now on DK Sportsbook.
Okay, even better. Love that.
There you go. Great number on Washington for the division. I didn't know you were a Pats fan, man. Where are you from?
Born in Greenwich, lived in Sherburne, Massachusetts until I was 4 years old, and then spent my coherent years in New Jersey. So long story short, on paper, I'm the biggest front runner on the planet, being a Patriots, Yankees, Rangers, Knicks fan, but the Rangers and the Knicks are trash. So it balances out.
All right. I'm a Pats fan myself. I was a Tampa Bay fan last year.
I'll always root for Brady, that's for sure. And man, were they fun to watch. And they brought back, all 22 starters the first time ever in Super Bowl era after winning a Super Bowl. Woo!
Okay, so that's a good transition. I was a Bucs fan last year because I got in on those Tampa futures when the Brady news was creeping in, but we still had the Jameis numbers on the books.
Mm-hmm.
So over 8.5 wins, +3,000 Super Bowl, +1,400 or something NFC. That worked out great. They're now like +300 to win the NFC, so not much value there. But like you just said, the first team in the salary cap era to return all 22 starters from a Super Bowl team. This team needed adjustments, 7-5, and then boom, done from there. And no turning back.
With a shortened preseason, right? They had no time to really gel as a unit. And then combo the fact that Tom Brady has a career cover rate of like 58%. I mean, what's not to like? Profits and swagger.
Yeah.
Check and check.
So for me, I don't, you're giving out some plus money division bets there. Do you hate? I know you just said in baseball, you would go up to maybe like -150 with what you're laying. I'm seeing a lot of 200s out there. DraftKings Sportsbook is showing it recently moved from -160 to -170. Tampa to win the NFC South. I don't hate laying that juice. I will take -170 on the Bucs to win that division. Sam Darnold and the Panthers aren't going to do it. Mm-hmm. Is there some sharp money on Atlanta over 7.5? Yes, but they're going to win 8 or 9 games if they go over that total. And one of my other bets here, I'll give you a 2-1. Saints to miss the playoffs at -115. I think the drop off to Winston will better coaching help him, perhaps a little bit, but let's remember this dude was a turnover machine in Tampa with or without Bruce Arians coaching that offense. So the Saints -115 to miss the playoffs. That win total is set at 9. Tampa's all the way up at 12, so they have a 3-win edge just in terms of expected win total on anybody in the division. I don't, outside of a Brady injury or significant injuries on both sides of the ball, I don't know how this division isn't theirs, and I will lay the 70 cents with confidence that they will do so.
Yeah, I think that's a great bet, man. And again, it's only juice for losers, right? You look at point differential last year. The Saints were leading the division at +145. The Bucs were right there at +137. And then combo the fact, of course, that you said it, they sputtered out of the gate. They got smacked a few times, which obviously didn't help that point differential. But the Falcons, I don't know. I mean, they're serial underperformers. They lose Julio Jones. They were minus 18 in terms of net points last year. The Panthers were minus 52. I like Sam, New York guy, but I don't think he's going to be the X factor to really turn it around for them, especially after they lose, Curtis Samuel, who was like one of the best third down players in the league last year. So I don't mind it. Minus 170 feels good to me. I think you could take that over in the win total as well. You look at Brady's years. I mean, they got 11-5 last year with zero chemistry. And I think what's really interesting, if you look at it was Aaron Rodgers' stats. I forget exactly what they were, but year one into year two with a new coach, new offensive coordinator, his stats with Brady in year one almost identical. Fast forward to last year, of course, Aaron Rodgers puts up some of the best numbers of his career. Now we've got Brady in a new system year two. I think it's going to be, perhaps 07 all over again. I think they're going to be just an absolute greatest show on turf, Kurt Warner style. I don't know if they have turf down in Buffalo or in Tampa Bay, but I think it's going to be absolute fireworks.
Yeah, it's hard not to like the Bucs with the starters coming back with one of the easier schedules. And going back to last year, they lost the 2 regular season games to New Orleans before beating them in the postseason. I don't think that's going to be any worse than a split, and maybe even a 2-0 for Tampa this time around with the experience and with the quarterback change, whichever way it may be. I mentioned the Jameis turnovers, and if it's Taysom Hill, then I'm just not afraid of him carving up defenses long term as a quarterback, really. So I feel good about backing Tampa in a lot of different ways, and at the same time I'm shorting New Orleans, I guess there. So before we wrap NFL and I give my college win total bet and we get out of here, anything else NFL that kind of jumps to you, whether it's a win total, whether it's a week 1 play, whether it's something down the line that you want to look at, like on the DraftKings Sportsbook, Tampa Bay -3 on Sunday Night Football in Foxborough against the New England Patriots, which I will take my money and bet against our New England Patriots because Tom Brady's going to win that game in Foxborough. Because he showed last year how much more important he is than Bill Belichick when it comes to the Bill versus Tom thing. So there's my take. Tampa heavy show for me all of a sudden. I didn't know this was happening, coming from me. But yeah, anything else NFL related that you want to bring up that you're looking at?
Nothing yet, man. We got another 50 days. Stay tuned. We'll have more plays. We'll have week 1 plays. We'll have more futures, but slow and steady. And a lot can happen. We just saw Cam Akers tear his Achilles before preseason even started. So I don't feel the need to really rush all these bets, even if I'm then getting, perceived lack of closing line value. I'd rather have more data under my belt and make a smarter bet.
All right. I like it. Nice and easy. Pump the brakes a little bit. We got plenty of time to get these bets in. Okay. Before we get out of here, I have a college football win total that I have bet that I'm releasing an article on, before the end of the week, probably on Thursday, July 22nd. It will be out on the DraftKings playbook. I thought I was going to get to this later, but it's been gaining a lot of steam. I was on a radio show this week where this win total was brought up, and it was brought to my attention that DraftKings was the only place to get the best price. We're going to the SEC. We're going to the Arkansas Razorbacks. We're going to under 6 wins, priced at -110. Here's the deal with this play. First of all, I'm not even going to talk about football. I'm going to talk about pricing across the industry. Nowhere else in the industry right now is hanging a 6. They're all 5.5s. So if this does get to 6 where everybody else is a loser, guess what? You push it on DraftKings Sportsbook, you're going to get your money back. But we don't want to push. We want this to be a winner. We're just playing it safe with the 6 there. These are 5.5s. You can find some 5.5s under at like -125. So getting -110 on the under 6 is an absolute steal. Here we go. Arkansas Razorbacks football schedule. I'm bringing it up right now. Let's start with the 3 wins because I want to, transparency here. Let's give them their wins. Open up with Rice. That's a win. Saturday, September 18th, Georgia Southern. That'll be a win. There's also a University of Arkansas Pine Bluff on the schedule.
Of course.
those teams aren't going to beat an SEC team. That's not going to happen. Those are 3 wins for the Arkansas Razorbacks. Give you those. There are also
What's up, DK Sim fam? Welcome back into the DraftKings Dream Stream. You know who I am, Geoff Ulrich, coming right at you at the Fantasy Grind on Twitter. I never even promote my Twitter, so I'm just gonna do it right off the bat. Give me a follow at the Fantasy Grind on Twitter. Give this guy a follow too. He's Thomas L. Freeze Pops. He's here with me for a couple sims today, and what do we got, Tom? I've already forgotten. The Carolina Panthers, the Minnesota Vikings to kick things off for your 4 p.m. Eastern sim. We got 3 more of these after. Ah, man, we got so much going on here. There's just sims out the yin-yang. Tom and I are going to be hanging out for 2 straight. How you doing, man?
I'm doing well. This is my 3rd of 4 for the day. We got 2 premier running backs on tap here, Dalvin Cook and Christian McCaffrey. I myself am a Cook guy over McCaffrey. I don't know where you sit on that, but I got both of them in my lineup. Because you don't want to be the guy that doesn't have one of those guys in their lineup when they go off. So Cook and the captain, McCaffrey, Anderson, Samuel, Sharp, and Sly.
This is kind of an interesting matchup because it's basically the top 2 picks from fantasy football we're talking about, right? Like Dalvin Cook, Christian McCaffrey. Mm-hmm. I mean, I don't know, as I fix my camera, I don't know how many other people are going to be really in the conversation for that. So this is kind of an interesting sim. And I think you and I are kind of in agreement, like kind of both like Dalvin Cook a little this year. And I'm not saying it's like by a huge margin or anything. I think you're fine with both those guys. But I also faded Christian McCaffrey in this sim. I've just seen him play too much lately. Mm-hmm. He's been terrible, which means he's probably going to rush for like 300 yards today. But
that's always how it happens, Jeff. You're setting yourself up for failure.
Yeah. I faded him, though. Went with Dalvin Cook.
Setting yourself up for failure.
It's my life, man. Just setup after setup, failure after failure. One day, I'll learn something from it, and it'll all work out. But I'm still waiting for that day. Anywho, as I recount my various exploits in life that work out to nothing, hope everybody else is having a great Saturday. Oh, got my volume on. There we go. Another mistake. Here we go. Anyways, hope everyone's having a great Saturday. Smash that like I said. How many of these are you doing today, Tom? Is this like your 3rd in a row? Is this your 1st? You're doing 4?
I got 4. I'm 4 for today.
Is this your 1st or your 3rd?
This is my 3rd of 4. So okay. One more after this to go.
All right. Well, that's nice. We're more than halfway through.
Exactly. And then I'm doing the last 4 tomorrow. So I got a nice chunk of time in between the sims to go live my life.
I'm gonna set people up, but not this weekend, but next weekend. We're gonna have another, Tiger Slam / Jeff Slam on the sim. I'm gonna be doing 6.
Oh, I saw that.
Like 4 and 2 again. So, get yourself ready as we get a Christian McCaffrey rush off the top. But
that weekend it looks like it's literally just me, you, and Lamarca working.
Yeah, it may just literally be me talking to myself for a sim or 2.
Yeah.
Or yourself, but right now we got each other. We got Terraland in the back. We got Andrew, Jun working the ops, the scoring for you, And, there's been some news. I don't know what you talked about on the first two Sims, or who were you with on the first two Sims?
I was with Glash, so it was just a lot of nonsense.
So you talked Tom Brady. And you
Too much Tom Brady, yeah.
You did like car noises. Okay, fair enough. You definitely didn't talk about Aaron Rodgers with Glash, I guarantee you.
I ate pasta on screen.
Okay, there you go.
No, I don't think we talked Rodgers that much. I mean, we talked about the news of Davante Adams also possibly getting moved, but the thing you and I were talking about before the sim started, and I'll let you set it up, we did not get into yet.
Yeah, and I mean the news is, and I mean I'm not going to dive into what the odds are, but a lot of the sports books have now made Aaron Rodgers a favorite to retire, and you're seeing the Packers get pulled off boards and stuff. So there's reports that that this might happen before training camp. That there's serious speculation now that this is going to happen. And, again, I know people pointed to this earlier in the spring and the summer, early summer, but Aaron Rodgers is the same agent that Carson Palmer had when he did this to the Cincinnati Bengals. He retired and then they moved him, and it was a short-lived retirement. But this seems like it might happen.
Yep.
Crazy.
Yeah, that was going to be the point I made, Jeff, that look, the people that are in Aaron Rodgers' inner circle that know what he wants to do have done this exact same thing for high-profile quarterbacks before. Yep. So I remember you and I talking about this back around the draft, how we could see this being a possibility. And now here we are. Oh, wow, Dalvin Cook just juking his way for a first down there. We are now here in a situation where you're seeing the odds move towards that actually being the case.
It's interesting, though, because I really felt like once he did, I mean, obviously he wasn't going to take the contract extension, but I kind of felt like they might just, when Davante Adams posted that last dance picture, did you hear about that on Instagram?
Yeah, we actually did talk about that a little bit today.
Yeah. I thought that meant they were both kind of okay, we're both coming back for one run, and that's it. And I still wonder if that's going to be the scenario. I know we've got the speculation, but if you really look at it as from an outsider, that does make the most sense. The Green Bay Packers have a good team. By all accounts, Matt LaFleur, Aaron Rodgers get along fine. It's why not come back for one more year? I don't know. I mean, then you can blow it up. Then you can do whatever you want because there's nothing the Packers can do. But now the speculation's coming out that who knows what's going to happen. Very interesting times. This really does have a Jordan, a same feel as Jordan going into that last year with the Bulls.
Mm-hmm.
It really does. And I'm not comparing Aaron Rodgers to Michael Jordan, but it's got that same feel. I know most people weren't around during that time, but there was a lot of speculation of Michael Jordan going into that last year with the Bulls in the offseason, what he was going to do. There was no guarantee that he was coming back and stuff. So pretty interesting, man. Pretty interesting.
Yeah, I was obviously too young to really appreciate that while it was going on, or really even be conscious of it going on. But I mean, just seeing how it all played out on that documentary, it does feel a lot like that. And no, we're not calling Aaron Rodgers Michael Jordan, but he is an all-time caliber player. He is, eye test, maybe the greatest quarterback of all time. So it is similar in that regard. A guy that's made his entire career with one franchise, now seemingly being done with the powers that be there.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's just, again, it's all about the, the upper management, his relationship with upper management, right? It's not a classic, player coach struggle. It's just really doesn't get along with the upper management there. So very interesting situation, comparable a lot to, I think, that last Bulls season, what's going on. Because, I mean, it's not just Rodgers anymore. Clearly, Davante Adams isn't exactly thrilled with what's going on there. And you can say what you want about Aaron Rodgers. Oh, he's a diva. He's this, he's that. You shouldn't be worried about who's drafting. Devontae Adams is clearly the best wide receiver in football, in my opinion. And they don't want to pay him. So what are people's responses to that? I mean, this is two people now that the Packers are kind of peeving off, who basically carried their team the last couple of years. So especially last year. So interesting times.
Peeving off. I like that.
Peeving off, yes.
You're peeving me off, man.
I think that's something people say. I don't know. If it isn't, they should.
Stop peeving me off, all right?
All right. Not much happening so far in this one. We got a nice punt down to the 2. Wow. Good job, Panthers kicker, whoever you are.
Panthers punter. How dare you?
Punter, kicker. I guess punters are kickers, but yeah. I guess we need to differentiate. Andrew said I nailed it as far as you and Glash went, but it was mini motorcycle sound.
Yeah, there was a certain point where he did say he wanted like a mini bike. I forget why. Are we getting a safety here? Oh, there we go.
Wow.
Kirk escaping.
Making it interesting, just dancing in the pocket a little there. Kirk Cousins did escape, though. I haven't seen a safety for a while, if I'm being dead honest.
Yeah, me too. That's a good call. It's been a while.
The man, it would be so weird if Aaron Rodgers retires or just for some reason is like not going to the Packers. I mean, it would throw everything we know about like where we have ranks, and we've talked about this before, like things we've strength of schedule. It would throw everything so out of whack.
Totally.
All of a sudden the Packers would become, I don't think they'd be terrible because they still have a good defense, a good head coach. I think the scheme built around Aaron Jones would be fine, but man, it would be a lot easier place on the schedule for people, for opponents. So that was a nice pass over the middle.
So obviously if he retires, it's with the intention of signing with another team, right?
Oh, I would be absolutely shocked. And I don't just say that. I mean, I would legitimately be shocked if Aaron Rodgers retires. Like,
because the dude was the MV freaking P last season.
Yeah, I know. He's married.
How many times in sports have a person won MVP and then retired and I mean really retired? Yeah. Ever? I don't think that's ever happened.
No. I think the closest we've got to it was when Jordan won the championship, right?
Right, like dudes retire on top as far as being champions all the time. We see Michael Strahan,
even
Bettis, John Elway, Ray Lewis, Peyton Manning. Like we've seen it in football, but those guys aren't MVP caliber guys at that point in their careers.
True, that's true. Yep, true. It really never happens. And
never.
I mean, I know Aaron Rodgers has the new girlfriend, and he seems to be like a different
fiance.
Fiance, good point. Fiance, but it's a fun word to say.
Oh, there's your ringtone.
But no, I forgot what I was going to say. Stupid ringtone. We've never really seen a player at his. I mean, I think we probably have, but it happens so rarely. Like maybe like Jim Brown or something like that. Barry. No, he always a great example. Barry Sanders. Mm-hmm. Barry Sanders, probably the best example of a guy legitimately at the absolute peak, MVP candidate every year, and he just retired. Yeah. He had at least a couple good seasons left. And I know it's a bit of a different position, but Barry Sanders was still flying when he retired.
Let's see. Has anyone ever retired after winning MVP? Norm Van Brocklin retired after winning the MVP in 1960.
Oh, totally. Norm. Yeah. I have no idea who that is.
And Jim Brown in 65. So there you go. You nailed that one.
Okay, so Jim Brown was a good call. Yeah, Jim Brown really didn't have a long career. Obviously.
No, he was just dominant.
Yeah. Yeah, and I'm not saying that as like a detraction. I'm just saying like because legitimately every year he was in the NFL.
Who could forget Norm Van Brocklin?
Right. I totally remember drafting him at, fullback or whatever he played.
So in any case, it hasn't happened since the 60s.
Yeah. Tis been a while.
Calvin Johnson is another guy like Barry Sanders, shout out to the Lions, retiring while still being an extremely good player.
Yep. Yeah, Calvin Johnson probably wasn't quite at the height of his career like Barry Sanders, but he's still productive. Michael Jordan was the same when he retired after
Yeah. He literally just had won the championship.
Yeah.
Chris Borland, remember him? The young linebacker from the Niners. I think he had just won.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Defensive Rookie of the Year or something like that. Either way, he was really, really good. Decided to hang him up. So there's another example. Sort of different because he didn't have a long career of dominance, but
he did it.
Just trying to the short retirement thing. You don't see it all that often. When a guy's really good, they want to try and maximize that earning potential.
Yeah, and
Andrew Luck, a good example. Reggie Love.
Yeah, that's a good one. Andrew Luck is definitely like.
It feels like Andrew Luck is just forgotten.
I know.
It's kind of crazy.
It is. He was really, really good. It's just
because he never won anything.
No, exactly.
If he won a Super Bowl, we'd talk about it a lot more.
All the time we talk about Andrew Luck. Yep.
But he was just hurt, and it was so sudden, and it was a big deal in the moment. And by the end of that football season, no one's talking about Andrew Luck.
No.
And then the pandemic happened. We really weren't talking about anything Andrew Luck related. And then this whole season, I don't think I haven't had an Andrew Luck conversation since he retired unexpectedly.
Yeah. No, that's a good point, man. That is a good one, but one we've definitely. I don't want to say like the whole. I think the media as a whole just like glossed over Andrew Luck.
We don't talk about it anymore.
No.
Patrick Willis, another good one. Kareem, that's a good one.
Yeah,
he was really good. He had injuries, so he had to go.
Yeah.
Luke Kuechly, same thing.
Yeah, the injury ones are a little bit different, but same kind of thing.
No, Reggie Love, you spelled it right. I think. You might be missing an E there. I don't know.
All right, not much going on in this first Q. There's not much to recap here.
Double bagels.
Yeah.
Are you a bagel guy? Do you get a bagel down at Timmy's? You get a bagel with your coffee?
I'm not a bagel guy anymore. I used to be a bagel guy when I was younger. I don't really see the appeal of them. Like
you aged out of bagels?
I guess. I don't know if I aged out of them or if I just got sick of them. I'm more of a toast guy now.
Wow.
I like there's just too much dough in the bagels for me. I don't want that much bread, Tom.
You're anti-bread.
Not anti-bread. I don't want that much dough in my meal. A bagel feels like a meal. One bagel is like a meal. Like I don't want my meal just to be bread. Take a stand on bagels with me.
No, I love bagels.
You love bagels?
Okay. I don't eat enough bagels in St. Louis. It's not like there's no bagel culture out here. I'm excited to get back to the Northeast where bagels are a thing. New York, obviously, greatest bagels in the world, but even New England has good bagels.
Okay, so this is another thing that gets me about bagels, and I hear this, like New York's got their best bagels. What in the H does New York have that makes them the best bagels? Bread is bread.
They taste better.
Is there some kind of like something in the air down there that like ferments bread?
I don't know. I don't know what it is, man, but the bagels are better in New York. It's just a fact. You get more high-quality bagels in the New York area. They're bigger, they're fluffier, they're tastier. They got better cream cheese options. They just do it right. There's a better bagel culture out there. It's just a fact, man.
I think that's a good way to put it. A bagel. There's a big bagel culture. Maybe
big
the
bagel culture
themselves aren't better, but there's a big bagel culture. Okay,
big time.
That's fair. I like the way you put that. That's why I like you, Tom. Big bagel culture. Oh,
big bagel culture.
Big pass culture there by Teddy Bridgewater, Teddy B. It's going to be an interesting training camp battle to watch. Drew Lock, Teddy Bridgewater. Big fantasy implications, although I'm not really sure. Well, I don't know who that'll help. I don't really know. I mean, I feel like Teddy Bridgewater probably helps all the receivers because Drew Lock stinks, but I don't really know what their upside is.
Yeah, I think that they should just give him the job from the jump. I don't see why there's even a point of having a QB competition. Maybe a fake competition. Teddy Bridgewater should start week 1 for them. Brian C. asking a question that I think is a good question for both of us here. What is something you have yet to see in a sim that would be incredible to watch? For me, it's a kick/punt return for a touchdown. Thanks, I'll hang up and listen. I personally would love to see a punt return for a touchdown. I think I've only ever seen a kick return for a touchdown, and I think that was only one time.
People educating me on bagels here. Sorry. But yeah, for me, I mean, we saw the one kick. Was that with you that I saw the kick return touchdown, or was that with some? I think it was with Lamarca, actually.
I've seen one kick return touchdown.
Yeah, me too. I've seen one. For me, yeah, punt return would be huge. Maybe like a blocked field goal.
Ooh, that'd be cool.
We used to see blocked field goals in the old sim in 2020, but I don't think we've ever seen one in 2021. I've seen a blocked punt in this sim.
Yeah,
it always
I've
happen
seen
near
blocked punt.
It always happen near the goal line. Yeah.
Field goal block return for a touchdown would be my answer. Or a fake field goal where just some sort of craziness happens and a touchdown gets scored. Plus, I mean, like a 60-something yard field goal would be cool, too.
So Boston Joe says, bagels are not just bread, if they're any good. They get dipped in water and all kinds of other steps that are not obvious.
Yeah, come on. You don't know how to make a bagel, Jeff.
How do you dip a bagel in water? I didn't know that.
Yeah, they like boil them or something. I don't know. That probably is the wrong terminology, but there's
still
there's a very meticulous process that goes on.
It's still just bread, though.
80 Poker is laughing at me saying, lol at better cream cheese options. If you've been to a New York bagel place, you understand what I'm talking about. Like, you know how you go to an ice cream shop and they have all the different ice creams in like the little tubs in the ice, the fridge thing, and you look at them and, I'll try this. They have that for like cream cheese flavors.
Right.
They have like an ice cream case full of different types of cream cheeses, and you look and you say, okay, I want that one, I want that one, I want that one. I'll do half of my bagel with this cream cheese, half with my other cream cheese. It's a whole thing. Lindenbaum is saying that it's the water.
What's going on with my
That's why the pizza is better. Dude, silence that thing.
Got a little arcade fire here. There we go.
Oh, wait, so music was just playing?
I don't know why my music came on. Anyways, hope you enjoyed the arcade fire. Hopefully it's only 10 seconds, so.
Bad Boys of Pop saying, I worked at Noah's Bagels as a kid. I'm sick of it. I can see how if you work at a food place, you get sick of it. The summer I worked at the gelato shop, I didn't want to look at ice cream.
Yeah, that's true. And especially if you were working at a bagel shop, I mean, you're taking home all the unused bagels, right? I mean, that's got to be a thing.
Oh, no doubt. Crackle Smack saying Einstein Bagels pretty tasty. Sorry, I read it as nasty for those who don't live in New York. I think I read it as nasty in my head because I hate Einstein Bagel. Because that's all they have out here. They don't have real bagel places. It gets me so frustrated. Those aren't bagels. Those aren't real bagels. Get out of here with that.
Well, what are they then?
They're just, they're bagels. They're not good bagels.
Okay. This all boils down to there's good ways that, with every article of food, there's good ways to make it, and there's good versions of it, and there's bad versions of it. Just like pizza. Pizza can be made horrible to taste like garbage, or it can be made to taste like the best food ever. You put care into it, you know what you're doing, you're going to have good pizza.
The artist formerly known as Brother Phil says, you may be giving up on Locke too soon, Tom. Let's see if he can get the mechanics cleaned up. The dude has the kind of arm you need outside in the wind and cold in Denver down the stretch. I maybe I'm giving up too soon, but my feeling is that Drew Lock has shown in his 2 years in the league that he is the type of guy that doesn't make great decisions with the football. And typically, if you're that type of guy, you never really lose that. If you're a guy that's going to throw picks, you're going to continue to throw picks throughout your career. Correct me if I'm wrong here, Jeff. So,
you're correct.
I just don't think that's the right way to go here.
Yeah, look, it's a good point on Drew Lock. And again, you know, the Broncos, I think the Broncos aren't like, oh, wow, okay, Dalvin Cook with a couple knee breakers right there.
Blouses.
And then turned on, game blouses. And then turned on the absolute afterburners. Again, you just don't see Christian McCaffrey do this ever, but Dalvin Cook seems to do it like every fourth game. So that was a monster touchdown. 50-yarder, that's the way to kick things off here. We got it going now.
I'll take that.
But back to Drew Lock quickly. I don't think the Broncos were wrong to bring him back this year because he's on a rookie deal. Again, worst case scenario, Drew Lock stinks and you go to Teddy Bridgewater. You've given yourself the insurance. You've got the great defense. Maybe you scratch out a wild card. At least you've given yourself that ability with Teddy Bridgewater. But if he becomes the next Josh Allen and takes a step forward, you look like absolute geniuses and you've got a guy on a rookie contract for another year. So the Broncos were right to bring him back for one more year. They were
too cheap to not try. Yep, this high ceiling, low floor.
I think the only other argument you could say is they probably should have just taken Justin Fields and got, restarted. That one I think they probably should have done. But I feel like this Aaron Rodgers drama kind of threw a little wrench into their plans. And I think that's kind of why they did what they did. But it's not. They also straightened up their defense this year by getting. I think it was Surtain, right? So I don't know. I don't think it was like a huge mistake or anything. If Justin Fields turns out to be like the next Mahomes, then they're going to look dumb. But at the worst case, they've still got a QB on a cheap deal. They didn't wreck their team or anything, and they move on if Locke is terrible again. So which he probably will.
K-Nut saying no real seafood in St. Louis either, and I think he's saying that because I've said that in the past. I still feel strongly that is the case. The seafood not great here, but Damon Ariel bringing up a great point. Says K-Nut, some of the best catfish I've ever had was in St. Louis. And to be fair to Damon Ariel, not a big catfish guy. Haven't tried it. I could see catfish being a thing that's good in this region of the country. So I'll leave it to you guys on the catfish stuff.
I've never had catfish. Do you like it? Is that a big thing for you?
Not huge for me. That's why I don't feel like I'm qualified to weigh in on this.
Oh, drop. Not sure who that was. Yeah, I mean, like Locke, I mean, again, whoever brought him up, he does have the arm, he can move a bit, but, man. Yeah, Super Bowl baby 67. I didn't say Justin Fields was going to be the next Patrick Mahomes. I said if somehow he turns out to be the next Mahomes, they'll look stupid.
If.
Wow. These are crazy, man.
Fields couldn't hold Mahomes' helmet.
Anyways. Oh, boy.
Bob M is kind of making my point why I don't like catfish. Too many damn bones in catfish.
Okay, I agree. Fair enough.
Too bony.
It is true. I have eaten a lot of different types of fish. Trout, rainbow trout's great. Salmon, cod, whitefish. Ahi.
Yeah.
Oh, great. Great stuff. Guess this was the sim to take a defense. Says first time playing Fortnite. Yeah, and Dalvin
Clearly.
Cook. And Dalvin Cook. Yeah, Dalvin Cook and these. You're liking life right now. Okay. Kirk Cousins. I wonder what Kirk Cousins is going to do next. You think, what would you know what? Let's talk NFC North without Aaron Rodgers.
Okay.
Let's do
without Aaron Rodgers, I would say that the best team in the NFC North is flip a coin between Chicago and Minnesota. And I actually think that I would lean Minnesota. Just because I don't know what Justin Fields is going to be yet. I do think he's going to be good, but I also think that Andy Dalton is going to get some starts, which will keep them mediocre. So,
oh boy, yeah.
I think that Minnesota would end with a better record than Chicago next season.
It would be a very weird division. It'd be wide open, man.
Wide open.
It wouldn't be wide enough
between
open.
those two teams. I don't think Green Bay is getting anywhere without Rodgers, especially if they lose Rodgers and Adams.
Well, they've lost Adams too. Like, let's just leave it at let's say Adams stays, although that is not a guarantee if Rodgers doesn't come back. But let's say that Adams stays and Rodgers retires and forces his way to another team, whatever. I wouldn't be so quick to write Green Bay off just because of their defense, and I think they have a pretty solid coach. Good O-line.
So you're saying with Bortles or Love, the Packers would still be a viable team?
I think that they would be in contention for the win because I don't think that division is very strong. Like, I'm not convinced Minnesota would just wipe the floor with Green Bay twice. And, you just mentioned Chicago starting Andy Dalton. I mean, God, I think I'd rather have Jordan Love than Andy Dalton. So, even though I have no idea what Jordan Love is going to offer. So, I think there's still potential there. Green Bay could, eke out a 10-7 maybe. Maybe they end up tying and get a tiebreaker. I could see that scenario playing out. I think I'd be highest on the Bears. Matt Nagy's taken teams to the playoffs twice in the last 3 years. I think they're going to get Justin Fields in there a lot sooner than people think, even if Dalton starts week 1. So, oh no, a fumble disaster for Kirk Cousins. Yeah, this is why you don't trust Kirk Cousins. And you know what? It's a good reminder. It's a good reminder. Kirk Cousins stinks. And I'm not taking any team with him as their starter. So
Bob M says you guys are all tripping. The Pack still wins the division.
I don't think that's that hot a take either. I dare say I almost agree with it. It's a very good team. They have good pass rushers. Little zip ball over the middle from Teddy. Believe that was Curtis Samuel. 10? Yeah, 10's Curtis Samuel. That's correct. 10 Samuel, 11's Anderson, 12 is DJ Moore. DJ Moore. What do you want me to bet a pizza on, Canuck?
Ooh. I don't know. Thomas over under 0.5 touchdowns for Carolina.
That's what he wants me to. What?
No. I was saying maybe that's a good one to do because he's sort of a, boom or bust guy.
Oh yeah, if we were doing the Glash pizza deals, I mean, I'm not doing that.
You think this guy's calling international?
Potentially. Yeah, I mean, look, at the very least, Aaron Rodgers leaving would be. Couldn't sneak that in there. We've got 40 seconds left in the quarter. Aaron Rodgers leaving would really just open that division up. I mean, it would be. I mean, God, who knows? Detroit could take a step. I mean, that probably won't happen. But hey, you never know, man.
What are you saying?
I don't know what I'm saying anymore. I shouldn't have said that. But would be a very interesting division, nonetheless. There's a touchdown. Hey, look at this. Ian Thomas.
Hey, look at that.
Someone should have pushed for the pizza deal, I guess.
Ah. I feel like Nostradamus over here.
No kidding. Who do you like for the next pizza deal?
Jesus. I wish that I had made that bet with you. I'd be getting some pizza.
Yeah. I feel like even if the Packers still have a quality team, I just feel like losing Aaron Rodgers would be such a blow from like a leadership standpoint too. I don't know. I'm probably wrong about saying the Packers would be.
I mean, he is the face of their franchise, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do think you're wrong. I mean, okay, it could happen. Yes, the rest of their roster is good, but man, that's putting a lot of faith in two guys that, I mean, Blake Bortles, I guess, at his peak, got his Jags to the AFC Championship, but that was an all-time great defense.
Yep.
And Jordan Love, Jordan Love does not move the needle for me, man.
He has been there for a year, Jordan Love. It's very much, and again, I'm not comparing Jordan Love to Patrick Mahomes. I'm not doing that. I'm just saying, remember, Patrick Mahomes sat and learned the offense for a year before taking over, and it's clearly helped him. I'm not saying that's what Jordan Love would do, but it is an interesting. We don't see it very often where the rookie QB, a first rounder nonetheless, gets to just sit for an entire year. It almost happened with Tua, but we just don't see it happen. So Jordan Love, the only first round QB that didn't take a snap last year, like a legit snap, or make a start, maybe he comes in and plays okay. I don't know. I just don't know enough about Jordan Love. And the thing about Jordan Love is, too, when he was in college, people liked him, but people also, he was known as a
project
prospect, a project, a bit of a project. He's a little bit wild, but he had made some incredible plays.
The Packers overdrafted him.
Yeah, I think
they traded up to get him.
Yep. Yeah, that's right. They did. So it could go either way with him, man. It really could. He could be. I don't think he's going to be on Mahomes level, but he could be better than we think. He could be way better than we think.
Hey, new guy on YouTube says Jordan Love is good. Case settled.
And you probably know more about him than I do. I mean, all I've seen is college tape, read a couple different opinions about him. And it's really hard to gain more from that because we've never even seen him in a preseason game, this is one reason why I'm so glad preseason is back this year. I want to see guys like Jordan Love take snaps. How does he process? Does he process at all? Can he move better than I think? And look, watching guys in college versus watching guys against pro athletes in the NFL, you notice differences so quickly, man. Guys who look and I feel like this is going to be the case with Zach Wilson too. Sorry, Jets fans. Zach Wilson looked like an absolute world beater in college. He looked like he was on another level. I don't think you're going to see him at the same speed in the NFL. I think it's going to look so different when he's up against guys who are twice as
faster. Yeah. Exactly. It's the speed that gets everybody.
Yeah. So anyways, that's my take on Jordan Love. Again, we won't talk about him the whole stream, but it's just a very interesting situation. Part of me almost wants Aaron Rodgers to force his way out so that we can see this play out. But
if Rodgers retires, I want him to sign someone before the season starts because I don't want football to exist without Rodgers.
We don't want that.
I don't want him to take a full year off or anything like that. I want it to be a quick turnaround here. I want it to be sketchy so he forces his way somewhere else.
Yeah, let's get him to Denver quick or something so we can end the national nightmare of the Drew Lock scenario. But anyways, if you're joining us, a bit of a slow first half. We had 2 touchdowns. Dalvin Cook with a nice 50-yard touchdown run. And the touchdown with Ian Thomas, right, that Tom called, 5 seconds before it happened. I don't know how he did it, but Ian Thomas with the touchdown from Teddy Bridgewater. Not much else, honestly, going on besides that. So not a whole lot of stats to update or anything like that.
Yeah, that was incredible guesswork by me there. I was like, who's a guy that's like not that great for Carolina? Yeah, what about Ian Thomas? Scored immediately.
Yeah.
But of course, the day that I say that, I don't have Ian Thomas in my lineup. I didn't actually make that deal, so I can't win pizza. I'm in 32nd right now. I was in first for a time and fell, but did not mention when I was in first because I didn't want to jinx myself. But hey, here we are.
All right, here we
Dave
are.
And Ariel, to quote the Beatles, "Love is all you need. All you need is love." That's what the Packers are hoping, man. If they have to go that route. I mean, I am confident that if they could go back in time, they would not make that same pick. Confident.
Well, they legitimately thought Aaron Rodgers was done. They were legitimately wanted to move on from. They were like, "Oh, this guy's not going to be worth his contract." That's what they thought. They legitimately they made a bet that Aaron Rodgers was getting up there. That we're the Packers. We're owned by the community, and we have our own, and we develop our own players, and it's time to develop our next quarterback. We don't need to win championships. Like
we're already title town.
Yeah, I mean. That's kind of what it felt like, right? I mean, that was still one of the most it's so ridiculous too, because there were so many wide receivers they could have taken there.
Yep.
And all of them were good values. Jefferson, Pittman, T. Higgins. These guys like legitimately could have been first rounders in a ton of drafts, man. Like a really, really deep wide receiver draft. So yeah. Complete boneheaded move by their management. So,
Bad Boys of Pop saying Ian Thomas is about 28% owned. Not terrible. Yeah, I was trying to find a guy that like could score. I didn't want to say like Jay Sternberger. That's the famous one now between Glash and I.
The Sternberger.
The Sternberger. I wanted someone like Ian Thomas. By the way, Bad Boys of Pop. Feel like you'd be a good person to join me on this 24-hour stream I got coming up next week. Oh, this is a house call. Tud. Thielen.
Hooked down a Thielen. That was quick. That was 10 seconds it took to get us a touchdown.
I'm going to hit you up, Bad Boys. I need some West Coast love for these late night slots.
Straight up, just snatched her out of the air. Basically a one-hander.
That you're in love with me. I'm hooked on a feeling.
Aaron Rodgers to the Jags? I don't think so.
That'd be hilarious. Brian C. says, I'm pretty sure Jay Sternberger was a background character in Beer Fest. Beer Fest was an awesome movie.
Yeah, Beer Fest was pretty funny. I watched that a long time ago, though.
Yeah.
I do remember it being funny, though.
That's a movie that Koff would love.
Kaufman, I've talked about that movie with Kaufman before. He does love it.
He likes the movies that all those guys like. Super Troopers, like that movie. That's his speed.
You see that chat, Tommy?
Yeah, I gotta figure this out.
That's okay. You just went soft. Oh, quiet, Tom.
Is it still doing it?
Yes. Maybe there's a loose wire.
No,
Maybe your microwave is intervening.
Check.
No. Still no. Did you flip a switch? Have you tried hitting it? The blue light is on.
Check.
No. It's all right. You take your time.
Better if I do this?
There we go. That's better.
Hello, hello. Check 1, 2.
Yeah, now we can hear you.
Am I too overmodulated now?
No, it sounds good to me, but I'll let the people who in the know, like Tara and Andrew, decide. Sounds fine to me, but
why did that just start out of nowhere?
I don't know, man. Did your microwave have something to do with it?
Okay, I'm going to put it back down where I normally have it.
Oh, you sound good. Sounds even better.
How does it sound now?
Sounds perfect. You know what? Your microphone just wanted a little hug.
That's weird. I don't know what's going on.
Microphone was just like, hey, man, can I get a little touch here? A little tension?
I got nothing for you. I don't know what happened there. I didn't touch it. I just went into preferences, and it does look like the volume on it changed. I don't know.
You were hacked.
We're back.
Probably by Smash Lana.
I honestly, I feel like I've used this mic more than it was meant to have been used. Like the lifespan of it might be dead.
Fair enough. Could just be, flickering on its last life. That was like its sign. Take me to the doctor. Take me out to where all the old microphones go after they live their life.
The old microphone farm in the sky.
Right.
Actually, I'm staring at a box of new microphones that I just ordered for our Hall of Fame trip we have coming up, Morton and I. And maybe I'll debut one of those new mics on the old Dream Stream here this week.
You get to.
They're not really meant. They're not meant for the laptops. They're XLR cable mics.
Okay. I don't know what that is. Your trip though, you're going to the Hall of Fame. You're going to the actual game.
I'm going to the Hall of Fame game. I'm going to be at the Gold Jacket ceremony. I'm going to be at the induction ceremony for both classes. I'm going to the parade. Going to be at the Hall of Fame hotel with all the Hall of Famers.
Wow, man! You can get some autos.
Pretty cool. Going to be very cool. Yeah, maybe get some autographs. Get some.
Send you some cards to get autographed. Jeez.
I've been thinking about bringing some cards, but I don't know if I want to be that guy. You know.
I know. I collect things. I don't even want to be that guy. Hey, can you
But
sign
there's money to be made, man. If I was willing to be that guy, bring the oldest card I have of every Hall of Famer I have a card of and get him to sign it.
Yeah. No, I mean, it just feels so. Mr. Rice, can you please sign my card for me?
Yeah, it's just a bad look. It's a bad look for Morton, honestly. You know, he brings along this big doofy co-host / producer, and he's just asking all these guys to sign stuff for him. Like, I don't even want to bring stuff for Morton to sign. I haven't even met Morton in person yet.
Oh, really? Okay,
This is the first time we'll be meeting. Hey, Morton, it's great to meet you finally. Can you sign a couple cards for me?
Yeah. I know.
Bad Boys of Pop saying, if treated properly, a mic should live longer than you. I treat this thing really well. I put it back in its box at night. I tuck it in.
I treat mine horribly. Rolling around. Terrible to my mic. Bad mic.
Carolyn asking if I'm going to give Morton a hug. Yeah, we'll probably bro hug. I mean, I've spent so many hours on phone calls and Zooms and Squadcast sessions, texting. It's probably the most I've spoken with someone and interacted with someone without meeting them in person in my life. By a lot.
Yeah, for sure. I mean,
I've worked on other radio shows that were remote or whatever, but those were usually like once a week, like weekend shows when I was at ESPN Radio. People would host from home all over the country. I worked on Feinbaum for a long time, but that was only twice a week as a part of my schedule. I went a while without meeting Paul in person. But yeah, this laps it.
As far as jobs go, too, I mean, like jobs like this, and obviously you're in the same kind of deal with Morton Anderson on your podcast. Like you talk to people in this job like way more than you do a normal job. Like a normal job, yeah, you might collaborate with someone, but you have your job and they have their job.
It's just emails. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Or it's just like, exactly. It's administrative stuff you're talking about. This is like you're legitimately like in the same room with someone like all the time. Like I've probably talked to coffee more than my wife, over the last year, which is really sad to say, but like it's true, right? So
no, I didn't even think about the DraftKings thing. Like I've talked to all of these people on DraftKings more than I haven't met any of these people in person too. It's the same thing.
Yep. Crazy. There goes C-Mac. But you're gonna be like when you move, which is when, like in the next month or something?
Labor Day, yeah.
You'll be going down to the office, which is cool. You get to meet the people. So
definitely. I'm definitely doing it.
Yeah. All right, we got 14-10. Bridgewater back. Oh, dart over the middle. Robbie Anderson there on the catch. Bridgewater over 100 yards, touchdown. If you're just joining us, we have had a Dalvin Cook 50-yard touchdown. We've had a Ian Thomas touchdown. Then we had the Adam Thielen. These touchdowns have been so quick. Adam Thielen scored 10 seconds into the third quarter.
And the Dalvin touchdown was a long score too.
Yeah, no, I know. That's why I was having trouble remembering there, like what happened. But Ian Thomas there for the Panthers. So if you're just joining us, welcome. Smash the like button if you're coming in hot, or if you're not coming in, you're just saving it for later. Tom and I are going to be on the next one as well. Tom's fourth in a row. And I believe it's Kaufman and Lamarca bringing you home tonight, but I'll have to double check that at the end of the sim.
That's a solid duo.
Yeah, absolutely. Lamarca's someone who should keep Kaufman in line,
I got to be honest, I don't think I've ever heard them do a sim together, but I feel like I would enjoy that combo.
Yeah, I like Kaufman.
Lamarca with anyone is just enjoyable.
Actually, that's what I was going to. I like Lamarca because, again, he's not going to let things get too far off the rails. He's not going to let Kaufman talk about Space Jam the whole time, but he'll have fun. He'll have fun with it too. So for sure,
and he'll call you out.
Absolutely.
Lamarca and I, we've gone back and forth on takes before.
Okay. Let us know who you think will win the NFC North. If Aaron Rodgers retires, who do you think would win the NFC North? I just do not know where I stand with the Vikings. Not a big fan of Mike Zimmer. I do recognize that the defense should be a little bit better, though. They got Justin Jefferson, Dalvin Cook. It feels like it would be the Vikings' division to lose. I just can't, in my heart of hearts, take them. But, anyways.
Must be asking if I hate old people. No, I love old people. Kidding me? I send a link to my grandma every day.
Must be asking me if I hate old people every sim. Legitimately every sim. So don't feel too bad.
I love old people.
It all stems from me picking against Phil Mickelson at the PGA Championship.
Ah, that's right. You were anti-Phil. I remember right before that tournament, I point blank asked you. I said,
yeah, should I play
Will Phil Mickelson ever win another major? And you said absolutely unequivocally no. And then that weekend he won a major.
It's yeah. Anyways.
Amazing. It's crazy how these things work.
Timing. It's not a hot take. It wasn't a hot take.
No, it was very fair by you to say he would never win a major again.
Could have asked every single person involved in the golf industry, every single golf writer, every single one of them would have said no. No one over the age of 50 has ever won a major.
Ever.
We had one person contend over the age of 50. It was Tom Watson at the Open, 2009.
I remember that.
59 years old. He's one putt away from winning. Still That one still hurts that he didn't win. That was such a good tournament to watch just for that reason alone. But a shout out to Phil, man. He's great. It's great for the game. But yeah, that one nobody saw coming.
I saw it coming. That's why I asked the question. Because remember, it was like the tournament the weekend before or a couple weekends before, he was leading through 2 days. So that's why I remember asking you the question. I'll be honest, I didn't actually think he had a chance to win a major, but I do remember there was a reason why I asked the question. It was because he was in contention at a tournament and then faded away.
Yeah.
Tara Lynn is ready to get out of here. She says in our Slack, on to the fourth quarter, yay. She needs this thing to end. She's ready to go.
Yeah,
she's got people to see. She's got places to be.
She was on with me yesterday. She's pulling the weekend shift. I'm happy to pop in on these things though, for sure. On the weekend, obviously, got to get our sim fix in. And that is the end of the third quarter, though.
There it is.
This sim hasn't exactly been. A, it seems like it's taking forever, and B, we're not getting a whole lot of action. We had like 2 long touchdowns, but everything in between has been a slog fest. So that's where we are.
Yeah, it's not my favorite. Dalvin Cook, though, trending towards the B word. 12 carries, 90 yards, and a tud. So you like to see that if you're a Dalvin owner. I have him in the captain spot. I'd love for him to hit the bonus. McCaffrey, not so hot. Probably the babysitter Billy leader right now.
Yeah, where are we in the contest? Where's your lineup?
I think last I looked, I was 26th. Where are you?
I am in far worse.
I'm in 28th.
I captained DJ Moore. We didn't even talk about our lineups. Oh, we talked about yours. Who'd you captain again?
Dalvin.
Dalvin, smart man.
Dalvin's an auto captain for me, unless maybe I'm playing the Texans, or Ravens,
or Seahawks.
Thielen having a massive game though. Thielen might be the guy. Thielen might be the one nickel winner, even if Dalvin Cook gets the bonus because his ownership's lower. 5 grabs, 124 yards, and a tud. Woo! I'm hooked on a Thielen.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if we have the scores quite updated for Thielen there, but they will get updated here shortly. Again, we got our guys on ops doing it, so we appreciate you, obviously, with waiting for that. That will get updated soon. Yeah, Thielen over the bonus, though. He had that long touchdown pass at the start of the third quarter. 5 for 124 and a touchdown. Christian McCaffrey, 5 for 31. Dalvin Cook, 4 for 30, excuse me. That's pretty much it. No one else really threatening the bonus or anything like that. So, yeah, still a close game heading into the fourth quarter. DJ Moore, my captain, just stinking.
Yeah, weird move by you with both these stud running backs to go with DJ Moore.
DJ Moore, he does have 44 touchdowns, but DJ Moore is a pretty good boomer bust captain spot. I mean, he's cracked 28 a couple times. That's not terrible, I guess. But you're right. Generally, you should just take one of the stud RBs. Christian McCaffrey, he's not doing much, is he? 10 points?
He's the babysitter Billy leaderboard guy right now.
He's the leader back. Him and DJ Moore. There we go. Now we got Thielen updated as well. He's got 39.6 points in the captain, excuse me. He's got 26.4 in the flex, like Tom said. He's having a monster game. As we get another punch.
Monstrous.
Punty, punty, punt. Everybody loves to punt.
Punty, punty, punt.
Scotchy, scotch. Yum, yum, yum. That's from
down in my belly. I have men's gymnastics on right now.
Oh,
I've been updating people which Olympic sport is on my TV. Because NBC, if you have on like main NBC, they cycle through all of them.
Yes.
So now it's men's gymnastics. We've had women's rowing, or I guess that's called crew. We've had women's 3-on-3. We had women's water polo. So we've had quite the variety. There was some cycling on here. I saw women's air rifles earlier today. I love the Olympics. Give me all the weird sports.
What's your favorite one? What's your favorite sport?
Favorite Olympic sport? It's not going to be anything revelatory here. It's basketball. I love watching Team USA.
Right. Fair enough.
But in the Winter Olympics, not even close. It's curling.
Curling's awesome, man.
Curling is the best.
Do you prefer the Winter or the Summer Olympics?
That's a good question. I think I prefer summer, but I enjoy both a lot. Because I do like watching hockey. I like watching the skiing events. But, like, the track and field stuff's very cool.
That's true.
Wow. Team USA just got their butts handed to them in badminton, according to Andrew.
Oh, well, yeah.
Bloodbath. Who'd they play?
Probably, like, Indonesia or something like that.
China. China's good at badminton. They're a badminton powerhouse. I love that. Have you ever played badminton?
Yeah, I played a little bit when I was young.
Very, very fun sport.
It is. Squash is fun, too.
Badminton's a great backyard sport.
Yeah, absolutely it is. Yeah, badminton's fun. Wow. Sun Kang on the PGA right now, about to take a 12 on the last hole.
Yikes.
He hit it into the water 3 times.
So what do you think about Morikawa, man? I mean, are we looking at the next phenom here in golf?
Oh, absolutely you are, yeah. He's already there. No, he's amazing. His iron play, second to none right now. Best iron player since Tiger Woods. He's really level-headed. Doesn't get flustered when he's in competition. Yeah, he's going to win a couple more.
Jordan Warren saying Olympic skateboarding coming up in about 2.5 hours. That's awesome. Excited to see that. X Games always makes for good background television. Like, I'm obviously not super into skateboarding, but it's fun to have that stuff on in the background. Ryan Pena saying that handball was on earlier. Handball, another great sport. I don't know why handball never took off in the U.S. Like, the U.S. should have the best handball team.
Wow, man. Yeah, this dude just took a 12 on one hole on the PGA.
Ooh.
Sorry, this is...
That's historically bad.
That is insane. Whew. All right, we got a close one here. Panthers need a touchdown to pull ahead. This Christian McCaffrey trying to do his best to put a few points up. 6 catches for McCaffrey, not doing much on the ground. Hope everyone's doing good. Watching a little Olympics, like Tom said. He had the gymnastics on, the badminton on. USA not a badminton powerhouse. Panthers gonna punt. Just cannot get anything going here. This is just an absolute punt fest. Punt Fest 94. Brought to you by every kicker out there. Kirk
Boston
Cousins.
Joe saying, when does Olympic dodgeball come on? Did I miss something? Is dodgeball entering the Olympics?
I don't think so. Is it? No, that can't be.
I feel like Andrew would know. It seems like Andrew's locked in. That would be an incredibly fun Olympic sport.
I mean, they have 3-on-3 basketball, so I don't really feel like dodgeball would be that crazy at this point. Like,
right?
I'd rather watch dodgeball than 3-on-3 basketball. I mean,
Andrew's saying that he does not believe dodgeball's in the Olympics. Yeah, I feel like that would have been a much bigger deal if it was.
Yeah. We would have heard about that.
AD Poker saying synchronized basket weaving at 7 p.m. Eastern. I'd watch it. I'm all in on those like ESPN 8, the Ocho sports. Heck, we do it right here on the Dream Stream. Cornhole, Disc League. I'll watch that stuff. Tara Lynn referring to cornhole as Cornholio.
Oh, another
touchdown!
Justin Jefferson.
JJ.
There you are. This game is just lulling us to sleep, and then it's like, hey, here's an 80-yard touchdown. Kirk Cousins, that should bring him over the bonus as well. My God. All right, 21-10 definitely puts this one out of reach. 2-score game now. Just a bullet. Justin Jefferson getting over. I think that was only a second catch of the entire.
Gonna have to check out the ownerships here. See,
Justin Jefferson's always popular, so he should be up there in terms of ownership.
But as far as the wooden nickel goes, I'm curious who's higher owned, Kirk Cousins or Adam Thielen? Because if Cousins just hit the bonus,
yeah.
You know?
Absolutely. Jefferson actually wasn't even that highly owned.
No, yeah, I mean, people at this point kind of realize that he doesn't do great in these sims. He's not very consistent. Must be asking about Olympic Madden. I asked that question earlier on Twitter. When will Madden be added to the Olympics? There's a push for esports to be added. I think if they're going to do it, Madden should be one of them. That's one way to get American football in the Olympics. Make it be Madden.
Again, we're getting our stats updated real quick here by Jun. So 22.66 points for Kirk Cousins. It looks like he's over the bonus. Jefferson's actually 3 yards short of the bonus, which really stinks. But he's only 8,100 in the captain spot. So leading lineups do have Justin Jefferson in the captain spot, in the big free roll. Captain Blood back up there. OG SimFam member, Captain Blood. Ian Thomas action. He's got Dalvin Cook in the captain with Cousins, Thielen. Actually, doesn't even have Jefferson. Crazy. But Cousins with a big game, Thielen with a big game, Cook with a big game. All right. Carolina can't be fooling around now. Got to score. Gots to go.
I'm leaning Cousins for the wooden nickel, lower ownership.
Lower ownership, yeah. Always a little bit lower owned than Dalvin Cook. Always going to be a little bit lower owned. Kirk Cousins generally one of, not really a great sim performer, if we're being honest.
No. Sort of an average guy in real life as well.
Yeah.
Perfectly average quarterback, Kirk Cousins. A little bit of this, a little bit of that.
So, actually, this is a good question. If there was a sport that you could make into an Olympic sport, like that you could include in the Olympics, what would it be that's not already included?
I think dodgeball. I think dodgeball would be awesome in the Olympics.
Okay.
I mean, my real answer is American football because I love football, so any opportunity to see more football would be cool. And then, like, our all-pro team would essentially just be the Olympic team every 4 years, and that would be sick. And just watch them absolutely dominate everyone all over the world. So American football is truly my answer, but not that many teams would be able to qualify because they can only play once a week, right? So, and the Olympics take, about a month? So how many games can you realistically fit? How many teams can you add? There'd have to be qualifying tournaments and stuff. It's just, it doesn't feel feasible. But
yeah, and the biggest problem.
That's my dream. That would be my dream sport.
Right. It would just be such a bloodbath. Like,
yeah, No, it wouldn't be competitive.
It would be It would be so terrible. Honestly, Canada would probably be like the biggest competitor to the United States because we legitimately play football at the college level here, and we have a professional league. But like there's nowhere else in the world that plays college level football other than Canada and the United States, to my knowledge. I
think you're right. I mean, there are certain countries where they're trying to make it more and more of a thing.
Yeah.
There is a World Cup of football that some sort of international football organization tried to get going every 4 years or so, but the one that was supposed to be played in, I think, 2018 or 19 got canceled because of low sponsorship numbers. So it's supposed to come back in 2023 in Australia. I looked this up the other day, so that's why it seems like I know a lot about it. So we'll see. I mean, I think the sport will continue to grow. We got a touchdown here. Yeah. Is that your captain?
No,
Robbie Anderson.
Oh, Robbie Anderson. Wow.
All right. Carolyn, to answer your question on Slack, asking what I'm going to be giving out once I move and these wooden nickels are no longer applicable in the Northeast, I believe there is a roast beef place near where I'm moving that also does wooden nickels.
Okay.
So I'm going to just get new wooden nickels from
Problem
Walt's
solved.
Roast Beef in Pawtucket.
Problem solved. It would be so weird. I almost want to see it happen, the football thing in the Olympics, just because it would be so weird. Also, Canada would do very well. Like, we'd be second every year, at least for the first couple of years until countries caught up. I feel like Australia, they might play it a little bit down in Australia too. They do have.
So if you look up the World Cup of football, I think Japan was the second best team. Here, I'll look it up.
Japan, really? That is not the team.
Let me see. So the World Cup of football has been played 5 times. It was postponed in 2019 to 2023. The U.S. has won 3 of them. The 3 World Cups they've participated in, they've won. The 2 before that were won by Japan. So the 99 World Cup champs of American football were Japan, 03 Japan, 07 U.S., 11 U.S., 2015 U.S.
Another insane Dalvin Cook touchdown. Wow, that was a crazy run. Inside, outside, got a couple defenders to smash into themselves. What team is, as we watch this replay here, what team is the Americans sending to this event? Like it's like
really marginal college guys. Basically.
Yeah, like they must be sending like Div 2 guys. Like,
yeah,
right. I mean,
no, like I think I saw, and again, I just briefly looked at the page. Like,
sure,
whenever the last World Cup was, it was like whoever Colorado's starting quarterback was the starter for Team USA. Like, it's like just random D1 guys.
Okay, that makes sense. I mean,
well, no one wants to risk injury for this thing that doesn't matter.
Exactly. Yeah, there's too much money involved in the pro level of football to
It'd
be
be
worrying
cool
about
if
that.
they could get it, if they could make it something that matters to the U.S. and get like high-level college guys to do it.
Interesting, though. I don't know if I was going to make a sport. I mean, they've included so many sports over the last few years. Like, there's not that many out there. That, like, curling wasn't a sport until like the late 90s. Like they moved triathlon into the summer. Get something obscure, like some kind of like X sport, I don't know, man. What about Ninja Warrior? Let's make that a sport.
That would be cool. Drew bringing up 7-on-7 flag football in our in our Slack. Yeah, I think it'd be great. Must be, do not make fun of me for giving it to Julio because of the expectation on the last sim. Calvin had 0 catches. Julio had 2. Neither one of them had touchdowns. Julio, much higher ownership. Clearly more disappointing than a guy that had slightly lower ownership with 0. Julio's supposed to be one of the top dogs in every sim he does. That's why his salary is much higher. I can sleep well at night giving Julio Jones that Babysitter Billy award. Boom! In your face, bro.
Captain Blood still leading the free roll. Carolina down to 2 timeouts. Down 10. They hadn't made it a one-score game until Jefferson pick. This is a dump off to McCaffrey. He's got like 7 catches. So I guess we have to give Dalvin Cook the player of the sim now.
Yeah, he's played himself into it.
Definitely has. 91 yards, 2 touchdowns, though, and 4 receptions, too, 28 points. He's not that far in front of other guys. He's actually only a couple points in front of Thielen. Actually, you know what? I'm going to let you decide. Could be any one of those guys.
I'm going to go with Dalvin, I think.
Okay. Ooh, almost picked. Trying for the end zone. 18 seconds left. See if we get some more garbage time here from the Panthers. We're going to go with Dalvin Cook as the player of the sim. Not my kid award. Going to go McCaffrey. Yeah. This one did play out. I mean, he had 16 points, but for his price, for his ownership level, 74%. Unless he legitimately scores a touchdown here on this play. He's not going to because he's standing 1 yard away from Teddy Bridgewater. We're not going to give it to him. One more chance here for the Panthers. And this one will be over. This one is over. We're just waiting to see if we get a little garbage time action. All right. Shotgun Bridgewater, 10 seconds left. Gonna heave it again. He's trying, folks, but he's not successful. Now let's see. The Panthers going to be so cowardly to take their last time out here, make us sit for 2 snaps. They are. Thank you, Carolina. We really appreciate that. All right. Player of the sim, Dalvin Cook. Not my kid award, Christian McCaffrey. I'm just going to do the schedule while we're waiting here for this last kneel down. Coming up next, 6 p.m. Eastern, we got Titans at Jaguars. Tom and I will be back. Then we got 8 p.m. Eastern, Bucks at Washington, Kaufman and Lamarca. 8 p.m. Eastern, the Patriots and the Texans. Oh, good. Kaufman on a Patriots sim. I'm sure that'll be fun. Kaufman and Lamarca. Lamarca will keep him in check. Don't worry. Don't worry about that one, folks. That's your schedule for the rest of the day, though. This one is in the bag. We got Captain Blood killing it in the little league, the DK Sim Fam free roll. Again, stats are not finalized, but he is in the lead right now. He's got Dalvin Cook and the captain. Cousins, Thielen, Curtis Samuel had a good game too. 100 yards receiving, 6 receptions, a 2-pointer. So big game from Curtis Samuel. Dalvin Cook had 28.18 points. Actually didn't even get the bonus, but 2 touchdowns. Thielen got the bonus and a touchdown. And that's where we sit, folks. So kind of a weird sim, lulled us to sleep, but like 4 or 5 big plays to kind of snap us out of it, Tom. I don't know what to say about that one. It was a weird one. I guess it could have been worse. Could have just had
it ended up being kind of a cool sim.
Yeah, absolutely. Lots of big points. Lots of big points out there, especially for classic lineups too. So anyways, dudes, that is going to be it for right now. We have something coming up probably to tide you over, but Tom and I will be back at 6 p.m. Eastern. Again, we got the Jaguars and the Titans. I just want to double check that was the game. I know it's the Jags. Where did we go schedule? Where are you? There we go. Yeah, Jaguars, Titans. Tom and I will be back. And yes, something is coming up. Probably Pat Mayo. Let's just say it's Pat Mayo. Anyways, guys, we'll be back in 45 minutes. Stick around, guys. Oh, no, it's Ross Tucker. Ross Tucker's coming up.
Even better.
The Ross Tucker podcast. Tide you over for the next 35, 40 minutes. Tom and I will be back soon.
See you guys.
Pour yourself a cold one.
Let's strike 'em, huh?
And listen to Ross Tucker break down the top college prospects on another tasty edition of The College Draft.
Yeah, it's Daddy Soda time here on the College Draft Podcast presented by DraftKings. I'm Ross Tucker, America's, wow, I kind of confused those two things right there because DraftKings is America's #1 rated sportsbook app. But then I was already moving into introducing myself. So I said, I'm Ross Tucker, America's #1 podcast host. Thank you very much. Listen, you just roll with it. I could have just gone with it, but I'm one of those people that I just admit when I'm losing my train of thought or make a mistake. It doesn't matter. What matters is that you've come to the right place if you love college football and or if you love the NFL draft or both. Because every week, for the next 4 more weeks, we're going to go over the best NFL prospects in the biggest conferences to get you ready for college football in 2021 and start to whet your appetite for the 2022 NFL Draft. I am Ross Tucker at Ross Tucker NFL on social media. At Ross Tucker Pod is where you can find all of our shows. We do have a YouTube page, youtube.com/Ross Tucker NFL if you'd like to watch all kinds of other podcasts, the Fantasy Feast, Even Money, College Draft, which is this one, Ross Tucker Football Podcast, Andrew Brandt's Business of Sports. We got a bunch. The star of this show is Emory Hunt. He is the man with the plan. He is the dude that is not rude. He knows everybody. And of course, he knows the ACC guys. Last week, Emory, we did the American guys, which was cool. And there were some good guys, especially Desmond Ridder and Ahmad Gardner. But I've been waiting all week to get to the ACC because I really want to hear how good you think these quarterbacks, in particular, Sam Howell from UConn, really is. Now, I'll say this. You can check out Emory on Twitter at FBallGamePlan on Twitter, Football Game Plan on YouTube, footballgameplan.com/2022 draft guide. Start to get your pre-orders in now because there's going to be more prospects than we've ever had before, and Emory is all over it. Is it tough, Emory? I didn't ask you this last week. Is it tough to rank these guys like 1 through 10, or is it you already gave them a grade and the grade is what it is and you just do it?
No, it's kind of tough to rank them right now because some guys have a little bit more game experience than others, but you kind of have a good framework of, where these guys are as prospects. And to be completely honest, I feel like, what you've put on film for 2.5, even 3 years in some cases, you kind of know what you are. And you rarely see like significant jumps in evaluation. At that point, if you're making significant jumps, it's probably more justification analysis than actual analysis. You just seeing what you want to see. That's why I also kind of limited to 3 games: best game, worst game, best possible matchup, or most intriguing matchup, and go from there, because you don't want to start to see what you want to see in terms of watching these guys. So I always chuckle when folks I watch at least 8 or 9 games of a prospect. Like, bro, you just tell me you like the prospect and move on, right? So that's all that is, man. And but now it's tough to really get a hard ranking because a lot can happen, but you have a pretty good idea of how these guys are as prospects.
I didn't know that, Emory. So you watched 3 games. Tell me the 3 games.
The best game of, the statistically best game they have, the worst game they have, and the best possible matchup. So let's say, for instance, to use Trevor Lawrence, right? You want to watch, the Citadel game because he's going to put up ridiculous numbers. And when you're watching the best game of a prospect, you want to watch at, okay, what can they potentially be at their best? When all things are clicking, what's their ceiling? And then you watch their worst game, which to me was the game against Ohio State. And you want to see how well they fight through adversity, how well they overcome mistakes, how well do they get out of their own way if things are not going well early on. and you learn a lot about a person's makeup in their worst game. And then the best matchup. Okay, who has the best secondary, the most athleticism at secondary, and in the secondary. So then you go and watch, let's say, a Louisville or Florida State or a UNC or Virginia, Notre Dame. You watch those, one of those games. Who has the top tier athletes that can match athlete for athlete at the skill position, and you go from there. So that way you get a good, well-rounded view in 3 games of a prospect.
I love it. I that makes plenty of sense to me. And yeah, when I hear these guys, I watched every snap. I guess I understand that, and I appreciate the thoroughness, but you are going to sort of end up just seeing the same thing over and over again.
And if you're in, again, we're in the media, Ross. Why are we watching 8 or 9 games? For us, we just need to know enough about a player, and for the most part, what we see, we can tend to project rather well and are able to articulate about. So it's not our job on the line to, know whether or not this guy is going to be a bust or a great player. It's our job to know what can he do, what can he do, where can he improve, and how he fits into his current situation, so we can talk about him throughout a 3-hour broadcast. And I think, a lot of people don't understand, we're on the media side. We don't have the medicals. We don't have the psychological background, all that stuff like that. We just need to know enough about these players. I think that's why the 3 games, for me at least, is perfect.
Let's get to the ACC. And, it's so interesting because other than Clemson, there haven't been a lot of other great seasons by other ACC schools. They produced a lot of NFL talent, though. A lot of NFL talent out of the ACC without maybe winning as many games as you would think maybe perhaps they should. I recently saw where Dane Brugler, who's a guy we've had on the show, you and I are friends with and fan of, he ranked the quarterbacks for The Athletic, and he had Sam Howell from UNC number 1, and I guess some AFC GM said right now that's the only first-round quarterback on our board. You have him ranked as the best prospect in the ACC, Emory. Tell me about Sam Howell and what you saw from him.
I just like how he plays, man. He's just a fun watch, in terms of everything just seems like it's going well for him. He finds a way to make a way. If things are shut off early, he'll try to scramble, and sometimes it's to his fault. Very Baker Mayfield-like, and I think that's why you see that comp thrown out there for him. So I just think that for me, Howell is someone that has been consistent. I know the people will point to the offense, but you still have to be consistent within that offense. He protects the football enough. He's able to buy time with his footwork and find guys downfield. He's not afraid to take a chance with some shots over the middle of the field or deeper down the field. And he seems to fight through adversity through a game. And we saw last year, like they played in probably a season's worth of entertaining games, meaning that they had big leads, lost big leads, had to fight back to win a game. And so when you're going back and forth like this, you're going to have your ebbs and flows. But you saw him do a lot. And I think that's why we have a lot of tape on Howell. And just from a consistency standpoint, to me, he was the most consistent out of the ACC quarterbacks.
I mean, I know you haven't looked at everybody yet, but we know about Spencer Rattler and Carson Strong at Nevada, Spencer Rattler at Oklahoma. There are others out there. Do you think Howell is the best quarterback in this draft right now, or are you not there yet?
Not there yet. Right now, I think Malik Willis is the best quarterback in this draft out of Liberty. Makes it an 11-on-11 game, dynamic, strong arm, 4.4 speed. So the upside is tremendous. And if he's able to build on what he did last year with Liberty, they were almost ACC champs. They were a missed field goal, extra point away from beating NC State, and they would have beaten 3 ACC teams. So right now, Malik Willis out of Liberty is my number 1 quarterback. And I do think when we look at Sam Howell, he may not be the top 5 talent. He may be someone that can be a good bus driver for a team. And I think that's where I am on Sam Howell. He may not be a top tier prospect, but a good quarterback definitely someone you want running your offense.
You know, I did the U.S. Army Bowl, Emory, like 4 or 5 years. And I think the last one I did, because they didn't have one last year, I didn't do the one the year before that, was Sam Howell's year, Sam Howell and Spencer Rattler's year. So I saw these kids in person. I talked with them. 2 totally different body types. Mm-hmm. I mean, Sam Howell, he almost looked like a linebacker or a fullback. You know, he's 6'1", was 220, 225. That's pretty thick. Like, I don't want to, he wasn't dumpy, but he had like wider hips and just shorter and squattier, but he had the width you're looking for. Usually if a quarterback's 220, they're like 6'3", 6'4". He was like 6'1", 220, 225. So I don't know what he is now, but I remember thinking, man, this is the guy that Florida State and UNC were fighting over. He just had a very atypical quarterback body.
He built like a Tecmo Bowl quarterback.
Yeah, he's squatty. He's squatty. He's strong. Like he's thick, but he looks like, if you told me that dude was a fullback or a linebacker, I'd be like, okay.
Right. He has that college frat boy body too, where like, you know, he's not fat, but he got some size on him. Like, you're not gonna move him off the spot. That's for sure. Not gonna push him out the frat house for sure. Like, he's not an easy toss out. Definitely.
All right, so we talked about this next guy a couple times last year. I called a couple of his games at Houston in 2019. D'Eriq King from Miami, absolutely a dynamic athlete. And I guess the question will be, he's one of those guys that, at least for a while, Emory, they were still saying, is he a quarterback or is he a guy that should pull a Greg Ward and move to another position?
I think he showed last year that he's definitely the quarterback. The leadership he showed at Miami and making some of these throws, I was more impressed with him last year at Miami than I ever was with him at Houston. Houston, he was more of a scrambler, a guy that can beat you with his legs. His arm was a bit erratic, but at Miami, we saw him be more consistent, throwing over the middle of the field, dropping those deep, corner routes in the bucket on a consistent basis, being able to play above the X's and O's on third downs and inside the red zone. The book on him, and it's a big, thick book, will be the medical history. He's been injured a lot, and that's not what you want to hear for someone who relies on athleticism, because at the end of the day, if you're not going to be out there, then it kind of limits your opportunities for a team to take you so high. But the football IQ, the leadership intangibles, you like that about King. Now I just hope that, he's able to come back healthy once again, stay healthy for a full season, and then go into the offseason and showcase the growth he's made as a quarterback. So right now, I probably will feel comfortable taking someone like King in a third round, based off the injury concerns, but you like the 1 year jump from Houston to Miami. I thought that was significant for him last year.
What about your number 3 guy, speaking of injury history, Justin Ross from Clemson, who had about as good of a freshman year as I think a wide receiver has ever had, including in the national championship game, tearing up Alabama, and the dude's from Alabama. I mean, I don't even know. I hope they had police security at his parents' house in Alabama after what he did to them in the national championship game. Can you imagine that? Like, we know what the state of Alabama's like. He goes to Clemson and then kills the Crimson Tide in the national championship game.
Yeah, and if you're in North Alabama, how you let him get out the state, right? You're the last line of defense. Like, you can't let him get out the state. You're at the top of the state. You can't let him get out the state. Somebody got to grab him. But you're right. He goes to Clemson. He balls out, and then he has a neck injury. And you always leery when you think about neck injuries. And I could only imagine, the pain or concern in a highly contact sport like football when you're talking about neck. So hopefully he's able to go back out there, play well, and regain that status. But man, you talk about someone that athletically checks the boxes already, can pluck the football out of the air. He plays like he's, advanced already. When he was a freshman, he was playing like he was a redshirt senior. And so I think he is already ready to play in the NFL. I just want to see him go out there, get back to what he was, show some athleticism, show some speed, show those great hands to pluck the ball out of the air, and, take it easy the rest of the way so that way you can get to the NFL.
Emory, you always say this, and I love it. There's certain positions at certain schools where they're just kind of a made guy for you, right? And that seems to be Boston College and offensive linemen. They have put a lot of offensive linemen out over the years. Your 4th and 5th ranked pro prospects in the ACC are both offensive linemen from Boston College. Let's start with number 4 ranked player, Zion Johnson from BC.
Yeah, he's their left tackle. Really good footwork. I like his footwork. I love the fact that he's a strong guy. So he's going to stay in the fight. When you combine that with footwork, that makes you a really good tackle prospect. I want to see him be a little bit more aggressive with his hands. Sometimes he's a little bit too patient. And if you're a savvy edge rusher, you could probably speak to this, Ross. When someone's a little bit too hesitant with their hands, it allows the defender to get their hands on them first. And if you win the hands first battle, you're now in the fight the entire doggone rep. And I see that a lot with him. But when he's able to gain control early in the rep, he's dominant and you won't get to the quarterback. But I want to see him be more consistent and getting those hands on a defensive lineman first within the beginnings of the rep.
Then you got Alec Lindstrom, Chris Lindstrom's brother at Boston College as well.
Family business, right? And Lindstrom was, to me, a top-tier talent at the position. I gave him a 90 grade. So that's like Pro Bowl grade for me when he came out of Boston College. His brother is just as good. And when you look at a lot of the big runs from Boston College last year, they're coming right down Main Street. So he's getting guys right off the ball and clearing a space for the running back. So he's getting the run. He's good in the run game. You're not going to walk him back in pass pro. So he's able to anchor down and then redirect. He's a solid overall prospect. I have no issues in taking centers in the first round. If you are a good blocker, especially guard, center guard, I'm probably valuing you higher than guys that are out on the edge. Because if you're a good guard, center guard, that's where offense happens. And any quarterback worth his salt can step up into a pocket if you're beat on the edges. And any running back would love to have dominance on the interior. And Lindstrom is a dominant interior lineman.
So we know where to go for a wide receiver. Clemson's a pretty good place for that. Boston College is a pretty good place to get an offensive lineman. The best place to find someone if you need to hire someone, LinkedIn. All right, Emory, let's get to number 6. Bubba Bolden, the safety from Miami. He was another U.S. Army Bowl guy.
And he's another one that fits that prototype of, guy that physically looks the part. He can play. He has good instincts, instinctual player. He's a good hitter. And one that tracked out rather well going from high school All-American to college. A lot of times guys get lost in the shuffle, especially when you talk about the U.S. Army game and, the All-American game. But, man, he was kind of like plug and play at Miami, and I think he's going to be one of these plug and play guys moving on to the next level. I like his game, love how he plays. And I'm glad to see him back out there this year.
I'm a big fan of the name Bubba.
Right.
I just think Bubba's an awesome name.
I mean, you can't go think about it. You have Bubba Bolden, who we're talking about. Yeah, Bubba Franks. Bubba McDowell was a good one for the Houston Oilers. So yeah, we're 3 for 3 right now with Bubbas. Like if you're named Bubba, you're probably going to be a good football player. And Rerun was nicknamed Bubba in What's Happening, and he was a great dancer. Shirley called him Bubba. So again, we're undefeated with Bubba. Bubba, you're right, is a really good name.
Here's the thing: if you name your kid Bubba, they better not be a chump.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, you name your kid Bubba, like they better be ready to roll. Like, there's certain names, like you name your kid Bubba or Rocky or whatever, like they better like something comes with that name. Okay.
Bubba Gump too, throwing it out there as well.
Yes, Bubba Gump from Forrest Gump. Bubba Gump shrimp. Love
Shout
it.
out to
All right.
Brian.
Let's get to our first running back from the ACC. Wait a minute. Is this right? Does UNC have another running back?
Via transfer, Ty Chandler. Remember he was at Tennessee last year.
That's right. Because I know last year with Javonte Williams and Michael Carter, I'm like, how does UNC have another running back?
Yeah, and it's Ty Chandler who, I liked him at Tennessee. But again, I understand transferring out. It was a mass exodus leaving, Tennessee last year by a lot of prospects. And Brian puts Bubba Smith and Bubba Watts. So, again, undefeated with Bubba.
There's got to be some Bubbas out there that haven't done squat with their lives, by the way. We just never heard of them.
There's no bad Bubbas. We're proving this science right here. Chandler is good. Chandler is a one-cut downhill runner. He was actually one of the bright spots, him and Eric Gray, the two running backs for Tennessee that are now playing elsewhere. Chandler is at UNC while Gray is at Oklahoma. So Chandler, good interior runner, helps keep the offense on pace, alleviates a lot of pressure off of Sam Howell, and will help keep North Carolina's offense humming. While they break in these newer receivers, the run game they don't have to worry about. And he's going to be another one of these guys that he's a solid, one-cut downhill guy that runs well between the tackles, that breaks good tackles. And we know in this offense, he's going to have an opportunity to showcase his speed, his elusiveness, his flair for the big play. So I love him transferring from Tennessee, where there's a lot of questions, going to a situation where he's going to get the football, he's going to be dynamic, and that's in North Carolina.
The next guy is ranked way too low just based on his last name. That's the right tackle from UNC, Jordan Tucker.
Well, you can't go wrong with guys that play offensive lineman, last name named Tucker. I'm pretty sure we could, we just proved science with Bubba. There's great evidence for Tucker being the last name. But I watched a lot of UNC last year, right? Because when you're watching UNC, you watch the running backs. Obviously, there were two prospects. Then you watch the receivers, right? Then for using my methodology about watching 3 games, let's say if I'm watching a defensive prospect, well, one of the games you want to see, the best possible matchup, is against North Carolina. So I've seen a lot of North Carolina offense, and I thought this tackle, Tucker, was outstanding, on the right side. So you're seeing some good pass rushers nowadays coming off the right side, and I just thought that he was able to do it rather well. And a lot of the runs that we saw, these guys able to bounce outside, they didn't bounce them outside to the left side. They bounced them outside to the right side because Tucker was vacating space, and he's athletic. He's climbing well. I think the hand usage or placement can be a little bit better, but athletically, he is what you want as an NFL tackle.
Number 9, a wide receiver from NC State, Emeka Emezi.
We've been talking about him for a while. He was someone that came into last season as a wide receiver to watch. And I just love how he was able to be their number 1 option. They have 2 good running backs. So it's more than 10 prospects that we know in the ACC, but he was a good receiver. It's going to be interesting as they're breaking in new quarterback play once again, as Hockman, I believe, transferred out. So it's tough, but he's someone that wins outside the numbers. He's able to make plays above the rim as a bigger wide receiver, and he's one of the more consistent options you'll see. Probably more of a mid-round guy, but you like his ability to win in those contested catch situations.
Last but definitely not least, really curious to get your opinion. I remember you talking about him a couple times last year. He elected to stay in school. That's Kenny Pickett, the quarterback from Pitt.
I like watching Pickett play, and I have it on my calendar to go to another Pitt game. And it seems like I always get the Thursday night Pitt North Carolina game. Every year that's the one I'm always able to go to. So I'll be there this year in November, and you can probably talk to this, Ross. Best press box food wise, probably in the league, and because that Pittsburgh press box at Heinz Field, the spread and the amount of food, and I don't normally eat hot dogs, but I will always have hot dogs at Heinz Field. There's so much good food there, but I'm always watching Kenny Pickett throw the football. It's just something about him. He's like, I call him like a point guard type passer. where it's like he's leading a fast break. He has no fear where he's throwing the football. Good velocity. I know he's working with a QB trainer right now that's doing a great job in developing quarterbacks. And Pickett's someone that has been consistent, and he kind of helps them, be a little bit dynamic. You may not like one particular trait about him that says it's elite, but you can see him having a long career in the NFL because of how he plays. He's a momentum guy, a rhythmic passer. And so he's someone that I don't think people aren't talking enough about in terms of him as a pro prospect. I think he's going to get to one of these all-star games, probably like the Shrine game at Vegas, and be able to really shine in that week of work down there, in Las Vegas.
Cannot wait to dive into more of these Power 5 conferences. We've obviously got the Big 10, the Big 8. We've got the Pac-12, the SEC, a lot more to get to. Should be awesome. Keep it going. These are great to go back and look at the other things we said as well. Terrific stuff. Check out Emery on social at FBall Game Plan. You can watch this show on YouTube, youtube.com/Ross Tucker NFL. Other than that, the keg is kicked. We are all tapped out.
Thanks for listening to the College Draft Podcast. Make sure to also subscribe to the Ross Tucker Football Podcast, Fantasy Feast, Even Money, and The Business of Sports. All available at Apple Podcasts, rosstucker.com, or wherever podcasts can be found.
A lot of times on the show, I mentioned DraftKings. Here's what you need to know. You got to be 21 or older, New Jersey, Indiana, or Pennsylvania only. New customers only. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER, or in Indiana, 1-800-9-WITH-IT. By the way, if what I was talking about included a deposit bonus, doesn't always, sometimes it does. Deposit bonus requires 25 times playthrough, and deposit bonuses are paid out in site credit.
All right, welcome back in, DK Sim fam, to the DraftKings Dream Stream. Nobody freak out. We got a couple more Sims to go. Jim, Tom's back. Can't believe it, Tom. We got more Sims to go here. We got the Jags, we got the Titans. Derrick Henry versus Chris Thompson. Wow, that doesn't seem like a fair fight, but that's the fight.
It's not as good of a running back lineup as we had in the last Sim.
No, I mean, one side is very good. The other side, and Chris Thompson, hey, Sim Chris Thompson should not be besmirched, Tom. He's pretty. He's decent. He's decent. He's okay.
He's decent.
But you're right. Real life, I don't even think Chris Thompson is playing this year. But anyways, that's neither here nor there. We are not real lifeville. So why don't we talk about our lineups to start? Who did you captain in this one? Because this one is interesting. The last one, it was kind of, either Dalvin Cook or Christian McCaffrey. Could go a few different ways in this one, I feel like.
I went with Derrick Henry. I decided to go the most obvious route, the chalkiest route. Derrick Henry is an absolute monster. $16,500 in the captain spot. 20 points a sim. Titans will occasionally just run their entire offense through him, so I'm hoping that today is one of those days. Derrick Henry is my captain. Then I went DJ Chark, Chris Conley, Corey Davis, Tyler Eifert, and D.D. Westbrook. So a lot of Jaguars pass catchers on my roster. What about you?
Just like Austin Powers, Tom, I too like to live dangerously. I hit blackjack on 19, just like Austin Powers, and I faded Derrick Henry. I put A.J. Brown in the captain with Ryan Tannehill, with Gardner Minshew. I also played Chark. And, of course,
so you have no Derrick Henry in your lineup.
No Derrick Henry, but I did.
Your phone has been going wild today.
I did bring out the Lambo. I got the Lambo. He's in there.
Okay.
He's gonna give me like
always
5
good to get a kicker
goals
in the lineup.
Never a bad idea. I also got Hump Daddy, Adam Humphries, 27% owned in our free roll.
Dude, how many people do you have in your lineup? I feel like you just said like 10 names.
No, that's 6. Chark, Minshew, Tannehill, Brown, Captain, Humphries, Lambo. That's it. That's all I got.
All right, cool. We got the all black unis, got the all white unis.
Accusing me of cheating.
100%.
All right. All right, you take over for 1 second. Give the people a good...
Okay. Once upon a time in a galaxy far, far away, there was 2 teams meeting in the AFC South. One of them hailing from virtual Nashville. One of them hailing from virtual Jacksonville. It was the Jaguars taking on the Titans in virtual Jacksonville.
Right, I'm back. Oh, phew.
Is back.
Just completed the 100-yard dash. Came in last. Oof.
Definitely didn't tell a story. Just said what game was happening in sort of a weird announcer voice.
It's okay.
It killed time.
Was it you who brought up the Derrick Henry hypothetical? Like if the Titans suddenly lost Derrick Henry, like the Rams lost Cam Akers, where would you rank the Titans next year?
I think we did have a conversation like this where I said that if the Titans lost Derrick Henry, if they were to adjust their offense, I think they'd still be pretty good because they have good pieces.
Yes.
But if they were to lose Derrick Henry and still decide to run the ball like they got Derrick Henry, they'd be really bad.
That's true. I don't disagree.
But they clearly have a really good receiving core. Tanny is apparently a decent quarterback now, so I think the Titans would be okay without Derrick Henry. Obviously, you never want to lose a guy like that. But if they were to adjust to be more of a passing team without Derrick Henry, I think they could still be pretty good.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I really feel like their philosophy was Chris Thompson, who we besmirched off the top. The nice little run. I feel like if they lost Derrick Henry, they'd still be pretty good. Ryan Tannehill, a bit of a mobile quarterback. They wouldn't get the same type of production from running back, but they could get something similar. Not even just something. If they get Gardner Minshew, who is still on the Jaguars, by the way. Ooh, crushed. I think he gets traded. I really feel like Gardner Minshew is going to the Jets.
Feel Jetsy to me.
I mean, they just have no backup quarterback for Zach Wilson.
You don't need one when you got Zach Wilson, baby. Next Mahomes.
Apparently.
This guide is not working right now, guys. I'm trying to get more Olympics on. I don't want the local news.
Trying to get some steeplechase or some equestrian.
Get the local news out of my face. I want Olympics.
Some synchro swimming. Volleyball.
We got men's volleyball on right now.
Men's volleyball.
Sports Network.
That's terrible.
The U.S. is taking on France. Hey, I played collegiate volleyball.
Did you?
Yeah.
Really?
Emerson College, baby. Division III.
All right. Good for you.
I respect the sport.
I was terrible at volleyball, probably because I'm short. Gardner on the run. Oh, little dart. I was caught. Chris Connolly. The Jaguars wide receiver core next year is really interesting. You got Shenault, Chark, a couple of young guys. Some stud potential there, I think, with both of them. But then you also got Marvin Jones, a guy who's been productive a lot of his career. Still pretty good downfield catcher. Certainly ended last year strong.
Daniel's saying there was a great Iran versus Poland volleyball game yesterday.
Iran versus... Okay.
You don't think of those two countries playing each other in volleyball.
I don't think of those two countries.
It's just the same sentence ever. Yeah.
Period. I just don't think of them.
That's why I love the Olympics.
Yeah, it's true. When else are you going to watch the Polish volleyball team?
Never. I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
No, I just, I don't even know what I was going to say. Oh, is there anyone in the Jacksonville wide receiver core that interests you like a lot for fantasy?
No, because I just don't know what that offense is going to look like with Trevor Lawrence. The rookie quarterbacks don't have like the greatest track record ever. I know Herbert just had an awesome season. I know Burrow was good. But historically, it's not a place where I'm going to go for massive fantasy numbers, for guaranteed massive fantasy numbers, I should say. With that said, I do like Marvin Jones as like kind of a late round guy. He just feels like he's the type of dude that always gets his. He's not going to kill it for you, but if you can get him in the late round, I think he's good depth play in fantasy.
It is interesting. DJ Chark does have a much higher ADP. He's going around ADP wide receiver 31. I don't really like him there. I like DJ Chark as a player, but like he's going around Chase Claypool and Deebo Samuel. Like, I'm sorry.
That doesn't feel right.
It doesn't feel right, does it? I'm sorry. Like, I'm taking Deebo Samuel there 10 times out of 10. Even Claypool or Jamar Chase. Whereas Shenault going around Marquise Brown, Gallup, Corey Davis. Like, I think Shenault is much more interesting there. And even Marvin Jones at 50, wide receiver 50. There's a couple players I like better. You know what? I'm kind of exactly on your boat. The more I talk about these guys and the way this offense is going to look, like I'm going to take Antonio Brown probably over both these guys, Michael Pittman Jr. over both these guys, and then for Chark, like we just said, you can get Claypool or Deebo. Who just scored? Did we just miss?
It was a vulture. I was going to wait for you to finish your.
Sorry, I was looking at the ADPs. I didn't even see. You go ahead. You take it.
It was a vulture. I was just trying to find who this was for the Jags. Was it Raquel Armstead or was it? Okay, it was Raquel Armstead. There you go.
Was it
0.53%?
Yeah.
Oh, that
NyQuil. The NyQuil putting everybody to sleep
is a vulture. Caw-caw, caw-caw.
Yeah, this is eye-opening. I mean,
I've had a Reichel touchdown semi-recently.
Yeah. I'm glad I talked to myself there for a bit, because I feel like this is just when I'm looking at the valuations of these Jacksonville wide receivers. I'm going to
avoid the Jacksonville Jaguars in fantasy altogether. If I
think it's you know what? Probably the sanest thing that's ever been said on these things.
I tend to try and avoid bad teams.
Yeah.
It's one of my rules of thumb. But hey, what do I know? I finished in last place in a fantasy league this past year.
That's right. I'm going to be on the stream with you.
You're going to be on the stream with me. That's right. Next, so the wee hours of Friday morning, I should say, late Thursday night, early Friday morning, depending on where you live. The Moose will be joining me on my 24-hour live stream for Vegas Insider.
That'll be fun, man. What time does it start? What time in the day are you starting?
7 p.m. Eastern, ends at 7 p.m. Eastern the next day.
Okay. Did you choose the starting time?
Yeah, I figured that would be a good time of night to start because, people are getting off work. They probably ate dinner at that point, looking for something fun. Try and capture a few different time slots. Should be a blast. I'm going to be tired.
Where are you staying again?
It was going to be a Waffle House. Checked in at the Waffle House. Apparently, they don't have Wi-Fi at any Waffle Houses, according to this Waffle House manager.
Oh, man.
Yeah. It's like a Waffle House thing, I guess. They don't have Wi-Fi. Yeah. So I went up the street to a Denny's, and they do have a strong Wi-Fi connection. I was supposed to talk to their GM at some point today. He never called me back. I'm going to call tomorrow. So, yeah, it's looking like it's going to be a Denny's.
All right. Denny's is fine. Denny's is a good second choice.
Drew, I did not get that rule put in place about if I eat a certain amount of stuff, I get hours knocked off. Because now that it's a thing for my other employer, like, it's not worth it for them if I stay at a diner for 18 hours, For them, for it to be a thing, I got to stay the full 24.
I like that you turned it into content.
Exactly. If I have to do it anyways, I might as well. Yeah. Daniel saying being stuck at Denny's for 24 hours is a punishment. Yes, it sure is.
I mean, I don't know what else it would be.
It's going to be awful. But the stream will be fun. A lot of cool people joining me. Everyone here from the DraftKings Dream Stream that you love will be on at some point. Got Mike Golick Jr., Jason Fitz from ESPN, Freddie Coleman from ESPN Radio.
Nice.
Ben Maller from Fox Sports Radio, the overnight guy, is going to join me super late night. A few Adam Amin, play-by-play guy for Fox, does the Bulls play-by-play. He's going to join me. Bob Sosi, the voice of the Pats, is going to join me.
Jeez,
it'll be a fun group.
Been working hard here. You better be careful. It's going to become like a weekly or a yearly thing or something.
No, God, no.
You're going to be living in a Denny's. Hey, let's throw Tom in this restaurant for 24 hours.
Hey, Iman over on Slack used to produce Big Ben Maller when he would do some EEI overnight stuff. Hell yeah, I love Big Ben. I know him from interning at Fox Sports Radio back in the day. He's the man.
There you go. Yeah, we got Andrew. We got Daniel. Daniel, by the way, not as good as Madison, but still good. And Eamon. And Rob in there. So we got a couple dudes. That's our ops team. If you're wondering why I brought Madison's name, she made it to the buzzword. It was a whole thing.
Madison was the buzzword the other day?
Oh, yeah. I guess I didn't tell you the story. I'll tell you the story in the second quarter here. That's a good one. Gardner Minshew, 5 for 5, 42 yards. We did get the vulture touchdown from your boy, Raekwon Armstead. I know everybody loves him. We probably forgot he existed. But that was the only score of the first Q. Derrick Henry does have 42 yards, so of course he's going off as I fade him. Already almost halfway to the bonus. Thompson, 26 yards. Look at Raekwon. One carry, 1 yard, 1 touchdown. That's how you do it.
There you go. Love a good vulture, a first half vulture. That's when vultures should happen.
It just sets the tone. It's like it's okay. Yeah, totally. It's gonna be this type of sim. Is it okay? Fine.
Absolutely.
It does that in real life too. It feels like real life football games are the same way. It's like, okay, we got a great fantasy matchup here, and then it's like throw, and then they hand off to the fullback, and you're like, really? That's what's going to happen here? And then the next play is like a punt return touchdown, and then it's just like nobody scores. It's like 27-20. You had like one offensive player score a touchdown. It's like, oh.
Like that hurts.
Does. Yeah. So, okay. Glash and I did a sim together on Wednesday night, this Wednesday night. Now, the YouTube feed was a little jumpy. It was loading. It was, it wasn't working properly.
It happens sometimes.
So Daniel was on ops. He's trying his hardest to get it to work. And he did get it to work for after the first quarter. So, I mean, shout out to him, putting in the work. But when the glitch was going on in the YouTube, somebody said, well, you know what, guys? This stuff didn't happen when Madison was.
Oh my God!
Yeah,
who has literally nothing to do with that side of these sims in any way.
And then other people were like, "Yeah, bring back Madison, man." Yeah. So Glash gave him a talking to. I stood up for Daniel.
Derrick Henry, that is
a touchdown
for my captain.
I mean, of course, Derrick Henry's going off. I faded him.
He's a beast.
So.
That's hilarious, though. So then Madison was the buzzword.
We actually made it a buzzword battle between Madison and Daniel. So,
who won?
I think Daniel won just because Glash refused to say Madison's name.
Well, Dan is also easier to spell out. Like if you just want to abbreviate Dan,
it's true.
I guess you could say Mad, but you don't think to say Mad for a nickname before you think to say Dan for Daniel. No. Easier to say Daniel.
And to Glash's credit, he texted Madison and told her, she was going to be the buzzword. So.
I'm sure she was honored. And in the back of her head was like, wow, I really thought I escaped this.
Yeah. Really? Like, I still got to deal with this? She probably blocked Glash after this.
Yeah. Who is this?
Yeah. Anyways, that was Wednesday. Fun time hanging out. As always, Derrick Henry with a big first cue here. Touchdown, almost 100 yards. Not 100 yards, but he's definitely over 50 yards now. If you were more on like me and faded him, it's not looking good, folks. So,
yeah, you shouldn't have done that, man.
No, I really shouldn't have.
Like, I get maybe not wanting to make him a captain, but yikes.
Yeah, I know. Thanks for rubbing it in. 38% owned in the captain spot, 84% owned in the flex in the free roll. The Moose and Freeze Pumps.
Hey-o.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to hanging out with you, though, late night.
Yeah, it should be fun.
We'll talk whatever you want, a little fantasy football, whatever.
Let me pull up the schedule I have here, actually, see if I missed anyone worth mentioning. Dude, guest booking like this has been a nightmare. I'm having PTSD from my old radio job.
No kidding.
God.
If it was me, I would have had like 2 guests, and then the rest would have just been. It would have been a stream of me eating.
I agree with you, but 24 hours is so much time to fill.
Oh,
and then towards the end of it, you're going to be so tired, you're going to need that support at the end. So we got Morton's joining me 3 different times. He's joining me for dinner the night before, brunch the next day, and then he's going to be my final guest. So he's kind of helping me throughout, so that'll be fun. Like I mentioned, Adam Amin, BK is going to join me. Gojo, Golick Jr. from ESPN is going to join me. I'm not going to mention people that I don't have confirmed yet. Moose is going to join me. Koff's going to join me. Super late night. Lamarca has yet to get back to me. I'm going to have to follow up with him on that.
What time is Koff joining you?
2 a.m. Eastern.
Wow.
Yeah. I figured he's a late night guy, so.
He is. He
might as well. Because look, I'm gonna need guys like that. That's why I have asks out to a lot of West Coast guys for the late slots. Like I mentioned, Big Ben Maller from Fox Sports Radio will be there. Ducey's gonna join me in the morning.
Little deuce in the morning.
Some Vegas insider writers. Rossi will join me at 10 a.m. Buddy of mine that does radio up in Chicago is going to join me. So, yeah, Jason Fitz, Sosi, Zach Gelb from CBS Radio. He hosts the nighttime show for them nationally. He's going to join me. So, should be fun. Be a lot of good conversation going on. Going to talk a lot of breakfast.
Yeah, Denny's menu.
Yeah, Drew, bring up a good point. Glash big timing me. Yep, Glash is going to be on vacation in the mountains. So, hey, I will give him credit, though. I agree with him on this. He doesn't want to commit to it, and then if the Wi-Fi isn't great up in the mountains, it's going to stink.
Right, for sure.
Cut in and out, and
no show would be
24-hour thing. It's going to be brutal. Jordan Warren asking about my Chicago radio friend. I actually have two different Chicago radio friends joining me. Chris Ranji, who does radio for 670 The Score, and then my friend Austin Huff hosts the Morning Drive country station show.
Country station?
Yeah, he used to do sports. He's now doing country radio.
Nice.
So it's gonna be fun. And he's a dude that's at the time it was gonna be at Waffle House. He's obsessed with Waffle House, but now that it's not Waffle House, that could make for a fun conversation. Why did you knock up Waffle House? Yeah.
Every time I go to the States, I always try to get people to go to a Waffle House with me. I really wish we had Waffle Houses here. I legitimately,
I've been to one ever in my life.
If we had a Waffle
years ago.
House where I lived, I swear to God, I'd go there like at least once a week. Like I just go there on my own for breakfast, or like any meal. It's amazing.
Daniel, yes, we are building a full screen graphic for bathroom breaks. There's also going to be some video overlays that I'm going to drop in too. So it's good. Program we're using called StreamYard. If you ever looking to do a live stream of any type, it's really good.
Yeah. Anyways.
Good stuff. Should be fun.
Should be fun, man. I'm looking forward to it. I will be with you in the earlier stages of it though, so you won't be super loopy by then.
Yeah. You'll be with me when I'm still competent.
Lucid. No.
Yes.
Yeah. I hope you're lucid by then. Jeez. 4 hours in, you're like.
The nice thing about it is though, a lot of the dudes I'm talking to are dudes that like I haven't had like sit down convos with for a long time.
Right.
So it'll be nice to catch up. Like some of the late night dudes I'm having on are West Coast guys that, like I said, I interned at Fox Sports Radio a long time ago. I haven't talked to these guys in years.
Yeah.
And I hit them up telling them what I was doing, and I was like, I need late night guys, and there's semi-reasonable times for you guys, so it'll be cool to reconnect on that front.
If you're just joining us, we have had a Derrick Henry touchdown. We've had a Raquel Armstead. Yes, a Raquel Armstead touchdown. He's less than owned. Yeah. Major vulture alert. Appreciate you guys hanging out on this Saturday. Hope everyone's having a good little Saturday. You got anything planned for after this, Tom?
Yeah. It's not official, but gonna go hang out with some peeps. We got some plans in the works.
Good for you.
In the works.
Smash that like button if you could, DK Sim fan. We always appreciate it. Trying to get over 200 for this one. We would, again, really appreciate it. Over 200 people watching. It's a little lazy Saturday afternoon. We're back up to 6 sims a day. Get NFL training camp starting a little bit.
Yeah.
What's your most interesting story for training camp? Like outside of like your but like what's your most favorite interesting training camp battle?
It's a good question. I mean, I mentioned it maybe on the last sim or earlier today at least.
Yeah.
That I don't think there should be a QB battle in Denver.
Right.
I really just think that they should give Bridgewater that job. So I'm curious to see how that shakes out. Like, how much rope are they going to give Drew Lock out there? will be fascinating to me. But, I mean, this might be a cop-out, but what's going on in Green Bay is fascinating.
Yeah.
Like, is he going to show up? What's going to happen? Is he going to have to face the media at some point? What about Devontae Adams? It's just...
Yeah. Yep.
Who the heck knows? I mean, watching some of these guys come back from injury is interesting as well. You know, Dak and Saquon and Odell Beckham Jr., Joe Burrow. Yep. So always good to keep an eye on that type of stuff. But
to your point about Green Bay,
I think Green Bay is the most fascinating.
Yeah, even if, let's say, Rodgers shows up, we still haven't seen Jordan Love play a significant game. So
exactly.
Going through training camp and getting to see him in preseason alone is going to be really interesting, right? So, yeah.
Tebow at Jacksonville camp will be interesting, too.
Tebow. That will be interesting.
No, not the number 1 pick. No, not their new head coach, Tim Tebow, the 33-year-old first-time tight end. Yes, that is a real sentence I just said.
Is going to make a comeback?
100%.
Oh, yeah.
The TikTok world will start a Tebow trend of some type.
I might even Tebow. Maybe get a little Tebow in after the sim today. My most interesting spot is definitely going to be Chicago. I want to see
another great one. Trey Lance, too, out in San Francisco.
Yes. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Trey Lance. Yeah, true. I think both those spots are going to be super interesting. I want to see Justin Fields crack Matt Nagy to the point where he has to go like, you know what? Andy Dalton's never started. I lied. I'm a horrible person. Oh, smash! D.D. Westbrook over the middle there. It's going to be Titans ball. Titans D coming through. Kenny Vaccaro.
What about skinny Ben Roethlisberger, in quotes?
I don't care about
Excited about that?
No, I'm not excited about skinny Ben Roethlisberger.
Because he's not any skinnier.
He's not any skinnier. We've seen skinny Ben Roethlisberger before. He goes through phases.
He fluctuates.
He does. He fluctuates. He fluctuates more than any other quarterback. I don't know. I'm kind of interested to see how the wide receivers there in Pittsburgh go. I think Chase Claypool could be, in for a dominant type of year. But I don't know. There's more interesting spots. We know what Pittsburgh's going to do. Pittsburgh's more of like, okay, get through the preseason healthy, and then let's see what you guys can do in the real world. All right, Titans ball. Minute and a half left.
And honestly, Houston is another one too, man. We have no idea what's going on with Deshaun Watson.
No. That's the thing. We talked about Aaron Rodgers potentially, like this retirement thing coming out, but there's also like strong reports that like the Eagles are all over getting Deshaun Watson. Like that
would definitely change things in the NFC East.
It definitely would.
But the weird thing is, it would change things, yes, but as far as Deshaun Watson goes, it'd be him going from a team with bad talent to another team with bad talent, right?
Yep.
I still think that the Eagles would be a lot better with him than they would be with Hurts. But
I like Jalen Hurts, but
Watson might be equally frustrated at the end of the day.
It's an interesting spot for the Eagles. I don't know. I don't really think it's the right move for them as a franchise personally, but I also just would like to see Jalen Hurts get a shot. It's gonna frustrate me from that perspective. Like Jalen Hurts getting a shot was better than Carson Wentz. Like just give him a year, man. Just see what you got.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways,
while I agree with you on that, I do want to see what they have with Hurts. If you have the opportunity to bring in a top 5 quarterback who's still young, you got to do it.
No, you're right. You're right. It's more from a fantasy perspective.
Send Hurts to Houston.
Yeah. But you know what? Maybe that happens, Tom. You could be right about that. You never know. Maybe it goes back the other way, right?
Houston gets back a cheap quarterback with high upside.
You almost got to figure like that's what happens,
I'd have to imagine that they're going to have to give up Hurts if there was a deal to happen there.
Yeah, that's a good point. For some reason, my brain never even considered that. But
well, that's what we kept saying with the Tua thing with Miami.
Yeah.
Right? Like,
Yep.
if Watson was going to go play the team he wants to play for in Miami, that they'd have to give up Tua. It's the same deal.
Yeah, absolutely. And Hurts would be like a really good guy for Houston too, I think. I feel like right off the bat. He's a good competitor. Be like a new team, you know. He could kind of be like the alpha. I don't know. Yeah, that does feel like something that could happen. It's hungry.
Wins everywhere he goes.
He does. Really does. Let's see if there's been any updates here. Yeah, there was someone that came out. Howard Eskin says there's a 90% chance Deshaun Watson will end up as an Eagle.
90, you said?
90. 90.
Wow, that's high.
I don't know who Howard Eskin is, though.
Hey, look. Morgan's home. Everyone say hi to Morgan.
The Sims are still going on, Morgan.
She's exhausted, guys.
Morgan, I asked Tom.
Long day.
I asked Tom
to
answer first. You or Morton Anderson, and he said you.
Jeff is saying that they asked me the question who I would pick up the phone for first if they were calling at the same time, you or Morton Anderson, and I said you without even hesitating.
No hesitation.
Oh, yeah, just to see Boomer.
Just to see the dog, right?
There's a touchdown, A.J. Brown. Second one for the Titans. Titans out of Tennessee.
Tighten up. A.J. Brown is someone who I've wanted to roster in the past because he's such good value, I think.
Love A.J. Brown, man. This guy's going to be a beast. Even with Julio there, I feel like we shouldn't be discrediting A.J. Brown.
He's so good. He's such a gamer.
Yeah, what he's done against top. The thing with A.J. Brown too is like it's not like he's had gimmies like the first 2 years. Like he's gone against top corners every game basically for his first 2 years in the league.
He's a monster.
He is. Love A.J. Brown. I like him a lot. Should be good. I really like the Titans as a team next year. We'll see what Mike Vrabel can dial up. If he can get a little bit smarter in game management, doesn't punt from his own opponent's 40. With like the season on the line. If we can stop that, I feel like the Titans will have a shot. I really do.
Yeah, he's a gambler, man.
I feel like of all the teams in the AFC who actually have a shot at knocking off the Chiefs, I feel like the Titans, they're the ones.
They're sneaky.
They're sneaky good on offense. They just
my pick would be Buffalo or Cleveland, but
okay. Yep.
I just don't think Tennessee has enough on defense to stop what Kansas City has.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, Tennessee's defense is wow. Okay, Minshew going for it all here. Oh yeah, we at the end of the second half.
Oh, it's a pick
actually. So more points for the Tennessee D. That's their second turnover. That's the fumble. As we end the half, 14-7, Titans. Yeah, Andrew Johnson. Our producer Andrew says Howard Eskin, Philly radio guy. Yeah, that makes sense. I thought he was someone to do with Philly. So, anywho.
Yeah, that name sounds very familiar.
It does. I'm sure I've heard it before. Okay, let's roll through some stats here.
90% though. That's crazy high.
Yeah, 90%. I don't know where he's getting his sources.
He's really putting his name on the line there.
It is. It is. I mean, and here, I'll just go back and read it, actually.
While you do, I'll look at some stats. Minshew, 11 for 13, 100 yards. Tannehill, 11 for 14, 88 yards. So high completion percentages here for the quarterbacks in the first half. Derrick Henry, 8 for 59 and a tud. Chris Thompson, 5 for 26. Armstead with that vulture, 1 carry, 1 yard, 1 touchdown. And Minshew's got a carry for 6 yards. Receiving, we got Jonnu Smith for 4 catches, 22 yards. No receiving touchdowns in that first half. Humphreys, 3 for 41. Westbrook, 3 for 38. Eifert, 3 for 20. Thompson, 3 for 12. And Davis, 2 for 18. So you got that tweet in front of you?
So yeah, it was actually an interview, and he said, this is what he said. I'll say when he is traded. Oh no, okay. This is the prediction I'm going to make based on the information that I got. When Deshaun Watson is traded, I think there's a 90% chance that he'll be with the Philadelphia Eagles. So that's on the information he got. This is from Howard Eskin.
Okay.
Yeah. The Eagles have been in on this for a while, so just from a rumor mill standpoint, right? Yeah.
Interesting.
And they are equipped to make a run. Like they got space, they got draft picks,
lots of space.
They got Hurts as a spicy option, right? So yeah, they could get a deal done. Makes sense.
Hurts is an attractive piece, given his contract situation.
You're right. I think he'd have to be going back the other way. It just feels like,
I don't think that Texans would be giving up that talent at quarterback.
No,
without receiving some sort of value at that position to make up for it.
Yeah, and I mean, like, I know Tyrod Taylor's there as like the placeholder, but yeah, they gotta be getting Hurts back. It kind of feels like it. So, anyways, interesting. I just thought I'd bring that up. That was interesting news. But the key point to that is when he's traded. Like, there's no resolution yet for Deshaun Watson. We don't know how many games he's going to sit. We don't know if he's going to sit at all. So there's a lot going on. It could be a mid-season thing. There could be no resolution this year. Lots going on. Anyways.
So much up in the air. Fred Prother on YouTube saying, I'm not afraid of ghosts. I'm not afraid of sharks. I'm not afraid of cancer. I'm just afraid of snakes. They really creep me out. Where are their arms and legs? It's not okay.
Snakes suck,
Fred, I'm sorry, man. Try and avoid snakes when you can. Don't go in the woods. Sometimes there's snakes in the water, in like a pond or something. Just avoid snakes when possible. Some people have pet snakes. Not really my cup of tea.
Yeah, not my cup of tea, to say the
I don't
least.
mind. I'm not like terribly afraid of snakes. Like a poisonous snake I am, but a snake like in a tank or something, or like a picture of a snake, I'm fine with it. Oh, Derrick Henry.
Yeah.
One too many spin moves.
Beast mode, though, for Henry, though. In the zone.
A pet snake's really expensive. You got to feed it like rodents.
Yeah. Pet snake, what do you...
You can't just go buy snake food.
No, but what do you take the snake out and cuddle with it? Like what?
I see and I know people, they get the snakes, they take them, or lizards. They'll take them out of the tank and just hang out with them. Let them walk around a little bit.
The lizards are kind of cool, like iguanas. They seem all right. Still wouldn't be my cup of tea. If you were going to get an exotic pet, what would you get, Tom? Other than
I'd probably get an iguana. Because I feel like those are the most dog or cat like.
I think I'd get
snake.
A parrot.
A snake seems like a lot more work, more maintenance.
Yeah, Rob agrees with me. Rob from Opposite Grace. I think a parrot is good.
I don't see. I feel like birds aren't good pets.
Probably not. Apparently, parrots get really attached to you, and they live long. So, people, there's actually a lot of people I think who end up abandoning parrots because they just.
That's so sad.
It is sad. It is absolutely.
Daniel saying that his uncle had a snake and that his aunt made him get rid of it because it was freaking out the kids.
Yeah.
Feel bad for your uncle, Daniel. It's kind of sad. I lived in a building in Boston where a lady on the same floor as me had something like 18 birds all in cages, and it stunk.
Oh, absolutely, man.
It was just a terrible, terrible smell. So that's why I'm anti-bird. So maybe that's not fair because I had one crazy neighbor that had 1 million birds, but
that's a lot of birds.
It was so many birds. Probably not allowed to have that many birds. Oh, get in. Oh, he stepped out.
Yeah, that didn't count.
So it didn't even count. Wow. Cool catch, though.
My wife and I had a pet hedgehog, when we first were together. It This is interesting. When they get scared, they curl up into a ball and their spikes go up. It's actually like really funny. You can like pick them up just as like a spiky ball.
Did you name it Sonic?
No, I named it Franklin.
Franklin the Hedgehog.
Yeah.
Now, could they, when you're hanging out with the hedgehog, accidentally poke you with their spikes?
Oh yeah, absolutely, dude. Like those things were spiky. Like
you got to be careful. So like they could break skin.
The spikes not so much. Like you'd have to kind of almost like have it like fall onto your hand for the spikes. It just hurt. But what they did do is like they kind of like they like to bite things. So like I'd feed it fruit sometimes, and it bit my hand a couple times.
Huh.
Yeah.
Wow.
Actually, you know
Pesky
what?
Hedgehog.
Pretty nice, like little pets. Like if you were getting a little pet, like I'd much rather get a hedgehog than a hamster.
Hey, Iman on Slack is saying that his cousin had a hedgehog, easily one of the cutest pets available.
Yeah, absolutely, man. It's like I think if you're looking for like a little pet, or like you just want something like that's going to be can be in its cage a lot, hedgehog over a hamster or anything else, absolutely, man. Like they could be a little bit affectionate too. Like there is a nice animal for sure. Get a little heat lamp for it, it'll love you.
Well, that's what we want, right? We want our pets to love us. Unless you're a cat owner, then you have no chance. Cats do their own thing. And that's okay. Sometimes you need your space. D.D. Westbrook on the kick return.
Yeah, D.D.
Jaguars
Westbrook.
offense coming on out.
D.D. Westbrook rumored to be going to potentially the Minnesota Vikings.
Ooh.
Potentially making a bit of a comeback. Tyler Eifert on the catch.
That's a guy that I feel badly for how his career turned out. Too many injuries.
Westbrook? Yeah, it slowed him a bit.
Eifert. Tyler Eifert.
Oh, Eifert. Yes, Eifert. Okay, yes. That makes way more sense. Yeah, Eifert was really good for like a year or two in Bengals. Very good red zone guy. Even working with Andy Dalton. You're right.
Right.
Yeah.
If he had stayed healthy, he'd have a really nice career.
Yeah, I think so too. I think he had a lot of potential when Eifert first came in. Like he was like an elite prospect at tight end. Had that same size as Gronk. Had a little bit of speed for his size too. Right? More Chris Connolly there on the catch.
You see that ring ceremony for the Bucks the other day?
Yeah.
I saw a picture of Gronk. His shirt was so sweaty. And look, I sweat a lot. That guy's dress shirt was the sweatiest I think I've ever seen a dress shirt in my life. It was amazing.
Nice ring, though. We were talking about the ring.
Those
yesterday.
rings were great. Yeah, they were sharp.
Yeah, I think so too. I think they were pretty good, pretty sharp for a ring.
It was weird to see it with the two Lombardis because you know how teams like to put as many Lombardis as they've won on the ring now.
Yeah,
because it was just weird for me to think like, oh yeah, they won that ring with Gruden back in the day.
I know. I always
and because they're so far apart, it's just weird to me that they like put those together. You know.
Well, and the Tampa Bay franchise, it still gets connected with being like so bad for so long
because it was.
Yeah, because it was, and you forget like that they actually had that good period with Gruden, right? So
yeah,
that good year.
Dungy into Gruden, they had probably I don't know how many years of success in a row, but their defense was awesome.
Yeah, and I mean, there's a big argument there to be had that like Tony Dungy kind of created that team, and John Gruden kind of.
It was Dungy's team.
Yeah, which
that
is true.
Should be Dungy's ring.
Semi-true, at least, but obviously Gruden got him over the hump.
CEH 1300 says he's buying a jersey. Nice. What jersey you buying, dude? And a Harley. Wow. All right. Buying both a article of clothing and a motorcycle. Two very different things. Touchdown. Wide open. Tyler Eifert. Eifert owners, you love to see it. On first and goal, delivering. Hard to get more open than Tyler Eifert was there for the touchdown.
Eifert delivering. We spoke him into existence.
There he is.
He's having a pretty good sim, too.
Let's check around in the old test here. Ooh. There we go. Not going to
28% owned.
CEH 1300 saying both related to Milwaukee. That's true. The Bucks do have that Harley logo on their jerseys. So maybe you buy a Giannis jersey and you buy a Harley and ride around on your Harley with a Giannis jersey that has the Harley logo. Just Harleying out.
5 catches, 26 yards for Eifert and a touchdown.
Are you a motorcycle guy, Jeff? Have you ever ridden a motorcycle?
You know what's funny? I have my motorcycle license.
Huh.
I have not ridden a motorcycle in like over a decade.
So you got a motorcycle's license because you wanted to be a motorcycle guy or just for fun?
I rode a few motorcycles when I was younger. I didn't do it like hardcore or anything, but I'm like, I think I might get a motorcycle like this semester in college. Save some money, be cool. Got my license. I know how to ride them. I never followed through. and then I met my wife. I never really had a reason to like get another motorcycle, and
because you didn't have a reason to try and be cool again.
that's true too. We needed a car. I couldn't just be like, "Hey, hop on my motorcycle." She'd be like, "Are you serious? Get lost." So, yeah, they're fun. They're very fun to ride. They're also very dangerous if we're being good.
Yeah, they scare me too much. I'm sort of a risk-averse person. I don't think I'm ever going to ride a motorcycle in my life.
If I, for some happenstance, was single again and didn't have kids, which will never happen unless something terrible happens, I might. That's something I might look into. I think they are a lot of fun, and obviously they do bring a lot of danger into it. It's not something. Yeah. I obviously, if I haven't ridden one for over a decade, it's not something I actively am like, I got to get on a motorcycle. But I
gotta do it.
I see the allure. They're very cool machines. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, I think that would be funny if we could get some DraftKings content of Jeff just like riding around on a motorcycle.
Yeah, do a sim from the motorcycle.
That would be good in between sim content.
On the highway.
On the highway with Jeff. That's the name of the segment.
They're fun though. They are fun. I would never be like a big Harley guy or anything. Be more like maybe a Ducati, kind of like a Tom Cruise, just sunglasses,
like a speed bike.
Yeah, that'd be more my style, I think.
My thing with those is, first of all, they are dangerous, but like, if you're going a long distance, don't you get sick of being in that position? And it's not like in a car where you can kind of like readjust. Yes, you're ultimately still in a very similar position in the car for a long ride, but you can readjust and there's more room to wiggle around. On a motorcycle, I feel like you can't really make too many sudden movements.
No.
You know more than me.
You can't make too many sudden moves. You can't really take your eyes off what's going on. You got even when you're in your lane and there's like just one car in front of you, you got to be really vigilant about what that car is doing. You got to stay in certain parts of the lane. Yeah. You got to be vigilant. I never understood variables. The people who take them on long trips, man, that's tiring for sure. Yeah. I never wanted to be one of those cross country motorcycle people either. That's just,
you got to really trust yourself there.
Yeah. 92 yards for Derrick Henry, 8 yards away from the bonus. It's basically the only thing we're tracking here in terms of big games. Does have the touchdown, Derrick Henry. Raquel Armstead also has a touchdown.
1 carry, 1 yard, 1 touchdown.
Eifert has a touchdown, and A.J. Brown, who I think only has like 1 catch, maybe 2 catches, also has a touchdown. So, yeah, not much going on here from a yardage perspective. Derrick Henry, like the only dude pushing the bonus. Pushing for the bonus, I should say. Why the hell does Derrick Henry always have the X factor, says Samuel? Because nobody tackles him. You want to take the X factor away from Derrick Henry, you got to tackle him.
Derrick Henry is the guy that you create when you can create a player, as far as size and speed go. Like, he's a fake human being. A guy that big should not be a running back. It's nuts.
Obongo. It's a funny comment. I can't read it.
All right.
Who's producing tonight? We got Andrew. We got Daniel. Got
Iman.
Got
Rob here.
Robert.
Solid squad.
Let's just bring you home. We got Kaufman and Lamarca on the last two. This is the last one for Tom. Make sure you smash the like. Dude's pulling the weekend through as per usual, 4 in a row. It's my second one. I'm out of here after this, though. I got to recover here. I got to ease myself back into these sins after taking a couple days off. So only 2 from me.
2 and done.
X Factor still lit for Derrick Henry. Tanny running around, slanging it. Jonnu Smith, the new Patriot. First time. That's right. His name. Corey Davis, excuse me. That was not Jonnu Smith. That was Corey Davis.
The new Jet.
The new Jet. Corey and the Jets.
Yeah, I'm sure Jets fans are jacked up about that Corey Davis signing. Big offseason.
Yeah. It was a big offseason for the Jets. It just, I'm not sure if it's going to amount to much. New coach, new QB. I'll say this about the Jets. I really like their wide receiver core. Like, I really do. I'm not saying that facetiously at all. Corey Davis is fine, but you also have Keelan Cole in there, Jameson Crowder, and then Denzel Mims is kind of like the guy who can stretch the field, the young guy with some good spark. But Keelan Cole's a guy I really like they added too. I think him and Corey Davis are both pretty versatile. It just isn't going to matter. Like, can they give Zach Wilson protection? Is Zach Wilson going to be able to just pick up where he left off? I don't know.
Derrick Henry hits the bonus.
Okay, there we go. Derrick Henry at the bonus. Pretty much the must. Well, not pretty much. He is the must play at this point. Derrick Henry.
Yeah.
Somehow I'm in. Oh no, wait. Where am I? I'm in 95th out of 100. Out of 9. I'm in 95th out of 99 people because I didn't play Derrick Henry.
Wow.
Tommy Freeze pops in second.
Why did you say it? You're jinxing me. Dang it.
You thought you were going to get through the whole sim without mentioning where you are. Here we go. Who do you need, Tom? Let's call out your push.
Oh, my God. Yeah, now I have no shot.
Tom's got Davis. He's got Corey Davis. He's got Derrick Henry. So those are his only 2 Titans players. So can we get more Derrick Henry for him? We can.
Of course, John Bernie, we'll pronounce it Bernie, is also a Derrick Henry in the captain spot guy, because duh. And he also has Corey Davis.
Okay, but that's okay. You know what? You've got the edge on him because you have...
I got Jags.
You got Jags, and we got Jags. You know, they're going to have a garbage time drive here. What you need is a Derrick Henry touchdown from the Jags to get you, or Corey Davis.
Exactly.
There is Corey Davis.
So either one of those guys continue to do their thing, and then, like you mentioned, have the Jags try and drive up the field here and throw it to their plethora of pass catchers and hopefully get one of my guys a touchdown, and then I think I have a shot. Since we're just openly talking about it now.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, as soon as I saw it, I mean, you do have a shot, though, here. We're going to need some Gardner Minshew magic.
Minshew.
First and 10 from the 12. Titans can put this one away with the touchdown of 3.
Now you've got my scoreboard watching the whole time.
Oh yeah, well let's end this one on a bang, man. You deserve it. 4 in a row.
Yeah. The tail end of a 4.
How else do you want
wide.
How else do you want to end things? Is that more Corey Davis for you? Is that a beast mode of a drive here? It is.
It is 6 catches,
63
yards.
All Derrick Henry, all Corey Davis, and all Tommy Freeze Pops so far in a death battle at the top with John Burney.
Me and Bernie. We're sort of pulling away from everybody.
We are. You are, I should say.
Come on, D. Henry, get in.
Here we go.
Yes!
Wow, that's too easy. Well, this is going on. I might finish in last, by the way. 95th.
How cool would it be if I finished in first and you finished in last?
That would be that actually.
That would have to be been a first.
All right, 350 to go for Minshew Magic. Gonna push Tom Carroll over the top in the free roll.
So what we need from the Jags here: Chark, Eifert, Westbrook, Conley.
Okay.
I mean, that's basically their offense, right?
It really is. Yes, that's what I was saying. You got exactly what you needed.
Because he has
Chris Thompson, which would
he
be
has
bad.
Eifert, Westbrook, and Thompson. So if they go Chark heavy,
yeah, you need Chark and Conley.
Mm-hmm.
He needs Thompson. That's what we're looking at here, people. All right,
my palms are sweating.
I like this. This is good. Give us a little sweat here to end.
Love it.
End the day.
I've been knocking on the door today. I've had some lineups that were in the mix for a while.
I have not had a lineup in the mix. Actually, no, it's true. I had one in the mix like last week, but I've been my.
And then obviously things fade away. But you know, it's nice when you're in it for a while. You feel good about yourself.
Hey, little sin victory never hurt anybody. Here we go.
Old Man Dog Fan is John Burney. So here you go. Old Man Dog Fan on YouTube.
Look at this.
Chark
right off the bat.
Okay. Let's see.
That's going to put you right behind him.
I mean, it might put me ahead.
It'd be very close. I think
I'm 0.2 away.
There you go. Yep, 0.4. 95.4 to 95.8. Coming down to the wire.
I'm going to lose. That's how this works.
Who we got? That is Didi. You both have him. No change there.
That's a wash.
Hey, we still got over 3 minutes too. I
know there's a lot of time left. I think that we're going to end up seeing Thompson. It's going to ruin it for me.
Well, I mean, we could even get some Tennessee action.
All right, empty backfield. Would love some Connolly here.
That is going to, I think that's Chris Thompson.
Of course it is.
So that's going to create a little separation for you.
That might be a little nail in the coffin action for me, actually.
Oh, no. We still got lots of time. And look, the Jags are driving. I mean, this might come down to who gets in the end zone. This is going to go down to the wire. 3 timeouts and the 2-minute stoppage.
B Simulator asking if it's Brian Westbrook. No, it's D.D. Westbrook. Brian Westbrook.
There's more Didi. Didi da da da.
Drew wants an O'Shaughnessy vulture. That would be awful.
James O'Shaughnessy.
I do love me some O'Shaughnessy. Yeah, the luck of the Irish. All right. Old Man Dog Fan, a.k.a. John Burney, is now over 2 points ahead of me.
Oh, boy.
So, looking like a second-place finish, folks.
We need a Chark.
A Chark score would be enormous.
We're at the
Chark or Conley. Chark or Conley.
A little dump off. Conley.
I'll take the Conley.
All right, closing the gap again.
Give me the Conley.
Can't kill him. Alligator blood.
So the scores are continuing to update here.
We got
away. It's hard. I've never monitored it like this before, and it's stressing me out.
Oh no, reception there for Thompson. These guys are going back and forth like two heavyweights, Rocky Balboa and Apollo Creed.
The Thompson catches are about the worst thing that can happen to me at this point.
You almost need a touchdown at this point. Or
I need a touchdown from Chark or Khan.
Or you need like 3 short Chark catches. You can get any yards on that catch. Here we go.
Time.
Who we got?
You got to catch that.
Oh, no, DJ Chark. I probably would have given you the lead.
4th and 8. This is not good. This is not good. Because he has, as we've mentioned, Henry and Davis. So
that might have given you.
That's the nail in the coffin, folks. Come on, DD.
Drop.
You know what, though? Jags should go for this.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no. What?
Why are they not going for this?
Yeah, I guess
they think they have all 3 timeouts. They're going to get a stop.
Well, they could still get the ball back for like 40 seconds. That's a little disappointing that they didn't go for it. I agree.
Wow. At 4th and 8's tough. Yeah. I think I lost. I think that's it.
Hey! Look, they got 3 stops. Fumbles are a thing. Let's not close the door yet.
There's 1 minute 2 left. They're gonna kick it off. I don't think they're going for an onside kick here. They got 3 timeouts. How much time's gonna come off the clock on this kickoff? 5 to 10 seconds. Maybe none. Hopefully, it just, airs it out here. Now, there you go. The onside kick doesn't help.
All right. So you need a stop or some kind of fumble or something. He does. John Burney does have Gostkowski too. So not that it matters at this point, because if the Jags don't get the ball back,
I mean, we're going to see 3 touches with Derrick Henry.
What you actually need, you need like you need this to go for a touchdown. You need the Jags to just let them score.
Yeah, but they're too far away.
It is. It's true. You need
Titans are going to try and run the clock out here.
Run through everyone.
They might even kick a field goal. Just for like weird Madden reasons,
Yeah. Well, hey, one tackle for a loss is all you need.
Poppy Herb is correct. Moose jinxed me.
I totally jinxed you. And I go on.
Get in, Derek. Go.
Oh.
Okay, we really might see a Derrick Henry touchdown just because he's such a beast.
I would have really given you a nice shot. Wow. We could still get it.
He needs to score on this. He needs to score on this play.
Yeah. Yes.
But Drew is correct. We're probably getting the victory formation here shortly. Yeah, and there it is.
They might run it on second down. I'm going to hold out hope for one more play here.
I've seen it.
I've seen it more times than I can care to count, if I'm being honest.
It doesn't make sense, but I've seen it.
I've seen them throw in these situations. All right. What's the sim going to do? You going to give Tommy a chance here at the win?
Oh, this is painful.
No, doesn't look like it. Doesn't look like it.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and give Derrick Henry the wooden nickel. I'm going to give Chark the babysitter Billy.
Yeah, well, he deserves it after that drop. Holy cow.
It's just brutal. Less than 10 points, 47% ownership. Disappointing. I'll take second place. I mean, it's one of my highest finishes ever, but dang.
Yep. That was a good sweat, though. He gave us a good run. That's and look, it's on me. This was on me. I really shouldn't have said anything. I just got excited when I saw your name up there. You were keeping all quiet.
I purposely was avoiding it.
It's on me. That one's on me.
You just had to go ahead and ruin it for me.
I did. I apologize. Anyways, the Moose Jinx is real, says Poppy Herb. It's true. Oh, boy. Anyways, smash the like for Tom and his horrible luck. And
can't bring this guy anywhere.
Not only does he have to work with me, but I just ruin all his chances of winning. So Anyways, man, 4 in a row. We appreciate it. We're going to get you out of here quick. Again, DJ Chark, the babysitter Billy. We had Derrick Henry as the player of the sim, and he deserved it. Absolutely ran roughshed in that. I get the babysitter Billy award. I agree. Okay. 8 p.m. Eastern, we got the Bucks at Washington with Kaufman and Lamarca coming up. And then 10 p.m. Eastern, you got the Patriots and Texans with Kaufman and Lamarca. So those are the last 2 sims of the day. Oh, again, smash the like for Tommy Freeze Pops. Tom Carroll coming in hot, doing 4 on a Saturday. He's going to be live at Denny's, most likely at Denny's, next Thursday for 24 hours on his stream. So you're going to have to check that out as well. Tom, give the people a reminder what your Twitter is and a follow for your podcast before we get out of here.
Yeah, guys, go check it out. Great Dane Nation, Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Follow me on Twitter at yaboy TC Fresh, YABOI TC Fresh. And I'll post about the live stream action at some point early this upcoming week here, and you'll be able to find it. I'm sure I won't be able to shut up about it on social media. So, hey, you got to get eyeballs on it. So that's how that works. But yeah, man, it's been fun. 4 in a row. Got 4 in a row tomorrow.
Go give Tom's podcast a follow. Go give him a follow on Twitter. You can follow me on Twitter at the Fantasy Grind. I'll have some Olympic golf stuff out for next week. Nice. We're getting close to football too. So I'll be doing a little bit more writing as well, but appreciate you guys hanging out. DK Sim Fam, smash that like button. Peace out to Andrew, Daniel, Eamon, Rob in the back too for doing their hard work. And guys, again, next sim going to be 8 p.m. Eastern, coming up right now. Pat Mayo on the Olympics. That starts right now.
Joining me, it's been a while, one of my favorite people of all time. Gabe, you got brought up last week. I had Bronstetter on. He was all about talking about you.
Orville, checking it old school. Aaron Bronstetter, Mr. UFC. Great to be with you, Pat. Great to be with you talking some Olympics. I'll tell you what, speaking, I'll take some of that free cash and give it away.
Well, hey, hold on. You have to know how to leave an Apple review. Do you know how to leave an Apple review?
I can figure it out for money.
Yeah, well, there we go. Hit the description. We'll be good to go. Sports Rage on Twitter, Sports Grid, and Sirius XM 204. You're everywhere now. All you had to do was get away from me, and your career exploded again.
That's the Morency Media takeover. No, congratulations on Mayo Media. You're kicking ass right now. I'm really happy to be here. Used to really enjoy doing the show with you in the old days. Me and Pat used to have some really fun times. Great pick, give you winners, great debates, arguments, and it was real passionate. You're great at what you do, so it's great to catch up with you. But you asked what your favorite Olympic sport is. I'll tell you right now, mine is not women's softball, bro. So the Olympics started. What's up with this anyways? Don't they actually use the words, let the games begin, right? Isn't that what the point of an opening ceremony is? So I always hate that. So, the opening ceremony is later in the week. Some of these teams are going to be eliminated. I think the Italian women's softball team are going to be bounced by the time they walk into the stadium later in the week. But I laid 9.5 runs with Team USA. They win 2-0. Lesson learned. I'm 0-1 out of the gate. And, it's proof that the odds makers are kind of in this. We're all in this together, right? Dave, come on. Let's be real. They're setting numbers for NFL games. These guys can set numbers blindly, drunk in their sleep, blindfolded for college football future. They don't know about Italy and USA women's softball. I think the Europeans know about cycling. They know about fencing, track and field. They actually follow this stuff year round. But when you get into some of these American sports in an international landscape, the odds makers are lost. Look at the USA laying massive points against Nigeria, against Australia. The USA woman lost to Australia. Now we see the USA women's softball team lay 9.5 runs to Italy and only win 2-0. Something to keep your eye on moving forward. The dogs might be barking in the Olympic Games.
Well, hopefully that's not everything right out of the gate. So to counterbalance you who knows about this, I had to bring on someone else who thinks that they know about this and is just a huge Olympics fan that is out there, but actually doesn't know anything from what I've heard. Maybe
I think he does. I think he knows about the Olympics. He doesn't know anything about football because he's a Jets fan.
This is true. So let's bring him on. Welcome to the show, Tim Undergust.
Tim Undergust.
That's not my name, but I love the Olympics, particularly the Summer Olympics, and I'm very excited to have them back in my life.
Why do you like the Summer Olympics so much versus the Winter Olympics? At least where you're from, like the country you're from is good at the Winter Olympics, unlike the Summer Olympics.
There's a lot more sports in the Summer Olympics, so the action is more jam-packed. There's a lot more medals being given out. And what I love about the Summer Games is that outside of a couple of sports like sailing or equestrian, they're the sorts of sports that the average person can do or can try or may have tried in high school, whether it be throwing a discus or running or swimming or jumping. There's just something like universal about these things. So you get to see just how amazing these people are because you yourself have tried your hand at this event or that event, and you can't believe how good somebody is. It's appointment television in a world where very little appointment television exists.
I'm gonna have to disagree, Tim, and good to catch up with you. I love your passion for the Olympics, and I share it. But I think the Winter Games are better than the Summer Games. Like, they're less. I think the casual fan will stop and watch Eddie the Eagle flying off a mountain, right? I think I get it. It's more historic and very basic, marathon, 100 meters. And it's great. Who's the fastest? Weightlifting. Who's the strongest? I like the simplicity. I love them both. But from an excitement factor, come on, man. You got downhill skiing, ski jumping, ultra hot figure skaters, speed skating, all that new stuff on the half pipe and all that, the snowboarding. For me, I think the Winter Games are more exciting and the Summer Games are more, like, put it this way, the Winter Games are sort of X Games-ish. Hey, let's party. You know what I mean? It's like on the edge. All these sports are kind of dangerous and stuff. Summer is like your uncle's Olympics, more traditional. But I'm going to go with the winter, but I love them both.
See, I think out of all of the events, the problem with the summer is that if I tune into the Olympics, I might catch one of these, like the 130th ranked of the 140 sports that are in. I'm like, what the hell is this? I don't want to watch archery. I'm sorry. And it's just like, I'm going to turn the channel. If people are looking for golf.
I bet on archery
last
Olympics, and it sucked, bro. I didn't even know what I was watching. Like, I was like, they're pretty good. And I lose. I'm like, what do you mean I lost? You just hit the middle. No, you got to take the last 3 scores or 2 scores in the last 2 meets. I'm like, I'm never betting on this again.
So I really like Chinese Taipei to win the women's archery this year, if it means
nice.
Why?
You're gonna lock. You're slamming it down.
Well, yeah. I mean, I don't really lay down markers, but it is the Olympics, so I'm going to lay down some markers. And women's archery, the Chinese Taipei team to win is one of my markers for the Olympics. I just think that they're the better team.
What? I mean, how do you make that distinction, for one thing? And two, what are they like minus 20,000 or something like that?
No, they're plus 250. They're the second favorites.
Who's the favorite?
The favorite right now is South Korea at minus 180.
Interesting.
But I think the Chinese Taipei team, this is one of their best chances at a gold to show up on the world stage in a really big moment for Chinese Taipei. I want them to win, and I think they're going to win.
So fade Chinese Taipei in women's archery. Okay. I mean, I got that one written down. Feinberg and I are going to be going through the Olympic golf early next week for that tournament. So we're not going to talk about that here. Gabe, do you have anything like straight up out of the gate, like a bet that you like?
Yeah, you know what? I can't wait for the Olympic golf. I'm fired up for the Olympic golf. And listen, I had Morikawa last week, so I got golf going now, man. 35-1, baby. And I think Morikawa's live. I can't wait for this golf. Hideki Matsuyama, the pressure on the South Koreans, the intensity. John Rahm, the U.S. team's amazing. Can Xander Schauffele maybe win a gold medal? Hasn't won a major. So you said, wait for next week. I'm sure you guys will do a great job, but I'm fired up for the golf. Great pick, though. I like where you're going with the archery. Me and Tim were talking a little bit online last week on Twitter about the men's 100 meters. So I'll throw a couple of picks at you guys, and we'll see if Tim agrees or disagrees. But this is hard to believe that the USA haven't won the 100 meters, the glamour event, since 2004.
Yep.
And Justin Gatlin. So it's been a little while. This is the year right now. Trayvon Bromell, you're getting him at plus money. He's by far the fastest man in the world right now. He just ran a 9.77. He was only 21 years old in the last game, so he's matured right now. He's just head and shoulders above everybody else. And, I know about Andre DeGrasse, we'll get to him, but I really like Bromell to win the 100 meters. But as far as the 200 meters, Noah Lyles is the favorite, guys. Yet, and Tim, I don't know, I'm curious your take on this, but we've seen the Olympics are tough. I get it on the PGA. We see in sports now, a lot of these young kids, they've got ice in their veins and they don't know any better. They're fearless. But it's tough when you're the favorite in your first Olympic Games. Andre DeGrasse is a veteran.
Yeah,
right?
I have DeGrasse circled here.
What's that, Tim?
I have DeGrasse circled here for the 200. I think he knows he's got no shot at the 100 meter.
Exactly.
He's been focusing his energy on the 200 meter because he can win that. So I actually do have him penciled in as the gold medal winner, and you're getting plus 350 on your money if you take him.
Well, I have a question. Hold on. I have a question on Neil deGrasse Tyson here. So if he actually wins something, does that mean he gets to be in more commercials now? Because for a guy who never won gold, he is everywhere in Canada.
Yeah, but winning silver to Usain Bolt is as close as a gold medal as he could have won.
I mean, why don't you win a gold? How about that? Why just?
No, I agree with Pat. Like it's such a Canadian thing. How about you damn win, right? Like let's not. You're right, Pat. Let's not celebrate someone getting close. Oh, good for you! I'm saying you gave and listen, DeGrasse is good, but let's be real. He's been an underachiever a bit. The 200 meters is very, very winnable for him. Like I said, he's been killing it on the pro circuit. Right now. He just won. They put up a great number in Hungary. He put up a great number in Oslo. Lyles had a great Olympic trials. He kind of stumbled in the 100 meters, but he killed it in the 200. Yet he's a great kid, this Lyles kid. But he's young. He's on Twitter. He's very active, social media. He talks about anxiety and medication. And there's a lot of pressure on this kid as the favorite, as a young kid like this. I think DeGrasse can get him. Well, I think DeGrasse is the veteran right now. I think you're right, Tim. He has his eye on the 200 meters, and you see his times have been getting better on the diamond circuit in Europe right now. And like you said, he's a nice plus play here. DeGrasse is a nice value pick, guys. Men's 200 meters.
Are there fans at the Olympics in Japan, or are they like having the stadiums be empty?
I think just the reporters.
Just what?
Reporters, I believe.
So, I mean, I think, what do you think? Because we've heard about that in golf. I mean, that's really the only corollary that I can have to this. But wouldn't you think that would scale back? Like if someone is feeling pressure, a lot of that might have to do with 100,000 people being in a stadium at the Olympics. And now you're just running in like an empty gym.
Look at someone like Josh Allen, who's not that great of a QB, got to be successful this year because there weren't any fans in the stands. And when the fans return, the pumpkin turns the carriage turns into a pumpkin. I do think that is a very strong case.
Did you just say Josh Allen's not a very good QB?
Not as good as he was last year. He's more like his 2019 self, not 2020 self.
You think not? You think that his progression had something to do with the lack of fans?
I think it helped big time not having those fans screaming.
Well, it is here. We'll worry about your guy Zach Wilson with fans in New York who will be booing him in a couple of months. But no, you know what though, Pat? I think it's a legitimate point and question that you raised. Yet every athlete is different, right? And we've heard a lot of coaches talk about that, and the same thing in the NFL. Kirk Cousins was pretty open about it. He said, "I prefer it without fans." Kirk Cousins liked it without fans. Quarterbacks liked it without fans because they could adjust a hell of a lot easier at the line. That's why some quarterbacks liked it a lot. They could hear the defensive adjustments way, way more than they normally did. But, in the NBA, coaches and players have talked about it, that some guys are no good without fans. Some guys feed off it. It's almost like loving trolls, Pat. You know what I'm saying? It's like a wrestling heel. If you're a wrestling heel and there's no one in the audience, you kind of lose your thing. Some guys love silencing the fans and they feed off the energy, and it's actually a negative. Some people feel anxiety and get nervous when there's that many fans. So, and my own opinion, Tim, too, is I don't care, and Pat, I don't care if there's fans or not. When you've trained for something your entire freaking life, and it comes down to you not screwing up in the next 9.77 seconds, there's pressure on you, whether there's one person or a million people in the stands. And they're also aware that there's billions of people watching on TV. So I think there's pressure on themselves, fans or no fans.
Tim, you laid down your preseason markers, as you like to call them, and they've all been wrong so far. But one of them was that China, or Gina, as it used to be called as of like last year, would win the most gold medals at this Olympics. They are 6-1 to win the most gold medals at the Olympics. The USA is minus 1,200 to win the most gold medals. And then Japan's 25-1, Great Britain's 25-1, the Russian OC is 25-1, Germany's 200-1, Canada 500-1. If they win like a gold medal, that's going to be stunning. And then you have China at 6-1. Are you still in on China at 6-1?
I just think for an Asian Summer Olympics, where a lot of the Americans are a little overrated in some of these events, that there presents really nice value on China at 6-1. If you look at the swimming events, you know, there's a lot of people who think the U.S. are going to win a ton of swimming events, and I actually don't. I think in a lot of the tight ones, I prefer, for example, in the 200-meter medley, like I prefer the Japanese swimmer, Daisetto, over Michael Andrew, for example. Like there's all kinds of places where you think you're going to see Americans win, where I'm not so sure. I think it'll actually be a down Olympics for the United States, not a down Olympics overall. They'll still do fantastically. But I don't expect this to be the Olympics of the past for the United States.
This sounds like
the difference.
This sounds great for the U.S. Gabe, he just reverse cursed the United States, who didn't need any help to begin with.
Oh, exactly. And you know they're going to slay it now, right? But I don't think you're crazy at 6-1, Tim, as far as the value is concerned. Because I was going to say, look, China's gold medal count is 36.5, right? That's the consensus number. The USA's consensus number, 42.5, 43.5. I guess let's call it 43.5. So really, you know, there's a difference of seven gold medals there. And, you know, and there's a lot of medals up for grabs. Yeah. There is something that I will think, and I do believe this. I do think that the Asian athletes have a little bit of an advantage.
Agreed.
I think like, you know, the South Koreans, Japanese, and Chinese. And I also think it means a little bit more to them, right? Like it's such an internal rivalry. But, you know, forget about Auburn and Alabama. South Korea and Japan like hate each other. Right. And they hate each other. You got China that's trying to take over everything, and they'd like nothing better than to go into Japan and just dominate and try to beat the USA as well. So from a value standpoint, Tim, I don't think it's crazy. I think the USA will still win more medals. As far as Canada, Pat, obviously Canada's better in the Winter Games, but I think they can go over 4.5 gold medals. Not by a lot, but I think they can get to like 5, maybe 6.
I would take the strong under on Canada. Tim, what was it that you told me the other day that even when they win,
what do you like, Tim?
When they win gold medals, your grandma doesn't even think they're real sports?
Oh yeah, in 2012 we won 1 gold. It was in trampoline, and my grandmother called me just to tell me that wasn't a real sport and that does not count as a gold medal.
Look, she's right and wrong, right? I mean, the fact that I know this. I'm not calling anyone out, but I think they got wall climbing now too.
Oh, speed climbing. There's like 3 separate wall climbing.
Hey, listen, Pat, if you're gonna do this, at least like risk your life on a real like rock. You know what I'm saying?
So you want to see like
you want like Olympics? They used to fight to the death. You want summer games? I don't want these guys to die, but whatever, dude. What are you, a kid at the Y climbing the wall? I don't care who climbs the wall fastest. But that's exactly, you nailed it, Pat. That's what Canada's going to win in, bro. Individual medley mix kayak. You know what I mean? And like wall walking and whatever. Like I think the Canadian can win gold in speed walking. The decathlon, Damien Walker's a badass. And the decathlon that's the real deal. And he's going to win the gold medal. But Tim's grandmother's right. Canada's really good at all the sports that no one's ever heard of that were just created.
Well, it seemed like they did that in the Winter Olympics too, when they added all of those like X Games sports that only Americans and Canadians actually participated in. So it's
killed it. A bunch of hot chicks from Quebec, lighting it up.
Yeah, like I mean, I say get rid of snowboarding, get rid of keep downhill, keep the ski jump, and keep moguls. That's all. Moguls are my single favorite thing of both Olympics.
Like that.
and apparently the only people in the world that are any good at moguls are people from Quebec.
I don't want to, I'm sure Tim is aware, but if you look at the Canadian, if it wasn't for Quebec, Canada would never win any medals, Pat.
That's true. All right. So Tim, what are the new ones that we talked about the other day? Like surfing's in the Olympics now?
Surfing, sports climbing. Baseball is back after having been out. I have trouble getting excited for any skateboarding. I have trouble getting excited for any of these events. I have to be honest. I'll watch.
They're trying to X Games it up, right?
But I don't want that. I don't want the X Games are great, but let them be the X Games.
You don't like hold on. You don't think that the X Games are great. You hate the X Games.
No, but they are what they are, and I don't think that you need to take from the X Games to put in the Olympics. Like, different things are different. The X Games belong in their world, and I'm a little bit, like you said, your uncle's Olympics. That's what I like. I like who's the fastest, who's the strongest, who can swim the fastest.
Tim, stop. Your favorite sport in the Olympics is dressage.
It's my second favorite, but yes, I do like the dancing horses. I think the Germans are free money. I would lay down that marker. They're free money to win the dressage.
Well, what's the difference between dressage and equestrian? Is equestrian the horse jumping?
Well, equestrian is all of the horse events. Then you have eventing, and you have jumping, and you've got dressage. You've got different events all under the heading of equestrian. It's sort of like how track and field is the heading for dressage and jumping and for its stuff.
Germany is minus 650 to win the dressage. Great Britain is 8-1. Is like Meghan Markle doing it for Great Britain? Like, do they have a queen who's on the horse?
No, I don't believe so.
I'm coming with some value picks here. Tim's dropping minus 650s, Pat. What's going on here?
I don't know.
I would like to give a couple dogs.
Hold on. There's one I want to talk about first because it's minus 320, and it was one I was actually looking at. And Gabe, I want to get your take on this. Men's basketball, the U.S. is only minus 320. I know they lost these preseason games. They lost Bradley Beal. Who knows what's going on with their team? But even if they had to play 7 guys, I feel like because they lost those exhibition games that they're not the minus 700 they probably should be.
No, you're exactly right, actually. And, you can never say, there's value laying anything over minus 300. But to put it in context, Pat, they were minus 1,200 before they lost those games in Vegas. And we should know, exhibition games in Vegas. And, by the way, Devin Booker, and how about that? They're taking the same plane together. So Devin Booker, Chris Middleton, and Drew Holiday will be joining the U.S. team, which will put them over the top. Now, listen. France are getting 12.5 points in the first game against the USA, and France are good. France are dangerous. I think France's starting 5 can play with anybody. They got Rudy Gobert. They got Nicolas Batum. Evan Fournier is the point guard. So they can compete, but you just talk about the depth pattern. It is pretty crazy. This is as low as you're ever going to get a U.S. Olympic team, men's basketball team. This is as low as you're going to get. But I'd be careful about them blowing people out. Like I said, they haven't played together, so they don't really have good chemistry. The U.S. team, they have the talent, and they're just going to be deeper than everybody else. I think they can win. It won't be easy, but you can't argue that it's not good value. Look, they were minus 1,200 before they lost 2 exhibition games. So it speaks for itself.
So, Tim, what are some of the dog plays that you have for the Olympics this time around?
Sure. So I like Long Chen, who is plus 900 to win the men's badminton from China. Why are you laughing?
Do you know anything about this? Did you Google someone else's picks and that's what you're taking?
No.
Or do you pick this?
Absolutely not. I wouldn't touch the boxing, as Gabe would tell you. Olympic boxing is shady at best. So I
just take everyone from Kazakhstan.
Yeah, just don't get involved in that. There's just no need. Let's see. What else did I really like? I mentioned dressage, but that was a big over.
You just like saying that word, dressage, huh?
No, for women's swimming, people aren't going to want to hear this who are Canadian, but I really like Penny Olesiak. What is she currently right now? Trying to see. What is she currently? She's currently plus 500 to win the women's freestyle. I think there's real value on that.
Okay.
She's a marvelous swimmer.
I mean, you last saw her 4 years ago at the Olympics.
5 years.
5 years ago at the Olympics. So she's 20 now or 21 now?
Yeah, 21 now. There's a 14-year-old on Team Canada now, actually. It's pretty crazy. I tweeted the picture. She was 9 years old at the last meet, and she was like a little girl. She took a picture, and she said, I want to be like you. No one thought she'd be like her, like Penny, 5 years later. I think it's interesting. I think Kylie Maas is dangerous as far as Canadian swimmers are concerned, but they're going to be in tough. I think they're going to be pretty tough. But I can never argue with value like that, Tim.
No, exactly.
Well, Gabe, who are your like dog plays here? Like, or anything just stands out to you as value?
I'll bang off and listen. I'm not playing around. I wanted to put $500 on every pick. All right, literally and figuratively. And then I realized I can't do it because I'm a degenerate and I'm going to bet too much. So I've scaled it down a little bit, but I still have too much money on this stuff. But these are so I'm not just, these aren't opinions. This is what I'm actually putting real money on. So I got Trayvon Bromell to win 100 meters. He's at plus money. We talked about Andre DeGrasse. Nice plus price for him to win the men's 200 meters. Women's 100 meters. I don't want to use the term stone cold lock, but Shelly Ann Fraser-Price from Jamaica. Guys, she just ran the fastest time in the last 30 years. All right, for the women's 100, a 10.63 in Kingston on June 5th. She won gold in 2008. She won gold in 2012. She finished third in 2016. And you would figure that she's kind of done now because she's older. She's 34 years old, but she's changed her technique. She's actually running faster times than she's ever run before. She's on a mission to get the trifecta and join Bolt as a Jamaican with the 3 gold medals. He thinks she's going to get it. Everybody, I don't think it's a very similar situation what we talked about with the men. The 100 and 200 is different. I don't think she's going to win the 200. I think she's a lock. And it's not plus money, but it's pretty much even money for Shelly Ann Fraser-Price, Jamaica, to win the women's 100 meters. The 200, here's a plus money, Pat. Gabby Thomas. All right. And I don't really understand the number here. This girl's fast, man. In fact, she's the fastest woman in the 200 meters since Florence Griffith Joyner in 1988. All right, so Shelly Ann Fraser is on a mission to win 3 gold medals in 100 meters. She's focused on that, and she's 34 years old. She's not winning 100 and then winning the 200. I think Gabby Thomas at plus money is a really, really nice play here. Here's one for you, Tim. Nice traditional sport, men's discus.
Oh, nice.
Love Daniel Stahl. He is the favorite, but you don't have to lay too much juice. He's the current world champion. Dude, in the last meet, he was throwing a discus like 71 meters, everybody else like 65. And the biggest legitimate threat to him was this Iranian, Ashan Haddadi. All right, so speaking of going online, Pat, I was actually on the Tehran Times the other day reading about the discus. So Haddadi was the silver medalist in the last games, but he had to withdraw due to a shoulder issue. Really, he was the legitimate threat to Daniel Stahl from Sweden to win the gold medal, men's discus. So I love that play. Men's baseball, a little baseball action here. Japan, second best league in the world. They shut down their league for this. We know the importance. We talked about the Asian, how important it is to the Asian countries, these games. Baseball, very, very popular sport. Japan's not losing. South Korea is kind of the only. I don't think the U.S. is a legitimate threat.
I love
South Korea is pretty good, but Japan at plus money, love it. Women's field hockey, Netherlands, got to lay a little bit of a price, but they're dominant. I think they beat the Tampa Bay Lightning if they played against them on grass. Women's field hockey, Netherlands are going to get it done, and women's volleyball, guys. This is an interesting one. This is crazy. The USA has never won a gold medal in women's volleyball before. A lot of people think this is the year. Now, if you look at the odds, you can take both China and the USA and make money. Now, I don't like hedging, and Pat knows that. I hate hedging, but this isn't really a hedge. You're getting 2 teams at plus money that are on a collision course. And you can decide, I want to put a little bit more on the US or I want to put a little bit more on China. But China and the USA are on a collision course in women's volleyball.
Based on my theory that the Chinese are going to win the most gold medals, I need this one.
Yeah, that's one of the keys. You're right, because that's a head-to-head one. You're right.
I need this one.
Yeah, because you're right. They're going to be going head-to-head. And good call by you. But you mentioned 200. I got him winning the 400. Daiya Sato from Japan. This guy's a great swimmer, but he's been marred in controversy over the last year. He had an extramarital affair, all right? And I guess in Japan, it's a problem. So he cheated on his wife. He lost all his sponsors. He got kicked out of the swim league. Great team name. I talked about this yesterday on the shows. Tokyo Frog Kings, Pat. That's the name of the professional swim team over there. So he got kicked off the Frog Kings. And, they're into like, you shamed everybody type of thing. And he's on the redemption tour right now, right? And he basically stated, I let a lot of people down, but I'm going to bring great honor and glory back by winning. He's very confident and his times are great. You got to lay a little bit of juice here, but I don't see any reason why Daiya Sato doesn't win the men's individual 400-meter medley.
Okay, hold on. Gabe, before I let you go, I had Tim come up with a list just for you. So you gotta let him say his list, and then we can discuss it, okay?
Oh boy.
So Tim, give us your rankings of the definitive rankings of the best Olympic sports.
Yeah, so I have a top 10 ranking of what I think are the best 10 just Summer Olympic sports. Number 10 is water polo. It's a mixture of athleticism and swimming. And again, just about everybody can swim and throw a ball, so you can understand how hard it is to do.
Great sport.
But it's a big sport. Number 9 is the decathlon. Why? Because it determines who the greatest athlete in the world is every 4 years.
Shouldn't that be number 1 then?
Love the pentathlon, and for the women, the heptathlon determines who the best female athlete in the world is. I love that. Number 8, handball. Handball is so much fun to watch on TV. Anytime an Olympic handball game is on, I dare you to change the dial. It is addictive. Number 7, fencing. It is elegant. It is fast. It is graceful. It's just a fantastic sport to watch. Then there's a gap. Then 6, my favorite is the swimming relays. That's my favorite swimming event, are the relays. There's excitement, there's drama, there's different people involved. They always seem to come right down to the finish. That's my favorite swimming event. Number 5 is the high jump. Again, there's something very graceful about one's ability to use a Fosbury flop and get over that bar. Are you passing? Are you not passing? What height can you make it at? It's high drama. You can't miss it. Number 4, javelin. It's my favorite track event. Is the javelin or field event, to see somebody throw that javelin. Again, it goes back to ancient times. Then there's a gap.
Hold on, stop. I'm going to stop you right there. Gabe, did you know that Tim once told us that he thought he could throw a javelin 100 meters?
I no longer believe that.
I'm willing to bet that he can't.
I
love how Tim's, all of his favorite sports, Pat, are the most boring ones in the game.
I'm not done yet.
Oh, wait, let's hear the 3 most watchable sports according to you, Tim.
Number 3, my favorite is the marathon. It's on the last day of the event. It goes back to ancient Greece. It ties the history of the Olympics back to its founding. 2 is the dressage.
Nobody watches the marathon.
Love it. Number 2 is dressage. I love the dancing horses. Very impressive what those horses do. And number 1, my favorite is the weightlifting, particularly the 109 kg plus weightlifting. It is so crazy impressive to see those guys and girls lift those unbelievable amounts of weights. It is captivating television.
And boxing. No boxing.
Olympic boxing is not as good as non-Olympic boxing.
How do you not? There are 3 sports to watch the Olympics. Yeah, you have to watch the 100-meter dash is number 1. It's the Super Bowl of the Olympics.
Super Bowl of the Olympics. That's the one. That's like the celebrity row night. Yes, that's the one.
No, not me. That's not for me. And I think the BMX bike racing.
And Tim, I respect your, I really do. And I love your passion for the games. And like you said, the gracefulness of some of these sports. But how can you justify all these other things and not have respect for who the fastest man in the world is?
Well, I do. It's not that I don't like it. It's just these are my 10 favorite. I think the best athlete in the world in the pentathlon, the decathlon is a more impressive thing.
But as well, nobody, and I hear what you're saying, it's supposed to be that way. But you know what, Pat, the decathlon is? It's the dudes that are kind of 4th and 5th best at everything else. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's like one of those deals. Listen, you're pretty good at the 100 meters, but you're never going to you can't beat these guys. But you're also pretty good at the 200. You're pretty good at jumping, but you're not going to you know what I mean? They're not great at everything that it comes together. And I'm not disrespecting them. They're great athletes, but nobody even can name, does anyone that wins a decathlon after get to walk around as the best athlete in the world? Nobody even knows who they are.
Yeah, the only one I can remember is the former Bruce Jenner, is the only decathlete I've ever heard of. And Xander Schauffele's dad.
Now, there was a dude from Canada that used to choke all the time too, Pat.
Well, Tim, Tim, what about your favorite triathlon? You love that one too, don't you?
I love the triathlon, but I can't have the triathlon and the marathon in the same event. But I mean, when the triathlon's on, I will watch it. You don't think people know about Ashton Eaton? Like, I think people remember that name.
I've never heard that.
Like, he won the last 2 pentathlons. So, going back, like Daley Thompson, do people not remember him? Like, I think there are some decathletes people remember. Jim Thorpe, for heaven's sake, the greatest athlete perhaps to ever live. Jim Thorpe.
Tim, that was almost 100 years ago.
What about diving? Like on the high one. That's awesome. I will say about handball. I do agree with handball. Handball, I brought this up earlier too, Pat, earlier in the week. There is no sport in the world whose numbers are sharper than handball. It's a barbed wire fence. I swear to God. Like in-game handball, if the total's 61.5, you better believe, bro, the game's going to land on 61 or 62. Like, I've never seen anything like it. Keep your eye up on that. Be very careful. The numbers are as sharp as a rusty nail in handball.
Well, you have a lot of experience betting table tennis, and apparently table tennis is like one of the most bet on sports in Colorado for some reason. I'm not entirely sure why. Don't know what's going on.
Like betting on that stuff there?
I guess so. Like when I looked at it, had bigger handle in Colorado than the PGA did.
What?
Yeah.
They hate golf in Colorado.
No, but it's not that, like, it's the same, like PGA in Colorado is the same as all of the other legal states in terms of taking percentage of handle. It's just table tennis is like second.
I've been baffled by this, actually. I don't listen. Olympic table tennis, international table tennis, fine. But it's amazing to me that the sports books in America are taking action on 2 Russian dudes playing ping pong in some beer hall in Moscow. Right? I swear to God, man, you look at these ping pong matches and like not the Olympic stuff, but some of this stuff, and I'm amazed they have numbers for it. It's like, guys, like, you don't think it's a coincidence that one of the guys just won the first set 11-0 and then he got killed after? You know, if there's a bait and switch going on here, like even me, and I'm for like, no, I'm not one of these everything's fixed guys, but I don't bet on Russian ping pong. Olympic ping pong, I don't have a problem with.
All right, I think that will do it. Tim, do you have any final Olympics thoughts?
Other than just how excited I am for the event, I said I think it'll be an up Olympics for Japan, China, and Canada, and a down Olympics for the United States.
So those countries are cursed. The U.S. is anti-curse. So good reverse curse. Great news for all the American viewers out there. And do you want to share with people?
USA's going to have like 50 goals now, Pat. Their over-under is 43.5. They're going to shatter it.
They're going to break the all-time Olympics record. More so than when the Soviets boycotted in L.A. It's going to be even greater than that.
Krusty the Clown.
Oh, God.
In Los Angeles that time. The Canadians killed it.
Oh, yeah, of course. There was no Eastern Bloc countries. It was Canada, the U.S., and a bunch of countries that couldn't swim.
What's up, DK Sim fam, Dream Streamers? Happy Saturday. At least I think it's Saturday after taking a couple days in the middle of the week. I'm all off, but here's what I know. I know my name. I'm Adam Kaufman. Matt Lamarca is with me, and this is the first time there, Saxman, that we have worked together since this infamous haircut, which, if I'm not mistaken, you have displayed routinely, sim after sim, day after day, and yet here you are, the first time we've worked together since you looked like a total slob, and of course, you're rocking the hat again.
Yeah, I like to keep everybody on their toes. You think you got me figured out? I'm gonna zig. I zig when they want me to zag. Plus,
inspiration.
If I came on here and I was the best looking guy on the sim,
sure,
literally, what would your purpose be?
To talk more than you. And guide us through the sim. But I will not be threatened by you being more handsome. That is okay. I'm willing to live with that. I can handle that. So we have got Tampa Bay and the Washington football team coming our way here in Simland. I know I'm not even going to bust chops. I know you've had a lot going on. I know you didn't have a chance to get a lineup in. I will give you mine because lineups have locked. It's a sim. I went crazy. Steve Sims Jr., because it's in the name. He is my captain. He has owned about 5% of lineups in that slot, about a third of lineups overall, a little more than that in our smaller contest, which looks like finished at 106 entries. The prime time. The look at Brady flaunting his rings everywhere free roll. Around Sims, I guess I should have played Brady because he's a confident guy right now out there in
he is feeling himself right now.
Yeah, he needs to calm down. And this is me saying that. Tom Brady needs to calm down just a little bit. Actually, I kind of like the ego Brady we didn't get to see in Foxborough. So around Sims, my flex, J.D. McKissick, obviously very chalky today, about 3/4 of lineups. Chris Godwin is in there. Mike Evans is in there. He is absolutely the guy for people today. 30% captained Mike Evans, and about a third of contests overall, lineups, I should say. Jeremy Sprinkles, so we'll get the sprinkler in there, and Scotty Miller. We'll find out if Scotty does in fact know today. What are you expecting from this matchup?
Simulated football.
Okay, good. Good. Computer on computer. That is
lots
accurate.
Of sacks. Lots of sacks is my guess.
Okay, we'll find out. Maybe, just maybe, the defenses, the DSTs will be popular. We'll find out. AD Poker says, LOL, love his Twitter these days. I'm sure you saw. Obviously they got their rings, which, by the way, I think we've jumped the shark on championship rings at this point. When the top literally comes off. And there's something going on in the inside of the ring. The stadium is inside the Tampa Bay ring. It's 319 diamonds or whatever the final number was. The thing is literally too big to wear. It looks ridiculous. All these guys that are putting out the pictures of them wearing the rings. And I know you're going to do that when you receive it. But at this point in time, call me crazy, Lamarca, or anybody else. We got producer Drew. We got producer Eamon, who is, of course, our producer in training with Drew as well. Daniel, our technical director, and Bert Bobo in ops, just goes by Rob in the Zoom window now. He's reinventing himself. Call me nuts, Lamarca, but I always thought when you win a championship, and you see this, you go to a Super Bowl, you're on Media Row, or you just see former athletes, retired athletes, especially as they get older, they're out there in the world, they're showing up at events, going to games, they're part of Ring of Honors, whatever it may be. Look at this run right here. My goodness gracious. Go! Break some tackles. No, Peyton Barber picks up 33, down to 46, 30 after contact. I thought when you win a championship ring, the idea is eventually later in life, you flaunt it. You wear that around a little bit. Hey, look what I got. You can't wear this ring anywhere ever. This is something that just goes in the jewelry box and sits in a safe, never to be seen again except on the most special of special occasions.
You wear them to events. My thing is gaudy can be cool. I'm sure you remember the Lakers championship rings from just last year. Those were fuego, and you could take the top off and it had the retired jerseys on the inside. That was cool. I think you can make, a championship caliber ring, where you're fitting 85,000 diamonds in each of them. You can do some cool stuff with that. So
it doesn't have to be the size of a small building, though.
Yeah, okay. You know what? You know how hard those guys work for those damn rings? Make them even bigger. That's my take.
Drew says these are enormous guys, though. I know they're big dudes. I know, like, it looks a lot more normal having an offensive lineman wear one of those than, like, if I were. I get that. But even still, these things are enormous. Barber again. What's Peyton Barber doing getting usage here today? 2 for 36. Who played Peyton Barber? Let's hear from you in the chat. Shampoo Man says, which is ironic because you were renowned for not washing your hair. Shampoo Man says 2 great guys.
That's
on
not
tonight.
true.
Refreshing. No, you were just. I'm so
That's
happy.
not
I'm
true.
so
You
happy you
made
cut
that
your
up.
hair. You make that up. Oh, I'm so happy you cut your hair. You look great. Like, do you feel better?
Honestly, there are times when I miss it. And then there are times when I do my hair and I look in the mirror and I'm like, I look good.
You do.
Everyone, come see how good I look.
Everyone, come here. It's true, though. All like toward the end there. I say toward the end like you were dying. Toward the end of that style, that long
It had gotten
greasy
too
hair
long.
under the
There's no
cap,
doubt.
and obviously the big beard that you had going.
Call it greasy one more time, and I'm driving to Boston. That hair was shiny because I have
Call
great
it greasy
hair.
one more time.
Great hair.
I will pop right through the Zoom window. Toward the end there, all I could think was, like, what does the guy in the avatar think of this? What does the guy on Lamarca's Twitter avatar think when he sees this?
21-year-old me? That's
Yeah.
my avatar as I was about 21 years old. If I told 21-year-old me that I would be working for a sports media company, he would say, do whatever you want. You're the man.
Do whatever it takes.
Literally, you're the man.
Kicks away, it's good. 3-0 Washington. Lamarca will go all Nick Cage from Con Air on Cough, says Daniel. You call it greasy one more time. Drew, he likes his rings the way he likes his burritos. Super bland. It's true. Amen, says Trent Brown. Super Bowl ring looks like a mood ring. What's your take on, and it didn't apply to the Super Bowl.
Mood rings?
On mood rings, yes. and what's your sign? And let's have a whole conversation about astrology for the next 50 minutes. No, like the NBA finals that obviously are now over. You know, you had Craig there, as we've talked about him in the past. He was getting a ring no matter what. Winning team, losing team, he was getting a ring because he played for both this year. In his situation, where you get the ring, but you didn't win, what do you do with it?
You display it proudly.
Do you?
Yeah.
Even though you're on the losing side and you did,
I think
your role in getting that ring was losing.
Yeah, it's hard to even make the case like he helped them early in the season because like he really didn't play very much for the Bucks. But you know what? You're Torrey Craig. You have a championship ring. Flaunt it. That's what I would do. You know? Do you think Terrence Davis cares that
Deion Waiters in the bubble?
Yeah.
Like did Deion Waiters save his ring? I feel like we would have heard about him putting it up for auction.
100%. You know, I didn't even realize that the other Antetokounmpo has a ring from his time with the Lakers.
Right?
You know?
Now you got 3 Antetokounmpos with championship rings. And if I'm not mistaken, aren't there 2 more brothers? Obviously, they're not in the NBA. But aren't there 2 more?
Yes, I believe that's correct.
And maybe they will be at some point. But so the 3 in the NBA, the 3 Antetokounmpos have championship rings. Now,
Correct.
Granted, like one more than the others earned it. But nevertheless, 3 of them have like that. How awesome is that?
It's pretty cool. But we all know who mom and dad's favorite is.
Oh, yeah. I can't tell you how much, as you know, punts away here, 3-0 Washington. I can't tell you how much I love Giannis. Now, granted, and I'm not running from this.
Welcome to the party, Kaufman.
My narrative has not changed. I was rooting for the Suns to win that championship. That being said, my God, do I love Giannis. Like, I love him as a player. I mean, as we all should. But I just love that man off the floor. I love listening to him. He's such a great soundbite. I think he might be my favorite player in the NBA right now.
That's high praise to go full Nick Cage on you.
Yeah. Thank you, Andy Samberg, Nick Cage.
You watch your mouth. I've always been Team Giannis. I think he's misunderstood or underappreciated at least. Like, he is basically, the way I view him is he is the modern day Shaq. He doesn't dominate in the paint the same way that Shaq did. You know, Shaq was just straight physicality. I'm going to catch it and I'm going to dunk on you.
No, I mean, imagine if Giannis could shoot.
Well, again, that's why I'm saying, imagine if Shaq could shoot. Like,
we're talking
about, if that ever happens, we might have to start thinking about putting him in the GOAT tier.
Yeah.
Because he will win more rings. There's no doubt about that.
I mean, guys young enough to figure it out. Like, I am a believer that you can figure out how to shoot. I know a lot of people disagree with that. I am a believer in that.
I mean, he's already gotten better. And we saw that game 6 performance, 15 for 17 from the free throw line. If he has a normal Giannis free throw night, that team is not winning that game. I don't even think like he should, if I was him, and I know that all the NBA on TNT crew is like, oh, he should stop shooting threes. He really should. He should just if he can develop a reliable mid-range jump shot, he would literally be unguardable.
CEH says Giannis jersey in the mail, LOL. Get it. Should be. Might have to get one myself.
My guy is still Steph, though, by the way. He's still my favorite.
It's not like he's a bad pick.
When he's doing Steph things, my goodness, it's the most entertaining thing to watch in basketball.
Yeah, John shouting out the had to tinkle post-game presser. That was iconic. That was unbelievable.
I mean, the whole like, when you think about the past, that's your pride.
Oh yeah, the whole thing about pride, humility, and
what a
and
quote!
ego.
What a quote.
Unreal. And just like, even ignoring, like,
off the cuff.
It's easy to say what a quote. How about just what a mindset? Because it's like it's one thing for like to say it. He truly does live it. I mean, what a great way to just put all of that in perspective and look at things. I wish I was that clear-headed. I've never been that clear-headed. I'll never be that clear-headed.
I think none of us really will.
Oh, just so good. So good. And I loved, and we talked about this the other day, not you and I, but here on The Sims. And then we'll get back to, football, the quarter break, obviously, because I know people want to get into that, rightfully so. I loved the comments that he had post-game after winning the championship, especially about super teams. And just coming in hard.
Shots fired.
Coming in hard. And, he didn't name names, but we all know who he's talking about. And coming in hard at guys taking the easy way. I loved it. And it's one of those things, it's a really easy thing to say after you've won.
Yep.
It's not like he was saying that a year ago. But even still, just refreshing to hear it.
No, I found that whole team, and I've been saying this to anyone that would listen, but that whole team is just very enjoyable to me. They all had their roles. They embraced their roles. Giannis was the floor general. He was doing everything. Middleton was the closer. Holiday was the defensive stopper. PJ Tucker was the dog. Bobby Portis was the crazy guy off the bench. Like, everybody had a role on that team. Pat Connaughton was there to knock down threes and offensive rebound. And I'm glad that Giannis played the way that he did, because it has kind of stemmed some of they didn't even deserve that ring. Like, if the Nets were healthy, if the Lakers were healthy, they never would have won that anyway. Like, because Giannis played so out of his mind.
Oh, there's still plenty of asterisk people, though.
Yeah, but it's far less than I expected it to be.
Fair. Second and goal for Washington, touchdown potentially looming when we begin quarter number 2. That'll come in a matter of moments. Matt Lamarca, Adam Kaufman, Drew Amon, as well as Bert, Bobo, Daniel, everybody here with us. Love to see it. Love to have you. Thanks for being with us in the DK Sim Fam, especially on a Saturday night. You want to talk about easy? It's easy for you guys to be with us Saturday during the day, Saturday before dinner. You're hanging out Saturday evening. Real deal. We appreciate that.
You the real MVP.
Yeah, you the real MVP. 51 passing for Dwayne Haskins, 2 for Tom Brady. Deuces, 2 yards for Tom Brady, 1 out of 2 so far. Granted, he hasn't had the ball as much, hasn't gone particularly well. We'll find out what happens rest of the way, obviously. He could still very well have a much better game than the new backup for the Pittsburgh Steelers, Haskins. We'll look at the rushing and receiving numbers as well. We see all you guys out there, excuse me. Yeah, even you, Obi-Wan. It's good to have you here too. I mean, you don't have to stay the whole time, but it's nice of you to stop by. Again, 3-0 Washington. Amon says, Cliff. McKissick, 6 for 42. Peyton Barber. Yep, that's a real thing. 3 for 33 today. Fournette, no yards. Bagel at the moment on his lone attempt. 6 for Haskins on the ground. We will, again, check out the pass catchers. Not a lot going on. Dontrell Inman, 2 for 36. Sims, 1 for 9. Gronk, 1 for 2. The Sprinkler, 1 for 6. Yeah, there you go. Tizit Sod. Teague was the MVP and everybody knows it.
If the Suns won, yeah, he would have been in the conversation.
At least Craig got his championship ring, though.
I think Teague was -5 in 2 minutes in Game 6.
Teague had won like 13-point game or something like that.
I'm going to look up his plus-minus for the series.
NBA guys will tell you plus-minus is vastly overrated. It means nothing. Situational.
Well, I like it.
I like it too. A lot of executives, management, front office folk, they hate it. I like it too. Got some Bradley Beal rumors out there today too. If you anyone out there in the sim world wanted to stick to NBA, 3rd and goal from the 3 coming up here.
He was -5 in 1.7 minutes in Game 6. He was -11 in 7.5 minutes in Game 5.
Haskins sacked. Lost 4. Field goal coming.
Legendary
Jack
stuff.
Barrett, nice work. Look, it's not like we can expect every guy to be great or good or average or even mediocre. And Jeff Teague was none of those things for the most part during that series.
For the most part.
Who's into field goals? 6-0. Turtles look more like a shake weight than a sprinkler. I don't own one of those. Although if I did, I could see it being part of my exercise regime.
I mean, if you owned a shake weight, Kaufman, my opinion of you would just plummet.
It's hard to imagine it getting lower, right?
I would have to
check
take
out
out
my
a
shake weight.
I would have to take out a big shovel.
Our leader is Juice G with the Washington football team DST captained. Bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him. 2.8% captain, about 10% owned. Brady, Haskins, Godwin, McLaurin, and the Bucks DST in the flex. The 2 DSTs are combined owned in less than 30% of lineups. Nevertheless, both part of the leading lineup right now. CEH says, Koff, who's your dark horse on Sunday?
For golf?
I don't know. I was trying to figure that out. I was hoping you knew. What are we talking about? Are we talking about the golf event going on this week? Are we talking about, I don't know, an under the radar performer for the U.S. Olympic team?
Ooh, the Olympic basketball. I did just write
against France.
I wrote a DFS strategy guide.
I would love to hear what you have in mind. Please tell us.
I think that this is like a really exploitable slate. I'm excited to play it. I have my lineups in there. There are some guys from some of these other countries that are extremely mispriced. So my advice is, if you're going to do it, do the research. I've kind of done some of it for you, so check out that piece on DK Nation if you want. But there's a pretty good contest. Basically, my strategy is I'm pairing Lillard and Durant for the U.S. I think those are sort of the co-alpha guys for Team USA. They led the team in virtually every statistical category during the tune-up games. And then I'm looking for some of the cheaper punt plays from some of these other countries. One of my favorite guys, and I apologize, I'm going to butcher the heck out of this name. He's from Iran, 3,100, so he's priced $100 over the minimum. His name is Mohammed Jamshidi Jafarabadi. Jamshidi Jafarabadi.
I couldn't tell you if you're wrong.
I'm going to call him Mojam.
I like that.
He led Iran in scoring during their tune-up season. So I think him being 3,100, which is, again, basically the minimum, you can throw him in there. You can get a stars and scrubs type of build. You can get the top guys for the U.S., some of the top guys from these other countries. But there's also some good, 3K, 3,100 type dudes out there too.
So while you were talking about that, I was trying. Lindenbaum says he read your article, by the way. CH says you got to captain a dark horse. That's what he's looking for. I'm trying to create a contest in the DK Sim Fan Friends League for this game tomorrow, and it's not letting me for some reason.
We took away your admin privileges.
That would be so unfortunate. I don't know. I mean, if you have the ability to create a contest, I'll join it.
For what? I still don't know what we're talking about.
I was trying to create within the DK Sim Fan Friends League a 40-person, $1 top 10 payout contest for the U.S.-France showdown. And for some reason, it just wasn't happening for me.
All right. I'll try.
Get that thing filled, I'm sure.
Showdown captain. USA, France. 40 entrants, $1.
Yeah, I can't do it.
Top 10 win.
Top 10 win. Jordan says, I created one, Koff. Don't worry, I'll let you join. Well, cool. I'll take a look. Of course, if I can't create one and it's a Massachusetts thing for some reason, then I won't be able to join one either. So I guess we'll find out in a hurry right here. Let's see. I'll look for.
I think I just created it.
Well, let's do a little refresh. Still 6-0, by the way. Looking for some hoops. Where's the hoops?
Oh yeah, some of these prices are crazy out of whack. Like Fournier is France's leading scorer, and he's 4K in this contest.
Really? All right, where's Matt Lamar? There you go. All right, there you are. All right, I'm just going to try and reserve entry. See what happens. Reserve. No. It says user permissions do not allow contest entry at this time.
All right. No Kaufman. Everybody in the pool.
Well, you guys can get in. I'll watch from afar and cheer y'all on. Chris Godwin, touchdown. Tampa out in front. Drew says I made them all. That they're all in the lobby. I'm gonna look. I only saw yours. Oh no, they are there. Why are they all there? That's weird. And why did it tell me I couldn't do it? And then here I am.
Well, you probably couldn't enter it yourself. but you created it for everybody else would be my guess.
I'm not sure that makes sense. And I'm not saying you're not making
I
sense.
didn't say it made sense, but that's what happened.
Huh.
So should I now cancel mine?
I don't know that you even can anyway. We went really fourth wall right here. I got to tell you. 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't want to have 6 contests out there. Yeah, I don't think those are all. No, because you know what? You know what, Drew? I'm looking. I'm not in them.
Not allowed to play in the Olympic paid contests in Massachusetts.
I guess so. What a bummer. But yeah, all the contests exist for you guys. You can join them. Fill them up. As Will Ferrell, as Frank the Tank would say, fill them up again. All right. Well, bunch of contests out there for you folks. Hop in. I don't expect you to fill all 6 or whatever it is, but try and fill 1, and then at least it'll run. Fill 1, it'll run. That's my Dr. Seuss for you.
So my article, Noah, is on DK Nation.
We've hit the 2-minute warning. Washington, Haskins, left side completed. McKissick doesn't quite have enough for a first. Timeout. Amon just sent the article through our Slack channel, and yeah, that appears to be the one, my friend. CH, Koff, you can play the free Dark Horse Challenge, LOL. That's a good point. Good point. Hope people enjoyed that video. It's out there in the world. Punts away and touchback.
So we have my man Jordan Lindenbaum asking about Nando De Colo, and he was not somebody that jumped out to me. I don't see him as being like, even though he's France's point guard, I don't see him playing like a point guard role. You know, they have Fournier, they have Batum, and both of those guys, I think, are going to be more of the facilitator offensively. They could also play through the center a little bit with Rudy Gobert. He would not be somebody that I'm looking to target at this price tag.
Drew says, I would captain Yabusele. He'd probably score 70 points. Brady on the ground. Sack for Fuller.
Hey, Gershon's a legitimate, viable punt play. No doubt about it.
Justin says, can't join Koff. You know, I do think, because Drew tried
to
get it either. I think it's a Massachusetts thing, folks.
It depends on your state.
Yeah.
You know, in certain states, you can't enter certain contests. It depends on the laws within that particular state. I don't know them all. I'm not a part of the legal team or anything like that.
But it doesn't matter. If you're outside,
for example, in New York,
join,
I can't play the paid Madden contests. So it varies depending on where you're at.
Well, by all means, get in if you want to get in. AD Poker says, joined all 8, LOL. Cena says, I joined them all. So, yeah, get into it. CEH says, when does Ted Lasso start? Oh, season 2 is underway, CEH. Began on Friday. First episode's out there, my friend, and it's a doozy. It's a good one. Give me more Roy Kent.
As somebody who's never watched an episode of that show, is he basically like if Michael Scott was a soccer coach?
No, because Michael Scott was an idiot, and he is not dumb. He just doesn't know soccer.
Okay, got it.
But they have a similar spirit about them.
Yeah, I just figured him as being like a silly ne'er-do-well.
Who says it would be like if Jason Rossi was the soccer coach. So much positivity.
How's Rossi doing? I haven't worked with him in a while. I hope
good.
His
I mean, I haven't worked with him, I guess, in a few days either, but good. Doing real well, as far as I gather.
Hope that melon's, coming back into form.
Oh yeah, no, he's all kinds of hairy again. All you can see are his eyes now. Top of the head, face, it's everywhere. Waning seconds of this opening half. Smash that like, folks. We got about 250 watching here on the YouTube. Many, many more, obviously, across all of our platforms, including Twitch, twitch.tv/DraftKings. Jake, Michael Scott was the best paper salesman ever, Koff. How dare you badmouth the Scott name? I mean, he wasn't bright.
He did sell paper, though. He's got a point there.
Oh, it's true. I mean, I can't.
I don't know if he was as good as Dwight Schrute, though.
I mean,
say what you want about Dwight, but that man closed the deal.
Getting to some more Tampa and Washington talk on the other side, by the way. But 7-6 at the break. Bucks in front. Brady, 9 of 11 for 82. Haskins, 6 of 7 for 55. So, as expected, Brady has turned the corner.
A bit. Still not a great game.
No, just superior.
No.
Just superior to Haskins. 9 for 51 from McKissick. Barber, still a thing, kind of. 3 for 33. That's where he was. McCoy, 3 for 8. Fournette, 3 for -1. We're getting a taste of everybody here, folks. We'll look at the pass catch numbers as well. Clearly not much happening, though. Scotty Miller, yeah, that one. 3 for 35. Godwin, 2 for 32 and a score. Inman, 2 for 36. Nobody else doing anything of note. Shame for the Mike Evans chalk right now. He is just 1 for 9. I'm sitting 45th out of 106, so, mediocre, middle of the pack. DW Nasty, 7 is in front by percentage points. I mean, 0.06 at last update. Bucks, DST at captain, 2.8% owned there. Brady, McKissick, Godwin, Evans, and Scotty knowing things, Miller here in about a third of your lineups. Jake says, Jim was better than Dwight, but Dwight is literally the best. Loved how they tied it all in at the end with Dwight getting married, and Scott pops out of nowhere like an RKO.
As someone who has been through sales, I worked in sales.
Mm-hmm.
It's a tough gig, tough racket. They say for every yes, you have to go through like 7 or 8 no's. So you really have to be persistent, which is why I was bad at it. Because if somebody said, I'm not interested, I would say, all right,
well, catch you later. Thanks for your time. You know what? I'm not going to call you back. I can tell you're not into this. Daniel says you're supposed to expect RKOs out of nowhere. Bert Bobo, left my sales job to do this. Hated sales. Well, I hope you're enjoying
Tough
this.
racket, man. And I worked in insurance, which is literally mandated by my state. I think it's mandated by most states, but if you want to drive a car on New York, you need car insurance. And it was still a tough thing to sell.
Mm-hmm. Ain't that the truth? I don't have a lot of sales experience.
You don't have a lot of life experience.
That's a great point.
Brady. And Tom Brady with a sack of 30. David Georgie says he has an 80% close rate. If he gets you on the phone, it's over.
Hey, Robbie Noble. Believe it or not, Robbie, I was thinking about you the other day. Independent of the Sims. I was just driving around and Robbie Noble popped into my head. You want to know why? I'll tell you why.
Did you drive past like Madison Street?
Madison Ave.
Yeah.
Madison! Where are you, Madison? No, So I'm one of those that I'm an old guy, so I still listen to the radio. I'm not just like Spotify or Pandora in the car or or Sirius or whatever. I listen to terrestrial radio, Lamarca.
On the AM dial?
I mean, sometimes, but typically FM. And you know, it was a throwback station, and whichever one it was, and Regulators came on. Caught it right from the beginning, right from the intro, right from the stealing of the property, and they're damn good too. And I thought of our guy Robbie Noble. Daniel says Madison was the buzzword a couple of days ago. Why? I feel like that's a question that should be answered.
She's a legend. We got some Dazed and Confused references in the chat. Jordan Warren going, "Chick you later, chick you later." And Jake Williams says, "It'd be a lot cooler if you did."
Couple minutes into the third quarter, Lamarca cough on a Saturday night. Producers Drew and Amon, who is also EJ in the chat, by the way. Daniel, our TD, and Bert Bobo in ops. Daniel says Glash even texted Madison. It turned into a whole thing. Poor Madison having to receive text from Glash in the evening. Hey Madison, just so you know, we're about to use your name as the buzzword. So she was riveted. How many Sims do you think Madison has checked in on since she's been gone? Can you count them on one finger?
Well, if she popped in for that one, I'm going to say one.
I bet she didn't pop in for that one. Turtle says, all right, y'all, sound off if you're currently sitting in the green. 2nd and 4 from the 28. Brady for a first to the 22. Into the hands of Godwin, his third. David says, best team right here. Two of us. A couple of studs on a Saturday night.
Double dipping the company ink right now. I'm also on the news desk. To be fair, I volunteered to work these Sims and then got my news desk shift moved because I'm covering one Kenneth on his vacation.
My God, how many things is this guy going to back out of in a span
He
of 2
tried
weeks?
to say the other day.
This is unreal.
He tried to say the other day that this was his first vacation in a year. And I was like, bro, I've seen you doing Sims from Martha's Vineyard, from the Hamptons. And like, he was like, well, this is the first one where I will have no access to Wi. And I'm like, yeah, whatever.
At least Kenny is consistent. Whether it is the Sims or the news desk, if something better comes along, he's out.
Hey, you know what? I respect Kenny.
He's just professionally keeping his options open.
He is a lightning rod. You know what I'm saying? The man just is not afraid to be controversial.
He blamed me the other day. Maybe it was yesterday. I don't remember. He blamed me for his bad internet. He said, my internet is perfect. All the time I work with you, it goes to crap.
Apparently him and Brandon got into an altercation regarding regarding whether or not a quarterback or a left tackle was more important for building a football team.
Oh yeah, this has been around a while. Kenny and I got into an altercation over this long before he and BK did. This take has been around for quite some time, and it's unbelievable. It is just You remember what Tom Cruise says in what is it, The Firm? Maybe it was The Firm, when he refers to Demi Moore, an idea that she had as the 4th and goal from the 1 field goal. Lazy.
Demi Moore
field
is
goal's
a
good.
Man.
Few Good Men. But was it A Few Good Men? I don't remember if it was A Few Good Men or The Firm. It was one of those.
Demi Moore's not in The Firm.
I know. I just don't remember which movie it was in. Either way, Tom Cruise it doesn't matter at this point. He refers to an idea as galactically stupid. That is Kenny's take about left tackles being more important than quarterbacks. Galactically stupid.
I have no argument.
Bert says, I get what
my
saying.
God.
He just
Bert's
isn't
on
saying
Team
it
Kenny.
well. Please, continue.
Yeah, those Joe Thomas Browns teams were always a contender because they had the best left tackle in football, baby.
I mean, yeah, you got to protect your quarterback. That should go without saying. But your quarterback is still the most important player on the field.
Everybody knows you have the best left tackle in the league. You punch that ticket. Trent Williams, he carried Washington to the playoffs those first few years he was in the league. Oh, wait, never mind. They were the worst team in football. Got it.
Another big sack, this time White. I mean, look, thank you, Turtles, says A Few Good Men for the record. Which is more important? Like this, I wouldn't think this is that complicated. Which is more important? Having a solid, like good to great quarterback and a lousy offensive line, or an elite offensive line and a terrible quarterback? You're going to take the former, and you're going to
Here's how I would say it, and I'm going to say it, I think, in a more, like a way that makes more sense. You can win without a great quarterback if literally every other aspect of your team is outstanding. You need to have a great offensive line, an elite defense, kind of like the Broncos in that last year with Peyton Manning. Or the Ravens with Trent Dilfer, the Bucks with Brad Johnson. Like, that's the formula for winning without an elite quarterback. You have to be so good everywhere else that your quarterback play doesn't matter. Otherwise, you need a great quarterback. And it's obviously easier to find a great quarterback than it is to make every part of your team so good that it doesn't matter.
Punts away. I feel you, man. Lindenbaum says, Koff, you created like 27 Olympic contests. Wow, safety range. 6, Jordan, and I'm not in any of them because I can't join. So hopefully of those 6, you guys will all band together to fill at least one of them. Cry 2 Tears in a Bucket says, Koff, it's funny how Kenny lives inside your head rent-free all the time. Yeah, I think about Kenny from time to time. Fournette picks up 3. Drew says, but he pays New York City prices.
Noah says, Lamarca, do you like Haddadi for Iran? I do. I don't love him at his price tag, but I like him. If you look at his stats during the games he played for Iran, he was 13.5 points, 11 rebounds, 7 assists, 3.5 blocks. So, like, those are elite numbers for an Olympics fantasy center. My only thing is that was against subpar competition. I calculated some of the implied team totals on this slate, and Iran's is like 10 points lower than everybody else's. So I don't have him in my lineup currently, but he is intriguing. I would say I wish he was priced more, in like the 7K range as opposed to 8,900.
Don't forget, by the way, for people thinking about filling any of those contests, that the U.S. game, if I'm not mistaken, is 8 a.m. Eastern time.
8 a.m. tomorrow, correct.
Yeah, so you've got less than 12 hours to fill those up right now. So
yes, and if you want to get on the main 4-game slate, that locks in 16 minutes.
Oh, yeah, you're running out of time on that one.
Right, the U.S.-France game is the last game there.
Brady 173, a touchdown passing, just 66 for poor Dwayne. That's all he's got. 10-6, Tampa Bay is in front. Tampa Bay We'll talk more about Brady in the fourth quarter, which is on the way. 9 for 51 for McKissick. Barber, still 3 for 33. It was just Barber early, and then, they put him back in bubble wrap. Don't want to hurt the guy here in Simland. 8 for 10 for Fournette. He has been lousy. Gronkowski, 6 for 70. Touchdown for Godwin, 4 for 41. Scotty Miller, 3 for 35. Inman, 2 for 36. Evans, still a bust so far, 2 for 28. Let's see, our current leader, barring adjustments, as I said, 60th. Ugh. Eddie P on DK, 7-point lead. Brady captained, 9.4% in that slot. McKissick, Godwin, Gronkowski, Miller, and the Bucs DST. Still sitting on 10 points with 3 sacks. Good build. Good build so far.
Good call. Good color. If you get that reference, then that's a deep one. That's a deep one. I'll be impressed with whoever in the chat can pull that one out.
Good car, good color, huh?
No, good core. Core. Core, but I'm saying it like a New Englander. Good core, good color.
No, I definitely do not know that reference.
You won't get it.
I wouldn't even know how to Google that reference.
Drew's got it, but we'll see if anyone in the chat can pull it through.
Good for you, Drew. Context clues, he says.
All I will say is that it's a TV show, and it's like my father's favorite TV show. So every once in a while, when I'm there, he's got it on, and that's like the guy. One of the guys on the show is like, oh, he's checking the product, and he's like, oh, good call, good color. Oh, safety? No.
Nope. Second sack down to the 2, 3rd and 23 on the way, so it's possible. Yeah, Wicked Tuna, Jimmy and S.A.
Right, they take the tuna to the guy, and they're checking for all the different things.
Drew wants to give you credit for calling the sacks pregame, by the way. You were on the DSTs. I don't know if they would have been the build if you'd made a lineup, but...
Whatever the optimal is, that's what I built in my head.
Wow. Eddie P on DK. Got it. 3rd and 23. Bold to rush there, but killing clock. Fournette not doing much. Picks up 6, and they will punt.
80 Poker says, Full Metal Jacket, Sex in the City. And I think setting either of those in Boston would be hilarious.
Amen, says Drew is wicked smart. Wicked smart.
My boy's wicked smart.
So the reason I was off for a couple days when evidently Glash was giving me grief on the sim, I was off for a couple days. I think it maybe was just one full day in Simland, but I was reduced in terms of my availability is because I had a friend from your general neck of the woods, from Queens, in town.
Okay.
When are you coming to visit?
Yeah. We'll see.
All right. Because there's talk. This was happening in Simland earlier today. There's talk of post-Labor Day of an outing, a DK commentator production team, like a DK, employee outing.
On the company dime?
Oh, I don't know about that. I'm happy to inquire for you. Let me see if can I get that card? Let me just take the card out. Let me get that card.
Yeah, I'd like to get up. That timing isn't great because that's if you're not aware of football, that's the heat of fantasy season right there.
Yeah.
But if I can make it and I can get, it will require me getting some time off to drive and stuff, but I would like to meet the crew in person.
And we'd love to have you. Jordan, cheers, where everybody knows your name.
Sometimes you wanna go
Don't let me stop you.
That's it. That's all I got.
Okay.
Oh, another elite.
Wow,
punch.
safety range again. We have been living inside the 5 so much tonight that
Has
it's
a
unfair
punter
that we've
ever
not had a
won
safety. We need a safety.
the crusty cough?
I'm sorry, what now?
Has a punter ever won the crusty cough?
I'm going to venture to say no, but is your award to deliver, sir. 1st and 10 from the 3. Brady running out of time. Oh, got it away. Godwin, long first down pickup.
Ooh,
safely beyond the 20 to the 25. I'm not quite sure crediting him at the 25 is kosher, but that's all right. Jake says, Glash with some epic quotes today. 1, the sun is hot. 2, the sun comes right over the top around noon.
Yeah, huh?
I mean, great. All I know is that guy was posting pictures of his toes by the pool about 3 seconds after his sim ended.
Glash?
Oh, yeah.
What's wrong with that?
I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it. I'm just saying he wasted no time getting poolside after his work commitments were done. I applauded. He must have run there.
That's efficiency in my book.
You see? I said we were going to talk a little Brady, a little Tampa Bay before the end of this one, and we are halfway through the 4th. So, what'd you make of his comments with Scratchy there the other day? Did you hear his comments with Jim Gray about basically comparing himself to Michael Jordan and Wayne Gretzky? And all the dumb people in the league who didn't want him?
Oh, was this when he was on Durant's show?
No. And I think that's LeBron's show. But this was when he was doing an interview on Sirius with Jim Gray just a couple days ago.
I really don't care.
I like Ego Brady. We didn't get this for 20 years in Foxborough.
He could do anything and you would like it.
I wouldn't like it if he kept winning Super Bowls for Tampa Bay.
Oh, that's not true. You had a ball with it last year. Oh!
Look at this. Look at this. Take it back. Take it back. You take it
what
back.
A play.
To the 18. Fumble recovery by Davis Sr. all the way to the 18.
Here's my take on Tom Brady. Anything that he does, they're going to call that a fumble. I don't know if it hit the ground. In a real NFL game, that might be an interception. Anywho, my thing with Brady is he's insufferable unless he's with Gronk, and then he's cool.
It's funny. I find Gronk kind of insufferable, and I felt that way when he was a Patriot. I just liked the production on the field.
Yeah, maybe Gronk solo is insufferable, but they just, I don't know, they work together for some reason.
Well, because they produce on the field.
I don't even care about that. You know, their little videos that they make that down. And then when he was talking to him,
they're bad boys for life, man.
Phone, that was fun.
Sure.
Other than that, I'll see Tom Brady during football season. I don't care what he does in the offseason.
Well, Bert says Ego Brady's incredible. Hated him the whole time in New England. I love him now.
Bert's moving down my list today with this performance.
Why? The scoring is exceptional.
First, he backs Kenny's left tackle take.
That's true. That was strong.
And now he's trying to make a case for Tom Brady. I will say it's fun to know that he has a personality and that Bill Belichick didn't suck it out of him.
Just stifled it for 2 decades.
But listen, the guy's already got everything. You know, he's got a supermodel wife.
Sure does.
$500 million in the bank.
Also
and his wife makes more than him, by the way.
Yeah. He's not the breadwinner there.
What is it, 7 rings now?
Yes, that is correct.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, he's in the class of Michael Jordan and Wayne Gretzky and the best team sport athletes that there have ever been.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't need him to go on a radio interview and tell me that, because I have eyes and I've been alive for the last 20 years.
Yeah, but he never says it.
Well, it's one of those things where you're supposed to be quote unquote humble.
Right.
You know, whether everybody knows that you're lying, but you have to say like, oh, it's a team game and I just want to do my job to help the team win and blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, but I like that now moving into his 40s, he's willing to move past some of that humility. Washington failing, by the way.
Maybe that means his career is
effort to win
coming
this game.
to a close.
So Tampa's going to close this thing out. What'd you say now?
Maybe that means he's finally come to grips with his football mortality, and he knows that the ride is almost over, so he's sucking every ounce of enjoyment out of it.
Good.
Jake Williams says, sit down. Be humble.
I mean, I hope it means that.
Bow, bow, no, 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 bow, bow, bow.
I hope it means that we get just an epic Hall of Fame speech out of him. I fear it'll be boring as sin, but I hope it is phenomenal.
Just don't ask Bill to be a speaker.
Well, I mean, that day's coming too.
Yeah, you know, Tom was a great quarterback. Ultimate winner. I put on my best hoodie for this occasion.
I'm not sure Bill's going to be rushing to introduce Tom Brady in Canton at the moment. Maybe you know, a handful of years or so that changes. (10-6), minute 42 to go, fourth quarter, 4th and inches from the 24.
If Tom Brady wants to flex more, I invite him officially to come on a dream stream.
Is Tom listening?
Tom, if you're out there, have your
Tom?
people contact my people.
Tom?
We'll set it up.
Lamarca's people, of course, are at Matt Lamarca.
Yes, my Twitter team will handle that.
Jake notes U.S. women 3x3 went 2-0 today. New sport in the Olympics.
Okay, can I really quick, since we're winding down here?
A minute and a half, whatever you want.
So Tommy Freeze Pops, I don't know if he's told you this. He's doing his 24-hour
he asked me to come on.
Okay. He asked me to come on as well.
Right.
Do you know what time slots he offered to me?
I know what time slot he offered me. Go ahead.
2:30, 3, or 3:30 in the morning.
He offered me 2 a.m. and I said yes. And I'll tell you why I said yes. Because he knew I'd be up. Because I'm up doing my radio work. So I said, sure, I'll do it. But if I were not going to be up, like I'm guessing you're not up at that hour, there is no chance.
It's a Saturday, right? And I have to.
It's Thursday into Friday.
Oh, all right. Well, that's actually more reasonable. Okay, I can do that.
I'm not sure that's more reasonable than a Saturday.
It might not be for most people, but it is for me. My schedule, the only day that I have to be up before 9 a.m. is Sunday. So having a 2:30, hit, that it means I'm not having much sleep that night.
So you can do it?
Yeah, I'll hop on. At 2:30.
All I know is he's got a 24-hour stream
from a diner.
And I'm on at 2 a.m. You're on at, let's say, 2:30. I'm not going to pretend we're important, but I want to know who the people dayside or even like evening hours.
He said he's got some European contacts, so it'll be he's going to lean into the time zones.
Yeah, like he's clearly not leaning into the time zones.
Well, not for us. But again, like you said,
Eastern time.
We're the bottom of the barrel getting scraped up to fill the time spots,
I'm saying. I want to know what huge names are going to be out there for him doing this. Corner of the end zone. Oh man, almost picked. I can't believe Washington even has a chance to win this thing. Daniel says Glash won't be there. Why not? Glash say no? I'm sure Glash got asked. Freeze Pops loves Glash.
Eamon said he rattled off like 25 names earlier. I'm doing 3 tomorrow with Freeze Pops, so I'm sure we'll dive into this a little bit.
Oh, yeah. Get all them names. 3rd and 4. Dwayne going deep. End zone. Got it. Touchdown, Washington. Sims, my captain. The football team goes ahead.
Beautiful pass. Wide open, though. They let Sims get in between the zone coverage, and he made him pay. And by the way, that solidifies the Washington football team punter as the player of this game. He kept them in it.
He did.
He kept them in it all game.
Listen, he's way too humble to mention it himself, but producer Drew is currently leading the free roll.
Hey.
With 45 ticks left on the clock. Drew, wicked smart. And I don't even mean humble like the Andy Samberg, Lonely Island song. I'm so humble. Watch out! Hit me with another one of those. Oh, those songs. They're so good. Adam Levine. 13-10. Washington leading. 40 seconds left. Tampa with the ball. All 3 timeouts.
All right, so the main slate for the Olympic basketball has locked. And my guy, Mohammed Jamshidi Jarafarabadi, is 19.5%.
Golf clap. Just a golf clap right there.
Yeah, Daniel said I did a pretty good job on that name, so I'm happy. I'm putting that in the bank.
You should. 13-yard addition right there. 1st and 10 on the way from the 34. First timeout used for Tampa. Godwin on that last grab. Let's see if Brady can keep this thing methodically moving. 30 seconds left. Amon says he needed that pronunciation like he needs air to breathe. Brady, pressure coming your way. Ball's tipped. Incomplete.
Hey, the Mets trying to make this game a little closer.
By count, looks like that last name is 17 letters. Is that accurate?
All I know is it makes Antetokounmpo feel like Smith.
2nd and 10 to midfield. Timeout, 49-yard line. 19 ticks left. Fournette his first grab. And folks, OT is potentially in play.
Jordan, it was from the show Deadliest Catch.
Wicked Tuna.
No, sorry. Yes, Wicked Tuna. The show Wicked Tuna.
Folks, smash that like button. Hit that like. Let's get to 200. Hit the subscribe button, Brady. Not much doing there.
That last time out.
Yeah, not much doing there. Just gonna have to go for the end zone now.
Deadliest Catch is definitely another classic dad show, though. Like it's Sunday evening. You turn on the Deadliest Catch. Maybe you fall asleep in the recliner. Classic dad show.
Daniel says not to be confused with Big Tuna from The Office. You see,
Big Tuna.
We've gone full circle right here. Rossi's Fat Cat Tuna. Brady drops back from the 46, 2nd and 5. Final seconds, barring an incompletion. Okay, he'll get another chance. Goodness. Flag. Oh, man.
DPI.
Defensive pass interference. Oh, boy. 26-yard penalty on Kendall Fuller. Line up for the field goal, folks. Overtime is in the horizon.
Is there anything Tom Brady can't do?
We're going to go straight to OT. 13-all. The Tampa Bay Gronketeers and Washington football team in virtual DC. Wow.
6-3 Metropolitans are now trailing. Runners on 1st and 2nd. That was a bad loss today by your Red Sox, Kaufman.
Look, you contrary to popular belief, you can't beat the Yankees every time you play them.
I feel like you should win, though, when you're up 3-0 in the 8th.
Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. I also wasn't watching. A couple of no-hitters in progress right now, according to personality in the chat.
Framber
Valdez through 6 for the Astros, and then for the Angels, Patrick Sandoval through 7.
Wow.
So, folks, you know how this works, I'm assuming, if you're here with us, but touchdown wins the game. Field goal obviously gives the other opportunity and a chance to take a field goal, tie it up, or obviously a touchdown to win it. If we remain tied after each team has had one possession, be it 13-all or 16-all, sudden death. No ties in Simland. Lamarca and I will be back for Madden After Dark in a little less than an hour. This is shortening the break just a little bit. Patriots-Texans on the way. Our leader in the free roll, still producer Drew. Fighting, clawing to hang on. Drew was probably muttering under his breath at those refs, taking a potential win away from him with that DPI call there at the end of regulation. 2nd and 3 coming from the 36. Tampa Bay ball first. Ashley really wants Evans. Big Mike Evans fan right now. Hoping, praying to the sim gods.
I mean, what are the odds on a Brady touchdown on this drive? Like minus 15,000?
There's a completion. His pal Gronk out of bounds to stop the clock. Brady 273. Bonus not far away. Gronk 7
X Factor is lit. He's ready. The only question is who's he throwing the touchdown to?
It's like Tom Brady says, wants everyone to get lubed up, get noisy out there.
Don't say lubed up.
That's what he said.
Well, let him say it.
Those are his words. Brady, another. To the 41, he's up to 292 passing. That into the hands of Evans. 4 for 54. 1st and 10 on the way from the 41. Practically in field goal range. But obviously, he's looking for that touchdown.
That's going to get him real close to the bonus.
Hit the bonus to throw a touchdown to McCoy.
"8 yards away," says Eamon.
1st and 10. It's a handoff. And it was McCoy. 6 for 20. 2nd and 4 coming from the 35. Nobody saw the run coming right there. Brady in the road whites, talking to his teammates in the huddle. All lined up now. Quick release. Godwin, good for a first to the 31. Brady 296. Quick math will tell you he's 4 away.
And Godwin now up to 98 receiving yards.
8 catches. Time irrelevant, but still a construct here in Simland. 13-all.
Time's a flat circle, man.
Brady inside field goal range for his crew. Looking right side. Another completion. Man, he is methodical, isn't he? 2nd and 3 from the 24. I mean, I feel 303. The bonus now for the greatest one, Tom Brady. Even in Simland, as Daniel notes, this is just vintage Brady. Booth review,
they're going to look at that one.
There's no question.
I don't know. That second foot's close.
All right. Well, that's not going to do it for us, but I think he was in.
1,
2.
Yeah, he's in.
Also, Lamarca and I demonstrating our ability to count to 2 in unison. You're welcome.
Well, not to brag, but I have been watching some Sesame Street with my niece recently, so I'm also quite proficient in ABCs.
Check the tape. He's been doing his prep. It's a handoff. Fournette this time. Another first to the 17. 14 for 34. Uncle Leo. 1st and 10 on the way. Does anyone believe it's not going to end here? Brady got some help to the right. Keeps the ball. Looking right side. Finally, an incompletion. 28 out of 32 for the future Hall of Famer.
I'm calling it right now, Koff.
Who is it?
It's going to be Mike Evans.
Godwin.
Back left corner of the end zone.
Godwin. Straight away. Brady, right side.
Ooh.
That ball's completed. Scotty Miller at the 6. 4 for 46. Don't tell Scotty. He could have just won the game. 1st and goal on the way. As Drew notes, this is OJ territory. Brady. It's a pitch. Fournette. Dragon defenders. They're going to say he crossed the plane. Touchdown. Bucks win. Bucks win.
The Bucks win.
Oh, I mean, that's that extra level of excitement, folks, that you just can't pay for. What a sim. What a sim. Tampa Bay in overtime. And unfortunately, that ref took a win away from producer Drew. It's Crooklyn Dodger with a projected 8-point victory. Brady at captain, almost 30 points in that slot. Godwin, Fournette, Sims, Gronkowski, even Ryan Suckup in the projected leading lineup. Drew, I'm not going to read that, but I agree.
Classic.
It's iconic. Classic Joe Pesci, Lethal Weapon 2. If you know, you know. So, award time. Krusty Koff player of the game. I can tell you can make a. I'm telling you because I don't. Do you have any contests in front of you? I know you didn't make a lineup, so you can look at the stats. But I can tell you, Chris Godwin certainly a good candidate at 24 points, 56% of lineups, 11% captained. You can make a case for him. Fournette, obviously, with the winning touchdown. He's in a quarter of lineups, went for 12 points. Sims, with at one point in time, the go-ahead touchdown, 15 points. He's in about a third of lineups. All those guys are pretty good contenders.
I'm going to give it to Godwin.
Makes sense.
I think he had the best game.
Let's see. Let's look at some of the disappointment.
How about McKissick?
Yeah,
it felt like he was
McKissick.
pretty invisible today.
Yeah, only 7.2 points. And he's in 3/4 of lineups, 77.4% owned, 11% the captain. Although, and I'm not saying he's a bad choice, he's a good choice. But how about Mike Evans? Marginally better, 11 points, 5 for 61. 30% captain, though, and 74% overall.
I'm still giving it to McKissick.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Good sim, good time. And here's more good news. We ain't done yet. Madden After Dark is on the way in 45 minutes. You will have the Patriots, the Texans.
One more time.
We're gonna celebrate.
Come and do a sim with me. One more time.
Oh, I love it. I want more. But Ross Tucker and his football podcast are coming up next. Nevertheless, we want to thank our crew who will all be back with us as well for Madden After Dark. Drew, Amon, Daniel, and Bird Bobo. He's Lamarca. I'm Koff. We'll talk to you in a little bit. Ross, your show, pal.
time to eat.
What are you hungry for?
Sit down and get ready to consume an abundance of fantasy football knowledge from Ross Tucker and Joe Dolan.
Feed me now. I'm starving.
On the Fantasy Feast Eatin' Podcast.
Yeah, let's eat, baby. It is the Fantasy Feast Eatin' Podcast presented by DraftKings. I'm Ross Tucker, former NFL offensive lineman, 5 teams, 7 years, bunch of different podcasts. Obviously, we're having a huge week with all the different podcasts as we are now officially 1 week away from pretty much every NFL team having their first on-field practice. Very exciting times here in the football world and the fantasy football world. Certainly check out the other shows, Ross Tucker Podcast, Even Money for Betting, the College Draft Podcast. As this week we broke down the top players in the ACC, the top 10 prospects in the ACC, and of course, Andrew Brandt's Business of Sports Podcast. Really excited, by the way, about today's guest. He was on the show a year ago. Dave Richard from CBS Sports does such an awesome job. Get to Dave momentarily, but I'm not going to wait till the end of today's episode to tell you who the 3 final contestants are for the best ball. We're doing a best ball. We're actually doing 2 best ball drafts and 1 season long. We're presented by DraftKings. That's who we're doing the best ball draft with. The final 3 contestants. Now remember, we're going to do another one in August. So you can start to send in your entries to be part of the August best ball because we're going to start to announce those contestants starting next week. So take advantage of any of our sponsors, send it to me, and we'll go from there. But today's best ball contestants, Jason Pierce, who just went crazy, Patreon, Warby Parker, Keeps. Jason Pierce just wanted it more than everybody else. Kevin Dobes, doing the Warby Parker home try-on, and Jeannie Notch. Jeannie sent me her Fantasy Points subscription, and I said that last because it's a terrific segue to the co-host of this show, the one and only Joe Dolan, who you can and should follow on social media at FG_Dolan because he is a fantasy gangster, and you should go to his website like now, fantasypoints.com, use the code 21feast and win. It's not hard. Now is the time. If you didn't already, fantasypoints.com, 21feast is the code for a discount. And then just start to consume all their content and win. It's that easy. Hello, Joe.
Hi, Ross. What's going on? It's been a good long week since we last chatted. It's good to be with you today. Good to be with Dave. Dave and I are this week. We're both celebrating, Ross. I guess Dave reminded me that he and I share a birthday, and that will be July 24th. Dave, we are 2 of the most famous people to be born on July 24th, just ahead of Jennifer Lopez and Barry Bonds. So it's a good birthday, though. It's a great birthday.
Sure. Joe Mixon. You reminded me of Joe Mixon. Yeah. His birthday is also 7/24. So, it's good. So pleasure to be on with you, young Joe, and a pleasure to be on with you, Ross. Thank you for having me.
Is it fair to say July 24th is the biggest day in fantasy football history? Do you think it's fair, considering you guys, you're 2 of the top 10 analysts on the planet, and you were both born the same day? Do we think it's fair to call July 24th the birth of fantasy football?
Oh, I wish I could take credit for that, Ross.
Yeah.
No.
We got a lot of work to do.
The biggest day in fantasy football will be like 2 weeks or a week before the 2021 season, when all those work leagues are back in action this year. And, like every year the fantasy industry grows, but I think last year a lot of those work leagues, not only was nobody in the office, but I even think people who might have been in the office or were still telecommuting and having meetings with their coworkers, hey, are we going to do that league where we put up $50 and, we have office bragging rights, and, people are in August, you're like, man, look at what we're doing right now. How is the NFL going to have a season? I think a lot of those leagues just kind of lapsed last year. I'm hoping everybody gets back in the saddle this year. I guarantee you the biggest day in the history of fantasy football is going to be some Saturday in late August of 2020. We're like 2021 rather. We're 6-7 weeks away from that. I think Dave knows it too. Like I think like everybody's going to get palpably excited, not to go off on too much of a tangent, when they see preseason football and you're like, oh crap, I know the NFL played last year, but I didn't play fantasy. I'm going to play fantasy this year. Let me get my buddies on the horn. I think it's going to be a big month of August for that.
Well, let's get right into it. Dave, we've been doing this for a month straight. We bring in studs like you, and we ask who you're higher on, who you're lower than on in terms of current ADP, because we want our listeners to win. And we want them, they know the debatable guys, they know the guys that people have opinions on. They can ultimately decide. One of the guys that you're higher on than most that jumped out to me, because I think we've had other guests that felt the same way, but I didn't actually get to him. So I want to make sure I get to him today. Robbie Anderson, Panthers wide receiver. Why are you higher on Robbie? Is it the whole Sam Darnold connection?
That's a small part of it. Honestly, I love the way that he fit into that offense last year and the opportunity that he got. It was completely different than the opportunity that he had when he was with the Jets. Got a ton of targets as the number 2 receiver, and some weeks he was the number 1 receiver in that offense, and DJ Moore was the one that wasn't getting quite as many looks. I think that the Panthers believe that Darnold is an upgrade over Bridgewater. That's good enough for me. I'm not saying he's going to be, like Bridgewater is a tier 5 quarterback and Darnold is a tier 3 quarterback. I'm not saying anything like that. I'm saying that if they think that Sam Darnold is a little bit better, then that should mean better overall numbers and at least better overall efficiency for all the pass catchers here. And don't get me wrong, I love drafting Robbie Anderson where his ADP is, and NFFC, it's 80th overall from June 1st till now. That he can be a consistent stat producer. It was like 3 weeks, 4 weeks where he'd get you 7, 5, 6, the perfect type of number 3 receiver to have on your squad.
So the one point I'll make here, Dave, since we talk about best ball a lot, because A, I'm a DraftKings guy, and B, I'm a best ball guy. Joe, as God is my witness, will tell you, Dave, I am pretty sure I took Robbie Anderson in every best ball. I didn't think he would end up being what he was, but you got to admit, Joe, I was all over Robbie Anderson last year.
Yeah, and Ross, I was not. And here's the reason. And, well, let's be fair to me, and first and foremost, give you all the credit in the world for that call. But I saw somebody who, in his last season with Sam Darnold, had an average depth of target of 14.6 yards. Robbie Anderson was running shallow crosses. His average depth of target with Teddy Bridgewater was 9.7 yards, much more in line with Teddy Bridgewater. But this brings up another debate. Dave brings up the Sam Darnold debate. And I got to tell it, do I think Sam Darnold is more talented than Teddy Bridgewater? Absolutely, 100%. Lock it in. Not even close. Do I know for a fact that the Carolina Panthers could not wait to get rid of Teddy Bridgewater? Yes, 100%. Mr. Short of the Sticks. I mean, they could not wait to get Teddy Bridgewater out of town and bring in somebody with some upside right now. To think, based on their careers so far, that Sam Darnold's a better player than Teddy Bridgewater. And don't love Teddy Bridgewater. I mean, this is why Carolina, to me, is one of the most fascinating talent. But, I mean, he's been a turnover machine since he was at USC. He's been a turnover machine with the Jets. How much is that Tiger going to change its stripes? That being said, is Robbie Anderson's role flipped on its head? We were drafting DJ Moore. Outgoing, by the way, DJ Moore. We're talking like 3-4 rounds ahead of Robbie Anderson. So I've been a little wary on DJ Moore at cost. I got to admit, I don't have a ton of Robbie Anderson right now either, only because I don't know how to answer the Darnold problem. But if you want to put a feather in the cap, it's Joe Brady and how he unlocked Robbie Anderson last year in a way that I had not foreseen. I'm absolutely entertaining the possibility that I have a blind spot for Robbie Anderson right now. And Carolina, with their machinations this offseason, bringing in Darnold, it's making it harder for me to see the forest through the trees.
Let's get somebody else you're higher on, Dave. I think these are interesting. I'm glad you sent me this list. Chase Claypool, I find interesting that you're higher on Chase Claypool than the consensus appears to be. Why, Dave?
I think that he is the type of receiver that the Steelers can scheme up. Whereas Juju will talk about, like, I'm going to line up everywhere, don't worry. I think that he's a volume receiver, plain and simple. I don't think that he's necessarily special, certainly not consistently enough after the catch. Deontay Johnson is more special than Juju, if you ask me. I just wish he would hold on to the football. But deep in the red zone, near the goal line, on screens, on slants, I think that he's a huge mismatch problem for defenses, and he's going into his second year. And in this offense, I know that they're going to Matt Canada, and they're going to say they're going to run a lot more, and there's going to be a ton of pre-snap motion so that Roethlisberger. I don't know how you have that line rated, Ross, but it's got to be in the bottom 5, if not the bottom 1. It's really it's an eyesore. I think Claypool can overcome and be a good intermediate area target for Roethlisberger to hit. I think he can make plays after the catch, and I love his size in the red zone. So I think he can actually take a small step forward in terms of yardage, in terms of catch rate, and be a better receiver in his second year, and hopefully come close to the total amount of touchdowns that he had in 2020.
Joe?
Ross, one of the reasons I haven't had a lot of Robbie Anderson this year is because I have a lot of Chase Claypool. Looking at NFFC and Best Ball 10's data, he and Juju Smith-Schuster are basically interchangeable in terms of ADP. I'm looking right now at Juju as wide receiver 29 over the last 3 weeks and Claypool as wide receiver 30. That could change if you just change the parameters, and that number could change, you know? So sometimes they're going before each other, after each other. But when I'm drafting best ball, and again, that's what I've been doing so far this year, so everything's kind of filtered through that lens. Claypool is the kind of guy I target for best ball. We saw the spike games. We saw how much better Pittsburgh was when Chase Claypool was on the field. And now, if I remember, I'm going to look up the game last year. And it was the game the Steelers were, and I was saying to myself, wait a minute, do the Steelers remember that Chase Claypool exists? I think it was a game, it might have been against I don't know if they were getting blown out, but it was against like the Chase Claypool at all. And then they brought him out in the second half and he started making plays. And that's when I was like, all right, this guy is something different. He gives them something a little bit more in the offense. Now, the big question people are going to have and say, well, I'm out on Claypool because Ben Roethlisberger's arm. And I don't know if I can argue against that. But right now, I've seen him be somebody who has been the cheapest of Pittsburgh's 3 receivers. And I'm going to be willing to invest in those spike games. So the reason I don't have a lot of Robbie Anderson at this stage is because I do have a lot of Chase Claypool, Ross. That's just a player where, from this perspective, I'm going to continue to have a lot of Chase Claypool because he is very affordable.
Do you guys know what these are right here that I'm showing on the screen?
I don't know the brand.
They're Ross. Wait a minute. Are those Crocs?
They are Crocs, but I wear these like out at night. These are people don't wear inner fortune teller because your prediction. Lightweight clogs have them. Sandals have them. Slides have them. You can personalize them with jib. This is how it ties in. The Crocs Hoop Draft Prediction Challenge. So the NBA draft, like all my worlds coming together. You know, picking like sort of betting on a draft, Crocs, DraftKings, this is amazing. Make all the right picks and a slice of 10 G's could be yours. Just enter the game page on draft day and see just how well your pick predictions hold up to the real ones. At the end of the draft, winners will be paid Thursday, July 29th to make your basketball draft predictions. We hope your future is full of comfort and possibly full of money. Learn more at DraftKings.com/Crocs. Eligibility restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com for details. All right, Dave, let's get to some guys that you are lower on than others. And in fact, this is interesting. You're higher on Michael Carter, North Carolina running back with the Jets. Mm-hmm. You're lower on Javonte Williams, North Carolina running back, not with the Jets. Explain yourself.
I just think that taking Javonte Williams in round 5 is a bit of a stretch. And multiple times this offseason, they want to move toward a multi-back approach. So even when they realize that Melvin Gordon is old as dirt and doesn't move like he used to and isn't as consistent as he used to, Williams might be the primary back there, but they also added Mike Boone. Boone knows the offense in Denver. I think the offensive line will be okay, but I'm think he's fine in round 6 if you're willing to just better pass blocker compared to Melvin Gordon with somebody. So, and I don't think I can do that with Javonte Williams. So I'm going to let other people take him. I love the talent. Don't get me wrong. I'm going to let other people take him, but I'm not going to get him when it costs me a late round 5 pick.
Joe?
I'm looking at ADP right now, and here are the players going around Javonte Williams. Deontay Johnson, Cooper Kupp, Javonte Williams. This is 50, 51, 52 NFFC. Adam Thielen, 53. Tyler Lockett, 54. Kyle Pitts, 50. Kyle Pitts is an entirely other argument. But right. if I'm looking at Deontay Johnson, Cooper Kupp, and Adam Thielen, straight up, I mean, I want all those guys 10 times out of 10 over Javonte Williams on my fantasy team. That being said, the one thing that I have catches the football. They trust Javonte Williams is more of a 2022 guy. But I will say this, just keep this in mind because we saw what happened at the end of last season. Jonathan Taylor, Cam Akers, these guys down the stretch were legitimate league winners after getting off to slow starts as rookies. And, you know, I think you can attribute the slow start to the offseason and all that stuff, the COVID and all that. You know, does Javonte Williams and some of these rookies be able to come in and step in right away? Another question. But just keep in mind that fantasy players, especially young guys, and I don't want to overestimate that, but I don't want to say it's max. And imagine your Super Bowl is pushed back 1 week. You know, that's one more week to ramp up and get you into the postseason. From Dave's perspective, if I'm drafting somebody in 1, which isn't out of the question, he's not going to be somebody I'm comfortable putting in my lineup in week 1. And I totally agree with that. I'm taking Deontay, I'm taking Kupp, I'm taking Thielen, those guys that I had listed beforehand. But in best ball formats, and I'm saying this as somebody who doesn't have much Javonte Williams at all, but in best ball formats, just keep in mind that when those roster decisions are being made for you based on the output of the week, I think Javonte Williams, somebody like his best ball format.
The other thing I can point, in a redraft league, let somebody take him in round 5. By week 3, they'll be kicking themselves for it. Trade for him. Because I agree with you, Joe. I think that Williams will have his time, and it'll be the impatient fantasy. Be more patient with him when you trade for him. There were people in the leagues that I was in last year, they straight up dropped Cam Akers. They were cutting Jonathan Taylor. I picked those guys up in a couple of leagues last season, and I made the playoffs, and I made a pretty good run every single time. So you want to go ahead. I don't think they're going to cut Javonte Williams, but you can trade for him before they do, and it'll cost you a lot less than a 5th-round pick.
That's a really good point, Dave, about Jonathan Taylor and Cam Akers last year. Really good point. Another running back that you're decent amount lower on than other people are, Josh Jacobs. Is this primarily O-line driven, or is there more to it than that?
Compared to who they had. And they added Kenyon Drake, and they gave Drake a lot of cash, and then they talked up Drake's ability to be a good pass catcher when he really wasn't that prolific of a pass catcher when he was with the Cardinals. He was with Miami. I think that Drake is a bet for the Raiders against Jacobs because they're worried about Jacobs not being able to stay healthy. And I'll give you one other nugget that I noticed. Last season in short yardage downs, so downs of 3 yards or closer, Jacobs was 5 of 16. That's at the goal line. He only scored 5. He only converted 5 of those. It was 8 of 19 for Kenyon Drake. Noticeably better. He was better in short yardage. Maybe some of that had to do with Kyle Murray being there and opening up some lanes for Drake. But I think something also has to be said for the physicality of the position. And if Jacobs isn't catching a lot of passes, and he's averaged around like 2 targets over the course of his career per game, and if he's not getting all the goal line work, I'm not saying missing it all. If he's not getting some, so I see the draft capital it'll take to get Jacobs value opportunities because of Kenyon Drake. As silly.
You and I have talked about this on the program. And as somebody who loved Josh Jacobs, and I love him coming out of the, does this really haven't used him in that that I am doing my search correctly, because this is something that is so unbelievable that you have to actually see it on a stat page to believe it. In Josh Jacobs' NFL career, he has one target on third down. One in his career. And I just did the search. That's why I was kind of delaying there, because I was doing the search again on stathead.com to make sure that I had it right. He has one target on third down in his career. So Josh Jacobs has zero receiving yards on third down in his career.
Why would you take
mind-blowing to me.
Why would you take a running back?
And I mean, there has to be something they don't like about Jacobs in that role. There has to be something they don't like. They signed Drake to do it. Jalen Richard and Devontae Booker are scrubs. They're getting that role. There's something they don't like. I mean, I don't know what it is. Jacobs is still a 4th-round pick. It's not the worst pick in the world, but, we talked last week with Jason Moore about somebody like Chase. I'd rather have Chase Edmonds, and I know people are down on him now. I'd rather have him in the 6th round than Jacobs in the 4th. I've taken a lot of Kenyon Drake in best ball. Not that I feel great.
Come out recently and talk junk on Kingsbury, who got him paid not once but twice, got him the transition tag, and then helped him get the Raiders. And he's complaining about Kingsbury, and I'm not a Kingsbury guy, but it's like Kenyon Drake. What are we talking about here, bro?
Yeah, I mean, his receiving role last year in Arizona was weird. I don't think any of us, because he was so good in that role in 2019 after they traded for him. I don't really get that. I don't know but the Jacobs thing just blows my mind, Ross. It just utterly blows my mind.
And the cherry on top, the cherry on top, let's just say that you get him in round 5. Week 1, he's against the Ravens. Week 2, he's against the Steelers. Good luck at the beginning of the year with Josh Jacobs at running back for your fantasy team.
I will say this, though, looking at Josh Jacobs' numbers, Dave, just looking at his overall production, he has a lot more production than I thought. The way based on the way we talk about Jacobs, and I think it's because of spike games, but he's got 2,200 rushing yards and 19 rushing touchdowns in his career. For 2 seasons, that's pretty damn good. It's just the role has been so inconsistent that I think he's driven us nuts.
Check him out on social media at Dave Richard. He even has his email address there, so you can tell him how much you love the Miami and Dallas Cowboys helmets he has on in his background. For those of you that check us out at youtube.com/Ross Tucker NFL, he's a stud over at CBSSports.com. Dave, thank you so much as always, man. That was awesome.
Happy to talk fantasy with you guys anytime.
Back-to-back awesome episodes. Next week, we will have a legend on the show, and NFL training camps are here. We'll be getting real injury information, well, kind of, but we'll also be getting real reports starting next week. And we'll start to get new entrants for the August best ball draft. So hit us up. We love it. We need it. Ross at RossTucker.com. After you do the Crocs thing at DraftKings or whatever you do, send it to me, and you'll have a great chance to go against Joe and I in the August DraftKings best ball draft. And, of course, get your subscription, fantasypoints.com. Use the code 21Feast. I'm stuffed. We're done.
Thanks for listening to the Fantasy Feast podcast. Make sure to also subscribe to the Ross Tucker Football Podcast, Even Money, Business of Sports, and the College Draft. All available at Apple Podcasts, RossTucker.com, or wherever podcasts can be found.
A lot of times on the show, I mentioned DraftKings. Here's what you need to know. You got to be 21 or older, New Jersey, Indiana, or Pennsylvania only. New customers only. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER, or in Indiana, 1-800-9 with it. By the way, if what I was talking about included a deposit bonus, doesn't always, sometimes it does. Deposit bonus requires 25 times playthrough, and deposit bonuses are paid out in site credit.
It is Madden After Dark. We've arrived. You're here. We're here. We all get to spend time together, and it's the same crew that just left you after that thrilling, yeah, I said thrilling, overtime Tampa Bay win. Matt Lamarca, Adam Kaufman, and my beloved Patriots are on the way, folks, against the Super Bowl runners-up, the Houston Texans. How are you, man?
Good. Made a contest for, or a lineup for this one.
Great.
And yeah, let's get this thing on. Let's get the show on the road, you know?
Well, lineups are locking in seconds. So tell me, what have you got?
Oh, seconds. I played Deshaun at captain.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I assume that's going to be popular today. And sneak peek. So did I. We'll look at the ownership percentages in a second here. But what's the rest of the build look like?
Slam Newton.
Okay.
Sonny Michel.
Sure.
Duke Johnson, not to be confused with David Johnson.
Nope.
Randall Cobb and Kaimi Fairbairn.
Oh, nice little Fairbairn part of your lineup today. I like that. Here's what I did. I don't expect good things out of my lineup, to be honest with you. So Deshaun Watson, he's the chalk. Like Mike Evans was the chalk last time around, Deshaun is that much more the chalk. 36% at the captain spot among the 117 entries for the Madden After Dark. The first Brady, now the Pats. What? Free roll. 87% owned overall. Nice throwbacks on the Pats coming our way. Weird pants choice, Daniel. Weird pants choice, but I like the jerseys. I'm not sure I've ever seen those pants before. He says, oh, I thought the blues would match. Dang. No, those are different. That's a different look right there. That would never happen. Brandon Cooks, the former Patriot, little revenge narrative, part of my build. Julian Edelman, the future Hall of Famer. Bizarre. 27% ownership. What's wrong with all of you? Fells, got to have the former basketball player. Randall Cobb is my punt play at $3,600, 16% owned. And James White, Jimmy, too cheap to pass up. 33% owned, 3K, practically a min guy. That's how I look at him. Practically a min guy for, his contributions to the sim. You will notice I do not have Slam Newton. What is uncommon for me, Lamarca, is I left 1,200 bones on the table. I know that's not a weird thing in a showdown, but I do not typically do it, and I did it today.
Going with, basically two punt plays with Randall Cobb and James White, and you still didn't get up for Cam Newton. Some would say bold strategy. I would probably say mistake.
Okay. All right. C. Taylor says, very predictable, Glash. Lame. He's not even here. Don't you dare confuse the two of us, C. Taylor. Tell you who is here, though. We got producer Amon running the wheels of steel, along with producer Drew, basically just making sure everything goes right. Daniel, our technical director, and Bert Bobo in ops. And as we always say, if something does go wrong, blame Samir. C. Taylor says, I'm glad I changed my lineup for the trash he just announced. Makes me feel better. Again. You know what? Fine, C. Taylor. I want you to associate that build with Glash. I'm good with that. You're right. Glash, crappy build, pal. James White, speak of the devil, 2-yard rush. What is this, Daniel? Honestly, this is like
for ants. The building needs to be at least 3 times bigger than this.
This is this is wild. I mean, you got like these are like the 90s throwback tops. I don't know what's going on with the helmet. The pants are like the Color Rush Thursday pants. This is something. This is Picasso on the football field. Jordan says, you overcame your OCD, Koff. Congrats. Deltfish in Twitch. Hey, Kaufman, don't you live in Mass? How are you doing Olympic basketball? Saw you send invites and I'm not able to. DK says Mass residents aren't allowed. Deltfish. Yeah, we learned this the hard way during the previous sim. So here's what happened. I created a half dozen contests. like an idiot. There are 6 contests available for you in the DK SimFan Friends League lobby. I'm not in any of them because you're right. I'm in Mass and I can't join them. Somehow I was able to create them though. So lineups locked for that in 10 hours, 8 a.m. I do encourage all of you to band together to fill at least one, not all 6, that's unlikely, but fill at least one, and let's try and run one of these suckers. Let's take a look at where things stand. 3rd and 5 from the 40 on the way. Pat's ball, virtual Houston, NRG Stadium. Taking a look at the DK SimFan Friends League, where we have 2,400 members strong. Not bad, folks.
Pretty good.
Yeah. 9 out of 40 looks like our best one right now. It's not good, by the way. It's about 25.
That might be your best one. Mine's got
that's my best. Yes, yours is 15 out of 4. On it, forget. You know what? You're right. Forget all of mine. Just join Lamarca's. Make it easy. Lamarca made one as well when it looked like I couldn't make one, and then I did. And I don't even know somehow. But I'm not in it. I can't be in any of them because I'm in Mass. Olympic restrictions. However, Lamarca, being in New York, he made one. He's in one. 15 out of 40. Joined it. It's called USA versus France Basketball Showdown because, not a creative bone in his body. But USA versus France Basketball Showdown by M. Lamarca. It's right there. Join it. 15 out of 40. Hey.
Sometimes simplicity is appreciated.
Yeah, I've heard Moose on The Sims. Right? No? Go over your head? You weren't paying attention?
I got it.
You double dipping again? Get off the DK desk. We got a sim going on.
Right now, I'm actually double dipping. I'm in the box score for Iran versus the Czech Republic.
Drew says I laughed. Well, thank you, Drew. At least I got something.
Drew, don't do that. Don't
you do that.
Don't feel like you have to stroke this guy's ego. It wasn't that funny. Dorothy Mantooth is a saint, and so is Geoff Ulrich.
C. Taylor says, I get Kaufman and Glash mixed up. I'm so sorry, Kaufman. It's okay, C. Taylor. I forgive you. Jake says, Glash has caterpillars for eyebrows, and cough always coughs. LOL. I do have something of a lingering cough issue. That's true. I didn't notice. Does Glash have caterpillar eyebrows? I never noticed that.
Somebody's always making fun of his ears. I don't think anything.
Little ears? What's the?
No, for being big.
Oh, he's got big ears.
Not in my opinion, but
I didn't. Yeah, I don't. I've never looked at Glash and thought his. Amon says, I can't even say his name right now because I'm so used to going Amon. Amon says they stick out a little. 1st and 10. Cam, no. Sack lunch. JJ Watt picks it up. Back to the 30. 2nd and 19.
Crab cakes in football. That's what Maryland does.
There are so many laugh out loud parts in that movie, and that is absolutely one of them. The question is, how old's that movie? That movie's got to be 15 years old, right? What year do you think that movie
I would say
came
about
out?
15. That's my guess.
Because Old School is rapidly approaching 20.
Yeah, I'm going to guess 2000 and, well, we now know the answer. 2005. I was going to guess 06.
Yeah, I might have guessed 06 too, right on the 15 nose. But yeah, 16 years old, that movie. And while I haven't watched it in a few years, I'd be shocked if it doesn't hold. That movie's got to hold up.
Hot route.
You kidding me? I was all state. I'll make it rain out here.
Can you just go stand on the other side of the field, please?
Hot route. I don't know what that means. Owen Wilson, terrific in Loki, by the way.
I got to finish it.
Yeah, you do. And then you got to watch the Disney Plus assembled making of Loki, because that's pretty good too. I'm about halfway through it. I don't know if you get into those behind the scenes things. We're nearing the end of the first. Be nice if Houston got the ball. Hey, we're about to see it. 3-0 New England. Nick Folk field goal. Vince Vaughn is just terrific. Especially, no disrespect to like dramatic Vince Vaughn, because he's very good at that. But comedy Vince Vaughn, I adore comedy Vince Vaughn.
I watched a movie on Netflix the other day where it was like, John Travolta was the divorced dad, and Vince Vaughn was the new dad.
Yeah, domestic disturbance, right?
And Vince Vaughn is like this creepy guy, and I was like, you know what? I'm kind of feeling this for Vince Vaughn.
He plays it well.
The movie wasn't good, but
no, but he plays the role.
Yeah.
Jake, hey Ma, the meatloaf, Ma. I never know what she's doing back there.
You know what? I will have some of that meatloaf.
Sitting around reading Don't Kill Myself books. What a movie. Vince Vaughn in True Detective, notes Bobo. Absolutely. He's very good in that. Although
I can't say I watched...
The season stunk, but he was very good.
I only watched the first season, and even then I was like, man, people like this show? Like, it was so out there with the, you know, the Rust Cole character, whatever Matthew McConaughey was doing there. I was like, man, this is.
It was really good. That's really good television. The first season of True Detective. It is. Him and Woody, man, they go well together. Final 30+ seconds of this opening quarter, almost picked by Stephon Gilmore, who is in the process of trying to get himself a new contract. First pass there, incomplete by Deshaun Watson. Eamon says the scenes with Todd were beyond classic. The painting was a gift card. I'm taking it with me. Classic. David says Vince Vaughn is incredible in the horror comedy Freaky. So I remember seeing the trailer for it. I never actually saw the movie. Is it streaming anywhere? It's another one of those body switch movies.
Right. He switches with like a high school girl, I want to say. Something like that.
Oh, it looks like it's on HBO Max. Well, I know what I might be doing later.
I have access to HBO Max because I am an HBO subscriber.
Because you want to watch Space Jam 2?
For the life of me, I cannot get my account to activate.
Yeah,
I need to link.
Right there.
It's a nightmare. And I'm pretty tech savvy, but like I need to link with my DirecTV, so then it brings me to the DirecTV login. But then the DirecTV login brings me to the AT&T login because I also have AT&T as my mobile provider. And for some reason they have different logins, and I put in the AT&T login, and then it says it's a nightmare, and I've tried to fix it and I don't know how. So I'm just missing out on all sorts of quality HBO Max television.
There's a lot going on there.
It's a lot. Drew's with me. He says it's impossible. Thank you, Drew. That makes me feel better about myself.
Yeah, I mean, Eamon says I have a popsicle headache just thinking about it. How are you going to rectify this issue?
I'm probably just never going to use HBO Max.
I will never see HBO Max.
You know, like I wanted to watch the Friends reunion and I just couldn't figure it out.
It's very good.
I'm sure it is.
I mean, I don't know if it needed to be 2 hours, but it was very good. 3-0 New England. 1 quarter in the books. We'll look at some of the numbers for you. Lamarca, Goff, Amon, Drew, and
Jolene.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Begging for you, please bring back my stream.
Okay, I think we're on air.
Oh, wonderful.
All right, well, it's possible we're on. We may not be on. And Robert says, Ralph wrecked the internet again. Reboot. No, there's no rebooting. Game's good. Game's fine. Sony on the ground, by the way, 1 for 20. 3 for 8. You got David Johnson. David, right? Which one's got the junior? I always mix it up. Always. Duke
I think
or
it's
David?
Duke Johnson Jr.
Okay, so David's 1 for 20. Duke is 1 for 7. And we will quickly check on the pass catching numbers for you as well.
All right, we're back.
In this Madden After Dark action.
Missed all you guys.
Yeah. If you couldn't hear us, apologies. If you can, apologies. And we'll be back for quarter number 2 in just a second. Edelman, 3 for 26. He's your leading receiver. All right, let's get back to the sim. Let's go back to the sim. Now, where we froze, where you irritated the timekeepers, where you bothered the TVA, is you had the nerve, the audacity to call out.
Some would say the courage.
The courage, possibly. Lamarca, for anyone that missed it, you may have. I think it's about the time we froze. Lamarca said he was already tired of the way that I was saying producer Eamon's name. Now, Eamon, Drew, Daniel, since earlier anyway, you in the chat, you guys really haven't weighed in. So if you don't like it, I'll stop. I'll stop. I will. But I kind of like it. Eamon did say he's kind of into it. Field goal. That's your guy, Fairbairn. 3-3.
Kaimi.
C. Taylor says, good to see you guys. I was so scared. You know, you start talking about a horror movie like Freaky, and all of a sudden, yeah, everything goes down the drain.
Imagine just being frozen.
Like the movie? Would you break out into song?
All I would say is I would take way more advantage of my powers than that chick did. She hid for years. I would have taken over the world. I would have given him a reason to fear me.
Gary. No. Eamon says, please no Frozen.
Did they make a second one of those?
Sure did.
All right, I haven't seen it. I thought Frozen 1 was a solid flick.
Yeah, the first one.
I'm sure if you have kids and it's like, you know, and you're watching it on a daily basis, then it gets rough. But I've seen it, you know, 2 or 3 times, and I find it to be an enjoyable Disney film.
My kids, not into it. Not into Frozen. Either of them. I don't even think they even saw the second one. First one, they didn't really care for it.
Well, they're probably at that age when it's like, oh, we gotta like boy stuff, you know?
No, I mean, you got the first Frozen's at least 3 years old, right?
At least. I'm probably say 5 years old.
Yeah, so, I mean, when my kids saw it, they were little. They were, I mean, if anything, they were maybe they were like even too young for it. Fumble.
Scooped.
What?
Eamon says Koff's kids have sensational taste. That would be very tough coming from Adam Kaufman.
I know, but you know what? I'll tell you what, the apple sometimes falls far from the tree.
True.
They didn't like Space Jam 2. These kids have heads on their shoulders.
Jordan says you should say amen, like, hey, man. Like,
hey, man.
Like the mullet guy in Office Space.
Yeah, he says, don't say it that way all the time. Just mix it up. Hey, man.
Does anybody ever at your job say it sounds like somebody has a case of the Mondays? No, man. I believe that would get your butt whooped.
Jared says the first Frozen's 8 years old.
8?
That's astonishing. That means 2 of my kids weren't born, and the first was 1. Not even quite 1. They've definitely seen it more recently than that, but
yeah, wow. Frozen is a 2013 film.
That's wild.
Unbelievable.
Tied to Raider says, I'm probably the only parent and uncle who hasn't seen Frozen. My wife, not so lucky. So you obviously, given your HBO Max situation, have not seen Space Jam 2, so you can't weigh in on that.
I don't think I would watch that anyway.
Just like curiosity, just that wouldn't be enough for you.
I would have to be really bored.
Jake says they still on.
Think
Good
about
Burger. My kids are still watching Good Burger.
Think
They've
about
seen it like
all,
6 times in the last 4 days.
All the programming that is available to you at any second of any day now.
And you're going to dedicate
literally endless
2 hours of your time to Space Jam.
So to voluntarily pick something that you know is going to be terrible, I don't know why you would do it.
Do you believe this Vince Vaughn movie Freaky has an 84 on Rotten Tomatoes? I mean, it looked pretty good in the trailer, but I did not know that it was actually critically acclaimed.
Yeah, that feels like a hard type of movie to get critical acclaim for.
Yeah, can we hear from the people in the chat who have seen it? I want the thoughts on Freaky. I know the one person who brought it up before said it was good, but I want to hear from more people. Nice big pickup. Deshaun 55 in the air. Out to the 20. My guy cooks. Revenge narrative. Jordan. Goff kind of looks like Diedrich Bader, but when he was in Jay and Silent Bob, Strike Back. No offense. You mean the Drew Carey years? That's basically what he looked like. Pretty sure it's what
I don't even remember. Oh, he was the security guard. Gotcha.
Yeah, he's he's your guy in Office Space that you were quoting before.
No, I know, but I didn't remember him being in Jay and Silent Bob.
Oh, okay. Bizzle says he enjoyed it, by the way.
Okay.
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 All
right. Looks like we're back to just me and you on camera. The game is still running.
Good news, folks. This is what we look like when we're talking and watching the sim.
Deshaun Watson completes a pass inside the 10.
To the 9.
We're
So now
going
we
to
have
try to
go, like,
pause
we're going to
this.
pause. As tempting as it would be to go into like an actual radio call, we would have to do real, genuine play-by-play if you were looking at us the whole time.
We're back. We're back.
Deshaun Watson lines up at the 9. Man
2
behind
receivers
him in the
flanked out to the
backfield.
right.
Watson spins left side, incomplete. Overthrew his intended receiver out of bounds. 2nd and goal coming from the 9. 3:16 to go second quarter. 3-3 game. Time and score. You always want to hit time and score, Lamarca. That's a big one.
As often as possible?
Often as possible. Not after like every play, but like you're supposed to do time and score on the radio like every minute. Touchdown. Will Fuller. Chop. Man came at it with the axe. We do apologize for technical difficulties here tonight, though. Derek says the closest I've come to seeing Frozen is watching Deadpool and Ryan Reynolds talking about it. Oh, God, I love those Deadpool movies. Now I feel like watching that tonight.
I haven't seen any of them.
Alana says, I'm not even supposed to be here today. Solid Clerks reference. Dante. Who's got Fuller? Celebrate, folks. Put your hands in the air, wave them around like you just don't care. DW nasty. 7 is in front by about 5 points.
Great name.
Gets me every
Czech
time.
Republic leading Iran by 16 here in the 4th quarter. Doesn't look like anyone in these games is having like a big fantasy day.
Can I just
But
say,
my guy,
give it
Mo.
to us again. Give it to us again.
I have to have it in front of me.
Do it.
So
do it.
Okay, here it is.
Do it.
Muhammad.
Jamshidi
Jafarabadi.
Oh, put the hammer down. Flip it and reverse it. Oh, it's I mean putting on a pronunciation clinic. Oh
He
man,
does have 9 points. So
I want you to, Daniel says getting better every time. I want you
Thank
to
you,
know
Dan.
when you say that name, I immediately picture someone like either like a mic drop or that gif of the dude in the glasses with everyone going crazy behind him. The hype video the hype gif that everybody.
I love that video.
Yeah, like I picture you saying that name and then everyone behind you just going crazy. Give it to us one more time.
I feel like we need Kevin Harlan to call it. Oh, Jamshidi Jarafara body. Oh, regard from human light.
No, he didn't. Unbelievable.
Bang.
Oh, hey, man. Robert says actual commentary? Earning your money, guys. That's worth the sandwich. 1st and 10 from the 42 as we approach the 2-minute warning. Edelman! Catch to the 46. Cam is 11 out of 12. We hit that 2-minute warning. 2nd and 5 on the way. Any questions regarding scoring? Not to worry. Manual scoring, it'll all be taken care of. Bert, Bobo, and Ops is on it. Cam, 69 passing. Nice. 2nd and 5 on the way.
Chris Lau says that last name should be the buzzword.
You know what? I'm not a buzzword guy. But that's the best idea I've ever heard.
I think only Glash is the buzzword guy.
Well, others participate, though. Do you participate when you're on Command After Dark?
We've had some fun ones. One time it was Cobblepot.
Oh, yes. I remember listening to the Cobblepot one.
One time it was just expired. Expired, like that commercial.
Julian Edelman's career is expired, but in Simland, he's 6 for 53 tonight.
What are some of the other good ones we've had? Nah, those are the only two that really jump off the page to me.
Alana says, watch Spider-Man Homecoming. Kept wondering when Michael Keaton would become Batman. Amen. Not to be confused with Amen. Michael Keaton is just, not too many people. It's a small list. You can count on probably one hand.
Guys.
Get to be in multiple superhero franchises.
Guys, look out. Mo Jam is getting hot.
Oh, tell me more.
He's up to 14 points, which, if I'm not mistaken, is the most by any player on either team. Mo Jam!
Robert says Glash is the buzzword, always. Damon says expired. Timeout. 10-3, Texans in front. Jared says, or Birdman. That's true. That's another one. Jake says, go Mo Jam. Daniel notes he will become Batman next year in the Flash movie. Eagerly looking forward to that.
Michael Keaton, like the 80-year-old actor?
He is not. And yes, they're doing a
Wasn't he Batman like 40 years ago?
No, it was not 40 years ago. It was 32, probably.
32 years. Okay, sorry. 30 years ago. Why the callback?
Ben Affleck will be in there as well. There are multiple Batmen. It's a multiverse situation.
God, do these guys have any original ideas? It's like, oh, if it's working for Marvel, why don't we try it?
Pretty much, yeah. Mm-hmm. 2nd and 4, that is completed. New England has one timeout remaining. Edelman again, 1st and goal from the 9 on the way. Cam up to 119 passing. I want you to ponder this for a moment. Super Bowl baby, with a baseball question for you. And you and Steve Buchanan do occasionally do the slate baseball. Do you think the Tampa Bay Rays acquiring Nelson Cruz will give them an advantage over the Red Sox to win the AL East? Wait.
I talked.
Okay, incomplete pass. Go ahead.
I did talk about this exact subject with one Steve Buchanan, and I said that given the current odds, I would be taking the Rays to win the division. I just think eventually the Red Sox pitching can't be this good all season.
How dare you? They're getting Chris Sale back. Tanner Houck is there now. You bite your tongue. Trade deadline is coming.
Oh, well, if Tanner Houck is there now, I didn't take that into account. So
look at his line last night or the night before.
I know he was good.
Disrespect him again. I dare you.
They've gotten their pitching numbers are all way above their expected pitching numbers. That's all I'm saying.
Unless your name is Garrett Richards.
then you're pretty much right about where you're supposed to be.
3rd and goal from the 9. It's because he can't use the sticky stuff anymore. Cam, right side. That is completed, out of play. Edelman to stop the clock. 4th and goal.
Jake Williams says, "You shut your mouth when you talk to me."
Why'd that say Aussie? That was Edelman, wasn't it? Let's get the replay. Oh, no, it was Aussie. How in the world did 86 look like 11 to me right there? I'm going to need some specs like yours.
Oof. Sadaransky.
Like the ones Rossi got.
Sadaransky with the 2 for 13 shooting performance today so far. He does have 7 assists and 5 steals.
Field goal for Folks good.
8 rebounds. So he's working on a triple-double, but he could have had a huge game if he had made some shots.
C. Taylor says, "Who's Mojam, please?"
It's my colloquial nickname for my good friend Mohammed Jamshidi Jafar Abadi.
Oh!
AKA an Iranian basketball player stud who was priced near the minimum for this first contest.
I mean, true or false? You spent the whole between sim period practicing that in front of a mirror.
False.
Alana says just a matter of time until the Madden Sim universe is rebooted. John Cena calls the games and consistently botches buy stream trash. We haven't done a buy stream trash in a while. Too long, some might say. Not long enough, others might say. But it's been a while since we've done some buy stream trash. Final seconds of the opening half. Drew says, "Feels like we need a Vince Vaughn buy stream trash." Well, Drew, since you're just, you've handed the keys over to Amon, please feel free to submit anything you'd like. We will look at some of the numbers, dig in deep. Thanks all for being with us. Let's get to 200 likes, huh? We're just a few away. Smash that like, hit the subscribe button. Appreciate you. If you're watching on Twitch, twitch.tv/DraftKings, give us a follow. And if you're over in the Game Center, DK Nation, DK Playbook, get over here to YouTube or Twitch. Get in the chat. Interact with us. We miss you. 10-7 Houston. Last Madden simulated season we had, they were the AFC champs. New 121. Passing. Watson, 73. Touchdown. 6 for 44 for David Johnson. Your guy, Sony Michel, 5 for 11. Mine, James White.
That's my guy. I don't want that to be my guy.
He's your guy. It's in your lineup. Edelman, again, being Canton in a matter of time, 8 for 67. Touchdown for Fuller, who's 1 for 9. 4 for 20 for White. Cooks 1 for 39. I am 19. Tankerator is in front right now by about 1 point. DW Nasty has dropped into second.
Great name. The way you said it and everything, it's good.
Robert wants a Keaton buy stream trash too. Drew has offered us. Drew takes these very seriously.
Good.
And yeah, as he should. And he gives us 2 Vince Vaughn buy stream trashes. And I think we should indulge and do them both. I think we should do them both.
I've seen all 6 of these movies, so.
You know what? Me too. And these are, man, he nailed this. He put these, he just grouped them perfectly.
Yeah.
He really did. Here's the first one. And Eamon might be sitting there going, what is buy stream trash and how does this work? So in the event that Eamon, if you don't know, Drew says, this ain't
And
my
if you
first
don't
ice cream
know, now you know.
Yeah, Eamon says, yeah, no clue. So here's how it works, people. Buy stream trash. You it's like a game of a different kind that we can't name around here. You're buying the movie that you would watch over and over and over again. It's your favorite of the group. You are streaming a movie you can watch, but you can watch it but once. Just one time. And trash, it's like it never even existed. You throw it out of the lexicon, the pantheon of knowledge in cinema. Okay? That's how this works. Buy stream trash. Here we go. Wedding Crashers, Dodgeball, Swingers. All right? For the people. Wedding Crashers, Dodgeball, Swingers. Where are you going with this one, Lamarca? And the people, of course. Let's hear you in the chat.
Well, the trash is the easy part for me here. I'm trashing Swingers.
Mm-hmm.
It's it's like, I think that the cultural significance of that movie is more important than the movie itself.
I've always argued that Made is a better movie than Swingers.
It's not great. The scene when they're playing blackjack is good.
Mm-hmm.
That's really all it's got going for it. So that's an easy trash for me. The Wedding Crashers versus Dodgeball is tough, but I'm going to give the edge to Dodgeball. I'm going to buy that.
Okay.
Surely because I have probably rewatched that movie about 10, 15 times, easy. Like, it's one of those movies that's always on TV, and I always put it on, and it always makes me laugh.
Mm-hmm.
The scene when Patches O'Houlihan starts chucking wrenches at him.
You could dodge a wrench. You could dodge a
Will
ball.
kill me forever. Forever. So I'm going to buy that, and that means I will stream Wedding Crashers.
Rossi's Fat Cat is is offering us a different buy stream trash. We might have to get to that as well. Some of the people in the chat. Jared's buying Crashers, streaming Dodgeball, Trash and Swingers, said he never saw it. Buy stream trashing in the order presented, which of course was Wedding Crashers, Dodgeball, Swingers. Daniel buying Dodgeball, streaming Wedding Crashers, Trashing Swingers, same as you. A lot of people weighing in the chat. Love to see it. Here's what I'm going to do.
Two more assists from Mo Jam, by the way.
What's that?
From my man. I have to, they abbreviate the name on the
Oh, you don't memorized it at this point.
It's 17 letters. I can't memorize it. Not that talented. It's Mo Jam.
All right. While you look it up, I'm going to trash Swingers. I'm going to buy Wedding Crashers, and I'm going to stream Dodgeball. And here's the only reason why. You start Dodgeball at the tournament, at the time, at the point that they become a team and they're actually into the tournament. That movie's iconic. It's laugh out loud basically every moment of that movie, and then you bring in the commentators, Pepper, please, give me a break. Bateman, forever underrated role. I don't care how much it's talked about. It's an underrated role.
He will not be able to see very well.
It's unbelievable. I do not believe it. I would say, though, Wedding Crashers is the more front to back consistently funny movie. And that is why I'm putting it in the buy. And I love Dodgeball. I do. I just think it starts a little slow. All right, so here's the other one from Drew. Obviously, we have moved to a different tier here. The Internship, Couples Retreat, and The Breakup. And this is just such a great job by Drew because all those movies stink.
See, this is an easy one for me.
This
is an easy one for me because I think that The Breakup is legitimately a bad thing.
Totally agree. And it is also in my trash.
I'm trashing The Breakup easily.
What a letdown that movie was.
The Internship, maybe this is a hot take. I enjoy that film.
It's according to Eamon, that is a very hot take.
I like the chemistry between Vince Vaughn and Owen Wilson. I like some of the minor characters. I will buy that film, and then Couples Retreat is a stream, but it's really also like a secondary trash.
It's so bad. It's so for what that cast is too. I don't even remember. I blocked that movie out of my mind.
There's only one scene that I remember from that movie, and that's all I'm going to say about that. But I have to read Alana says, buy Wedding Crashers because I'd find you.
That's a good one. Gary on the kick drum. BB Rack says the internship is hilarious. So I'm going to go with you. I'm going in the exact same order as you did. Tara says, which Space Jam jerseys are better, the 96 white original or the 21 new ones with the logo? I might give LeBron's group the edge here. I think the new Space Jam jerseys, full uniform, I think they're actually pretty hot. And it's a hot uniform.
Way.
Burt's is not even close to the old ones.
Even if they are better, which I don't think they are,
they'll never be.
93B Barack says, first we were in a blender, now we're saving lives. What? Is there a margarita in this blender?
Ongo Cap says, I'm buying streaming movies, streaming streams, and trashing DVDs. No disrespect, Cuff.
Iran making a run. Big Hamid Haddadi having a day now.
Oh, good God. So good.
You know what?
Bring up Iran, I can't help but think of the Lonely Island song Iran So Far, which is a vastly underrated song. I just want to mention. Will Fuller, touchdown, Houston. Truly, if anyone has not heard that song, Google it. Go Google it now.
Rob says internship was one of the first times I saw Dave Franco, and I don't remember him being in that film.
Dave Franco, fun fact, married to Alison Brie.
Oh, love Alison Brie.
How could you not? We got another.
The fact that she was on
Community
and Mad Men at the same time.
Pretty wild, right? Those were two different roles.
That's icon stuff right there.
Those two very different roles. Being Pete's wife and then doing what she did on Community.
Alana's killing me in the chat.
Oh, she's great.
Step 1, cut a hole in a box.
Daniel, yes. I don't think that was at the same time, but yes, she was also on the that show. What is that show called? The Netflix female wrestling show. Glow. Yes.
Glow.
I don't think it was at the same time.
Glamorous or glorious ladies of wrestling.
I haven't seen it. But I've heard it's obviously very good. It's always up for awards, or has been. Alana, I'm just on that song, by the way. Well, again, like we've used this word many times during the sim, iconic, and really started the evolution of the digital short. I mean, really, it like began with obviously Lazy Sunday, and that's where it took off. But then you got to that song, and that was a whole another barrier broken, obviously, and it went to a whole other level.
Ooh,
I'm gonna put out that Mother Lover's a better song.
I was just gonna say the same thing.
Like, not even close.
Honestly, sign me up though for anything with Lonely Island plus Justin Timberlake.
Oh, for sure, for sure. (17-6) Houston. Yeah, give me all the Lonely Island. I'm really
dip.
A lot of. I just hit a grape, and I.
As I
another
call it,
vastly
horror film.
when Bruce Willis was dead at the end of Sixth Sense.
All right, so it looks like Mo Jam here, his official stat line is going to be 16 points, 7 assists, 1 steal, 1 rebound, 1 3-pointer, 7 turnovers, which, but for the men, we ride. We stand for Mo Jam in this
We
chat.
stand for Mo Jam. 17-6.
As I
We
recall,
are-
it was a horror film.
That song, I can't get enough of that song. I could listen to that song every day of my life and not get tired of it. And the video, like, it's just next level. The song is funny in and of itself. Yeah, Timberlake and the mop.
Oh, goodness.
This rarely happens, you can take my word. I won't apologize, that's just absurd. 25 seconds left. Danny wants to know if you can do that move on camera.
Sure. It's called the mop. Break it out at the wedding sometimes.
It gets real when he. I need a few things from the grocery. Do things alone now, mostly. Left me heartbroken, not looking for love. Surprise in my eyes when I looked at both. With what's her name from The Sopranos? Turtle's girlfriend.
Yeah.
Jamie Lynn. Thank you. Thank you.
One more word, I'm going to pay by check.
Oh, give me the mop. Give me the mop.
Break,
Wait.
yeah. You got to imagine I'm standing up, though.
All right, give me the mop.
You got to get both ways. You know, you want even floor cleaning.
Never felt that I could feel real again, but I looked in and I said I needed a friend. Newton, 126. Watson, 2 scores. 2. 124 passing for him. To be fair, you were floating. Again, 17-6 Houston. Danny wants one more time. He's got you on a solo.
All right, here you go. You grab your mop.
Yeah.
Invisible and or real, and you just...
Timberlake, eat your heart out. Jared says, "Cough, what happens when your children rewatch these streams?" It's never going to happen. Best of Sandberg's face, says Alana. Jake says, "I'm going to bust out that move at the wedding I'm going to later this year." Lindenbaum wants to yell at me for having never seen The Sopranos.
You've never seen The Sopranos?
No.
Well, you got to watch it now that we've got the movie coming out.
I know how it ended.
Oh, my God.
No, I'll watch it at some point. I haven't. I've binged so many shows since the start of the pandemic, though. Should probably put it on the list.
Especially if you got HBO Max. That's half the battle right there.
Right? Is it weird that I was thinking about rewatching? Because I watched it when it was on. I haven't watched it since. Thinking about rewatching Entourage. Is that odd?
If you rewatch Entourage before you watch The Sopranos, yes, you are.
Okay. I did like the Victory podcast has kind of brought me back. It's brought me back.
We do have a little breaking news here.
It was about your man Mojam.
No, I think the Mojam news
have a new single.
The Mojam news is over. Oh, he did get credited for another assist though. He's up to 8 assists to go with 16 points.
Good.
What a stud. No, it's real news, and that is that Bryson DeChambeau out at the Olympics due to COVID.
Really?
This is what I'm seeing.
Well, listen, I don't have any alerts on that. I have to just take your word for it.
Since we're on a Lonely Island kick,
yeah,
can I say that the most underrated song is "I Threw It on the Ground"? I don't
That's not
need
your
your
dad, that's a
handouts,
cell
hot
phone.
dog man.
The best part of that song is that's not your dad. That's not my dad. That's a cell phone.
I mean, that's a great part, but give me the hot dog man one every time. You come here all the time. Here's one for free. I don't need your handouts, hot dog man. Oh, what a pick.
Gilmore, he was due. My dad
Go
is not
pump that poison in another man's veins.
You ever see the video for their song Kindergarten? Diddy and Paul Rudd in it?
Yes. That one's stupid.
The song is, but the video's kind of funny.
Yeah.
Maybe my favorite underrated Lonely Island song. So we're not talking about the ones we've already mentioned, or I'm on a boat, or like Jack Sparrow, you know, obviously is incredible.
Great one.
Incredible song. I mean, like that beat, the beat to start that song during the rap portion should be an actual song. The beat is amazing in that song.
I like the Michael Bolton part better.
Oh, I mean, obviously. But my favorite, what I feel underrated Lonely Island song, if it's not I Ran So Far, is I'm Reba. Reba is unbelievable.
You know, I don't know if I know that one.
Oh, buddy. Oh, buddy. Laugh out loud funny. There are parts that I can't quote here, but I want you to watch it, and I want us to experience it together.
Lana says, got my nautical themed pashmina Afghan.
Now I gotta find it. I'm gonna find it. I'm gonna send it to you. Oh, there it is. That was easy. The internet. I'm sending this to you. We're all gonna have a group watch together after the sim. Put it on the board, Drew.
David Georgie, I think, is just trying to start some drama, saying Jerry West, not Jordan, not LeBron, not Kareem, not Wilt, not Russell. Jerry West, the greatest NBA player of all time. I feel like if that's true, he might have beaten the Celtics once. You kids probably aren't even aware that the NBA logo was West. I'm aware.
Lindenbaum's just getting mean with Jordan Warren now. Says Koff never had the makings of a varsity Madden sim announcer. all because I haven't seen The Sopranos. Jordan says it's going to be a while before he gets that joke, till he finally watches it. I mean, Lamarca giggled, so yeah. Cam, cross the body, awkward, but good. 2-point conversion makes it a 3-point game. Edelman, the future Hall of Famer.
If I could be Tony Soprano without having to do all the mob-related things, man, that would be some gig. I realize that that's not possible, but...
Yeah, it doesn't really work that way.
But man...
Alana said you guys need to host a Lonely Island watch party that is in no way connected to your employment. That's true. We could. I'm
really telling you right now, that might be my dream job.
Hosting a Lonely Island watch party?
Yes. All right. Today we're gonna watch the entire Bash Brothers experience.
That was so weird.
It was not good, but it was also great. Let's mash, let's monster mash. Hit a dinger, make the pitcher feel like donkey.
I wonder if I Google best Lonely Island songs, because I'm sure somebody's written a blog about that. There we go. This is 2019. Best songs, top 10 skits ranked by the Junkie, junkie.com. All right, the Natalie Raps is number 10. Natalie Portman, obviously.
Yeah,
Jack Sparrow at 9. Like a Boss at 8.
I'm sorry, Jack Sparrow was 9.
Yeah.
The list is garbage.
Like a Boss at 8. Threw It on the Ground at 7.
Okay.
Great Day is 6. I don't know about that.
Yeah.
The song that we were singing earlier is 5. I'm on a Boat is 4. Lazy Sunday 3. Oh, we didn't mention the Akon Jam. That's
well,
a strong
not
one.
not on a no. Is that on the boat? Is T-Pain?
That's
Right.
T-Pain.
I
No,
get them confused.
Akon's the one that.
Yes, I am aware.
No, but the
She let me wear my chain and my turtleneck sweater.
Yeah. Who is it? Jessica Alba and Blake Lively were in that video.
Yes.
Yeah, that's number 2. And then, the first Timberlake one is at number 1. So no Mother Lover on that.
Or the one with Lady Gaga.
Yeah, but that's not a great song. It's fine, but it's not like that's not going to go in a top 10.
Oh, it would for me.
Really?
Yeah.
It's okay.
Roll up to the crib with some bottles and James. I'm at the car with the Alizé. I'm telling you though, anything with Timberlake in it would get me.
Oh, hey, what is it, dog? It's 17:14. We're about to hit the 2-minute warning. Lazy Sunday really is strong. Lazy Sunday, wake up in the late afternoon. Call Parnell just to see how he's doing. Hey, yo, Samber, what's cracking? 2-minute warning. Can we get more free football tonight? What do we think? Jake? Neither. Just having fun. Jeff does not want a Sony Michel touchdown.
Hey, shout out to Iran for making this thing a game.
Mm-hmm.
Only went down by 6. I want to say that the line in that game was like 17, so.
Tanker Raiders in front by about 1.5 points. I've jumped to 14 out of the 117. Patriots with the ball. All timeouts at the disposal. Both sides, as a matter of fact. 2nd and 4 from the 40. Cam hits Edelman again. What a day for Julian. Cam still shy of 200 passing, 1st and 10. Edelman, 9 for 75. Oh, captain, my captain. Clock's ticking. Pats are not using a timeout. Going no huddle from the 48. Faked handoff by Cam. Looking over the middle. Has another completion. And again, hits Julian Edelman.
Doing a lot of work.
Ronaldo when you need him. The double sticks. 10 catches for Jules. Oh no, Aussie. I did it again. How does 86 and 11 look so similar from that angle?
That wasn't Edelman. I would have sworn that was Edelman.
This is what I'm saying. Drew's calling out the font on the jerseys. It does. They all look like 11, he says.
That one's number 10.
Demir Bird. That's number Demir Bird. Can we get a timeout, New England? This happened yesterday, and it was infuriating. The team just it had all its timeouts, didn't use any of them. The clock just ran down. 1st and 10 from the 24. Cam.
Ooh, he avoids
a sack, throws it incomplete, stops the clock. Yeah. Thank you, Bert. That's another completion. This time it's Edelman, 10 for 80. But the clock is still moving. And I got a feeling it's not going to stop. Go for the field goal.
It's a touchdown or bust, and it's a
touchdown. Are you kidding me? Ignoring all reason and not using timeouts. Devin Asiasi says, I don't care. I do not care. 4 seconds left on the clock. Let's go. Let's go. Asiasi. We need a goal scoring, like a soccer celebration. Asiasi. Asi. You're right. Maybe we are tired.
You're losing your mind.
Ole, 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 ole. Asi.
Matt Candelaria says, just started Sopranos. No spoilers, please. I won't spoil anything, but if you're just starting The Sopranos,
I mean, like, that's out.
You're probably going to get spoiled on some things. That's what happens when you start binging a show 20 years after it ended.
How do you feel about, when shows cut to black? There's no context to that.
Guys, we're aware that the video is a little choppy. Clearly, we're having some technical issues today, but I promise you, we are watching everything as Deshaun Watson takes off, but that's going to end the game.
Yeah, it would have been a good time to throw. Nevertheless, Patriots win. The Patriots win 21-17 in virtual Houston. You guys in the chat. Looks like Tanqueray might come away with a victory here. Again, that is pending the finalization of stats, but
where did my man finish?
Which guy?
Oh, what was his name? Nasty. Oh, there he is. DW Nasty.
Noted. The James White touchdown should be Sony Michel. So do be patient. That will obviously change up the leaderboards.
Oh, that's going to change a lot of things.
Yeah. But I have James White, so if we could leave it, that would be great. Don't worry, we're not going to. All right, so Cam, 234 passing a touchdown. Deshaun, 133, couple of scores in the air. He was picked off once as well. David Johnson, the leading rusher, 9 for 60. Deshaun, 4 for 56 with that late run. A touchdown for Sony, 7 for 14. Give you the pass catchers as well. And get ourselves out of here. Maybe I'll watch a little Freaky tonight. We'll see.
Real freaking naughty.
10 for 80 for Jules. What a day.
Player of the game right there. Give him a wooden nickel. Go get yourself some roast beef ice cream.
Jules, you think? Let's see. Let's look at some of the numbers here. And you can.
I've seen them all.
You've seen them all. You've seen enough.
I literally just watched you go through all the stats.
No, but I mean, you looking at the fantasy performances?
Yeah, he's got 30 points in the captain spot.
Sure.
That's enough for me.
Okay. I mean, yeah, sure. Let's do it. What about your babysitter Billy?
Babysitter
Joe Kidd?
Could be literally anybody in my lineup. I finished almost DFL. Let's go with.
How about Fells?
Was Fells pop? Yeah, Fells 51%, only 5 points. Yep, that'll work. Darren Fells, no roast beef for you.
Nope. All right, so the Jets-Lions tomorrow, starting off the nooner for you. I will be back. I know. Brace yourselves. Me and Brandon Cristal. I'll be back with Moose, Geoff Ulrich for Browns Bengals, the Madden Matinee. That's at 2 Eastern. Then you're rid of me for the rest of the day. But after that, at 4, early bird special. Moose sticks around. Tom Carroll comes in. Dolphins and Steelers. It will be Matt Lamarca, this guy right here, with Tom Ace, Niners Raiders, to kick off your late classic at 6 Eastern. That is the happy hour sim. And then Cowboys Colts, Lamarca and Tommy again. Primetime action. And at 10, Madden After Dark. Guess what? Same duo, and it's Chargers Seahawks. You got a busy night ahead tomorrow. You excited?
Yes, sir.
You excited? You should be.
I'll be here with bells on.
He's so excited.
You know that expression?
Yeah, no, I know that one. Mm-hmm.
With bells on.
Bells on. Juan says, all right, we're going to get behind on our Marvel binge. So many things, but instead I'm going to go watch Lonely Island.
Respect.
Jared says, cough him in a cabin in New Hampshire for a week. May miss some Sims, but nature calls. Usually when people say that, they mean something else, but you're actually in nature. Enjoy that. Don't fall too behind on the Madden binge, though. All right, everybody. We enjoy you. We love you. We thank you for being with us. Lamarca is going to, mop us out of here. Thanks to, thanks to Drew. Thanks to Daniel. Thanks to Bert, Bobo, and Ops. Lamarca, you got a whole bunch of him late classic tomorrow night. Koff back with you for the first 2 tomorrow. Looking forward to it. See you then. Enjoy the rest of your Saturday.